Chapter 1. Taking a step further. Gazing at the intricately carved room adorned with dragons and phoenixes, Qin Yu let out a long sigh. Indeed, he had traversed dimensions. His identity was that of the current imperial son-in-law, and his wife was none other than the renowned beauty of the great Qian dynasty, Princess Qiangyao. Alas, he was but a mere tool for political marriage. He had yet to lay eyes upon the prince's true visage. During their wedding, it was the prince's personal maid who stood in for her, coldly delivering the words, "Do not entertain any improper thoughts, conduct yourself with propriety," before sweeping away, showing not the slightest regard for him, her supposed husband. The former Qin Yu was filled with indignation, drowning his sorrows in alcohol until his demise. In truth, the Qin family had once been a prestigious lineage in the imperial capital, wielding great influence and power. His father, Qin Jintian, had followed Emperor Qianwu on countless campaigns, earning extraordinary merits and even saving the emperor's life. Grateful for such great favors, Emperor Qianwu had promised a marriage alliance, and the Qin family basked in glory for a time. However, tragedy struck when Qin Jintian was assassinated by enemies, leaving Qin Yu bereft of support and leading to the family's decline. To avoid public outcry, Emperor Qianwu honored the marriage contract by marrying Princess Qiangyao to him. From the moment she entered the Qin residence, Princess Qiangyao had taken up residence in the back garden, where she held dominion over the entire estate. Although Qin Yu was the nominal master of the Qin household, he was forbidden from stepping foot into the back garden, illustrating just how little regard Princess Qiangyao had for him. Having unraveled the threads of past events, Qin Yu adjusted his mood and smiled. Well, living a life of indulgence and leisure isn't so bad after all. Despite the Qin family's decline, their assets were still ample enough for him to squander. At that moment, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door was thrust open violently. A woman clad in maid's attire, her expression devoid of emotion, strode in. This was Mingyue, the very maid who had stood in for Princess Qiangyao during their marriage. "Your Highness," she exclaimed, "Master Qin, your grandfather was once a paragon of heroism. How can you so recklessly tarnish the family's honor? If you were an ordinary person, it could be excused, for it would merely be a disgrace to your ancestors. But now that you are the imperial son-in-law, how can you allow the princess to suffer such embarrassment?" Mingyu's tone was icy, her disdain evident. Qin Yu felt a surge of anger rise within him, ready to retort, but he suppressed it, choosing silence instead, as he reflected on his own lack of strength. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. The disparity in strength was vast, ranging from the lowest rank of a ninth-rank warrior to the exalted realm of a first-rank grandmaster, with even stronger tiers beyond, such as the innate and celestial realms rumored to be capable of plucking stars from the sky or grasping the moon. He himself was burdened with abysmal talent, having toiled for 18 years to attain merely the status of an 8th-rank warrior, a reputation as a waste known throughout the land. As a third-rank grandmaster, Mingyue could easily extinguish his life with a single strike. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. Seeing his silence, a smirk of contempt graced Mingyu's lips. "The princess has decreed that your idle existence is untenable. You have been assigned a position at the Dali Temple. Remember to report there promptly tomorrow, or face the consequences." With that, she turned and left without awaiting his consent. Such audacity! Qin Yu fumed, yet found himself powerless to object. To survive, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The God-level simulation system has been successfully bound. You have received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it?" A surge of excitement coursed through Qin Yu. Finally, his golden opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he shouted in his mind, "Open the novice gift package." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a maximum-level foundational martial art. You may choose to integrate it into your being." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 6-pulse divine sword." "Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of simulation time, which can be used to simulate any martial art." "Integrate." With a mental command, Qin Yu felt a mysterious energy surge within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. He distinctly sensed his muscles, skin, and internal organs growing stronger as the energy coalesced in his dantian. transforming into an exceptionally pure inner strength. In mere moments, he advanced from an 8th-rank warrior to the initial realm of a 3rd-rank grandmaster with astonishing momentum. At last, he was on par with Mingyue in terms of cultivation. But that was not enough. A cold light flickered in Qin Ye's eyes as he suppressed the murderous intent within him, shouting in his mind once more, "Simulate martial arts." In the first year, he devoted all his energy to simulating the 6-pulse divine sword, but made no progress. Unwilling to accept this failure, he spent another decade in simulation, finally catching a glimpse of the path and discovering some clues. Hope blossomed within him, and he immersed himself in relentless simulation, achieving the mid-level of the yellow grade for the 6-pulse divine sword by the 15th year. Upon reaching this point, Qin Yu could not help but smile wryly. In this world, martial arts were classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into high, middle, and low tiers. Heaven-grade techniques were rare, and those who practiced such arts were legendary figures. Earth-grade techniques were also uncommon, with practitioners being peerless masters. The current emperor, Li Jianye, had seized the throne using a high-level earth-grade technique. Profound-grade techniques were somewhat inferior but still highly coveted by ordinary individuals. In contrast, mid-level yellow-grade techniques were considered quite subpar. Even so, Qin Yu had spent 15 years on a simulation, revealing just how abysmal his aptitude truly was. Yet it mattered little. He still had a century of simulation time remaining, and it remained to be seen how far he could push his progress. After 40 years, he finally elevated the 6-pulse divine sword to the high-level yellow grade. Yet, he remained dissatisfied, convinced that there was still significant potential for improvement in this technique. 60 years later, through diligent effort, he reaped rewards. The 6-pulse divine sword ascended to the initial level of the profound grade. He resolved to push further, seeking to uncover the limits of the 6-pulse divine sword. 80 years later, he elevated it to the high level of the profound grade. However, he felt there was still room for growth, so he continued to invest all his energy. Finally, after a century, he had pushed the 6-pulse divine sword to the low level of the earth grade. Boom! A seismic realization swept through Qin Ye's mind, and he trembled slightly, a fierce sword energy swirling at his fingertips, nearly beyond his control. Casting a glance at the window, he raised a finger and declared, "Shaoshang's sword." Whoosh! A shard of sword energy shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, in the back garden of the Qin residence, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown, the incomparable Princess Qiong Yao, sat cross-legged among a sea of flowers, meditating and cultivating. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, rising swiftly to gaze at the sky, astonishment etched on her face. What a formidable sword energy! Indeed, the imperial capital is teeming with hidden talents. I wonder which master is testing their sword skills. Regret washed over her as she mused. If only I could meet this extraordinary individual and engage in mutual exchange, perhaps I could break through my current limitations. Chapter 2. Speculation. At that moment, Mingyue approached and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, I have already informed the imperial son-in-law." Princess Qiong Yao averted her gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. "He didn't refuse, did he?" Mingyue smirked disdainfully. "Your Highness, you jest. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare defy your wishes." "A useless lump of mud." Princess Qiong Yao scoffed, resuming her meditation. Meanwhile, after the sword test, Qin Yu heard the system's voice echo in his mind. "System task. Please proceed to the Dali Temple to report for duty and solve a case. Completing this task will grant you additional simulation time and a special martial art." "More simulation time? Excellent. Fantastic." Qin Yu rejoiced inwardly. From what he understood, there was no martial art in this world that allowed one to wield a sword with their fingers. Even sword masters required a sword as a medium to unleash sword energy upon their foes. This illustrated just how exquisite the 6-pulse divine sword truly was. And this was merely a low-level earth grade technique. If it were to be elevated to the heaven grade, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Once his cultivation improved, he would be capable of overpowering even the current emperor. At the same time, Qin Yu felt a deep intrigue towards the special martial art mentioned by the system. It must possess unique qualities to be classified as such. Suppressing his elation, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, keenly contemplating the six-pulse divine sword, striving to master the art of manifesting sword energy at will. The following morning, Qin Yu rose early, fetched water to cleanse himself, and made his way to the kitchen for breakfast. The illustrious imperial son-in-law of the great Qian dynasty found himself without a single servant to attend to him within his own residence. Who would believe such a tale? After satisfying his hunger, he proceeded to the Dali Temple. During his father Qin Zenshin's lifetime, he had been renowned as a second-generation aristocrat in the imperial capital, having married the stunning princess Qiangyao. The guards at the Dali Temple naturally recognized him and bowed respectfully. However, their eyes held little reverence, bordering on perfunctory. Qin Yu paid it no mind and walked straight to the recording office to complete his paperwork. Upon learning that his position at the Dali Temple was merely that of a constable, his expression darkened, barely concealing his fury. Positions at the Dali Temple were ranked from highest to lowest, including the Dali Temple minister, deputy minister, and various clerical roles, with ranks ranging from 2nd to 9th grade, the latter being the most menial. That he had never harbored any extravagant aspirations for Princess Qiangyao to arrange a high-ranking official position for him. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that he would be assigned to the role of a lowly constable. Moreover, he found himself designated as a yellow-level constable, the lowest rank among the 4 tiers of heaven and earth. This was nothing short of a humiliation. Noticing his grim countenance, the clerk remarked with a sardonic smile, "If you feel wronged, you may decline the position at the Dali Temple, and I shall simply relay your message to the princess." "There is no grievance to speak of," he replied. To fulfill the demands of the system task, Qin Yu chose to endure. Upon completing the necessary formalities, he received a token inscribed with the character O. After his departure, the clerk's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. The prince consort? Huh! Soon enough, Qin Yu encountered his immediate superior, a middle-aged man with a square face and a prominent mustache, known as Shui Xiangming, a yellow-level constable. Regardless of the ridicule he faced from the outside world, Qin Yu was, after all, the current prince consort, and Shui Xiangming had no choice but to bow in respect. However, once the formalities were over, he assumed a haughty demeanor. "During your duty hours, you are not a prince consort, you are my subordinate. Do you understand?" Qin Yu could only nod in acknowledgement. While the words were blunt, they were indeed true. The blame could only rest with Princess Qiangyao. Shui Xiangming was quite pleased with his demeanor. Just as he was reveling in his own satisfaction, a blue-level constable, Zhou Boyong, entered with a serious expression. "Xiangming, Inspector Wang Jingquan has died suddenly in his home. You must gather your men and investigate the matter at once." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of elation. Solving this case would allow him to complete the system task and earn his reward. However, Shui Xiaoming wore a look of deep displeasure. "Zhou, can we not assign this case to someone else? The prince consort has just joined today, and I have much to teach him." The inspector held the power to report directly to the court and was inherently a position that could easily offend others. Wang Jingquan, merely in his 50s and previously in good health, had suddenly perished, indicating that something more sinister was afoot, perhaps even involving court intrigues. Being entangled in such matters was exceedingly troublesome, and Shui Xiaoming wished to avoid this assignment. Yet, Zhou Boyong was undeterred by his concerns, shooting him a fierce glare. "If you want go, should I be the one to handle it?" After delivering his retort, he merely offered Qin Yu a nod, refraining from any formal bow before departing. "Ah, what terrible luck!" Shui Xiaoming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exasperation, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Yu. "What are you still standing there for? Let's go." The Deqian Empire sprawled across an expansive territory, its walls towering over 3 zhang, with 16 city gates and 300,000 elite soldiers stationed within. It was the most formidable city in the realm. Inspector Wang Jingquan's residence lay in the southern part of the city, primarily inhabited by the affluent and powerful. Despite Qin Yu riding a swift steed, it took him nearly half an hour to arrive, as the Dali Temple was situated in the northern part of the city. Upon announcing his presence, Qin Yu finally laid eyes on Wang Jingquan within a lavish study. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. A hand clutched over his heart, his brocade robe soaked in blood, with a large pool of it staining the floor. Wang Jingkun's wife, along with their 3 sons and the butler, wept inconsolably, repeatedly demanding that the culprit be brought to justice. Xue Xiaoming crouched down to pry Wang Jingkun's hands apart, revealing a wound on his brocade garment beneath. The fatal injury is located at the heart. Xue Xiaoming made his assessment and began to remove Wang Jingkun's upper garments, while Qin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The expression on Wang Jingkun's face indicated that the assassin was someone he would have never suspected. The fact that he had been struck in such a vital area, and from the front, suggested that he had been caught completely off guard. Synthesizing these clues, it seemed most likely that the assailant was someone familiar to him. As Qin Yu redirected his focus to the Wang family, he noted the butler weeping profusely, his sobs ragged and genuine. Wang Jingkun's wife was so distraught she could barely stand, supported only by her 2 sons. When Qin Yu's gaze fell upon Wang Jingkun's eldest son, Wang Yunxiao, his eyes narrowed. Though he appeared to be grieving, his expression seemed forced, and there were few tears to be seen, unlike others who had soaked their garments with sorrow. This man bore an air of suspicion. However, with merely this observation, Qin Yu could not definitively conclude that he was the murderer, so he turned his attention back to the corpse. At this moment, Wang Jingkun's upper garments had been removed, revealing a very small circular wound, the flesh around it torn and ragged. This indicated that the injury was not caused by a sharp weapon, but rather by a slender, blunt instrument. Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on a plate of pastries on the table. He noticed that something was amiss on the table. Chopsticks. It was evident that the pastries, coated in honey, could not be eaten with bare hands. Coupled with the size of the wound, a bold hypothesis began to form in Qin Yu's mind. Chapter 3. Courtroom intrigues. The deceased lay before them, his skeletal structure intact without any fractures, and his skin unmarred by bruises, thus ruling out death by external force. There was no congestion in the eyes. The color of his nails, tongue coating, and blood all appeared normal, and the body bore no foul odor, effectively excluding the possibility of death by poisoning. Based on the wound's location on the heart and the blood at the scene, it could be deduced that he had succumbed to a fatal stab from a slender, blunt instrument. Xue Xiaoming rose to summarize. Qin Yu, he said, I must admit, you possess considerable skill in your judgments. However, his subsequent line of inquiry veered into a misdirection, as he began to probe into the conditions of the estate guards and all unfamiliar faces that had appeared that day. Qin Yu chose not to interject. He recognized that Xue Xiaoming's questioning was part of the process to eliminate other possibilities. Meanwhile, he discreetly observed the fluctuations in Wang Yunxiao's demeanor. Emotionally stable, Wang Yunxiao's composure was more steadfast than anyone else's. In such a scenario, if not due to emotional detachment, he could very well be the perpetrator. After an extensive inquiry, Xue Xiaoming failed to uncover any useful clues, and Lady Wang gradually lost her patience, her expression darkening. After all these questions, have you found any leads? She demanded. With a sigh, Xue Xiaoming clasped his hands in apology. I beg your pardon, madam. The moment those words escaped his lips, Lady Wang erupted in fury. Incompetent fools! Are all of you from the Dali Temple utterly useless? If you lack the capability, summon someone who does. Wang Yunxiao also displayed disappointment. The court allocates such generous salaries to you yearly. And this is how you conduct your duties. What use are you? Mere gluttons and idlers. His words inadvertently implicated Qin Yu as well. Xue Xiaoming found himself unable to retort, repeatedly offering his apologies. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Qin Yu finally spoke up. Lady Wang, I have a few questions to ask. Pray go ahead. Your Highness, Lady Wang replied, her tone unexpectedly courteous. Qin Yu gestured toward the plate of pastries on the table. Might I inquire when this platter of pastries was delivered to the study, and by whom? Wang Yunxiao's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his face, despite his efforts to conceal it. Qin Yu noted the change. Originally, Xue Xiaoming intended to halt Qin Yu's unnecessary inquiries to avoid further aggravating the Wang family. Yet upon hearing Qin Yu's question, he cast a thoughtful glance at the pastries. Lady Wang, sensing the situation, turned to the butler, who, understanding her signal, instinctively glanced at Wang Yunxiao that I personally went to Yingyuedi this morning to procure these pastries. After plating them, I encountered the eldest young master, who stated he would take them to Lord Wang's chamber. He explained this revelation. All eyes turned to Wang Yunxiao, who calmly nodded. Indeed, I delivered them. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Wang Yunxiao and suddenly bellowed, "Eldest young master, where are the chopsticks?" Wang Yunxiao jumped in surprise, stammering, how would I know? There were no chopsticks. Is that so?" Qin Yu retorted with a cold smirk, addressing the butler. "Did you deliver them with chopsticks?" The butler, now realizing the implications, glanced at Wang Yunxiao and cautiously replied, "The pastries were coated in honey. How could they be eaten without chopsticks? There must have been some that I in an instant." All attention shifted back to Wang Yunxiao, who appeared utterly flustered. "Why is everyone staring at me? What do you mean by this?" Qin Yu slowly approached him, scrutinizing the inconspicuous specks of blood on his ornate attire, and demanded, "How did you acquire those bloodstains?" I accidentally smeared it while inspecting my father's body." "You lie. The bloodstains you bear are distinctly spattered, not smeared." Qin Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. I misspoke. This is blood I accidentally got on myself elsewhere." Where? Wang Yunxiao was rendered speechless at this juncture. It was evident to all observers that he was the prime suspect. The Wang family members exchanged glances of disbelief, while Xue Xiangming regarded Wang Yunxiao with a wary expression. Inching closer, struggling to fabricate a plausible excuse. "Are we? Clearly, you used chopsticks to murder your father and then concealed the weapon," Qin Yu proclaimed with fervor. His greatest vulnerability lay in the bloodstains on his clothing. Unless he had meticulously arranged a credible source for them in advance, there was no way to effectively deflect the inquiry. That it was evident the incident had unfolded abruptly, leaving him unprepared, plunging Wang Yunxiao into a state of profound panic as he vehemently shook his head. "No, I did not. It wasn't me." Having finally identified a suspect, Xue Xiaoming was determined to resolve the case and would not let this opportunity slip by. He pressed on, "Eldest young master, we must proceed to the court of judicial review." "No, I will not go. I refuse to enter that place." Wang Yunxiao's face contorted in terror as he stumbled backward. The court of judicial review was notorious, with no one ever emerging unscathed. It instilled fear in the hearts of many. The more he resisted, the more Xue Xiangming was convinced of his guilt, and with a sudden lunge forward, he declared, "We have no choice but to take you into custody and escort you to the Dali Temple." "Get away!" Wang Yunxiao suddenly roared, launching an attack with his fists, striking for Xue Xiangming's heart with the ferocity of a tiger. "So, you are indeed the culprit." Xue Xiaoming scoffed, deftly sidestepping the blows, and aimed a knife-hand strike at Wang Yunxiao's neck, intending to incapacitate him. That moment, Wang Yunxiao's visage twisted with a sinister expression. "I will not go to the court of judicial review." As he spoke, a dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, swiftly aiming for Xue Xiaoming's throat. His speed exceeded that of his previous strikes. He had been concealing his true abilities. Xue Xiaoming's face turned pale with terror. He had no time to evade, and a direct hit would surely be fatal. Just as despair enveloped him, Qin Yu appeared suddenly, delivering a forceful blow to Wang Yunxiao's armpit. With a resounding thud, Wang Yunxiao's expression twisted in agony. His arm halted mid-swing. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu grasped his arm, twisting it behind him and disarming him. It was only then that Xue Xiaoming regained his composure, quickly subduing Wang Yunxiao, and looked at Qin Yu. His eyes filled with astonishment. Realizing he could not escape his fate, Wang Yunxiao descended into a frenzied state. "Indeed, I killed that old fool. He deserved it. Who told him to align himself with the wrong faction? I am the legitimate heir of the Wang family. The future of the Wang family rests with me. I cannot allow him to drag us into oblivion." He shrieked in a fit of rage. Qin Yu understood. It indeed involved the power struggles of the court. However, he held no interest in such matters, as his attention was consumed by the voice of the system in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving 150 years of simulation time. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the technique Lingbo Weibu." Lingbo Weibu. Initial stage of the Huang level, a profound technique that significantly enhances mobility and effectively evades enemy attacks. Chapter 4. Yet to return upon realizing the remarkable utility of Lingbo Weibu, Qin Yu's heart swelled with joy. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill for survival and stealth. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to invest the 150 years of simulation time into mastering Lingbo Weibo. Yet the current circumstances were evidently inappropriate for such pursuits. Under the scorn and accusations from the Wang family, Wang Yunxiao was bound and escorted by Shui Xiangming out of the estate towards the Dali Temple. Bystanders paused to witness the scene. Their astonishment at Wang Yunxiao's bindings was overshadowed by their disbelief that Qin Yu had become a constable. Isn't that the young master of the Qin family? How did he end up as a constable? A prince of the realm, reduced to such a lowly position. It's truly unbelievable. Who would have thought? The Qin family is wealthy enough that they could live comfortably for generations without lifting a finger. Have you not heard? Qin Yu holds no standing in his family. He probably took this job out of desperation. That does seem plausible. What a pity. How lamentable. Wang Yunxiao was acutely aware that his current predicament was entirely a consequence of Qin Yu's machinations. Had it not been for Qin Yu's presence, he would never have been discovered as his father's slayer, nor would he have been trapped with no means of escape after the truth came to light, and a deep-seated resentment festered within him as he berated. Qin thief, your concealment is truly remarkable. The world believes you to be a talentless waste, yet who would have imagined you were merely hiding your skills? What is it you truly desire? I'm a novice fourth-rank martial master. How could you so easily subdue me? You must either be a high-level fourth rank or a third-rank minor master. But what of a third-rank minor master? You shall not escape death in the end. He cackled maniacally. The crowd of onlookers gasped in shock. The one deemed a waste, lacking any martial talent, Qin Yu, was revealed to be a third-rank minor master? If this were true, even if he was not an unparalleled genius, he could certainly be recognized as extraordinarily gifted. The gazes of all turned toward Qin Yu, their perceptions irrevocably altered. Qin Yu noted their reactions and sighed inwardly, but he had intended to bide his time, revealing his true capabilities only when he could effortlessly contend with Princess Qiangyao. Yet he had not anticipated being exposed in this manner. Upon returning to the Dali Temple and consigning Wang Yunxiao to the Court of Judicial Review, they completed the necessary formalities before retreating to the constable's quarters. Thud. Shui Xiaoming suddenly knelt to the ground without warning, and with 3 resounding blows towards Qin Yu, he straightened up and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Your Highness, without you, my life would have been forfeit at the hands of that scoundrel Wang Yunxiao. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Why previous disrespect was born of fear that you would be difficult to command under my authority. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Having said that, he bowed 3 more times, his expression earnest. Qin Yu accepted this with composure. Indeed, Shui Xiaoming had previously held him in contempt, which had left him somewhat displeased. His intervention to save Shui Xiaoming had merely been to avoid losing the most advantageous witness due to a colleague's demise, lest the Wang family turn against him to protect Wang Yunxiao, leading to a failure in solving the case. Otherwise, what did it matter to him whether Shui Xiaoming lived or died? The notion that his life now belonged to Qin Yu was something he dismissed casually, replying with indifference, Get up. It's all in the past. Yes, Your Highness, Shui Xiaoming replied respectfully before rising, then hesitantly inquired, Your Highness, is it true that you have attained the cultivation of a third-tier minor master? Now that his secret had been exposed, Qin Yu had nothing left to conceal and nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving confirmation, Shui Xiaoming expressed deep emotion. The world believes you to be a waste. Your Highness, at this point, Shui Xiaoming let out a dry laugh, swallowing the remainder of his words. Who would have imagined that you are, in fact, a martial arts genius? Reflecting on his own years approaching 30 without even reaching the 4th-tier martial artist level, Shui Xiaoming felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Qin Yu, however, remained unperturbed at a genius. He hardly considered himself one, nor did he regard himself as exceptional. Princess Qiangyao, born in the same year, had already reached the 2nd-tier master level, surpassing him by an entire major realm. She was the true martial arts prodigy. His current achievements were entirely due to the system. With nothing further to occupy his time, Qin Yu awaited the conclusion of the day's duties to return home. After a lengthy discussion, Shui Xiaoming departed to in his heart. Qin Yu called out to the system, Use all available time to simulate the Lingbo Weibo Ding. The simulation commenced. Yu discovered that although the Lingbo Weibo was of a lower tier, it held great potential for improvement. and you decided to pursue its simulation. You spent a year mastering the intricacies of the Lingbo Weibo, but found no means of enhancement. Undeterred, you recognized that if this technique could reach its ultimate form, it would undoubtedly become one of your greatest assets. So you chose to continue the simulation. 10 years flew by, and at last, you uncovered a direction for improvement, filling you with ecstatic joy. 30 years later, you had elevated the Lingbo Weibo to the intermediate level of the yellow tier, yet this still fell far short of your aspirations. 60 years passed before you elevated the Lingbo Weibo to the initial level of the mysterious tier. But dissatisfaction lingered, for even when tested against a martial artist of a slightly higher realm, you were still detectable. 90 years later, the Lingbo Weibo reached the intermediate level of the mysterious tier, and you shone brightly in combat against a martial artist 2 major realms above you. You understood this was not your limit. You resolved to press on with your simulations. 150 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. And finally, you had elevated the Lingbo Weibo to the low tier of the terrestrial level. Observing the final results of your simulation, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword had taken a mere 100 years to reach the low tier, whereas the Lingbo Weibo had consumed a staggering 150 years. This indicated that the more advanced the techniques rewarded by the system, the longer the required simulation time. Not dwelling on these thoughts, Qin Yu closed his eyes to assimilate the insights gained from the technique. Half a stick of incense later, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with a golden light. Suddenly, Qin Yu moved, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing 10 feet away. Had a second-tier master been present, they would have been left utterly astounded, for even they would find it exceedingly difficult to attain such speed. Did I in the back garden of the Qin estate? Princess Qiangyao was seated in a pavilion, sipping tea, yet her thoughts were far removed from the beverage, her expression lost in contemplation. Having reached the high tier of the second-tier master realm, she was on the brink of breaking through to the first-tier grand master realm. However, that slight margin felt like an insurmountable chasm, and despite her countless attempts, none had proven fruitful. She practiced the sword path, and the sword energy she had felt on that day lingered in her mind, compelling her to seek guidance from that sword master, certain that such insight would assure her breakthrough. That morning, she had sent Mingyue to investigate whether any sword masters had recently appeared near the Qin estate. But alas, Mingyue had yet to return. Chapter 5. Kneeling in supplication as Princess Qiangyao drifted in her reverie, she was suddenly roused by the faint sound of footsteps approaching, bringing her thoughts back to the present. She saw that it was Mingyue. May the princess be blessed with peace. Mingyue bowed respectfully. Princess Qiangyao raised her hand slightly. Have you located that sword master? I have not found him. It is the fault of this servant. I implore the princess to punish me. Mingyue bent her waist, her demeanor one of trepidation. Never mind, continue your search. Princess Qiangyao sighed inwardly, a pang of disappointment filling her heart. Princess, this servant has heard some intriguing news. Oh, pray tell. Princess Qiangyao raised an eyebrow. Today, the townsfolk are abuzz with rumors that the prince consort is not a martial arts waste after all, but has been concealing his strength, possessing the capabilities of a minor master. Oh, is that so? Princess Qiangyao expressed surprise. The rumors circulated, and Mingyue recounted what she had overheard. Princess Qiangyao furrowed her delicate brow, her face awash with confusion that a third-tier minor master. How could I have sensed nothing before? The rumors must be false. True or false, we shall ascertain once he returns. This servant shall test him. A barely perceptible smirk graced Mingyue's lips. Princess Qiangyao pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Upon returning to the estate, Qin Yu encountered Mingyue, whose expression was dark and brooding. Having grown accustomed to such encounters, he ignored her and proceeded towards his chamber, only to be halted by her sharp command. Stop! Qin Yu halted in his tracks, casting a sidelong glance at her. What is it? Mingyue's voice was stern as she demanded. I ask you, is it true what the townsfolk say, that you possess the cultivation of a minor master? True or false, what business is it of yours? Qin Yu replied coldly that in the past, he had held some trepidation towards Mingyue, but now, armed with the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and Lingbo Weibo, both terrestrial-level techniques, he felt confident that she could not pose a threat to him. Such arrogance! Mingyue scoffed, her voice dripping with malice, that I shall see what skills you possess. No sooner had she spoken than she lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. raising her palm to strike his face. From under the shade of a nearby tree, Princess Qiongyao's expression darkened at the unfolding scene. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was incensed. How dare this insolent maid attempt to strike him? Such audacity was intolerable. Just as the slap was about to land on his face, Mingyue revealed a sinister grin. But in that moment, Qin Yu suddenly moved. His form became ethereal, and Mingyue only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before she could register any surprise. Smack! The sound of a slap echoed as it landed on her face. Mingyue stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, her expression frozen in disbelief as she clutched her face. "You dare strike me? Insufferable maid! Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on your master?" Qin Yu roared, raising his hand for another strike. The burning pain on her cheek jolted Mingyue back to reality, and the realization that Qin Yu was indeed a formidable third-tier minor master sent a wave of terror through her. "You have indeed hidden your strength, but what of it? I have yet to unleash my full power." As she spoke, Mingyue summoned her inner energy, her body radiating with potent force as she transformed her palm into a fist, aiming a brutal strike at Qin Yu's chest. The sound of the air being rent apart was deafening, and the pressure was nothing short of terrifying. She was confident that Qin Yu would not evade this blow. A technique honed through countless battles alongside Princess Qionyao, forged from the lives and blood of countless adversaries. Yet Qin Yu merely smiled disdainfully, unperturbed by her display of might, that in a momentary pause, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. And before Mingyue could react, his palm struck her face once more, smack. The force of this strike, born of fury, sent Mingyue crashing to the ground. Even with her inner strength protecting her, she was left battered and bruised. Her expression one of shock and disbelief at the outcome. "You are but a dog. Who granted you the audacity to defy your superior?" Still unsated, Qin Yu delivered a kick that sent her flying. Thud! Mingyue spat a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ghastly pale as she landed several feet away. The Qin estate's servants, witnessing the spectacle, were left in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Qin Yu. "How dare you? You shall pay dearly for your actions," Mingyue shouted, her face twisted with resentment. Seeing this, Qin Yu's murderous intent flared. Without hesitation, he resolved to eliminate this insolent maid, just as he was about to employ the Six Meridians' divine sword to end her life. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tsunami, locking onto him and sending a chill down his spine. "You have already learned your lesson. Why pursue her to the bitter end?" The voice belonged to none other than Princess Qionyao, who had emerged from the shadows, sensing his murderous intent. Yet, having never encountered her before, Qin Yu could not recognize her voice. Suppressing his murderous urge, he coldly inquired, "Who are you to dare wreak havoc in my Qin estate?" "Li Qionyao." The voice was melodious yet devoid of warmth, lacking even a trace of emotion. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a hint of a sardonic smile graced his lips. "So, it is my estranged wife after all. How enigmatic she truly is." Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings but found no sign of Li Qionyao, his heart sinking further in disappointment that at this juncture, she still refuses to show herself. Very well. He had long grown weary of this hollow marriage. It would be best to bring it to a close. The identity of a princess is exalted. If she feels that marrying me is beneath her, why not petition His Majesty for a divorce? Rest assured Qin Yu, shall not persist. After a moment of silence, Li Qionyao replied, "To follow a chicken is to marry a chicken. To follow a dog is to marry a dog. Is marriage merely a child's play? Since the princess is unwilling, then I shall, on another day, petition His Majesty for a divorce, stating that Qin Yu, am unworthy of you." Coldly casting this remark, Qin Yu turned to depart for his chamber. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Into Qian, there are only princes who die suddenly. There are no princesses who seek divorce. If you dare, you may attempt it." Qin Yu felt a surge of rage. Trembling in fury at a threat. This is a blatant intimidation. Yet he found himself utterly powerless that the Qian had dominated the continent for decades, with the Li royal family brimming with formidable experts, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Never had Qin Yu craved strength more than he did now. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yu shouted inwardly, "System, is there a new task?" However, the system offered no response. Confounded by the system's triggering mechanism, he could only lament in vain. Meanwhile, Princess Qionyao returned to the back garden, where Mingyue stood, bruised and breathless, her face contorted in a fierce expression. "Princess, you cannot let him off so easily. He must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, how could he ever regard you with any respect?" Upon hearing this, Li Qionyao, with a stoic demeanor, replied, "Slap yourself, Princess." Mingyue was taken aback. Li Qiongyao's delicate brows knitted slightly, a frigid expression crossing her face as her tone turned icy. "I have long sensed your attitude towards him has been rather overbearing, but I did not expect it to reach such extremes. Regardless of his faults, he is still my nominal husband. How could you act in such a manner and place me in this position?" "Please forgive me, Your Highness," Mingyue exclaimed, startled, and immediately knelt to beg for mercy. In Chapter 6, Special Abilities, Li Qionyao had permitted Mingyue to test Qinyu, but not in such an uncouth and unreasonable manner. Reflecting on the sight of Qinyu trembling with rage as he departed, Li Qiongyao's ire intensified. That my intention was to have you keep him in check, to prevent him from wandering aimlessly and becoming a target for exploitation. Yet how have you managed this over the past year? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mingyue began to slap herself, not daring to hold back, each strike causing her mouth to bleed and resound with sharp cracks. As she struck, she pleaded, "Your Highness, I misunderstood your intentions. I thought you harbored resentment towards him for marrying him against your will." Upon hearing this, Li Qiongyao's expression darkened further. "Who permitted you to speculate about my feelings? Remember this. You shall strictly adhere to orders from now on. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." "Understood, understood." Mingyue nodded vigorously. Li Qionyao sighed inwardly. She had never looked favorably upon the man labeled as a wastrel, and even now, she could not regard Qinyu, who had attained the status of a third-rank minor master, with any admiration. Yet within the imperial family, could she truly dictate the terms of her marriage? Ultimately, she was merely a pawn for political alliance, a means for Emperor Qinwu to silence public dissent and maintain an image of royal integrity. Even if she were to divorce Qinyu today, she would inevitably be wed to another noble scion in the future, perhaps one even less worthy than him. Moreover, who could guarantee she would not be coerced into consummating the marriage? Such is the lament of royal women. Contemplating this, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Li Qiongyao's eyes. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says only men can rule? I intend to change the fate of Deqian. The time will come inevitably. After a while, Mingyue's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. Li Qionyao raised her hand to signal her to cease. "Regardless of his faults, he is still your master. From now on, aside from the back garden, the entirety of the Qin estate shall be under his command. You need only focus on serving me. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Very well. You may leave and make the necessary arrangements." Once Mingyue departed, Li Qionyao gazed in the direction of Qinyu, the sparkle in her eyes betraying her thoughts. A tiger's offspring will not be a dog. The Qin family is indeed not to be underestimated. Yet, what is his true motive for enduring this situation? Is he afraid of me? Or does he harbor some other ambition? After pondering for a considerable time, unable to deduce any conclusions, she ultimately chose to dismiss the thought. She was uncertain whether placing him in the Dali temple was the right decision. Qinyu, however, was not swayed by anger. It would be futile. Only strength could alter his circumstances. Soon he composed himself, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. The following morning, as Qinyu rose, a knock resonated at the door. "Young master, are you awake? May I enter?" Hearing this voice, Qinyu felt a familiar sensation wash over him. With a hint of curiosity, he replied, "Come in." Creaking, the door swung open to reveal a young girl clad in a simple blue dress, unadorned and with two ponytails, carefully entering while carrying a copper basin. Though her attire was plain, it could not conceal her pure and stunning beauty, reminiscent of a timid kitten, evoking a sense of affection. Qinyu recognized her instantly. She was his former personal maid, Su Qiao, 2 years his junior. She was but 16 that she had been rescued by his father, Qin Jintian, during the northern expedition from a mountain village devastated by enemy forces. Amidst a pile of corpses that time, she was merely 6 years old. After returning to the imperial capital, she became Qinyu's maid at the tender age of 8, that they grew up together. Their bond deepening until Qinyu's 17th year, when they were like family. However, upon his marriage a year prior, Princess Qiangyao took over the Qin estate, and Su Qiaoqiao was relegated to the laundry room. Qin Yu would often visit her, noting her meager existence. Now her sudden appearance in his chamber, seemingly to attend to him, took Qin Yu by surprise, though it was predominantly a pleasant surprise that he hurried forward. Taking the copper basin from her hands and placing it down, grasping her hand with a beaming smile. "Qiao Qiao, what brings you here?" Seeing Qin Yu's warm reception, Su Qiaoqiao's anxious heart settled. After being away from his side for so long, she feared he might no longer treat her with the same kindness, that he might disdain her. Princess Qiangyao stated that aside from the back garden, all other areas of the Qin estate are under your command. Everything shall proceed as it did during your previous tenure in the estate, which is why I have come to attend to you, Su Qiaoqiao said, her face radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Yu, however, frowned, his mind filled with questions. He had declared in front of numerous servants that he wished for a divorce. It would be a wonder if Princess Qiangyao did not make things difficult for him. Why would she restore his status in the estate? What was her true intention? Su Qiaoqiao, with her innocent nature, thought little of these complexities, content merely to be by her young master's side, reveling in the happiness it brought her. She cheerfully dipped the towel into the warm water in the copper basin, saying, "Young master, I shall assist you with your morning wash." Her voice was soft and melodious, comforting and pleasant, lifting Qin Yu's dark mood significantly. He dismissed the thought, allowing a broad smile to spread across his face. "That I no need. I can wash myself," he said, reclaiming the towel from Su Qiaoqiao's hands. Beaming with happiness, Su Qiaoqiao fetched his official attire, attending to him as he completed his washing. After he was dressed, 6 servants entered in a flurry, bearing a lavish breakfast that was far superior to what he had previously experienced. Qin Yu, pulling Su Qiaoqiao to dine with him, relished the meal. After satiating their hunger, they exited the estate to the entrance. One person held a steed of demonic beast lineage, while another stood by an opulent carriage. "Young master, ride the horse. I shall lead it for you." "Young master, take the carriage. I shall drive it for you." Both bowed respectfully, their excitement evident in their eyes. They were old retainers of the Qin estate, and seeing Qin Yu elevated in status filled them with joy. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, ultimately choosing to ride to the Dali temple. Upon arriving outside the constable's office, Shui Xiaoming approached him with urgency. "Your Highness," he first offered a respectful bow, then glanced around, ensuring no one else was present before leaning in to whisper, "Wang Yunxiao has died mysteriously in the Tingyi prison. He hadn't even been interrogated yet. The higher-ups have instructed me to accompany you for questioning." Qin Yu's heart stirred as he grasped why Shui Xiaoming was so anxious. The situation was clear. Someone had bribed the internal personnel of the Dali Temple to eliminate Wang Yunxiao. Such an act could only be orchestrated by someone with extraordinary influence. The risk involved in this endeavor surely suggested far-reaching implications. Shui Xiaoming's anxiety affected him, for Wang Yunxiao's capture had indeed involved his efforts. Just then, a voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. "New task. Uncover the perpetrator behind Wang Yunxiao's murder. Reward 1. 200 years of simulation time. Reward 2. Special abilities. Chapter 7. Unveiling the truth." Last time it was a unique martial art, and this time it is a special ability. Qin Yu could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Anything awarded by the system must be extraordinary. However, he felt somewhat helpless that he was tasked with uncovering the identity of the murderer of Wang Yunxiao. This posed quite a challenge that a case that might involve internal personnel was likely beyond his purview, considering his relatively modest standing. After all, there were many within the Dali Temple who possessed greater investigative skills than he did. Shui Xiaoming, noticing Qin Yu lost in thought, sighed deeply that we might have inadvertently offended a significant figure. "You, Prince Consort, need not fear, for your status affords you protection. I, however, may be in trouble." Qin Yu chuckled. "There is no need to be so pessimistic. Whoever is behind Wang Yunxiao's demise has no reason to blame you. Ultimately, it is his own negligence that led to his downfall. Let us hope so." Shui Xiaoming remained in low spirits as he led Qin Yu to the interrogation. Upon discovering that the interrogator was the Dali Temple's chief inspector, Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. The chief inspector was an official of the 5th rank, responsible for reviewing cases and the allocation of personnel. Although his rank was not high, his authority was considerable. The deceased, Wang Yunxiao, was a commoner, while both he and Xue Xiangming were merely low-ranking officials. That the chief inspector himself took a personal interest was indicative of the gravity of the situation. Upon entering the chief inspector's office, Xue Xiaoming respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to the chief inspector." Qin Yu surveyed the room and saw a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Thin and elongated lips, gently stroking his black beard, his expression grave. Just as Qin Yu hesitated to bow, Zhao Qiming stood up, displaying a smile while clasping his hands in salute. "Greetings, Prince Consort," that he then gestured towards a chair. "Please take a seat, Your Highness." Seeing this, Qin Yu refrained from bowing and merely clasped his hands. "Thank you, my lord." After they were seated, Zhao Qiming exchanged pleasantries before inquiring in detail about the events of the day in question. Qin Yu responded while seated, while Xue Xiaoming stood by to report, with a clerk taking detailed notes nearby. Once the routine questioning was concluded, the chief inspector asked both men to verify the details and sign their names. He then clapped his hands, prompting two attendants to enter with a tray. "Your Highness demonstrates remarkable acumen in solving such a significant case. Truly praiseworthy. This is a reward from above. 100 taels of silver, and 2 gathering chi pills. I hope you will accept them graciously." Zhao Qiming was courteous, personally handing the tray to Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy, while he had no shortage of silver after regaining control of the Qin family's power. The gathering chi pills were indeed rare. Crafted from the blood of magical beasts and various spiritual herbs, consuming them would enhance one's internal strength and cultivation. Their exorbitant price rendered them unattainable for most. And while they were available on the market, the most effective ones were those officially sanctioned by the Dacian government, typically reserved for rewarding meritorious individuals. Hence, it was no wonder that Qin Yu was so elated. Xue Xiaoming's reward was significantly lesser, receiving only 50 taels of silver and a single gathering chi pill. Nevertheless, he beamed with joy, secretly grateful to Qin Yu. Had it not been for Qin Yu's success in solving the case, he would have received nothing and faced reprimand instead. After Qin Yu departed, Zhao Qiming meticulously examined the clerk's notes for a long while, eventually letting out a heavy sigh as he headed towards the Court of Judicial Review. Upon seeing him, the warden Gui Yonghuai immediately forced a smile and hurried over, bowing. "I pay my respects to Lord Zhao." Zhao Qiming, impatient, waved his hand. "How is the self-investigation proceeding? Who is responsible?" Gui Yonghuai's face was ashen. "There were 13 guards on duty last night, and I have questioned them all without discovering any suspicious individuals that in my humble opinion, it should be a case of suicide." Zhao Qiming's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. "Suicide? Do you stand by your words?" Gui Yonghuai lowered himself even further, speaking in a trembling voice. "I dare not. This is merely my conjecture. The specifics must be confirmed through further investigation." Zhao Qiming's frown deepened. He sought someone to clarify the matter, but found no suitable candidate. The seasoned officials of the Dali Temple were too familiar with those in the Court of Judicial Review. It was unlikely they could uncover anything meaningful given their collegial ties. After all, one could not resort to severe measures against colleagues. Protection among officials was not a mere saying. Furthermore, such individuals were typically seasoned veterans, with intricate relationships within the Dali Temple, and they might not exert their full effort in the investigation. That if high-ranking officials were implicated, it would be tantamount to inviting trouble that moment. Zhao Qiming's mind sparked with an idea. Qin Yu. His status as the current prince consort would command respect, even among those in the Dali Temple who might otherwise disdain him. His cultivation level as a third-rank minor master would also make him formidable enough to handle any troublesome individuals without significant risk. Most importantly, as a newcomer to the Dali Temple, he lacked convoluted interpersonal ties, making him the most suitable candidate. That I will dispatch someone immediately. Ensure that all those on duty last night remain in the Court of Judicial Review for thorough cooperation in the investigation. Anyone who dares to deceive or conceal information will face severe consequences. Zhao Qiming declared, then swept away, with Gui Yonghuai bowing in farewell. With no case to attend to that day, Qin Yu returned to the constable's quarters and consumed a gathering chi pill to commence his cultivation. After absorbing the effects of one pill, Qin Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. Due to limitations imposed by his martial arts aptitude, the expected benefits from the pill fell short. His cultivation had not advanced significantly. He felt no need to consume the second pill, deeming it a waste. That if only there were techniques to enhance one's aptitude. He lamented, and no matter how advanced the techniques, if one's cultivation did not improve, what use was there? Even if he could elevate the Six Meridians divine sword to the heavenly level, defeating a second-rank master would be futile when faced with a first-rank grandmaster. Qin Yu's thoughts drifted back to the system's tasks, and he felt increasingly despondent. How could he investigate a case that was not his responsibility? Conducting a covert investigation was utterly impossible. The Court of Judicial Review housed serious offenders, and even they could not simply enter and exit at will. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie. "Come in." Qin Yun assumed it was Xue Xiangming, but to his surprise, it was Zhao Qiming who entered, wearing a warm smile, followed closely by Xue Xiangming. Qin Yu's heart raced. The chief inspector's personal visit could hardly bode well. "That I pay my respects to the prince consort." Zhao Qiming bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand. "I am but a humble constable in the Dali Temple, currently on duty. There is no need for such formality, Lord Zhao. Indeed, your highness is most understanding." Zhao Qiming praised before getting straight to the point. "In light of your outstanding performance in the Wang Jingquan murder case, you are hereby tasked with investigating the murder of Wang Yunxiao. You shall lead, with Xue Xiaoming assisting you, and you must uncover the truth in the shortest time possible. Chapter 8. As long as it takes." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a fade of difficulty, displaying a troubled expression. Xue Xiangming, standing behind Zhao Qiming, continuously signaled him to decline. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu shook his head. "Lord Zhao, as a newcomer to the Dali Temple with little experience, I am merely a yellow-level constable. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility?" Xue Xiangming breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Qiming was not so easily dissuaded. He inclined his body slightly, smiling. "Your Highness, you jest. Your investigative abilities are evident to all. Moreover, others have their assignments. While you and Xue Xiaoming are available, that it would be best for you to handle this case." Though he appeared humble and courteous, his tone conveyed an unmistakable insistence that left no room for refusal. "That a smiling tiger." That was Qin Yu's assessment of him. Xue Xiaoming sighed deeply, visibly dejected. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pretending to hesitate for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "I will do my utmost." Zhao Qiming laughed heartily. "Fear not, Prince Consort. Once this case concludes, I shall certainly elevate your rank and reward you generously." Qin Yu could only smile helplessly. "Thank you, my lord. Time is of the essence. You must act swiftly." Zhao Qiming urged before turning to leave. As soon as he was out of earshot, Xue Xiaoming glanced around to ensure there were no outsiders present. Then his expression turned to one of anger. "What do you mean, saying others have their assignments? That is sheer nonsense. That old scoundrel is clearly trying to pass this hot potato on to us." Qin Yu sighed. "What can we do? He is, after all, a superior. I cannot defy orders." Xue Xiaoming sighed repeatedly. After a moment, a glint sparked in his eyes, and he leaned closer to Qin Yu, whispering, "Your Highness, it would be best if you do not pursue this matter seriously. Just give it a superficial treatment." "Why?" "I just inquired outside and learned that Wang Jingquan had collected incriminating evidence against a certain high-ranking official, and before he could report it, he was killed by his own son. The internal strife is perilous. It would be wise for us to avoid getting entangled in this mess." Xue Xiangming, with a face full of worry, spoke up. Qin Yu, however, was unconcerned about the implications behind it all. Completing the mission and enhancing his strength were the paramount concerns. That T.O. assuaged Xue Xiaoming's anxiety. He pondered for a moment before displaying a nonchalant smile. "You are overthinking it. That we are investigating the murder of Wang Yunxiao, not the evidence in Wang Jingquan's possession. That it shouldn't involve us." Noticing Xue Xiangming's lingering apprehension, Qin Yu added, "Moreover, it is highly likely that this incident was orchestrated by individuals from the Tingwei prison. Such lowly cannon fodder cannot possibly implicate significant figures. The true masterminds are surely well concealed, and there is no need for them to target us unnecessarily." After contemplating for a moment, Xue Xiaoming's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "That makes sense." Soon, the two arrived at the Tingwei prison. When the prison officer Gui Yonghuai saw Qin Yu, he was taken aback that a mere yellow-level constable had come to investigate such a major case. However, recalling Qin Yu's status as a prince and a newcomer to the Dali Temple, he realized the situation and cursed Zhao Qiming, the old fox, inwardly, that he too hoped to uncover the traitor, as this incident had put him in a difficult position. If no one stepped forward to take responsibility, he would face severe penalties. Thus, he was very cooperative, personally escorting Qin Yu to the 13 prison guards on duty that night, and after instructing them to fully cooperate. He discreetly left the scene to avoid suspicion. Qin Yu instructed Xue Xiangming to question the guards while he examined the crime scene. Wang Yunxiao bore no visible wounds. His skeleton was intact, without fractures, and there were no bruises beneath the skin. This led to the preliminary conclusion that the deceased had not suffered external assault. Qin Yu then inspected the nails, eye sockets, tongue, and blood, effectively ruling out the possibility of poisoning. The case soon fell into a stalemate. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Investigating a case was truly no simple task that in his previous life he had never engaged in criminal investigation. Having only watched a few legal dramas, his previous success in solving a case stemmed from his keen observation, which had revealed the murderer's slip-up. Now, however, he found himself at a loss, just as he prepared to leave. A jug of wine and 2 plates of food in the corner of the cell caught his attention that in Tingwei prison, inmates typically subsisted on communal meals, and even a hint of oil was considered a luxury. These wine and dishes must have been brought in by someone, indicating that the issue might lie here. Qin Yu picked up the wine jug and shook it. Only a little remained, but he brought the mouth of the bottle to his nose and inhaled. The fragrant aroma of osmanthus wine was evident, common in the capital, and he found nothing particularly amiss. Setting down the wine bottle, Qin Yu turned his gaze to the side dishes, 1 plate of beef and another of peanuts. Both nearly depleted. After a careful examination, he discerned no signs of poison. However, given that he lacked expertise in this area, he sent someone to summon a poison examiner from the Dali Temple. The result came back that the poison examiner had already checked, and the food and wine were free of any issues. The case was at an impasse, leaving Qin Yu without leads that in a moment of desperation, he called forth the guards on duty that night to question them at the crime scene. Who delivered these food and wine to the deceased? It was me, Your Highness. One guard stepped forward, looking somewhat apprehensive. Why did you not allow Wang Yunxiao to eat the prison food? Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the guard, seeking any hint of guilt. Reporting to Your Highness, it was the Wang family's steward who implored me to provide some food for Wang Yunxiao. I momentarily softened and agreed. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. What do you mean momentarily softened? Clearly, you were offered a reward. Such situations were common in prisons, and it had nothing to do with him. He needed to focus on the case. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, Qin Yu decided to employ a straightforward tactic, but he resolved to bait the guard and observe his reaction for any abnormalities. So, you poisoned the food and wine, resulting in Wang Yunxiao's death, Qin Yu demanded sternly. The guard's face contorted with grievance. Your Highness, the poison examiner has declared it safe. You cannot unjustly accuse me. Qin Yu retorted coldly. There exists a colorless and odorless poison that does not manifest any symptoms of poisoning after ingestion. Just because the poison examiner from the Dali Temple could not detect it does not mean the Ministry of Justice's examiner cannot uncover it. That if necessary, I shall summon someone from the palace. The truth will undoubtedly come to light. The guard, now panicking, protested. To avoid any mishaps, I obtained this wine and food from the Dali Temple's kitchen with my own money. How could there be any issues? Moreover, before delivering it to the inmate, I tested it with a silver needle. There's no need for you to complicate matters by seeking assistance. It merely suggests that the Dali Temple lacks capable personnel. If there is poison, I could simply consume it myself to ascertain. The guard, displaying a surprising boldness, bent down and grabbed a few pieces of beef, tossing them into his mouth, followed by several peanuts. Chewing quickly before swallowing, if it were poisoned, would I dare eat it? Not only would I eat it, but I would also drink. With that, the guard lifted the wine bottle, tilting his head back and gulping it down. See? I am perfectly fine. Your Highness, if you believe the poison will take effect after a while, I can wait here for as long as necessary. Qin Yu sighed internally. It seemed this guard was not involved. But who could the true culprit be? Just as he was at a loss, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the guard's complexion changed dramatically, and he hastily sat down, commencing to circulate his internal energy. No one had anticipated such a development, and a wave of alarm spread through the room. Poisoned! Quick, save him! We must not allow him to perish. The onlookers were aghast. Could it be that he truly poisoned himself? Crowds surged forward, desperate to assist the guard. Qin Yu, too, sprang into action, employing the Lingbo Weibo technique to appear before the guard in an instant, pressing his palms against the guard's chest, attempting to protect his heart with his formidable internal energy. He was willing to let the guard die, but before that, the truth must be revealed. Those who had just moved felt a shadow flicker, and then they beheld Qin Yu standing before the guard, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Even Xue Xiangming wore a face of incredulity. During their last encounter at Wang Yunxiao's residence, he had not witnessed such swiftness from the prince. This speed surpassed even that of a second-grade master he had once had the fortune to see. In this moment, Xue Xiangming perceived Qin Yu as unfathomable. The others in attendance shared similar sentiments. With Qin Yu's back turned to the crowd, Xue Xiangming, feeling a surge of instinct, stepped forward and coldly declared, "Step back. This guard has already been poisoned," indicating he is the murderer. Among his colleagues may lie accomplices who, in a bid to prevent Qin Yu from saving the guard and exposing the true mastermind, could resort to unspeakable actions. Although the odds of a successful ambush were slim, Xue Xiangming sought to eliminate any possibility of such an occurrence, for it was Qin Yu who had saved his life. Just then, Qin Yu rose, somewhat taken aback by the scene. Xue Xiangming turned to glance at the guard, noticing his face turning red and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nervously, he inquired, "Your Highness, he won't die, will he?" Qin Yu's expression held an odd quality, that he won't die. Soon enough, he shall be lively once more. Xue Xiangming was astonished. How so? Because the food and wine indeed contain no poison. If I am not mistaken, the wine itself harbors a spirit that rapidly enhances internal energy. Xue Xiangming was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion at Qin Yu. After a brief contemplation, realization dawned upon him. I understand. Wang Yunxiao died because he consumed this wine. When Wang Yunxiao had been apprehended, his meridians and acupoints had been sealed. Otherwise, with his normal strength, he could never have been subdued did I in such a state. He was no different from an ordinary person that to prevent unforeseen complications. The guard would undoubtedly not have unsealed his meridians. When Wang Yunxiao ingested this wine, infused with potent energy, the overwhelming force erupted without any means of circulation, resulting in ruptured meridians and internal organ failure. Without timely rescue, he was doomed to as all present were martial practitioners. What Xue Xiangming deduced, the others naturally grasped as well. The true murderer was becoming increasingly clear. At that moment, the guard exhaled deeply, his eyes fluttering open, as the immense energy within him finally subsided. Old Li. It was Old Li. The guard erupted in rage. That old bastard is trying to harm me. Old Li was one of the cooks in the Dali Temple's kitchen, responsible for preparing meals for high-ranking officials. Without further ado, Qin Yu led Xue Xiangming towards the kitchen. The prison guards, unjustly detained for questioning, were incensed, and a large contingent followed Qin Yu to demand accountability. Upon arriving at the kitchen, the wronged guard pointed an accusatory finger at Old Li. "You old wretch, betraying your own. You know that the inmates have had their meridians sealed. Yet you still provide them with this wine. This is deliberate murder. Speak up, who ordered you to do this?" Old Li was not old, merely in his 40s, with an unremarkable appearance that made him seem honest and unassuming. Anyone encountering him would hardly suspect him of wrongdoing. Upon hearing the accusations, Old Li was momentarily taken aback, then his expression hardened with defiance. Qin Yu sensed the impending danger and rushed forward, but was still a moment too late. Puffed. Old Li spat out a segment of his tongue, chuckling a few times before collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Qin Yu wore an expression of utter helplessness. The excruciating pain from biting his tongue could cause the remaining portion to retract, obstructing the airway, while the copious blood gushing forth could flow into the respiratory tract, ultimately leading to asphyxiation. Though Qin Yu was aware of these fundamentals, he found himself at a loss for how to save the man. Moreover, he had no intention of doing so. After all, his mission had already been accomplished, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 years of deduction time. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the special ability to deduce the past events of designated individuals. Tip 1. For every year of time consumed, the host can deduce all actions taken by the designated individual in the past day. Consuming 2 years allows the deduction of actions from the past 2 days, and so forth. Tip 2. Deductions can also be made for deceased individuals, with the time consumed doubling. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of delight within. This special ability was simply marvelous. As long as he had sufficient deduction time, there would be no case he could not solve. Of course, this was not the most crucial aspect. What truly mattered was that, should he desire, he could uncover everything anyone had done in the past. In the presence of any individual, there would be no secrets left to hide. He resolutely decided that this time, the deduction time awarded by the system must not be entirely spent on deducing martial arts techniques. He had to reserve some for his own use. Throughout the investigation, numerous eyewitnesses had been present. Therefore, the case quickly formed a solid conclusion. Old Li had been schemed against by the wicked Wang Yunxiao, who subsequently took his own life out of guilt, thus providing an explanation. However, questions arose in tandem. Who had instigated Old Li to commit such an act? And who was he protecting by taking his own life? Given Qin Yu's remarkable talents displayed during the investigation, Zhao Qiming turned his gaze upon him. Qin Yu remained vigilant before Zhao Qiming could speak. He preemptively declined. Lord Zhao, I've just concluded 2 cases. Surely you must allow me a moment of respite. Besides, Old Li is dead. How can we investigate? You cannot expect to command me alone. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the system resounded in his mind. Mission released. Investigate the mastermind behind Old Li and bring him to justice. Completing this mission will grant you additional deduction time and a martial arts manual. Qin Yu was taken aback. His refusal of Zhao Qiming was predicated on the absence of a system mission prompt, who would undertake arduous tasks without any benefit. Yet unexpectedly, after his rejection, a mission was issued by the system. This was quite the predicament. Zhao Qiming contemplated briefly before nodding. Very well, I shall assign someone else to investigate this time. You may take a rest, Your Highness. Chapter 10, Reluctance to Return Thank You. Lord Zhao. Qin Yu clasped his hands and turned his gaze to Old Li's corpse that if a direct investigation was unfeasible, then he must proceed covertly. The mission was imperative. System, deduce what Old Li was engaged in yesterday. Qin Yu silently commanded within. Ding, deduction commencing. Yesterday afternoon, after Old Li had finished preparing lunch for the gentleman, he went to the Chuanfang Pavilion to indulge in revelry. As dusk approached, he encountered his drinking companion Wang Fugue, both of whom were regular patrons of the establishment. Wang Fugue invited Old Li to partake in the pleasures of the Chuanfang Pavilion and tasked him with a certain errand that if anyone approached him seeking to purchase wine and dishes, he was to secretly mix in Haiyuan powder. Old Li refused. Wang Fugue resorted to threats against his family's lives, yet Old Li remained steadfast in his refusal, returning home in a fit of rage. Upon arriving home, Old Li's wife informed him that a mysterious sum of 100 taels of gold had appeared, while their only son had gone missing to prevent the Li family lineage from being extinguished. Old Li had no choice but to concede, instructing his wife to safeguard the gold and to maintain silence. Before returning to the Chuanfang Pavilion, at this juncture, Qin Yu ceased to pay attention to the subsequent details. He had already gleaned the information he sought. The regular patron of the Chuanfang Pavilion, Wang Fugue, that if he could locate this individual, the truth would soon be unveiled. However, the challenge lay in how to find him. Utilizing the resources of the Dali Temple was evidently not an option. As a mere yellow-level constable, he lacked such authority, and moreover, this case was not under his jurisdiction. Furthermore, the Dali Temple was not a monolith. A leak of information could easily alert the quarry, compelling the enigmatic Wang Fugue to go into hiding. Thus, the only viable method to locate this Wang Fugue was for him to take matters into his own hands. To indulge in revelry, then, Qin Yu mused with a faint smile, feeling a sense of anticipation. During his previous life, his father, Qin Jintian, had enforced strict discipline, forbidding him from frequenting such establishments. After marrying Princess Qiangyao, his apprehensions had only intensified. But now, it mattered little. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could hardly deprive himself of enjoyment, could he? As Qin Yu exited the Dali Temple after his shift, Shui Xiaoming hurriedly caught up with him. Your Highness, what is it? Qin Yu halted and inquired, in gratitude for your life-saving grace, I wish to invite your Highness to dine at Chuanyi Tower. Might you honor me with your presence? Shui Xiaoming bowed slightly, his demeanor cautious. Having spent many years within the Dali Temple, Shui Xiaoming had encountered countless nobles, yet had never met anyone as approachable as Qin Yu. Not only had Qin Yu saved his life, but he had also been rewarded for his association with him. With a major case cracked today, he anticipated further rewards tomorrow, thus feeling immensely grateful that he believed he ought to express his appreciation somehow. However, he felt a tinge of anxiety, wondering if someone of Qin Yu's stature would accept his invitation. To his surprise, Qin Yu readily acquiesced. Very well. Yet, the subsequent words left him in a predicament. Chuanyi Tower will not suffice. Let us rather go to Chuanfang Pavilion. Noticing the change in Shui Xiaoming's expression, Qin Yu inquired with curiosity, "Is there a problem?" "Well," Shui Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Your Highness, I only possess the 50 taels of silver just awarded to me today, which may be a bit insufficient at Xuanfang Pavilion. Such establishments were notoriously expensive for food and drink. While 50 taels of silver might suffice for the food, the real expense lay in the company of women that a person of your Highness's status would surely not settle for just any woman. Should he desire a top-tier companion, that sum would be utterly inadequate. Even if he emptied his family's savings, it likely would not suffice." Qin Yu paused momentarily, then suddenly realized there is no need for you to spend any money. Simply accompany me for a few drinks that appropriate. For your Highness to treat me to drinks in such a place. Shui Xiaoming felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. "Do you not wish to?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "How could I dare?" Shui Xiaoming quickly bowed again. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Chuanfang Pavilion. Gazing at the opulently decorated hall and the young women adorned in vibrant attire, beckoning patrons with silken handkerchiefs, Shui Xiaoming suddenly came to a halt. "Your Highness, is it suitable for you to come to a place like this? Why should it be inappropriate?" Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, striding inside with confidence. "Princess Qiangyao forbids me from indulging in her presence. Must I then deny myself pleasure elsewhere? What does reputation matter to me?" He secretly hoped that Emperor Qianwu would learn of his actions, thus using it as an excuse to dissolve his marriage with Princess Qiangyao, sparing him the discomfort of returning home. Shui Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him, and if his Highness was unafraid, what was there for him to fear? "Ah, you've arrived, my lord. Please come in." The women at the entrance greeted them enthusiastically. These courtesans, who rarely ventured outside, did not recognize the newcomer as the current prince consort. However, the madam was different. In this line of work, a keen eye was paramount, and she recognized Qin Yu's identity immediately, her excitement nearly causing her to lose her composure. Though Qin Jintian was deceased, he had left behind considerable assets. If she could cater to Qin Yu's needs, she was certain to be well compensated. That not the prince consort? A distinguished guest. "Ladies, gather around," the madam bellowed, summoning the courtesans to present themselves for Qin Yu's selection. Qin Yu showed little reaction, but Shui Xiaoming grew anxious. "Silence, you madam. Do you wish for everyone to know that the prince consort has come to such a place?" As he spoke, Shui Xiaoming cast a glance toward the private rooms on the second floor, arrange a quiet place for his Highness. The madam, realizing her error, swiftly slapped herself on the face, smiling apologetically. "Oh, what a foolish mouth I have. Prince consort, please, follow me upstairs." However, her exclamation had already attracted the attention of the patrons in the main hall, who stared at them in disbelief. Once Qin Yu ascended to the second floor, the atmosphere erupted into chaotic chatter. The prince consort truly came to such a place. Is this not a disgrace to the royal family? How could the celebrated beauty, Princess Qiangyao, even consider such a thing? Come now, if he could enter Princess Qiangyao's chamber, would he need to come to such a place? Indeed, it was a valid point. One could argue that Qin Yu's position as prince consort was rather stifling. Upon arriving on the second floor, Qin Yu selected a window that overlooked the grand entrance, affording him a panoramic view of the entire hall below. Wang Fugue, a frequent patron of the Huafeng Pavilion, was well known to be greeted with exuberant calls upon his arrival, ensuring that his presence was unmistakably acknowledged from his vantage point. Qin Yu could hear every exuberant shout with crystal clarity, but he instructed the old matron to prepare a lavish spread of wine and delicacies. Ordering 2 courtesans, one to play the zither and the other to dance, immersing himself in the indulgence with an air of sophistication. Initially, Shui Xiaoming was somewhat reserved, but it wasn't long before he became thoroughly engrossed in the revelry. Chapter 11. The afterimage departs with his eyes partially closed. Qin Yu feigned attentiveness to the music, his fingers lightly tapping a rhythm on the table, appearing no different from the other patrons seeking pleasure in this establishment. However, his mind was far from the entertainment at hand. Having completed his task, he had gained 200 years of simulation time, utilizing 2 years to project the events of the previous day concerning old Li, leaving him with 198 years remaining that he intended to devote 150 years to the simulation of martial arts techniques, reserving the rest for future use. Yet he found himself uncertain whether to simulate the Six Meridians Divine Sword or the Floating Step. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu resolved to simulate the Six Meridians Divine Sword, prioritizing the enhancement of his offensive capabilities. System: allocate 150 years to simulate the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Ding! The simulation commences. You have witnessed the prowess of the Six Meridians Divine Sword and are aware that this profound technique has yet to reach its zenith. You choose to exert your utmost efforts in the simulation. Regrettably, the difficulty of the simulation far exceeds your expectations, consuming 70 years to barely reach the intermediate level of the Earth tier, still falling short of your aspirations. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, expending another 80 years in the endeavor. Yet contrary to his wishes, the simulation did not ascend to a higher echelon that he could sense that he was tantalizingly close, just a fraction away. Faced with these results, Qin Yu found himself at a loss. The time required to reach higher tiers was accumulating rapidly, and he hesitated whether to expend the remaining time on further simulations. After a moment of deep reflection, he made a decision. System: allocate 30 years to continue simulating the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Should this attempt fail, he planned to abandon the endeavor entirely, ensuring he retained some time for personal cultivation. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. After a fierce internal struggle, he resolved to invest another 30 years in the simulation. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. 30 years later, he finally advanced the Six Meridians Divine Sword to the high tier of the Earth level. Notification: remaining simulation time is 18 years. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy that a profound realization washed over him, revealing numerous areas for improvement in his previous application of the Six Meridians Divine Sword. He was confident that should he wield it again, its power would undoubtedly elevate to a new tier. Eager to test his sword, he found, however, that the current setting was far from suitable and thus restrained his enthusiasm. As the crowd began to thin, Qin Yu noticed that the esteemed Wang Fugue had yet to make an appearance. Naturally, he would not linger in such an establishment to spend the night with courtesans. As a dignified prince consort, he was not one to seek the company of such women. Relieved, Xue Xiaoming took it upon himself to settle the bill, deeming it within his means that by the time Qin Yu returned to his residence. Night had fallen, and Su Qiao awaited him at the entrance, her eyes bright with anticipation. Seeing him approach at a leisurely pace, she rushed forward in delight. "Young master, you have finally returned." Qiao was nearly beside herself with worry. Qin Yu paused momentarily, touched by her concern. This young girl had waited for him at the gates of the estate. In all of Deqian, she was perhaps the only one who truly cared for him. "Do not wait so foolishly at the door in the future," he advised, gently ruffling her hair with a warm smile. "How could Qiao sleep without knowing if the young master has returned?" She replied, her charming nose wrinkling adorably as she rearranged her hair. "Have you eaten? If not, I can have the kitchen prepare a late-night snack for you. I have already dined." Qin Yu replied, strolling further inside with Su Qiao trailing behind. "You smell strongly of alcohol, young master. Surely you have consumed quite a bit. Would you like me to have the kitchen prepare some hangover soup?" "No need. I feel perfectly fine." "That is good to hear. I have prepared your bathwater. Would you like to take a soak?" "Yes, indeed, ditto. By the way," when night fell, Mingyue came to inquire about your whereabouts. Qin Yu's brow furrowed, halting in his tracks. "That oh dear." Su Qiao collided with his back. Stepping back in a flustered manner, her head lowered. "That I apologize, young master. There is no need to be overly cautious around me. Relax." Qin Yu reassured her before continuing onward that Mingyue's inquiry had caught him off guard. Yet he paid it little mind. Should she dare to offend him again, he would not let it slide. After finishing his bath and seeing off the blushing Su Qiao, Qin Yu eagerly exited the courtyard. Channeling the Six Meridians Divine Sword, with a sudden thrust of his right middle finger skyward, a sharp sword chi surged forth, accompanied by a low, resonant sound of slicing air. Chirp! The sword of the Six Meridians unleashed. A smile crept upon Qin Yu's lips, for its power surpassed that of the Shang sword from before. 180 years of simulation time had not been squandered that if he could elevate the Six Meridians Divine Sword to the celestial tier. What terrifying might would it possess? He was filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment the sword chi was unleashed, Princess Qiangyao, who had been cultivating in the back garden, suddenly opened her eyes. Her face alight with excitement. That mysterious figure has appeared once more. The previous sword chi had been fierce and imposing, akin to a thunderstorm tearing through the heavens. This time, however, it exuded a sense of artistry and elusiveness. Yet the momentum was no less formidable. Indeed, it was even stronger. The stark contrast between the two styles was truly astonishing. In awe, Princess Qiangyao transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the source of the sword chi. However, as she emerged, the presence of the sword chi had vanished without a trace. Her delicate brows knitted in disappointment. She lamented inwardly, while she could generally sense the direction from which the sword chi had emanated. Pinpointing its exact location was impossible. Finding that enigmatic figure was now out of the question, she sighed in resignation. A familiar voice suddenly called out, "Who goes there, daring to invade the prince consort's residence at night?" The speaker was none other than Qin Yu, who had just completed his simulation of the Zhongcheng sword. Under the brilliant moonlight and amidst the twinkling stars, Princess Qiangyao stood resplendent upon the rooftop. Her white garments billowing gently in the evening breeze, resembling waves in motion, a vision of unparalleled grace. Qin Yu stood in the courtyard, his brow furrowed as he observed her silhouette, his internal energy surging through his meridians like an enraged dragon poised to strike. Princess Qiangyao turned her head slightly, remarking, "You are quite diligent, still practicing at such a late hour." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then his realization washed over him, his demeanor growing cold. Perched upon the eaves and traversing the rafters. "Princess, you certainly possess an exquisite taste for nocturnal pursuits," he retorted before turning on his heel and retreating to his room, slamming the door shut. He could not fathom why this woman had appeared before him. Nor did he care. Her mere presence was irksome. Princess Qiangyao furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Qin Yu's closed door before turning her gaze toward the horizon, determination glimmering in her beautiful eyes. "I must find this remarkable figure. With his assistance, my swordsmanship may finally reach its pinnacle." Resolute, Princess Qiangyao transformed into a fleeting shadow, departing swiftly. Chapter 12. The exiled immortal. The following morning, Qin Yu arrived punctually at the Dali Temple, where Xue Xiaoming greeted him with a respectful bow. "Greetings, Prince Consort." "Rise. There is no need for such formality. After all, I am your subordinate." Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "You are a person of esteemed rank." "Prince Consort, such decorum cannot be disregarded," Xue Xiaoming replied earnestly, before shifting the topic. "That I have heard that Zhao Qiming's men uncovered 100 taels of gold at Old Li's residence, and his only son has been missing for half a day. Likely coerced. Who is responsible for this coercion?" Qin Yu's mind sparked with urgency that if the Dali Temple's other officials discovered the truth before him, his mission would remain unfulfilled. Although this is yet to be confirmed. Old Li has not disclosed specifics to his wife. Currently, Zhao Qiming is floundering around like a headless chicken, investigating his social connections, starting from within the Dali Temple. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Old Li had served as a chef in the Dali Temple for over a decade. There was no one in the temple he didn't know. The internal investigation was lengthy and fraught with difficulties. And no one could say how long it would take. That he understood that Zhao Qiming's intent behind this arrangement was to root out the internal traitors within the Dali Temple, potentially triggering a purge. If high-ranking officials were implicated, and once they were taken down, he would have the opportunity to ascend further. Whether or not outsiders had bribed Old Li was of little concern to him. However, it was also possible that Zhao Qiming was aware of this and had commenced an investigation into Old Li's external social connections. Thus, the time available to him was limited. The Chuanfang Pavilion. He would have to go today. Not long after, Zhao Qiming sent someone to present an award and a reward. Qin Yu was promoted to the rank of Xian level captor, receiving 2 qi gathering pills and 100 taels of silver. Fulfilling the promise made earlier, such rapid advancement was indeed an exceptional promotion. However, Qin Yu felt little about it. A Xian level captor remained a minor official. Xue Xiaoming, on the other hand, was elated, repeatedly bowing in gratitude towards Qin Yu. He had done nothing but follow Qin Yu to reap the rewards. With no new cases arising that day, the two remained on duty at the Dali Temple, the Qin residence. Mingyue arrived in the back garden around midday, respectfully kneeling on the ground to report to Li Qiangyao, who was seated cross-legged among the flowers. Your Highness, I have investigated thoroughly. The reason the prince consort returned so late last night was that he went to the Chuanfang pavilion. Mingyue spoke with a hint of hesitation. For that day, Qinyu had struck too fiercely, and his face still bore the marks of swelling. What sort of place is the Chuanfang pavilion? Princess Qiangyao opened her eyes. Her face filled with confusion. Mingyue showed signs of hesitation, her mouth opening and closing as if debating whether to speak. Seeing this, Princess Qiangyao's expression darkened slightly. Are you planning to deceive me? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I was just worried that upon hearing this news, you might become unwell. Mingyue spoke with trepidation, lowering her head and carefully adding, the Chuanfang Pavilion is a place where men seek fleeting pleasures. And last night, the prince consort was inside. Boom! As her words fell, an imposing and terrifying aura erupted from Princess Qiangyao. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, bending the flowers and sending petals swirling through the air, reshaping Mingyue's entire face. How dare he? Princess Qiangyao's face turned frost-like, her eyes ablaze with fury, her breath quickening. Witnessing the usually unflappable Princess Qiangyao in such a state of disarray, Mingyue quickly lowered her head, feigning terror, all the while reveling inwardly. The esteemed prince consort had dared to visit such a place. What face would the princess have left? What dignity would the royal family retain? Let her rage. Let her roar. It would be best if she could eliminate that wretched Qinyu. Mingyue's heart echoed with silent outbursts. Indeed, Princess Qiangyao was furious. She wished to rush to the Dali Temple immediately and strike down Qinyu with a single sword. However, she soon suppressed her anger, forcing herself to regain composure. Acting impulsively would only lead to greater ridicule. Simultaneously, she began to discern some inconsistencies. She had already restored Qin Yu's status in the residence, and the Qin household lacked for beautiful maidservants. The one serving Qin Yu, named Su Qiaoqiao, was particularly stunning that if Qin Yu desired, he could have Su Qiaoqiao at any time. Why then seek out such unclean women? With this thought, Princess Qiangyao inquired, did he engage in any illicit acts with those fallen women? Seeing Princess Qiangyao's fury dissipate, Mingyue sighed inwardly with disappointment, contemplating whether to embellish the story. Yet, recalling the princess's terrifying demeanor, she held her tongue, didn't know, the entire time the private room's window was open. He only summoned 2 courtesans who sell their art, not their virtue, to enjoy the music and wine, accompanied by a colleague. Investigate that colleague, and see if he incited this behavior, that if so, break his limbs, Princess Qiangyao coldly commanded. After a shift, Qin Yu took Xue Xiaoming to the Chuanfang Pavilion to listen to music, once again summoning the same 2 courtesans and enjoying the same tunes as the day before. This time, Xue Xiaoming seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing outside at the alluring women. Gulping discreetly, that as the number of guests dwindled, the man named Wang Fugue still did not appear. Qin Yu gradually lost patience. He decided to disguise himself and return to the Chuanfang Pavilion tomorrow to inquire directly with the madam. His current identity was unsuitable, that if you wish to pursue this, then go ahead. I shall return first. Qin Yu stood and announced, perhaps it is best to refrain. It is rather expensive. Xue Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin residence, Qin Yu spotted Su Qiaoqiao standing on the steps. Anxiously scanning the surroundings, that a sense of warmth washed over him, mixed with a hint of helplessness. This girl was once again waiting for him. Young master, you have returned. Upon seeing him, Su Qiaoqiao's face blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating the dark night considerably. Qin Yu's previously gloomy mood lightened at that moment. Yes, I have returned. Su Qiaoqiao rushed over, sniffing the air. Young master, have you been drinking again? Yes, Qin Yu nodded as he walked inside. I knew you must have been socializing, that I had the kitchen prepare a hangover soup. Su Qiaoqiao followed closely behind, that I won't drink. I haven't overindulged. Then perhaps a bit of millet porridge, which I cooked myself. I already said I haven't overindulged. Young master, next time you go out, please take Xiao with you, that I worry when no one is by your side. Absolutely not. Qin Yu firmly rejected. What nonsense. A place like the Chuanfang Pavilion is no place for a naive girl like you. As they conversed, the two entered the inner courtyard, that a figure stood atop the osmanthus tree at the entrance of a room, her white dress shimmering in the moonlight, her long black hair gently swaying, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Chapter 13. Drinking flower, wine, wow, so beautiful, Su Qiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. Qin Yu, however, felt that Princess Qiao was somewhat pretentious. Did the ground not suffice for her? Must she perch upon a branch? All right, Qiao, you may return. Qin Yu chose to ignore Princess Qiao and strode towards the room. Wait, I have something to discuss with you, Princess Qiao suddenly interjected, her tone calm yet indifferent. Qin Yu halted, coldly replying, Speak. That place is best avoided. It tarnishes my royal dignity, that if someone were to report it, you could face consequences. Royal dignity? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. I haven't even seen my lawful wife. Is this what you call royal dignity? Hearing this, Princess Qiao's delicate brows furrowed. It is one thing to express such grievances to me. Do not speak carelessly in public. And if I do, if His Majesty were to find out, it would be ideal to strip you of your title as Prince Consort. Then wouldn't we both be free? With that, Qin Yu returned to his room and slammed the door shut. Princess Qiao sighed inwardly, glancing at Su Qiao, who stood in the courtyard, somewhat at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke, How old are you this year? In response to your highness, I am 16, Su Qiao replied softly, her voice sweet and gentle. You are of an age to serve in the chamber. Be proactive. Do you understand? Su Qiao's face turned crimson, her head lowered, unsure of what to say, her heart racing like a startled deer. To serve Qin Yu in the chamber had always been her fervent desire. Yet being asked to take the initiative left her at a loss. Moreover, she had no idea whether Qin Yu harbored any interest in her. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiao resolved to ask Princess Qiao for advice on how to be proactive. However, upon looking up, she found that Princess Qiao had already vanished. That moment, Princess Qiao had returned to the back garden, closing her eyes in meditation within her chamber, struggling to find inner peace. Mingyue had relayed the findings. It was not Qin Yu's colleague who instigated this. He had requested to go himself. Although he had yet to engage in any illicit activities with those worldly women, who could say what the future held? What face would she have left if her father were to find out? He would undoubtedly reprimand Qin Yu. Her own actions were widely known, and she would surely face censure. How could she compel herself to serve Qin Yu? Was she truly to submit to him? Yet he had visited such places. With this thought, Princess Qiao opened her eyes, her face filled with anger. Truly a useless lump. If he continues to linger in such filthy places, do not blame me for further restricting his freedom. The following morning, Qin Yu rose early, that Su Qiao was already waiting outside. Upon hearing movement, she knocked and entered, meticulously attending to his washing and dining. Recalling the scene from last night, when Su Qiao had marveled at Princess Qiao, Qin Yu felt a surge of irritation. The only person who treated him well and remained loyal was envying Princess Qiao. He realized he needed a capable assistant by his side and contemplated nurturing Su Qiao's potential. Qiao, have you ever considered practicing martial arts? I have thought about it. Su Qiao nodded, her voice laden with regret as she remarked, In the days when the master was still alive, he once arranged for me to learn martial arts. Unfortunately, my aptitude was rather poor, and I could not grasp it, so I ultimately gave up. Qin Yu recalled this matter and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Despite possessing a divine-level deduction system, capable of elevating martial arts techniques to an extraordinary level, his cultivation aptitude was abysmally low, and he struggled to make any progress in his realm, that if only there were a technique to enhance martial arts aptitude. This would allow both him and Su Qiao to swiftly augment their strength. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Qin Yu made his way to the Dali Temple. Upon arriving at the constable's office, Shui Xiaoming approached him, saying, Your Highness, just now, Lord Zhao Qiming sent a message asking you to pay him a visit. What is it about? I suspect it pertains to old Li's case. The heavenly rank constables have been investigating for over a day with no progress. That scoundrel Zhao Qiming must want you to look into it. Shui Xiaoming sighed heavily. Qin Yu felt a surge of hope. If that were indeed the case, he would have a legitimate reason to investigate this matter. However, Shui Xiaoming wore a worried expression and cautioned, Your Highness, someone who could instill such fear in old Li as to drive him to suicide must have a formidable background. You need not climb the social ladder. Your family's assets are sufficient for a carefree life. Best to leave such dangerous matters to others. Understood. Qin nodded. Though he remained unconcerned, he certainly had no desire to ascend the ranks, yet the completion of the system's tasks was imperative, as they were the only means to alter his fate. Soon, he found himself before the chief investigator, Zhao Qiming. Your Highness, you have finally arrived, Zhao Qiming beamed, clasping his hands in a perfunctory greeting, and without allowing Qin Yu to speak, he delved into the matter at hand. You must take over the case concerning old Li. Those incompetent fools have turned up no valuable leads. More work for the capable, so you cannot refuse. Qin Yu feigned a look of difficulty, stating, I am merely an elementary constable. I fear I may not handle such internal matters well. Who says that? Zhao Qiming shot back, his eyes widening, speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent. In my years at the Dali Temple, I have never encountered anyone more talented at solving cases than you. This matter is yours alone. He was truly out of options. The day before, he had summoned the most capable heavenly-ranked constables at the Dali Temple to begin their investigation internally, only to find them engaging in idle chatter, sipping tea, and failing to confront any officials. How could they possibly yield results under such circumstances? After much contemplation, he concluded that entrusting the case to Qin Yu was the most prudent choice. Qin Yu seized the opportunity, hesitating briefly before nodding. Very well. Then I must trouble you, Your Highness. Let Xue Xiangming be your assistant. Should this case be resolved, you will surely receive your due rewards. Zhao Qiming laughed heartily. After bidding farewell, Qin Yu relayed the situation to Xue Xiangming, who sighed in resignation, yet felt powerless, ultimately accompanying him to interrogate old Li's wife and analyze old Li's social connections. Of course, this was merely a formality. Eventually, he focused his attention on a character named Wang Fugue under the pretense of official business, and together with Xue Xiangming, they ventured to the Chuanfang Pavilion for some leisurely entertainment. At that hour, the Chuanfang Pavilion was still relatively empty, and upon seeing him, the madam of the house was overjoyed. Oh, Lord Qin, your visit today is most fortuitous. We have just received a talented and beautiful maiden, untouched and pure. Would you care to take the lead? No need for that. Just have the two courtesans perform their music and dance for my amusement. Qin Yu waved his hand, declining the offer. What a pity, the madam sighed, instructing her staff to prepare food and drink. Since this was a legitimate inquiry, Qin Yu felt no need for discretion. Once the two courtesans arrived, he closed the door and inquired. Are you familiar with a patron named Wang Fugue? I hear he is a frequent visitor here. The two women exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison that we are not acquainted with such a gentleman. Your Highness, perhaps you should consult Mama's son? Indeed. Mama's son manages all comings and goings and knows all the regulars. Unlike us courtesans who serve fewer patrons, they referred to Mama's son, the madam of the Chuanfang Pavilion. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, but chose not to act immediately. Asking the madam directly was a sound strategy, but risked alarming the quarry. Given the early hour, he decided to wait that if Wang Fugue did not appear today, he could always inquire later. Thereafter, Qin Yu indulged in food and drink as a regular patron would. Xue Xiangming was exceedingly cooperative, refraining from mentioning the investigation, focusing solely on the meal while preparing for any potential developments. Which pleased Qin Yu. About an hour later, a voice drifted up from below. Oh, isn't that Lord Wang Fugue? You haven't graced us with your presence in quite some time. Our girls have missed you dearly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rose and peered out the window that a rotund middle-aged man in a brocade robe, flaunting a prominent belly, strolled in, playfully tossing two steel balls in his hands as he surveyed the young women within, his gaze rife with lewdness. That I suppose you're here for my coin. As he spoke, Wang Fugue slapped the madam's rear and chuckled. It's a pity your establishment lacks quality girls. I must seek pleasure elsewhere. The madam, unperturbed, shot him a playful glance and replied, Oh, what a thing to say. Our Chuanfang Pavilion is hardly lacking in beautiful women. Today, we just received a lovely maiden of exceptional talent and virtue. Waiting just for you. Wang Fugue's eyes lit up, his thick lips licking in anticipation just as his expression turned sharp and wary. Glancing up toward the second-floor room, did I end that instant? Qin Yu leaped from the window, landing directly in front of him. You are Wang Fugue? I am, and you are? Wang Fugue paused, his tone rising in surprise. Your Highness? He had not expected the esteemed prince to visit such a place. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Accompany me to the Dali Temple. where you will clarify your instructions to Old Li regarding the poisoning of Wang Yunxiao. That a fleeting look of panic crossed Wang Fugui's eyes, soon replaced by hearty laughter. Your Highness must be jesting. I do not know anyone named Old Li, nor have I heard of Wang Yunxiao. Surely you are mistaken. I am merely a straightforward businessman. Are you still trying to deny it? Qin Yu sneered. Old Li committed suicide, but he confided the entire story to his wife. She hesitated to disclose it out of fear of retribution against her son. Yet after our rigorous interrogation, she ultimately revealed everything. You presume to condemn me as a murderer based on mere words. Absurd. Even if you are a prince, without irrefutable evidence, you cannot unjustly accuse an innocent person. Wang Fugue feigned indignation, but internally, he was a bundle of nerves. Old Li had taken great care to conceal his actions, and Wang Fugue had not anticipated detection, which is why he had delayed dealing with Old Li and his family, planning to clean up after the storm had passed. Now was not the time for complications. Who could have foreseen Qin Yu emerging to unveil the truth and implicate him as the mastermind? By the time he learned of the developments, it was too late. The Dali Temple had already taken Old Li's family into custody. Thus, he had gone into hiding, fearful that the situation would expose him. During this time, he had discreetly inquired and learned that the Dali Temple had determined the matter to be an internal affair, with investigators slacking off, which had brought him some relief. Eager to relax, he had come to the Chuanfang Pavilion, only to encounter Qin Yu, who had directly accused him of orchestrating the crime. Unbeknownst to him, Old Li's wife was utterly unaware of anything, and Qin Yu was merely attempting to deceive him. Without evidence from Old Li's wife, are you suggesting I will wait here to capture you? Enough of your nonsense. Accompany me to the Dali Temple for an investigation. The one who abducted Old Li has already been apprehended. Let us see how you continue to deny it. Qin Yu declared coldly. Xue Xiangming produced iron chains, adding ominously, once you are in the Dali Temple, no mouth shall remain unpried. Come along quietly. The crime of hiring a murderer was a capital offense. And with the notorious reputation of the Dali Temple, entering its confines would be akin to enduring a fate worse than death. Given his status, those behind him would only regard him as a pawn, offering no rescue. There was even the possibility of them arranging to eliminate him outright. Wang Fugue was now thoroughly frightened. His only option for survival lay in fleeing. It wasn't me. I refused to go. With that, he turned and bolted, moving with astonishing speed that belied his corpulent form. Yet Qin Yu, possessing the skill of the wave-skimming step, was swifter still. Thinking to escape? Utter folly, before the words had fully left his lips. Qin Yu had already moved, swiftly rushing to Wang Fugue's back and striking towards the back of his head. Wang Fugue, possessing considerable strength himself, abruptly turned, unleashing a left punch that howled like a venomous dragon, aimed directly at Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu, with an air of indifference, had no intention of taking his life. Thus, he tempered his strength, raising his palm to gently meet the blow. Bang! A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Wang Fugue could distinctly feel his hand shatter into fragments, his complexion paling to that of parchment, pain etched across his face. Nonetheless, he was a man of grit. With a grunt, he gritted his teeth and uttered no further words. Utilizing Qin Yu's force to hastily retreat, he understood that in terms of both speed and strength, he was no match for Qin Yu. Therefore, while retreating, his right hand suddenly swung out, sending two iron balls hurtling towards Qin Yu's chest, hoping to slow him down and secure an opportunity to escape that a mere trick of a novice. Qin Yu scoffed, deftly flicking his middle finger twice. Two tangible sword energies shot forth, imbued with a terrifyingly sharp aura, instantly shattering the iron balls into smithereens, leaving all present wide-eyed in astonishment. What other methods do you possess? Reveal them all. Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene as he gazed intently at Wang Fugue. Inside, Wang Fugue was tumultuous, disbelief written all over his face. How could fingers possibly emit sword energy? Impossible! This was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 15. Remarkable surprises. Anyone with a modicum of martial arts knowledge understood that manifesting sword energy through one's fingers was unattainable. Even those renowned sword masters, celebrated across the lands, required a sword as a medium to unleash sword energy. Not even the legendary higher-tier beings had been known to accomplish such a feat yet, This violation of martial common sense had been achieved by a universally recognized waste of a prince consort, utterly shattering Wang Fugui's worldview. Not only him, but Xue Xiangming and all others present were equally astounded. They too were aware of this knowledge. Qin Yu, however, was indifferent to the opinions of those around him. His sole concern was the system's task. Seizing the moment while Wang Fugui was in disarray, he bellowed, "I know you are merely a pawn of others. Honestly divulge the mastermind behind this, and you may yet redeem yourself. Perhaps even escape with your life. Resistance will only lead to your demise." His words were artfully crafted, implying that he had already concluded Wang Fugui's involvement, yet expressing disinterest in such a minor character. Instead, focusing on the puppeteer behind the scenes, thereby creating a certain level of misdirection. Wang Fugui dared not name his instigator, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating his entire clan with but a word. In his panic, he lost all composure and vehemently denied, "There is no mastermind. I wanted that bastard Wang Yunxiao dead. It was I who bribed Old Li to have him killed." Qin Yu laughed, swiftly moving before Wang Fugui and striking him unconscious, handing him over to Xue Xiaoming. Returned to the Dali Temple. With so many witnesses hearing his confession, the case was effectively resolved as for the existence of a mastermind. Qin Yu was utterly unconcerned. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 250 years of deduction time and acquired the Huang-level advanced martial art. Yi Jin Jing to Yi Jin Jing. Strengthens the body's meridians. Nourishes the vital organs, cultivating energy from within and enriching the blood from without, possessing the ability to cleanse the marrow and enhance martial aptitude significantly. Note: current accumulated deduction time is 268 years. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Yu's spirits soared. With Yi Jin Jing, his mediocre aptitude could finally be compensated. This signified that his future path of cultivation would transform into a true avenue of opportunity. Using 250 years to deduce Yi Jin Jing, Qin Yu fervently commanded the system within his mind. Ding. You have realized the extraordinary nature of Yi Jin Jing, understanding that it can alter your destiny, and have decided to spend time deducing it to elevate it to a higher level technique. You devoted all your energy to the deduction, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Finally, Yi Jin Jing advanced further, becoming a low-level Xin grade technique. Yet, you were not satisfied and chose to continue deducing. 30 more years of relentless effort passed, and at last, it reached the intermediate level of Xin grade technique. You recognized the intricacies of this technique and understood that there was ample room for enhancement. You persisted in your deductions, and after 50 more years, Yi Jin Jing was elevated to a high-level Xin grade technique. Not yet meeting your expectations, you dedicated another 70 years to achieve the low-level Earth grade technique. After testing its efficacy, the results were remarkably significant, prompting you to continue your deductions by the 250th year. You finally elevated Yi Jin Jing to the intermediate Earth grade level, deciding to pause and diligently cultivate this technique. Note: remaining deduction time is 18 years. Boom! A torrent of information flooded Qin Yu's mind. And in an instant, he comprehended Yi Jin Jing fully. Just a brief moment of contemplation allowed him to grasp its profound depth. Qin Yu was eager to begin his cultivation. However, as he was en route to the Dali Temple, he had to suppress his enthusiasm. Yet, the joy on his face was impossible to conceal. Xue Xiangming, mistaking his expression for delight at solving the case, couldn't help but exclaim, "Prince Consort, you have only been at the Dali Temple for a few days and have already cracked 3 major cases. It is truly remarkable coincidence, merely coincidence." Qin Yu replied with a beaming smile. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple, Zhao Qiming was astonished to learn that the case had been solved, after expressing his praises. He instructed Qin Yu to rest, stating he would personally interrogate Wang Fugui. With time before the next shift, Qin Yu had nothing to occupy himself with and returned to the constable's quarters to cultivate Yi Jin Jing. After completing a full cycle of circulation, Qin Yu could distinctly feel his meridians strengthening and thickening, his internal organs, bones, and muscles undergoing a gradual transformation, even his mind becoming clearer. The evident effects filled him with elation. Immersing himself wholly in the cultivation process. Meanwhile, the incident of him manifesting sword energy through his fingers spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital, becoming the focal point of discussions in every tea house and tavern. Using fingers as swords? Impossible. I too find this somewhat absurd, Yet dozens of witnesses from Qiufeng Pavilion cannot all be mistaken. Can they? Could it be a case of exaggeration or miscommunication? The words of the tavern maid must not be taken at face value. Many pleasure seekers echoed similar sentiments. Surely not everyone could be lying. Regardless of belief, I for one refuse to accept it. It is too preposterous. The vast majority of people could not fathom such a profound technique existing in the world. Those in positions of power dispatched individuals to verify the matter. As such a disruption of common understanding necessitated clarity, that I in the back garden of the Qin residence, Princess Qiangyao wielded a long sword. Her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation as she executed the most fundamental sword techniques amidst a sea of blossoms, thrusts, sweeps, flicks, chops, and slashes. Each movement was executed with utmost seriousness, her beautiful eyes fixated on the trajectory of the sword's edge and the fluctuations of the air. This was her devised method to overcome her stagnation, seeking to reevaluate and improve from the most basic sword techniques in hopes of discovering a breakthrough. Clearly, this was not the most effective approach. Yet it was the only one she could conceive at present. Just as she immersed herself in practice, the sound of footsteps approached from the distance, and Mingyue bowed as she drew near. Have you located the whereabouts of that swordsmanship expert? Princess Qiangyao paused her training, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Mingyue bowed low, reporting to your highness. I could not find the person. But I have obtained 2 pieces of information regarding the prince consort that I believe are necessary to report. Princess Qiangyao's brows knitted slightly in displeasure. Was Qin Yu's situation not of greater importance than locating that swordsmanship expert? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and casually inquired, "What news?" The first piece of news is that the prince consort apprehended a criminal at Qiufeng Pavilion. Given the circumstances, it can be concluded that he was not there for pleasure, but rather to lay in wait and capture criminals. Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao's expression softened slightly, as long as he was not genuinely seeking amusement. Her reputation and that of the royal family would be preserved. The second piece of news, according to witnesses, is that the prince consort is a swordsmanship expert who can wield sword energy using his fingers, and the might of his technique is truly formidable. Chapter 16. Explanation. What? Princess Qiangyao was momentarily stunned, letting out a gasp. She even doubted whether her ears had betrayed her. Such a violation of martial common sense was simply unfathomable. Mingyue, with a hint of melancholy, stated, "Your Highness, you heard correctly. The prince consort indeed manifested sword energy through his fingers, subduing a criminal attempting to flee." When she first heard this news, she too found it somewhat ludicrous, and no matter how Qin Yu concealed his strength, he could not possibly achieve such a feat yet. Facts spoke louder than words. Everyone was saying so, leaving her no choice but to believe. Recalling her own actions from that day, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had Qin Yu unleashed that sword technique, her life would have hung in the balance. Nevertheless, Princess Qiangyao found it difficult to accept that no, this is absolutely impossible. He is merely a third-tier minor master. How could he possibly create such an intricate sword technique? However, if it is not of his own creation, then from whence did this technique originate? She is the princess of the great Qian, a lineage endowed with an abundance of cultivation techniques, and within the imperial palace dwells an innumerable array of masters. Her father, the Emperor Qianwu, is among the most formidable experts in the realm. Thus, her insights into martial arts far surpass those of ordinary individuals that owe his knowledge, even those legendary masters, whose prowess eclipses that of his father, have yet to create such exquisite techniques that it is a well-known fact that only those who have attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master level possess the ability to develop martial arts. And even then, they are typically low-tier techniques, rarely of exceptional quality. What merit does Qin Yu possess? The only plausible explanation is that he has been taught by an unparalleled master. But who could this extraordinary figure be? This servant does not know. To discern the truth, one must inquire with the prince consort. Mingyue pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Your Highness, do you think the sword master we have been desperately seeking could possibly be the prince consort?" Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao fell into deep thought that if Qin Yu could indeed manifest sword energy through his fingertips, then it is quite possible that the enigmatic sword master is indeed him. If that is the case, at this thought, Princess Qiangyao experienced an uncanny sensation. However, she dismissed the speculation, recognizing that conjecture holds no value. She would ascertain the truth when he returned. within the Dali Temple. After practicing the Yi Jing, Qin Yu felt a myriad of mysterious changes within his body that as for whether his cultivation aptitude had truly improved, he was not entirely certain. The methodical approach to cultivation felt excessively slow. He resolved to try consuming a qi gathering pill. Previously, he had obtained 4 such pills. After the first yielded no discernible effects, he had refrained from further consumption. Leaving him with 3, he hoped this time it might elevate him to a slightly higher realm. With great anticipation, Qin Yu ingested a qi gathering pill that dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into pure internal energy that surged through his limbs and flowed toward his dantian. Qin Yu hastily mobilized his cultivation method to absorb and refine the medicinal potency. He could distinctly perceive himself growing stronger, striving toward a higher realm. This realization filled him with exhilaration. His cultivation aptitude had indeed been enhanced. An hour later, having absorbed the potency of all 3 qi gathering pills, his cultivation level ascended from the initial stage of a 3rd-rank minor grandmaster to the intermediate stage. Though it was merely a minor elevation, the achievement was no small feat. Countless individuals remained stagnant at the minor grandmaster level for their entire lives. With a long exhale, Qin Yu opened his eyes. A fierce glimmer flashing within, he rose and engaged in some physical activity, executing the Lingbo Weibu within his chamber, only to delightfully discover that his speed had significantly increased alongside his cultivation. From this, he surmised that the power of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword would undoubtedly also receive a boost. Just as he was about to test this, the sound of the evening bell resonated. Never mind, he thought. He would practice further upon returning home. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, making his way to his quarters, Qin Yu encountered Su Qiao. She held a clay pot carefully, and upon seeing Qin Yu, her expression reflected surprise. "Young master, why have you returned so early today?" "I shall return on time from now on, provided there are no pressing matters. Now that the case of Wang Fugue has been resolved, the brothel is indeed a place where one might linger happily for most. However, for someone like me, who has traversed from a world of entertainment, the music and dance of the flower pavilion holds no allure. Rather than waste time there, it is far more prudent to return early and cultivate that's so. Should I still prepare some millet porridge for you?" Su Qiao asked with a troubled expression. "There's no need. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." "Very well, young master. You rest in your room first, that I shall instruct the kitchen to send the meals over." With that, Su Qiao hurried toward the kitchen, watching her retreating figure. Qin Yu felt a spark of inspiration that he resolved to impart the Yi Jing to Qiao, transforming her cultivation aptitude in martial arts, ensuring that he would not lack capable individuals by his side in the future. While there are many servants in the household, the only one he currently trusts is Qiao. The others have followed Princess Qiangyao for an entire year. Who knows to whom their loyalty truly lies? Even if Su Qiao were to betray him in the future, he would not fear it, for this version of the Yi Jing is merely of mid-tier earth grade. He intends to elevate it to heaven grade in due course. What he possesses will always be the best. This thought, Qin Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Following the completion of his last task, the system had not issued a new mission. He found the trigger mechanism for tasks utterly perplexing. Lost in contemplation, he arrived at his room, his attention drawn from afar by a striking figure. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a gown as white as snow. Devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, yet unable to conceal her breathtaking beauty. Her demeanor ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, an enchantment beyond compare. After a moment of dazed admiration, Qin Yu's expression darkened. The person before him was none other than Princess Qiangyao. Regardless of her beauty, Qin Yu felt no fondness for her. Mingyue stood behind Princess Qiangyao, her reluctance evident, yet she was compelled to bow respectfully. "I greet the prince consort." Qin Yu could not be bothered to respond, casting a sidelong glance at Princess Qiangyao, and asked, "What do you stand at my door for?" Princess Qiangyao's gaze flickered as she scrutinized Qin Yu intently. A mix of suspicion and curiosity evident in her eyes. "That I have heard that you possess a technique that allows you to wield sword energy with your fingers?" "I do not. Please leave." Qin Yu replied impatiently, and he was uncertain why Princess Qiangyao was interested in this matter, but he was certain it was not for any good reason. After all, she had not made a genuine appearance in the years since their wedding. Why, then, was she suddenly revealing herself today? "If you deny it, How do you explain the rumors circulating in the streets? Princess Qiangyao pressed, channeling her internal energy, her aura intensifying as her white gown fluttered. She stepped forward, her piercing gaze locked on Qinyu. Chapter 17. Slightly tilting her head, she inquired, "Who are you? Do I owe you an explanation?" Qinyu chuckled derisively. "I am unperturbed. I am prepared for battle." If this madwoman intended to act recklessly today, he would not hesitate to test his skills against her, but he was curious to see whether the Six Meridians Divine Sword, enhanced by Lingbo Weibu and Yi Jingjing, could contend with her. Even if it were to falter, Qinyu was confident in his own ability to protect himself. Observing Qinyu's calm demeanor, Princess Qiangyao secretly nodded, her impression of him improving considerably. Her curiosity was piqued. Did he truly possess such miraculous sword techniques? Was he the very sword master she had been seeking? "I have witnessed your remarkable agility. However, I have yet to see your true strength. Today, I shall test your skills. Pay close attention." As her words fell, Princess Qiangyao moved like lightning, attacking Qinyu with her bare hands. "You are exceedingly presumptuous," Qinyu retorted, his irritation flaring. This madwoman, without even inquiring if he was willing, had launched an attack, showing him a complete lack of respect. Furthermore, she approached him unarmed, evidently underestimating him. In response, Qinyu fully activated Lingbo Weibu, deftly evading her assault and maintaining distance. With the Six Meridians Divine Sword at his disposal, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Unwilling to confront his weaknesses head-on. As he moved, Princess Qiangyao displayed a look of astonishment. "You were concealing your strength all along." The last time Qinyu had struck Mingyue, he had employed this very technique. Although swift, it had not been of such astonishing caliber. Little did she know that Qinyu had just today achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, and following his practice of the Yi Jingjing, his aptitude had improved significantly, increasing the speed of Lingbo Weibu as well. However, she was undeterred and quickly pursued him. "But if you wish to test my strength, then I shall oblige." Qinyu laughed coldly, his middle finger extending like a venomous dragon. With a whoosh, a sharp sword energy erupted forth, solidified as if it were a true blade, charging toward Princess Qiangyao's chest with an unstoppable momentum. "Could it be that you are indeed that sword master?" Though she had braced herself for this possibility, Princess Qiangyao could not suppress her gasp of astonishment, not daring to underestimate the attack. She crossed her arms defensively, channeling all her internal energy to protect herself. In an instant, a vortex of protective energy swirled around her, with a faint glow emanating from her arms. In truth, she could have evaded the strike entirely. Her reason for not doing so was to gain a more direct understanding of the power behind this sword energy. Bang! A deep sound resonated as Princess Qiangyao stumbled back 3 steps, her eyes wide with shock, her long, dark hair flying wildly, her gown swirling in chaos. The power of a single finger was indeed fearsome. Sword master. Qinyu was oblivious to the meaning behind Princess Qiangyao's exclamation and had no desire to ponder it. He had intended to cease hostilities, yet he was taken aback as Princess Qiangyao drew her long sword and charged at him, his expression darkening. "Are you not finished yet?" As he spoke, Qinyu pointed his unnamed finger. With a whoosh, another wave of sword energy surged forth. "This is the Han Xiaoyang Sanjiao's sword." Princess Qiangyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Excellent! What a splendid sword technique!" It was clumsy yet imbued with an ancient, grandiose aura. "What an impressive sword!" As they spoke, Princess Qiangyao deftly flicked her sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy that collided with Qinyu's own. With a resounding boom, the sword energies erupted, sending a terrifying force surging in all directions like a tumultuous wave, stirring a tempest in the small courtyard. This strike was a perfect stalemate, and Qinyu gained a clearer understanding of his own strength, igniting immense intrigue within him. Such an opponent was indeed an ideal candidate to hone his swordsmanship. With a flick of his right pinky, another wave of sword energy howled forth. Shou Xiaoying's Heart Sutra's Xiaochong sword. A splendid technique. It was light and swift, leaving one in awe, making it almost incomprehensible how he could master so many distinct styles of swordplay. The usually unruffled Princess Qiangyao, at that moment, displayed a rare expression of delight, as if she had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. She had expected that to be the end of it, but then saw Qinyu point with his left pinky. releasing yet another torrent of sword energy. Shou Taiyang's small intestines shows a sword. At this, Princess Qiongyao's expression shifted to one of shock. This new wave of sword energy arrived and departed unpredictably, with subtle variations that starkly contrasted with the previous style. She found it hard to fathom that one individual could cultivate such a plethora of sword techniques. Next, Qin Yu consecutively employed his right index and middle fingers to execute the Shangyang sword and the Zhongcheng sword, causing Princess Qiongya to become increasingly animated. Indeed, you are the swordsmanship master I have been desperately searching for. How remarkable that I had scoured the land for you, only to discover that the esteemed figure was right before me. After this heartfelt exclamation, Princess Qiongyao's expression grew exceedingly complex. The husband she had long deemed a worthless fool was, in fact, a swordsman of extraordinary talent. At this juncture, Qin Yu had demonstrated all 6 of the divine sword techniques. But upon noticing that Princess Qiongya effortlessly countered his onslaught, his expression darkened. The stark disparity in their realms of power was undeniably a chasm. However, it was not insurmountable, by summarizing the characteristics of the various sword techniques and observing Princess Qiongyao's light and agile movements. Qin Yu resolved to engage her using a single sword style, Zhongcheng sword. This technique, characterized by its grand and sweeping motions, was perfectly suited to counter her nimbleness. With unwavering determination, Qin Yu unleashed the Lingbo Weibu, each step punctuated by a sword strike, filling the courtyard with a chaotic whirlwind of sword energy. Initially, Princess Qiongya managed to keep pace, but as Qin Yu grew increasingly attuned to her swordplay, she began to falter, her movements becoming disjointed and strained. Witnessing this, Mingyue, who had been observing, was rendered speechless. How could it be that Princess Qiongya, a high-ranking second-tier master, was being thoroughly dominated by Qin Yu, who was a full realm beneath her? It was utterly unfathomable. Princess Qiongya was even more astounded. Qin Yu's swordplay was already fierce, and combined with his elusive footwork, she found herself unable to mount an effective counterattack. Yet, having always been accustomed to dominance and considering herself a martial genius, how could she endure being suppressed by Qin Yu? Believing that the best defense was offense, she resolved to alter her combat strategy, only to inadvertently expose a weakness that Qin Yu seized upon. With a swift and agile Shaochong sword strike, he knocked her long sword from her grasp. In an instant, Princess Qiongya stood frozen in shock. Qin Yu, however, chose not to pursue his advantage, retreating with an air of indifference, devoid of even the slightest inclination to mock her, as he swept his sleeves and made for his room. Just as he reached the door, Princess Qiongya regained her composure and, bowing deeply in a gesture of a disciple seeking guidance, implored, "Your mastery of swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Please teach me." She understood that the opportunity for her swordsmanship breakthrough lay before her, and she could not afford to let it slip away. Qin Yu paused, slightly turning his head, and retorted, "Why should I teach you?" With that, he pushed the door open and firmly shut it behind him. Chapter 18. Astonishment. Princess Qiongya was left momentarily stunned. She had already lowered herself significantly with her gesture of seeking guidance. Throughout her life, no one had ever treated her in such a manner. In an instant, her anger surged, and she shouted at the door, "Qin Yu, how dare you treat me thus? I am a princess of the great Qian, while you are but an insignificant commoner. This is utterly outrageous." With a sharp crack, the door swung open again. Qin Yu gazed at her coldly and replied, "If we are to discuss status, let us do so. Do you not realize you are my wife?" Princess Qiongya retorted icily, "And so, are you not aware of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Do you understand the duties of a wife? Is this how you approach seeking guidance, based on your status alone? Do you expect me to impart my secret teachings to you?" Under Qin Yu's relentless questioning, Princess Qiongya found herself unable to retort. It dawned on her that the identity she had always prided herself on held little weight in Qin Yu's eyes, and that her actions contained many flaws. Seeing her speechless, Qin Yu closed the door once more. Princess Qiongya stood at the door, lost in thought for a long while, before finally letting out a long sigh and turning to walk towards the back garden. Mingyue, attending to her, cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, are you truly going to give up? The martial prowess of the prince consort is extraordinary. In my humble opinion, it is unparalleled in history." "No, how could I give up?" By this time, Princess Qiangyao had regained her composure, her tone returning to its usual calmness as she said, "I shall not let such a rare opportunity pass me by, that I will certainly ensure that he willingly teaches me." Mingyue slightly bowed, refraining from further comment. Upon returning to the back garden, Princess Qiangyao instructed everyone not to disturb her, settling into a meditative posture to contemplate the exquisite sword techniques Qin Yu had just displayed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, too, adjusted his mindset and began to cultivate. Being able to hold his own against Princess Qiangyao, or even gain a slight advantage, was far from remarkable. Countless individuals throughout the Great Qian surpassed her in strength. He knew he must continue to strive for improvement. Approximately half an hour later, a knock echoed, and the soft, melodious voice of Su Qiaoqiao floated in. "Young master, it is time for your meal. May I come in?" Qin Yu opened his eyes. "Come in," Su Qiaoqiao sidled in, pushing the door open with her arm while carrying a large tray, her face adorned with a flower-like smile, her eyes brimming with affection. "Young master, I have prepared these dishes using the blood and flesh of potent demon beasts. Please come and eat." The joy in Su Qiaoqiao's demeanor was in stark contrast to that of Princess Qiangyao. And Qin Yu couldn't help but smile broadly. "Why did you go to such lengths? The kitchen could have prepared it. They do not know whether you prefer your food savory or sweet. Only Qiaoqiao understands your tastes best." With a proud expression, Su Qiaoqiao carefully set down the tray, revealing a feast of sumptuous dishes, and poured a cup of wine for Qin Yu. This wine, brewed from the essence of demon beast blood, is said to be highly nourishing. "Young master, with your rigorous training, you must partake in more of this." After placing the wine jug down, she stood by with a charming demeanor. Qin Yu approached her and scrutinized her for a considerable time. "Qiaoqiao, would you like to practice martial arts? Didn't you ask me this before? My talents are too poor for cultivation. I wish only to remain by your side." Su Qiaoqiao spoke lightly, yet Qin Yu could discern the hint of regret in her eyes. In this world where martial prowess was revered, who wouldn't desire to become a master? "I have a way to change your aptitude, enabling you to cultivate martial arts, but you must vow to keep my teachings secret and remain loyal to me. Can you commit to that?" Qin Yu's tone turned serious as he locked eyes with Su Qiaoqiao. Su Qiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe. "My aptitude can truly be altered?" Qin Yu insisted. "Answer my question." Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoqiao's expression shifted to one of unwavering determination. "Young master, even if you do not alter my martial aptitude, I will remain ever loyal to you. Ever since you saved me from the brink of death, treating me as family, I have resolved to be yours for life." Qin Yu smiled. "Very well, then I shall teach you the I Jing Jing." Without further ado, he set aside his meal, taking a seat beside Su Qiaoqiao to meticulously instruct her on the contents of the technique, ultimately guiding her to begin her cultivation. It must be said that Su Qiaoqiao's aptitude was indeed astonishingly poor. It took an entire hour before she barely grasped the fundamentals and immersed herself in her practice. Only then did Qin Yu find the opportunity to eat in the heart of the great Qian Empire. The royal palace stood majestically at the center of the capital, exuding opulence in its architectural splendor. The Emperor Qinwu favored black, and thus the palace's color scheme was predominantly black, imparting a sense of solemnity that overshadowed its vibrancy. The Chengtian Hall served as the locale where Emperor Qinwu conducted state affairs. As night fell, Emperor Qinwu remained in the hall, poring over documents by candlelight. His resolute features bore a hint of intensity, evoking an aura of authority. The hall was dimly lit, casting an eerie ambience of foreboding. Beside him stood an elderly eunuch with white hair and a youthful visage, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, resembling an unmoving statue. That moment, Emperor Qinwu suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the hall. Though he made no overt display of power, he exuded an air of ferocity akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, rendering the atmosphere in the hall palpably heavy. A figure swiftly approached, moving silently, head bowed with hands raised high, and suddenly, with a thud, knelt upon the ground. "Reporting to your majesty, it has been confirmed that Prince Consort Qin indeed executed a profound sword technique that wielded fingers in place of a sword. And there are numerous witnesses who can attest to this. Proclaim my edict. Summon Qin Yu to the palace for an audience on the morrow." Acknowledged, the shadowy figure rose, not daring to raise his gaze at Emperor Qinwu, retreating swiftly with a bowed head, soon vanishing into the darkness. How intriguing. Indeed that a faint smile graced Emperor Qianwu's lips as he lightly tapped his fingers upon the table, speaking in a steady tone. This young scion of the Qin family had concealed his prowess, deceiving even me. I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable abilities. Beside him, the elderly eunuch chuckled in a croaky voice. Your Majesty, the prince consort chosen by you is, naturally, extraordinary. Certain skills are to be expected. To be expected? Emperor Qianwu cast a sidelong glance at the old eunuch. The Qin family is renowned for their swordsmanship. Qin Laoge has never practiced the art of the sword, nor have I heard of any sword techniques in their household. How then did Qin Yu acquire such swordsmanship? The old servant bowed deeply, replying, I do not know, Your Majesty. After a moment of silence, Emperor Qianwu inquired suddenly, Do you think that young Qin harbors resentment towards me? The old eunuch dared not speculate. He bowed even lower. Umph. Emperor Qianwu scoffed, seemingly displeased, then shifted the subject. This lad not only possesses commendable martial talent, but also demonstrates investigative skills that truly astonish me. It is no wonder he is the offspring of Qin Laogui. The following morning, after breakfast served by Su Qiaoqiao, Qin Yu was about to depart when a young eunuch arrived to convey the imperial decree. His Majesty commands that the prince consort enter the palace at once. With that, the eunuch bowed deeply. Prince consort, please proceed. Su Qiaoqiao promptly arranged for a swift steed, and Qin Yu nodded silently, setting off with a hint of joy in his heart. He believed that Emperor Qianwu had learned of his escapades in the pleasure quarters and was summoning him to account for it, that if that were the case, it would be splendid, an opportunity to clarify matters and seek separation from Princess Qionyao. Riding swiftly, Qin Yu arrived at the Qingdiang Hall, where he beheld the majestic Emperor Qianwu clad in a black dragon robe, seated upon the dragon throne, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. This was the first time he had encountered Emperor Qianwu since his grand transmigration. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the ominous aura emanating from the emperor, resembling a malevolent dragon poised to strike. The strength of Emperor Qianwu was indeed unfathomable. For a moment, Qin Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his demeanor becoming somewhat stiff. That I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Qin Yu performed the customary bow. Emperor Qianwu spoke with a calm tone. Rise. After standing from the throne, he strode toward Qin Yu, appraising him from head to toe. Qin Yu felt as though the emperor's gaze pierced him like a needle, causing discomfort. Just then, an unusual thought sparked within him. Why should I fear him? I am but 18. I possess a system. My future is limitless. Given sufficient time to grow, I shall undoubtedly trample Emperor Qianwu beneath my feet. With this thought, Qin Yu straightened his posture, his eyes calming into a steady gaze. Emperor Qianwu, observing him, revealed a trace of surprise that he had intentionally released a measure of pressure, which would have terrified an ordinary individual, some even so timid as to lose control in such a situation, a phenomenon he had witnessed previously. Yet, Qin Yu, initially tense, he now exhibited such tranquility and confidence. Emperor Qianwu silently acknowledged him with newfound respect. What is the name of the sword technique you practice? Qin Yu was taken aback. He had anticipated Emperor Qianwu's inquiry would pertain to his activities in the pleasure quarters. Not the sword technique, which caught him off guard. His mind raced, tightening with apprehension. I was careless. I underestimated the shock that the 6 Meridians divine sword technique would instill in the world. Even the grand imperial family, having seized the majority of martial arts, places such significance on it. If Emperor Qianwu were to inquire further about the origins of the technique, how should I respond? Noticing his silence, Emperor Qianwu's brows furrowed slightly. What? Are you unable to speak? None. Qin Yu regained his composure, bowing deeply. I had assumed Your Majesty sought me for the matter concerning my visit to the Chuanfang Pavilion, as it could tarnish the royal dignity. I did not expect Your Majesty's inquiry would pertain to this matter, hence my surprise. Emperor Qianwu, seemingly unconcerned, relaxed his brows. I am aware you were investigating a case and did not indulge in the fleeting flowers. Though somewhat inappropriate, it is not enough to warrant my personal intervention. Qin Yu exhaled in relief. That I report to Your Majesty that the sword technique I practice is called the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. From where did you acquire this technique? After my father's passing, it was taught to me by a mysterious master. Emperor Qianwu raised an eyebrow. What is the name of this mysterious master? Unknown. Where does this person reside? Unknown. Truly unknown. Emperor Qinwu fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu met his stare with unwavering composure. Indeed. Emperor Qinwu scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Have you been concealing your strength all along?" Qin Yu had prepared his response, nodding. "Precisely. Why?" "In hopes of one day surprising and captivating Princess Qiangyao." Emperor Qinwu was momentarily speechless, his expression turning peculiar as he turned to the dragon throne. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu added, "Your Majesty, I am but a dullard, feeling hopeless. Thus, I implore your Majesty to permit my separation from the princess." Emperor Qinwu paused, sighing heavily. "Qin lad, your father was a hero of unparalleled prowess. As his son, do you lack the confidence to win over a mere woman?" Of course, Qin Yu had confidence. He simply lacked interest in Princess Qiangyao, a loss for words. He found himself at a standstill until Emperor Qinwu continued. "What purpose does it serve for you to tell me this? Do you wish for me to issue an imperial decree that mandates Princess Qiangyao's cooperation in consummating the marriage? As a father, how could I possibly voice such a command?" Qin Yu was taken aback. Indeed, there was a certain logic to this. Did Dio not sulk? "Qiangyao will inevitably be yours, and this is a promise I made to your father. Dio not even entertain thoughts of separation," Emperor Qinwu stated with an authoritative tone. Qin Yu, resigned, conceded defeat. "Very well. Exert your full abilities with that 6 Meridians divine sword and attack me. Let me witness if its power is as extraordinary as legend suggests that I command, your Majesty." Without further ado, Qin Yu summoned his inner strength, thrusting his middle finger sharply towards Emperor Qinwu. With a whoosh, a near-physical sword aura surged forth. This strike was executed with utmost effort, serving not only to comply with the imperial command, but also to gauge the extent of Emperor Qinwu's formidable strength. Quite interesting. Emperor Qinwu remained seated upon the throne, a slight smile gracing his lips. Without making any visible movement, Qin Yu perceived a subtle disturbance in the air before the sword aura dissipated entirely. Unfathomable. This was Qin Yu's assessment of Emperor Qinwu. "Do you possess other sword techniques? Utilize them all." Emperor Qinwu offered an encouraging glance. "Indeed, your Majesty." Qin Yu proceeded to showcase the entirety of the 6 Meridians divine sword, ceasing only when he noted a flicker of astonishment in Emperor Qinwu's eyes. "What an exquisite sword technique! Truly unparalleled." "Thank you for your praise, your Majesty." "Very well. Return to your residence. Remember to practice diligently and conquer Qiangyao as soon as possible, so that I may have a fine grandson." Emperor Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. Qin Yu was astonished, but he had assumed Emperor Qinwu would demand the sword technique, prepared to offer the unrefined version prior to its development. Yet it appeared the Emperor held no interest whatsoever. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." Qin Yu bowed and prepared to exit. Just as he was about to leave, Emperor Qinwu suddenly smiled and reminded him, "In the future, when you see me, remember to call me father. Do not forget we are family." Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, father." Though he spoke these words, he remained indifferent internally that it was merely a political union. He had yet to consummate the marriage with the emperor's daughter, rendering the notion of family a mere jest. After his departure, Emperor Qinwu turned his attention to the elderly eunuch who had remained silent at his side. "What do you think of this lad's words? All rests upon the divine decree. The old servant knows not." The elderly eunuch bowed slightly. Emperor Qinwu snorted and inquired further. "What is your opinion on this lad's martial arts?" This time, the elderly eunuch offered substantive commentary. "Exquisite and astonishing, yet regrettably of low rank. Merely a high-tier technique of the earth grade. It cannot be deemed among the most elite martial arts. Coupled with his average aptitude, it is unlikely he will achieve great success in the future." The Emperor Qinwu could not help but nod. Just moments ago, while he had prompted Qin Yu to demonstrate his swordsmanship, he had meticulously sensed the flow of Qin Yu's internal energy and the pathways traversed within his meridians. Indeed, it was an innovative approach that was quite impressive. However, there was an undeniable hint of opportunism in his methods. Moreover, this technique essentially involved the simultaneous practice of 6 distinct styles of swordsmanship, which was rather ambitious and revealed a certain restlessness. His accomplishments would inevitably be limited. That it must be acknowledged that the path of martial arts is exceedingly arduous. To master a single sword technique to perfection over a lifetime is already a remarkable achievement, let alone attempting 6, which bordered on folly. Thus, he harbored little interest in this swordplay, nor did he care much for the mysterious figure that Qin Yu mentioned. After all, whether it be a princess or a consort, they were ultimately outsiders. The strongest must eternally remain within the royal lineage. Upon leaving the palace, Qin Yu did not return home, but instead headed straight to the Dali Temple. As he arrived at the constable's office, Shui Xiaoming greeted him. "Your Highness, why have you only just arrived? Lord Zhao has been looking for you multiple times and instructed me to bring you to him immediately upon your arrival." "What does he want with me?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "What else could it be? It must be regarding a case investigation. Wang Fuguwei committed suicide in prison last night," Shui Xiaoming expressed with a hint of lamentation. Having served at the Dali Temple for many years, he had never encountered such a peculiar incident. Since the time of Inspector Wang Jingquan, related individuals had been dying one after another. Suicide, Qin Yu contemplated. And indeed, there was a possibility that it was akin to the case of old Li, who had bitten his tongue to spare his family. That moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. New task issued. Investigate what exactly Wang Jingquan did that led to his own son killing him. Upon completion, you shall receive a substantial amount of deduction time and a mysterious technique. Qin Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Based on Wang Yunxiao's earlier words at the scene, it appeared that Wang Jingquan was directly involved in political strife, undoubtedly entangled with high-ranking officials in the court, far removed from the minor figures in previous cases, that he had no desire to become embroiled in such controversies. Yet the system's task left him no choice. Noticing Qin Yu's hesitation, Shui Xiaoming urged, "Your Highness, you must hurry. Lord Zhao is still awaiting your presence." Qin Yu nodded and proceeded to the office of the supervisor. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qiming noticed his grim expression. "Your Highness, since you have come to the Dali Temple, you must adhere to its regulations. Do you understand?" His words, though reasonable, bore a tone of condescension. Qin Yu, who did not indulge even Princess Qiangyao, certainly would not acquiesce to him. "His Majesty summoned me to the palace early this morning. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Qiming was momentarily taken aback, then hastily clasped his hands towards the heavens. "Since it is the Emperor's summons, there is naturally no issue. Please, Your Highness, take a seat." The position of Emperor Qianwu in the Great Qian was paramount. As a mere fifth-rank official, Zhao had no qualifications to question matters that did not pertain to him. However, he found himself perplexed. Had not Qin Yu fallen out of favor with the royal family since his father, Qin Jintian's demise? Why would the emperor suddenly summon him? Zhao Qiming began to re-evaluate Qin Yu, contemplating whether he ought to alter his approach towards him lest he find himself at a disadvantage after receiving the emperor's favor. As for the rumors of Qin Yu being a master of swordsmanship, Zhao did not regard them with much concern. The third-rank minor master level was hardly significant across the entirety of Great Qian, and there were numerous individuals at the Dali Temple alone. Qin Yu, feeling unreserved, seated himself comfortably. "What do you seek from me, supervisor?" Zhao Qiming collected his thoughts and stated earnestly, "You have heard about Wang Fuguwei's suicide, correct?" Qin Yu's heart stirred. Did this imply he was to investigate the circumstances surrounding Wang Fuguwei's death? Yet the system had tasked him with investigating Wang Jingquan. His mind raced as he pondered how to fulfill the system's assignment while maintaining a facade of normalcy. "I have heard," he replied, "that I have decided to assign you the task of investigating whether his death was indeed a suicide or if there were ulterior motives involved." Qin Yu's expression darkened slightly. "I have only just concluded one case and have yet to rest. You wish for me to investigate another. In matters of investigation, who could surpass your highness?" Zhao Qiming flattered, lifting a tray from the table. "This is a reward for your previous case resolution. 3 qi nourishing pills and 200 taels of silver." Qin Yu feigned irritation. "I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee clarity in the investigation." He took the reward and turned to leave. Zhao Qiming watched his departing figure, feeling a sense of relief. He truly did not dare pursue the matter further. The string of related deaths subtly hinted at the terrifying influence of the unseen orchestrator. However, with his superiors insisting on an investigation, he had no recourse but to pass this hot potato to Qin Yu, who, given his status, could potentially navigate any ensuing complications. Naturally, he hoped that nothing would come of the investigation, rendering the matter insignificant. After leaving the supervisor's office, Qin Yu returned to Shui Xiaoming and summoned him to head to the morgue to examine Wang Fuguwei's body. In truth, he had already devised a strategy to complete the task. to classify the case as a homicide implicating the Wang family steward. He had ample justification. The death of Wang Yunxiao had been precipitated by the steward pleading with the jailer for better food for the young master, which led the jailer to seek out old Li, and subsequently entangled Wang Fugui. Following this logical chain, it was entirely reasonable to involve the steward. Moreover, he could use the pretext of investigating the steward to uncover what Wang Jingquan had done that warranted his own son's lethal actions. Thus, his visit to view Wang Fugui's corpse was merely a formality. After a pretense of inspection, Qinyu made his way to the Wang family. Shui Xiaoming expressed confusion regarding this approach, but after Qinyu elucidated his logical chain, he could not help but give a thumbs up, praising Qinyu's thoroughness. The Wang family was currently in mourning after 2 deaths, adhering to the customs of the time, which dictated that a body must remain unburied for 7 days. Therefore, when Qinyu arrived, Wang Jingquan's corpse was still present in the mourning hall. Upon stating his intentions, the steward erupted in fury. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect that I would harm my own young master? This is utterly absurd. I want to plead with the jailer for the young master's better treatment at the behest of the old matron." The elderly matron nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it was I who sent him. Your Highness, the steward has served our Wang family for decades and would never betray us." Qinyu seized upon a logically sound excuse. "Wang Yunxiao killed Wang Jingquan, and you had motive for revenge. It is not inconceivable that you and the steward colluded to design Wang Fugui's murder." Chapter 21. This is completely over. Upon hearing this, both individuals' expressions darkened considerably. Qinyu raised a hand to halt their protests. His countenance stern. "This is merely a routine procedure. Your incessant obstruction would not be construed as an attempt to interfere with official duties, would it, with such a weighty accusation laid upon them? Both cowered in submission that we would not dare. We will certainly cooperate." "Humph." Qinyu snorted coldly, glancing towards the mourning hall. Wang Jingquan was a man of integrity and an exemplary civil servant of our great Qian. The deceased must be honored. Since I am here, I shall pay my respects with a stick of incense. After all, as the current prince consort, extending such a courtesy to an inspector was indeed a significant mark of respect. And the elderly matron was overjoyed, promptly instructing attendants to present incense and candles. Qinyu feigned a bow, then, under the pretense of paying his respects, drew closer to Wang Jingquan's corpse, calculating the time. Qinyu mentally called out to the system, "Deduce the actions of the deceased, Wang Jingquan, on the day prior to his death." Ding, consumed 2 years of deduction time, deducing Wang Jingquan's past done on that day. Wang Jingquan had finally gathered evidence of the 6th Prince Li Jianye colluding with arms manufacturers to produce inferior weapons for personal gain. With Great Qian founded on martial prowess and having established itself for less than a decade, such actions were tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the state. The principled Wang Jingquan was furious, storming in his study, vowing to eradicate this menace. His words happened to be overheard by his son, Wang Yunxiao, who urged him not to meddle in the affairs of the princes to avoid bringing ruin upon himself. Nevertheless, Wang Jingquan remained resolute in his intention to report to the emperor. Wang Yunxiao, having secretly allied himself with the 6th prince, boldly declared his allegiance, while Wang Jingquan remained loyal to the crown prince, believing him to be the rightful heir. The two had a fierce argument, parting on bitter terms, and to prevent his son from destroying the evidence, Wang Jingquan secretly concealed it beneath a green brick in the flower stand of his study. The following morning, as Wang Jingquan was about to retrieve the evidence to present to Emperor Qinwu, Wang Yunxiao arrived to obstruct him, leading to a heated argument wherein Wang Yunxiao fatally struck him with chopsticks. Ding, deduction complete. Note, you have 16 years of deduction time remaining. Qinyu let out a silent sigh. Everything aligned. Wang Fugui's dealings were precisely in iron ore, directly implicating him in this matter. To avoid succumbing to torture and revealing what he ought not, he chose suicide to protect his family. However, Qinyu had not anticipated that this would entangle the princes and the very struggle for the throne, far removed from the political strife among high-ranking officials he had initially assumed. This vortex, once ensnared, would bring forth endless troubles. Cursed system, could you not assign a simpler task? Though one may grumble and complain, tasks must be executed. Without further ado, Qinyu immediately commenced an inquiry with Butler Wang. expressing his suspicion that Wang Jingquan had instigated the discord between him and Wang Yunxiao. Under the pretext of questioning the household servants, he borrowed Wang Jingquan's study to be by mere chance. He accidentally knocked over a flower stand and, serendipitously, stepped upon a particular green brick, sensing something unusual. Then, before the watchful eyes of many, he lifted the green brick and extracted the evidence within. After a cursory glance, he deliberately revealed an expression of profound gravity and declared, "To the Dali Temple." At that moment, Zhao Qiming's arrangements became inconsequential. Having obtained the evidence, he had fulfilled his system task. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 300 years of projection time. The total remaining projection time is now 316 years. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Huang level intermediate technique, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra requires both genders to practice in a state of undress, with yin entering and yang retreating, and vice versa, mutually enhancing and assisting each other, capable of rapidly elevating both parties' internal strength, as well as their attack and movement speed. Qin Yu was taken aback. This technique was indeed peculiar, demanding complete nudity for practice. Yet, its efficacy was undeniable. It could swiftly enhance internal strength and improve attack and movement speed. Coupled with the benefits from the Lingbo Weibo, he could hardly fathom how extraordinary his speed would become in the future. However, the question remained, with whom could he practice this profound technique? His first thought was Su Qiao, but she was merely 16. Although girls in this world could marry at that age, Qin Yu, having traversed from another realm, found it difficult to proceed. Moreover, according to the information regarding the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that surfaced in his mind, it was best to seek a female practitioner with similar cultivation levels. Su Qiao was evidently not the most suitable candidate. Thus, the answer became apparent. Princess Qiangyao was the most fitting choice. Upon this realization, Qin Yu shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that woman possibly practice in such a manner with me? He would have to seek another. Throughout the journey back to the Dali Temple, he pondered suitable candidates. Yet upon encountering Zhao Qiming, he still had not reached a conclusion. Zhao Qiming was astonished to see him. Have you already uncovered the results? Qin Yu collected his thoughts and replied solemnly. No. Zhao Qiming's expression darkened. That if not, why have you come to me? This is evidence I inadvertently discovered in Wang Jingquan's study. How you choose to handle it is up to you. Qin Yu handed this hot potato over to Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming received the evidence and, after perusing a few pages, paused in surprise. Then abruptly raised his head to gaze at Qin Yu, his expression grave. When you obtained this material, who else was present? Qin Yu, unaware of Zhao Qiming's intentions and too indifferent to speculate, answered straightforwardly. I, Shui Xiangming, and several members of the Wang family were all witnesses. Zhao Qiming's countenance grew even more serious. Who else is aware of its contents? I showed it to Shui Xiangming on the way. Foolish. Zhao Qiming struck his leg in frustration, exclaiming, How could you show it to him? He is working with me on the case. How could I not show it to him? Qin Yu replied, as if it were self-evident. In truth, he had done so deliberately, eliminating any chance for Zhao Qiming to cover things up. No matter how audacious Zhao Qiming was, he would not dare eliminate Shui Xiangming with Qin Yu aware of the situation. Then the dilemma arose. Would Zhao Qiming report it or not? If reported, the sixth prince would inevitably harbor resentment, and once the matter settled, retaliation would be certain that if not reported, the Emperor Qianwu would surely punish him upon discovering the truth, possibly leading to execution. This was the conundrum Qin Yu had presented to Zhao Qiming, a fitting retribution for his earlier rudeness. Zhao Qiming trembled in anger, rendered speechless. Having witnessed it firsthand, he realized just how formidable Qin Yu's intellect was, and how foolish his previous actions had been. Qin Yu had no time to engage in further discussion. After leaving the remark, "You may decide, my lord," he departed with a flourish. Zhao Qiming sighed heavily. Lowering his head to continue reading, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he collapsed into a chair, his expression despondent that it's over. This time, it's completely over. Chapter 22. Behold, Qin Yu now faced a formidable decision. How to utilize the 300 years of projection time. Should he employ it to project the 6 meridian sword, the Lingbo Weibo, the Yijinjing, or the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? After some contemplation, Qin Yu promptly dismissed the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, for without a suitable dual cultivation partner, he had no choice but to forfeit it. After much deliberation, Qin Yu resolved to use the time to project the Yijinjing, but he aimed to enhance his cultivation aptitude first, which would accelerate his training speed and elevate his realm, thereby maximizing the power of both the Six Meridian Sword and the Lingbo Weibu system. Utilized 300 years to project the Yijinjing. Ding, projection commencing. After previously projecting the Yijinjing to the intermediate level of the Earth rank, you experienced its marvels during your training, yet you were not satisfied and chose to continue the projection. Years passed, and after a decade of fruitless efforts, you remained calm and composed, continuing to project. Through your relentless endeavors, 120 years swiftly elapsed, and you finally made progress, advancing the Yijinjing to the high tier of the Earth rank. As you approach the rare attainment of the Heaven rank, excitement surged within you, prompting you to continue the projection. Another century passed with no advancement. Did I in the blink of an eye? 120 more years elapsed, yet you remained unfazed, aware that each Heaven rank technique was exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of projection was entirely normal. Eventually, diligence bore fruit. After 180 years, you successfully advanced the Yijinjing to the initial stage of the Heaven rank. That a surge of insights regarding the Yijinjing flooded your mind, far surpassing the previous version in profundity, causing a smile of delight to emerge at the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. Heaven rank, finally achieved the Heaven rank. As long as I continue to cultivate diligently, my aptitude will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu immediately consumed the gathering qi pills he had obtained that morning and began meditating. Once he absorbed all 3 gathering qi pills, he felt an inkling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the advanced realm of the 3rd-tier minor master. Such a rate of progress was something he had never dared to imagine before. He tested the Lingbo Weibu and the Six Meridian Sword, each showing considerable improvement compared to before. With a heart filled with joy, Qin Yu returned to the Qin residence after his shift. There, within the small courtyard of his room, he encountered Princess Qiangyao, and immediately his good mood dissipated. "What are you doing here? This is for you." Princess Qiangyao handed him a jade vial, her smile stiff and unnatural. Evidently forced, to offer unsolicited kindness is either treachery or theft. Qin Yu did not accept it, his gaze wary as he queried, "What do you intend?" Inside is gathering qi pills, fit for imperial use, far superior in efficacy to those granted by the court. There are a total of 9, and they are my gift to you. That a flicker of interest sparked within Qin Yu. This was precisely what he needed. To claim he did not desire them would be disingenuous. Yet he knew Princess Qiangyao could not possibly be so benevolent and must have ulterior motives. "State your purpose. Teach me your sword technique." "I do not require it in its entirety. Merely that swift and agile technique executed with your right little finger. It would not be too much of a loss for you," Princess Qiangyao said with eager anticipation. Having pondered throughout the night, she realized that acquiring the complete sword technique was a far-fetched dream. Hence she sought a more modest request, content with merely one technique. Qin Yu understood. The technique she referred to was the Xiaochong sword from the Six Meridian Sword, whose lightness and swiftness perfectly matched her style. The current Six Meridian Sword was merely at the high tier of the Earth rank. Sharing even a portion of it could be feasible for anyone willing to pay the price, except for Princess Qiangyao. "I refuse," Qin Yu stated emphatically. Princess Qiangyao furrowed her delicate brows. "That I merely seek one of your sword techniques. Why must you be so miserly? Do you think 9 imperial gathering qi pills are insufficient? Name your price, and I will do my utmost to procure it for you. Do you not grasp the issue? It is not a question of sufficiency. I simply have no desire to teach you." Qin Yu replied candidly. Princess Qiangyao's expression darkened instantly, her eyes filled with fury. The reprimand she had prepared caught in her throat, swallowed back. This moment, she could not afford to offend Qin Yu. Everything could wait until she acquired that sword technique. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger. "I believe there is no need for you to harbor such animosity towards me. Our marriage was, after all, a mistake, was it not?" To this, Qin Yu did not deny. He nodded in agreement. His predecessor had been infatuated with Princess Qiangyao, but that held no relevance to him. That he had surmised her motives for speaking thus. "If it were merely your unwillingness to share a bed with me, I could choose to overlook it. However, you should not permit a lowly maid to humiliate me, making me live like a servant in the Qin residence. Attempting to control me, I do this for your own good. Princess Qiangyao sighed deeply, finally pinpointing the crux of the issue. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Qin Yu could not suppress a derisive laugh. Princess Qiangyao met his gaze earnestly. Did I admit I may have gone too far before? But what of your previous behavior? A fool devoid of martial talent and lacking in skills, who indulges solely in feasting and revelry, is bound to be exploited by others in the outside world. What will become of him once he stirs up trouble? Observing the troubled expression on Qin Yu's face, Princess Qiangyao hastily continued. Who could have known that you have been feigning? Had you revealed your current prowess and wisdom sooner, I would not have had to go through such lengths. Qin Yu found it somewhat amusing. So, is this all my fault then? I too have my shortcomings. I dedicated all my energy to cultivation, which led to some excessive actions on Mingyue's part, but that was never my intention. You must believe me on this. I am afraid I cannot, she replied. Qin Yu shook his head and headed towards his room. Qin Yu, Princess Qiangyao, having lost her patience, exclaimed fiercely, What must I do to learn that sword technique from you? Qin Yu initially intended to refuse her outright, but suddenly recalled the Jade Maidenheart Sutra and couldn't help but smile faintly. Join me in cultivating a technique. Once I attain the master realm, not only that technique, but I could impart all my swordsmanship without hesitation. It's merely a matter of training together. I accept, Princess Qiangyao replied without a moment's thought. Hold your horses. Let me write down the technique first. You may decide after reviewing it. With that, Qin Yu returned to his room and began to write fervently. Princess Qiangyao, filled with curiosity, contemplated following him in, but ultimately remained at the door, peeking inside from time to time. Moments later, a fragmented version of the Jade Maidenheart Sutra, emphasizing the cultivation methods, was completed. Qin Yu emerged from his room and handed it to her. Here, take a look. Chapter 23. Offending Princess Qiangyao accepted the paper and began to read. Initially, her face was filled with curiosity, but as she progressed to the later sections on cultivation methods, her delicate face flushed red, only to turn into seething anger as her frosty gaze locked on Qin Yu. How shameless! You wish to obtain me through such means? Absurd! Qin Yu scoffed. You are indeed quite lovely, but you have yet to reach a level that would compel me to resort to such base tactics. The top courtesans of Yindi Lane are not far behind you. Your title as a princess merely adds a layer of mystique. That it was not that his words were particularly harsh. Rather, Princess Qiangyao held herself in far too high esteem, necessitating a humbling experience. However, to speak the truth, those so-called top courtesans, in terms of both appearance and demeanor, fell considerably short of Princess Qiangyao's standard. At this remark, Princess Qiangyao's defenses crumbled instantly. To compare me with those vile women? They are not worthy. At least they do not delude themselves. Qin Yu coldly chuckled as he turned back towards his room. Whether you choose to cultivate or not is your decision. Do not presume that I cannot find others in your absence. Princess Qiangyao was evidently the most suitable candidate for training. Yet Qin Yu knew that finding another would not be difficult. All he needed to do was broaden his social circle. Bang! The door slammed shut. Princess Qiangyao's energy surged, her expression darkening as she nearly stormed in, only to regain her composure after a lengthy pause. Returning to the back garden, was her pride in her appearance and figure truly so unfounded? Without her title as a princess, would he even regard her? Was she genuinely being a touch self-important? After much contemplation, she turned to Mingyue, who stood by her side. Tell me, am I truly not as beautiful as those top courtesans? Mingyue hesitated for a moment before hastily shaking her head and bowing. Your Highness, you jest. Your noble status and unparalleled grace cannot be compared to those women who are merely playthings. They would struggle to keep pace with you. Princess Qiangyao sighed inwardly, that in her view. Mingyue's emphasis on status made the answer abundantly clear. Her inner pride shattered. She began to reassess herself. Yet soon, she emerged from this emotional turmoil. After all, beauty and physique were but superficial. True strength was paramount. She shifted her focus to the Jade Maidenheart Sutra, setting aside her biases to study it thoroughly, gradually revealing expressions of astonishment. The intricacies of this technique far surpassed her expectations. This method of cultivation could indeed allow both men and women to rapidly enhance their strength, far exceeding the pace of conventional training. Furthermore, The unique circumstances arising from the flow of inner energy necessitated shedding all clothing to ensure the timely release of heat and prevent both parties from losing control. From this analysis, it became clear that Qin Yu did not harbor intentions of merely possessing her. Princess Qiong Yao's expression grew conflicted. Should she indeed cultivate with him? She could hardly seek out another man for this purpose. To do so would be to disgrace the Deqian imperial family. Even if Emperor Qinwu were to dote on her, he could not simply overlook such an affront. Moreover, she could not afford to lose face. Most importantly, she realized that this was not a complete technique. Even if she disregarded propriety to seek another man, she would still be unable to cultivate. After a moment's reflection, Princess Qiong Yao made her decision. I refuse to believe that not cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with him would prevent me from advancing. She adjusted her emotions and resumed her training. Did I in his room? Qin Yu labored over the Easy Muscle Transformation Sutra, hoping to elevate his talents to a higher echelon. Since Emperor Qinwu had instructed him to conquer Princess Qiong Yao himself, he would not hold back. Once he surpassed her in strength, he would take decisive action. The following morning, Qin Yu made his way to the Dali Temple. Upon arrival, he noticed a procession halted at the entrance. Among them, a particularly ostentatious and luxurious carriage stood out that a guard stepped forward to part the curtains. And from within emerged a young man with a stern countenance. Another guard promptly knelt on the ground, bending at the waist, allowing the young man to step down onto his back. He glanced up at the sign of the Dali Temple. A cold smile gracing his lips. The sixth prince has arrived. A eunuch announced loudly, prompting the personnel of the Dali Temple to rush out and kneel in reverence, their humility palpable. Qin Yu had intended to approach, but, witnessing this spectacle, opted to stand at a distance, waiting for the sixth prince to enter before making his move, all the while observing his ostensible sixth uncle. Li Shou sensed the scrutiny and turned to look. Initially taken aback, his face quickly broke into a delighted smile. That not my brother-in-law. What a coincidence! As he spoke, Li Shou hastily approached. Qin Yu felt a surge of caution. Li Shou had uncovered the reason behind Wang Jingquan's suicide, which implicated him, surely harboring resentment towards Qin Yu. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference that Li Shou's cunning nature was evident. Qin Yu, also experienced in the art of deceit, returned a polite smile and slightly bowed. Your Highness, there is no need for such formality among family. Li Shou feigned a reprimanding glare before warmly grasping Qin Yu's hand and leading him into the temple. From now on, just call me by my name. No need for such distance that we have not seen each other in quite some time. After today's matters are settled, let us find a place to share a drink. To an outsider, this would appear as a close camaraderie. But only Qin Yu knew that aside from a brief encounter during the wedding, they had had no further interaction. Li Shou had even neglected to visit Li Qiong Yao. What family? Merely pleasantries. Qin Yu unobtrusively withdrew his hand, wearing a polite smile as he deflected. I dare not. The matter of drinking can be discussed later. Speaking of which, I owe you my thanks, Li Shou suddenly remarked. Qin Yu's heart stirred. He sensed they were finally approaching the crux of the conversation and feigned ignorance. What do you mean, Your Highness? Alas, had it not been for your investigation into the death of the imperial censor Wang Jingquan, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my subordinates were using my name to commit unlawful acts. Li Shou expressed with a hint of lament. Although Qin Yu held no particular fondness for him, he also did not wish to offend a powerful young prince for no reason. With a serious demeanor, he replied, Your Highness, this matter was an unfortunate accident that I never anticipated it would involve you. My intent was merely to investigate the Wang family's steward. How can you say that? Well done on your investigation. Today, I have come to the Dali Temple to provide an account, lest my name be sullied. Li Shou's tone was filled with feigned anger, laden with double meanings. Qin Yu inwardly sighed. Well, now I've offended Li Shou. Chapter 24. It goes without saying the person responsible for this case was Zhao Qiming. Upon learning of Li Shou's arrival, he hurried over, kneeling and bowing as he approached. I am Zhao Qiming, paying my respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince. Li Shou glanced at him sideways, waiting for a moment before turning to Qin Yu. Is this old fellow blind? He did not even bow to you. Who in the capital was unaware that Qin Yu held no official position and was merely an ordinary constable at the Dali Temple. Li Shou was clearly attempting to humiliate him while pretending to stand up for him. Qin Yu lost interest in further pretense, stating flatly, He is my superior. Oh dear. Li Shou slapped his forehead and burst into laughter. I almost forgot you're just an unranked constable at the Dali Temple, that he laughed unabashedly a few times before continuing. However, brother-in-law need not worry. With your investigative prowess, as long as you do not take a misstep, I believe you will soon rise through the ranks. His words carried a clear warning. Qin Yu maintained a stoic expression and said nothing. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhao Qiming hurriedly bowed his head several times towards Qin Yu, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the prince." Rise, Qin Yu responded. Yet, Zhao Qiming did not dare to stand. Glancing towards Li Shou, Li Shou ignored him and strode directly to the office of the chief examiner. Zhao Qiming, with a wry smile, followed closely behind. The surrounding members of the Dali Temple exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Upon arriving at the office, Li Shou reclined on Zhao Qiming's chair, propping his feet on the table, and shouted outside, "Bring the man in." "Understood." A guard responded, ushering in a middle-aged man with a bruised face, whom he unceremoniously tossed onto the floor, treating him as if he were refuse. The man's mental state appeared somewhat off, as he sat up on the ground, looking around with a foolish grin. Zhao Qiming forced a laugh, his face plastered with a smile that Li Shou cast a glance at him and pointed at the man on the floor, stating, "This man is named Hua Fei, once one of my own, but I expelled him from my residence due to his misconduct. Little did I expect him to flaunt my name while engaging in deceitful practices. I have brought him here for you." Qin Yu chuckled coldly to himself. Did he truly think he could distance himself from this? Did he really believe everyone was a fool? Zhao Qiming felt a bitter pang in his heart. Yet his smile grew wider at "I see. This should resolve the case." Restoring the sixth prince's honor, Li Shou seemed quite pleased with his perceptiveness, his expression softening considerably. "Since this involves a prince, I shall not turn a blind eye. I have already brought over the confiscated assets from his estate. You may handle the matter as you see fit." With that, Li Shou stood to leave, pausing briefly to add, "By the way, I happened to give this old fool a beating myself, and inadvertently rendered him a bit mad. That shouldn't pose a problem, right?" Zhao Qiming quickly bowed. "Not at all, not at all." Li Shou nodded and departed, not even casting a glance at Qin Yu. The previous pleasantries were merely for show. Qin Yu understood perfectly, realizing the sixth prince's ruthless nature. This middle-aged man, named Hua Fei, was clearly being offered up as a scapegoat. What puzzled Qin Yu was how such a serious matter involving the production of substandard weaponry could be so easily brushed aside by the Dali Temple. With Emperor Qinwu showing no interest in the affair, what were they truly plotting? Sighing deeply, Zhao Qiming instructed the guards to take the deranged man away and turned to Qin Yu, clasping his hands in greeting. "Prince, you should continue your investigation into the death of Wang Fugue." Qin Yu nodded and prepared to leave. With the system's task completed, he had no intention of pursuing the case further, planning merely to feign interest. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, new task released. Uncover the true mastermind behind Hua Fei. Upon completion, rewards include time for deduction and a special cultivation technique." Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy. Another special cultivation technique. Based on past experience, it would undoubtedly yield surprises. Moreover, the time for deduction had been steadily increasing that if he amassed enough this time, he might elevate the Yijin Jing to an even higher level. Achieving a heavenly grade was not out of the question. However, the thought of the system's task left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Zhao Qiming clearly wished to conclude this case swiftly, leaving Qin Yu unable to investigate openly. If he were to conduct a private inquiry, it would come with significant inconveniences. Just as he pondered how to complete this task, he encountered an elderly man with white hair and a composed demeanor at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the man paused momentarily before hastily bowing. "I am Zhou Jingyi. I pay my respects to the prince." Zhou Jingyi was the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, holding the fourth rank, just below the minister of the Dali Temple, making him a considerable official. "Please, no need for formalities. We are within the Dali Temple, and you need not bow to me." Qin Yu raised his hand and said. Just as he meant to leave, Zhou Jingyi called out, "Prince, please wait." "What is it, Lord Zhou?" Qin Yu halted, a hint of confusion in his tone. That moment, Zhao Qiming rushed over, bowing deeply. "Lord Zhou, you are a superior official. If you have matters to discuss, please do so openly. Why come to me?" Zhou Jingyi snorted coldly. "I have heard that the sixth prince brought a criminal and stolen goods to the Dali Temple for your handling. So I hurried here. How do you intend to deal with this matter? Zhao Qiming hesitated for a moment before grimacing. Naturally, we will execute the criminal and confiscate the stolen goods, aiming for a swift resolution. Zhou Jingyi's expression darkened. The production of substandard weaponry is a grave offense. Do you think the Ministry of War will be satisfied with such a hasty conclusion? If the Emperor is displeased, how many heads do you think will suffice to pay the price? Thud. Zhao Qiming dropped to his knees, his face filled with anguish. My lord, I am well aware, but the words lingered on his lips, and he found himself at a loss. He understood that handling the matter in this manner was fraught with issues, yet he dared not pursue the investigation further. Discovering the identity of the mastermind behind it would lead back to the sixth prince. At worst, he would face reprimands from Emperor Qianwu. After all, they were family, and the situation had not resulted in dire consequences. However, offending the sixth prince would lead to inevitable doom. He did not wish to align with other princes for protection, lest he be used as cannon fodder. Hence he sought to downplay the matter, but found it impossible. You must handle this matter fairly, otherwise I need not elaborate on the consequences, Zhou Jingyi said coldly. Qin Yu, observing from the sidelines, discerned the situation clearly. Zhou Jingyi was undoubtedly an ally of another prince, seeking to use this opportunity to undermine the sixth prince, thus keeping Qin Yu, who had not allied with anyone and possessed unique investigative skills, served a clear purpose. Chapter 25. Hope is expected. After chastising Zhao Qiming, Zhou Jingyi turned his gaze towards Qin Yu and clasped his hands, offering a gentle smile. Prince, your investigative abilities are well recognized. I entrust this case to you. What do you think? Though Qin Yu felt elated internally, he feigned a troubled demeanor. This may not be appropriate. That man is already mad. How can I investigate, my prince? I have faith in your capabilities, and whether that man is truly mad or merely pretending remains uncertain, Zhou Jingyi remarked with profound significance. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Qin Yu acquiesced, taking the opportunity to settle a score. Recalling how the sixth prince had feigned civility before others while issuing threats behind closed doors, after accepting the case, Qin Yu first sought out Xue Xiangming in the constable's quarters that he needed an assistant and wished to gather some intelligence. Xue Xiangming, as usual, was reluctant to involve himself in such matters. But upon hearing it was an arrangement from the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, he could only sigh in resignation that on their way to the Tingwei prison. Qin Yu inquired, Do you know which Prince Zhao Qiming is allied with? Xue Xiaoming pondered for a moment before replying. As far as I know, Zhao Qiming seems to have not allied with anyone, always maintaining a low profile that, of course, that is merely on the surface. I cannot speak for what he may do in private. And Zhou Jingyi, I have even less knowledge of him. We constables rarely encounter him, making it difficult to learn about his secrets. Qin Yu fell in a deep thought, but he did not believe Zhou Jingyi was truly loyal and suspected he was acting under orders to escalate the situation. Who, then, was the mastermind behind this? Realizing that those around him lacked even basic knowledge of a third-rank official's affairs, Qin Yu recognized the limitations of his circle, that it was time to alter his survival strategy. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage. He was left with no choice, as it appeared that to fulfill the system's task, he had to become embroiled in such matters. Before long, they arrived at the Tingwei prison. Hua Fei lay in a solitary cell, curled up in a corner amidst a pile of weeds, intermittently crying and laughing, appearing genuinely mad. Hua Fei, the prince has arrived. Come and respond, Xue Xiaoming called out loudly. However, Hua Fei showed no sign of movement, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, continuing his deranged antics. After several fruitless attempts, Xue Xiaoming grew disheartened. Prince, do you think he might truly be mad? He asked, hesitating before adding. Or perhaps he is feigning madness to evade our investigation. Qin Yu silently nodded. Although Xue Xiaoming was timid and averse to trouble, he was not entirely foolish. Hard to say. I will give it a try. Qin Yu approached Hua Fei, locking eyes with him, and coldly stated, You are well aware of the magnitude of this situation. Do you think pretending to be mad will suffice to fool us? Hua Fei stared blankly at him, grinning foolishly. Are you not afraid of implicating your family? Hua Fei continued to smile vacantly. Currently, the higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. Those behind you may not be able to protect you. I advise you to be honest and divulge the truth. Hua Fei continued to wear a foolish grin, while on the surface, Qin Yu exerted considerable effort to coax him into speaking in reality. He had long since activated the system to commence the simulation. Late yesterday afternoon, Chen Hongwen, an aide to the sixth prince, had sought him out in the dead of night, conveying the dire stakes involved and declaring that he would shoulder all the blame. Chen Hongwen knelt in desperation, pleading for his life, but to no avail. He insisted that only by sacrificing himself could his master find peace. Huafei realized he had become a discarded pawn and furiously accused the sixth prince of being a treacherous betrayer. As he had only received a paltry fraction of the profits from the production of inferior weapons, with the remainder being surrendered, Chen Hongwen, in a fit of rage, threatened the lives of Huafei's entire family, compelling him to comply, leaving Huafei in a state of indecision. Then, Chen Hongwen offered him a glimmer of hope, suggesting that he feign madness and find a scapegoat before the autumn executions, thus ensuring his own survival. Seeing a chance to live, Huafei agreed. Subsequently, he collaborated with Chen Hongwen to stage a performance at the Six Princes' estate. At this juncture in the simulation, Qin Yu ceased to monitor the unfolding events. The key to the breakthrough lay with this Chen Hongwen. If Huafei could divulge this individual's identity, the mastermind behind the sixth prince would inevitably be unveiled, thereby fulfilling the system's task. However, the challenge remained: how to extract the information from Huafei. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu devised a strategy. "Enough," he bellowed. "This prince has lost all patience, that if you insist on dying for your hidden benefactor, then I shall grant your wish and expedite your execution." Huafei persisted in his charade of madness. Upon learning of the situation, the Minister of War was infuriated and personally oversaw the case. His status required no elaboration. "You are well aware of whose man he is. Do you truly believe your benefactor can shield you?" Qin Yu was deceiving Huafei. In truth, he had never had any dealings with the Minister of War, let alone knowing who the minister's benefactor was. The ploy may have been somewhat crude, yet it proved effective. Huafei began to spiral into a frenzy, panic flickering in his eyes before he masked it once more. Though Qin Yu detected the shift, that he continued to intimidate. "Do you think that if you perish, your family shall live? Do you believe the Minister of War and his benefactor would spare your kin? They will undoubtedly make an example of you to warn those who have aligned with your master." Huafei could no longer conceal his inner terror, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic. Qin Yu understood that the critical moment had arrived. "Have you considered that your benefactor, if willing to discard you as a pawn, may also eliminate your family to leave no traces? I refuse to believe your family is oblivious to the motivations behind your actions. You have received so little silver. Is it truly worth risking your entire family's lives for that individual? Do you think they would dare to expose themselves to risk merely to procure a scapegoat for you?" Huafei's composure shattered completely. "No. Absolutely impossible. They promised me." It was at this point that Huafei realized he had inadvertently revealed too much, swallowing the subsequent words, his face a mixture of hesitation and a yearning for life. Xue Xiangming, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how Qin Yu's mere words had so effortlessly exposed the feigned madness of Huafei. Qin Yu recognized that the pivotal moment had arrived. Merely intimidating Huafei into confessing everything would not suffice. He also needed to instill hope within him. In truth, all you need to do is disclose the specific individual who instructed you to act thus. Shift the blame onto them, and your burden shall be lightened. That if you manage to evade this ordeal, you will at least possess a chance for redemption. Will you not?" Upon hearing this, Huafei's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, I can take the blame. Why not Chen Hongwen?" Completely devoid of reservations, Huafei divulged all that needed to be revealed. He was astute, directing all blame towards Chen Hongwen while omitting any mention of the sixth prince, thereby leaving himself a sliver of an escape route. This was anticipated, and Qin Yu was unconcerned, instructing Xue Xiaoming to document the testimony before having Huafei sign it, then taking the evidence to Zhao Qiming. Although the matter was orchestrated by Zhou Jingyi, Zhao Qiming was the direct superior, and Qin Yu was keenly aware of the potential repercussions of offending him. Moreover, the sixth prince would undoubtedly strive to protect this Chen Hongwen, making it challenging to apprehend him, necessitating Zhao Qiming's intervention. When Zhao Qiming reviewed the testimony, his demeanor shifted drastically. He stared blankly for a considerable time, the anguish etched across his face impossible to conceal. "Your Highness, you truly..." Zhao Qiming's words faltered, swallowed by a wave of regret. That moment, any reprimand seemed futile. He could only lament his decision to assign a task to Qin Yu, wishing he had merely assigned him a trivial role instead of embroiling himself in such troublesome affairs. When it comes to the power struggles among the princes, how many heads might roll? Qin Yu lacked the time for idle chatter and stated his purpose directly. Did I trouble you, Lord Zhao, to promptly arrange for an investigation into this Chen Hongwen? Please ascertain his residence, secure his family, and ideally capture them, as I intend to visit the sixth prince's estate. This represented Qin Yu's dual preparations. After all, his energy was limited, and it was impractical for him to manage every aspect. Should Chen Hongwen not be at the sixth prince's estate, he might inadvertently alert the enemy, complicating matters if the sixth prince had orchestrated his escape. Given that this matter was personally overseen by Zhou Jingyi, Zhao Qiming, despite being Qin Yu's nominal superior, could only comply. The sixth prince might require some effort to deal with, but if Zhou Jingyi sought to handle Zhao Qiming, it would be a simple matter. Understood. Your Highness, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Zhao Qiming sighed inwardly, his expression disheartened. Qin Yu was unperturbed by any potential insincerity on Zhao Qiming's part. Zhou Jingyi's watchful eye ensured that should Zhao dare to act recklessly, his career in the officialdom would be at an end. Remembering his recent encounter with the sixth prince, Li Shou, and now needing to visit his estate to seek someone, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Li Shou would undoubtedly resist handing anyone over, necessitating considerable effort. Xue Xiangming was visibly anxious. Your Highness, are we truly going to the sixth prince's estate to seek someone? Are you afraid? How could I not be? He is the sixth prince, one of His Majesty's sons with the potential to ascend the throne. Who knows what repercussions may follow? Xue Xiangming sighed heavily. Qin Yu understood the concerns of someone like him, struggling at the bottom of the social ladder, and after a moment's thought, replied, If you are afraid, you may return. I shall go alone. After a prolonged hesitation, Xue Xiangming finally spoke, Perhaps it would be best if I accompany you. If I do not go, Zhao Qiming or Zhou Jingyi could easily dispose of me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu refrained from further argument, as Xue Xiangming's reasoning was sound. Consequently, Xue Xiangming remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation until they neared the sixth prince's estate when he suddenly declared, Your Highness, from this moment forth, I shall be your man. Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Xue Xiangming met Qin Yu's gaze, his expression earnest. Your Highness, I shall not beat around the bush. A person of my humble standing cannot navigate such affairs without a powerful ally. You, having saved my life and possessing a friendly disposition, have my loyalty. Qin Yu found it somewhat amusing. You are aware of my circumstances. Are you certain you wish to ally yourself with me? Xue Xiangming nodded vigorously, his demeanor unwavering. Indeed, the world may label you as a martial arts failure. Yet in truth, you have been biding your time. And your recent accomplishments have revealed your extraordinary talent to the entire capital. Furthermore, having observed your skills in solving cases during our time together, it is evident that your intellect is unparalleled, and your future prospects are limitless. I do not aspire to soar alongside you. I merely wish to assist you in whatever capacity I can, ensuring the safety of my family in the process. While Qin Yu dismissed the earlier flattery, it was Xue Xiangming's candid admission that resonated deeply with him. Far more genuine than any grandiose rhetoric, that he recognized the necessity of cultivating individuals to assist him. And after some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, that as long as you commit yourself wholeheartedly to your duties, your future shall not lack in rewards. Qin Yu had already begun to formulate a plan. If Xue Xiangming were to genuinely pledge his loyalty, he would not hesitate to impart the foundational techniques of the Yi Jin Jing to enhance his martial arts aptitude, should he demonstrate sufficient promise. Even the transmission of more advanced martial arts techniques could be a possibility. Rest assured, Your Highness, for a lowly individual like myself, to waver would lead to ruin. Having made my choice, I will steadfastly remain loyal. Xue Xiangming vowed. Qin Yu nodded. That is for the best. After a moment's thought, he continued, I have a task for you. Help me procure some qi-gathering pills, those sanctioned by the court, that I will provide you with some silver tomorrow. Given his past and present circumstances, he lacked the connections within the Deqian government to easily acquire official qi-gathering pills. Yet if he sought to swiftly elevate his cultivation level, he required them, as did Su Qiaoqiao. Thus, he could only rely on Xue Xiangming to procure them from his colleagues. Many of these colleagues often receive rewards and likely possess surplus qi-gathering pills they had not consumed. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will spare no effort in this matter. As they conversed, the two individuals arrived at the entrance of the residence of the sixth prince. the guards stationed at the gate. Upon noticing their approach, raised their long spears and bellowed from afar, "This is the abode of His Highness the Sixth Prince. Leave at once." Having recently aligned himself with Qin Yu, Shui Xiaoming stepped forward and shouted, "Open your eyes and take a good look. We are officials from the Dali Temple, here to investigate a matter at the Sixth Prince's residence. Hurry and announce our arrival." The guards, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted into laughter. "What are the officials of the Dali Temple? How dare you come here to investigate at the Sixth Prince's manor? Get lost, or you shall face our wrath," angered by their dismissive attitude. Shui Xiaoming pointed at Qin Yu and continued to scold them. "You rascals! The esteemed Qin Duke is present. Do you not kneel and pay your respects?" The news of Qin Yu's minor position as a constable at the Dali Temple had spread throughout the imperial capital, and they were certainly aware of it. Moreover, who would dare impersonate a royal family member in the capital? The two guards exchanged glances before reluctantly kneeling and bowing to Qin Yu, growing weary of their insolence. Qin Yu attempted to enter the estate, only to be obstructed once more by the guards. "Your Grace, you cannot enter." Chapter 27. What to do? Qin Yu's expression darkened. Shui Xiaoming, infuriated, barked at the guards. "What do you mean by this? You dare obstruct the Duke from entering?" Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Yu was the brother-in-law of the Sixth Prince, by decorum, even in the absence of the prince. They should respectfully invite Qin Yu in to offer him tea and hospitality. Their behavior was indeed excessive. Apologies, but the rules of the estate dictate that all visitors must be announced and granted permission to enter. The guards stood their ground, showing no respect for Qin Yu. Being so rudely denied entry was a first for Qin Yu, and his fury boiled over. Utilizing his skillful movement, he darted forward, a mere blur, and struck with tremendous force. The guards barely had time to react before they were sent flying, crashing against the courtyard wall. With a splatter, both men coughed up blood, their faces marred and bruised, and they instantly lost consciousness. Suddenly, guards from the inner courtyard emerged, armed with swords and clubs, surrounding Qin Yu. Shui Xiaoming, enraged, drew his long blade and pointed it at the crowd, declaring, "This is Duke Qin. We are officials from the Dali Temple. Are you plotting rebellion?" The inner guards exchanged glances, none daring to act. The identity of a mere constable from the Dali Temple did not intimidate them, but the title of Duke was a different matter altogether. Even in broad daylight, they would not dare to lay a hand on Qin Yu, especially with the threat of rebellion looming over them. "Stand down." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and the guards breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping aside to reveal a thin, stern-faced man dressed in brocade robes, sporting a small mustache, he approached, his expression dark, glancing at the fallen guards before fixing his gaze on Qin Yu, that he gave a perfunctory salute, his tone dripping with disdain as he spoke. "Duke, you truly command quite the authority. And who might you be?" Qin Yu asked coldly, his expression impassive. "I am the steward of His Highness the Sixth Prince." He replied, "My name is." "So you are but a servant?" Qin Yu interrupted. Before the steward could finish, Qin Yu moved swiftly, employing his agile technique to appear before him in an instant, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The steward was sent sprawling, rolling several times before regaining his footing, half of his face swollen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that a mere constable, lacking any connections or power, would dare strike him, the steward of the Sixth Prince's residence. Typically, even high-ranking officials treated him with the utmost courtesy. Qin Yu had no intention of stooping to the level of such a servant. But the steward's arrogance was intolerable, that if he let this slide today, other servants would surely follow suit in the days to come. How could he hope to navigate the capital thereafter? The steward, wishing to retaliate, caught sight of the killing intent in Qin Yu's eyes and swallowed back his words. Regardless of his disdain for Qin Yu, the latter's status as a royal family member meant that any actions against him could easily be construed as treason. Struggling to his feet, the steward suppressed his fury and, with a blank expression, bowed formally, inquiring, "Might I ask why the Duke has come?" Qin Yu remained silent, and Shui Xiaoming seized the moment, declaring loudly, "On the orders of Lord Zhao Qiming from the Dali Temple. We are here to investigate the Sixth Prince's aide, Chen Hongwen." The steward's eyes flickered with surprise, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "May I ask why this official seeks to investigate Chen Hongwen?" Shui Xiaoming's expression darkened. "What right do you have to question the Dali Temple's investigation?" Forgive me. The steward feigned humility, then continued, Chen Hongwen is not present in the estate. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Shui Xiaoming could not ascertain whether the steward was lying, that if this were an ordinary household, he might have dared to search, but within the sixth prince's residence, he felt powerless and turned his gaze to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, equally at a loss, realized that not even the Dali Temple's minister, one of the three dukes, would dare to search the prince's residence without the emperor's express permission. His plan had been to present the situation to the sixth prince, who would then hand over Chen Hongwen to prove his innocence, allowing Qin Yu to extract a confession. Engaging with a mere servant was an unnecessary waste of time. Qin Yu declared, Inform His Highness the sixth prince that I, the Duke, have come to represent the Dali Temple for an investigation, and I expect his cooperation. Apologies, Your Grace, but the sixth prince is currently resting. Please enter the estate and wait. He shall meet with you upon awakening. Though the steward's words were courteous, his tone was laced with arrogance and disdain, prompting a few snickers from the inner guards and whispers among the onlookers. This steward possesses quite a bold demeanor. Disregarding the Duke entirely, is this not peculiar? The Duke represents the sixth prince, a son of the emperor, and yet he is treated with such contempt by a mere servant. Alas, it seems the Duke's position at the Dali Temple is indeed a source of frustration. What alternative does he have but to accept the misfortune of being assigned to such a troublesome task? Qin Yu's expression darkened, but if even a steward displays such audacity, it reveals just how arrogant the sixth prince, Li Shou, has become. Without an audience with Li Shou, the investigation cannot proceed. Yet, he cannot simply wait for the prince to awaken. As he hesitated, a thought suddenly struck him. The steward, being a close confidant of the sixth prince, must possess knowledge regarding Chen Hongwen's affairs. Retracing the steward's steps over the past day might yield insights into Chen Hongwen's whereabouts. With this in mind, Qin Yu silently called out to the system. System, simulate the activities of this individual over the past day. Ding, simulation initiated. Yesterday at this time, he had been dispatched by the sixth prince to summon the aide Chen Hongwen, and the three had conspired in the study regarding the issues surrounding subpar weaponry. The system provided a detailed account, confirming Qin Yu's findings, that the sixth prince was indeed the mastermind behind the scheme, while Wang Fugue was merely the scapegoat. Disappointingly, the steward genuinely did not know Chen Hongwen's whereabouts. They had not seen each other since parting ways the previous day, and even the sixth prince, Li Shou, had not encountered him. This rendered a meeting with Li Shou meaningless. Now, all that remained was to see if Zhao Qiming's dispatch personnel had made any progress. Qin Yu stated coldly, Since the sixth prince is so uncooperative with the Dali Temple's investigation, I shall take my leave. With the weight of his words, Qin Yu turned to depart. Your Grace, travel safely. The steward replied, icily. Navigating through the crowd, Shui Xiaoming inquired, What shall we do now, Your Grace? Return to the Dali Temple. Chapter 28. A stern reprimand. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for viable alternatives. All he could do was await news from Zhao Qiming regarding the personnel he had dispatched to apprehend Chen Hongwen. The outcome, however, left him disheartened. Zhao Qiming's team had located Chen Hongwen's residence, but failed to find him. Chen Hongwen lived alone in the capital, with no one aware of his family's situation, and it remained uncertain whether he had any relatives at all. The case had reached an impasse. Zhao Qiming explained the situation, dismissing everyone present, and bowed deeply to Qin Yu. Your Grace, this is indeed a fortunate turn of events that if nothing can be uncovered, it is best to refrain from further investigation. You must be aware of the potential ramifications. Why wade through murky waters? As Qin Yu departed, the more he pondered, the more trepidation filled him, fearing that any revelations could adversely affect him. Receiving such results, he felt a sense of relief, having provided an explanation to those above him. See, even with the Duke's esteemed status, a case of this nature remains elusive. What more can I do? If I cannot manage, perhaps it is best to appoint someone more capable. Qin Yu, however, was undeterred, asserting firmly, I will uncover the truth of this case, no matter what. Joking aside, today he nearly beat the two guards of the sixth prince, Li Shou, to death and gave his trusted steward a severe thrashing. The enmity has already been established. At this juncture, what purpose does it serve to withdraw? It would be wiser to proceed down this path until the end, complete the system's task, enhance one's strength, and be prepared for any future upheavals. Duke, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Zhao Qiming exclaimed in exasperation, slapping his thigh, just as he was about to analyze the pros and cons to persuade Qin Yu. The evening bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation. "All right, I must return to my residence," Qin Yu declared. "There is no possibility of staying late," he added, turning to leave, leaving Zhao Qiming helplessly sighing in resignation. On his way home, Qin Yu pondered how to investigate the upcoming case. After organizing his thoughts, a direction began to form. Given the ruckus, he stirred at the 6th Prince Li Shou's residence. It was certain that Li Shou would arrange for someone to hide Chen Hongwen, and the trusted steward would undoubtedly be deeply involved. Thus, tomorrow, as long as he encountered either of them, deducing their activities from the past day would lead him to Chen Hongwen. Today, he had pinned a blame of non-cooperation with the Dali Temple's investigation on the 6th Prince. It seemed likely that even if he did not see Li Shou tomorrow, encountering the steward would not be difficult. Lost in thought, Qin Yu returned to his modest courtyard, only to find Princess Qiong Yao standing at his door, her expression devoid of emotion. Qin Yu collected his thoughts and remarked with a hint of jest, "So, have you decided to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with me?" Upon hearing this, Princess Qiong Yao's countenance darkened, and she replied coldly, "You think I would deign to practice such an embarrassing technique with you?" "Not a chance." Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well. Once I finish this case, I shall seek other women to at this." Princess Qiong Yao felt a surge of frustration, akin to losing something that rightfully belonged to her. As Qin Yu approached the door, he paused and frowned slightly. "Step aside. Do not block my path." Suppressing her anger, Princess Qiong Yao attempted to maintain a calm tone and said, "I wish to request that you demonstrate a technique from the 6 Meridians Divine Sword." Before she could finish, Qin Yu interrupted her. "Why should I? 9 Qi gathering pills, palace grade, are far superior to those issued by the court for rewards." Princess Qiong Yao produced a jade vial and extended it towards him. Qin Yu, naturally, would not refuse such an opportunity. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword, a mystical swordplay represented by the fingers, was not something one could master by merely glancing at it. Even a superficial understanding would be at his current level. In the future, this profound technique would require further refinement, ensuring he always held the highest mastery. Thus, he nodded in agreement and reached out to take it, but Princess Qiong Yao suddenly withdrew her hand. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu's expression darkened. "9 pills. Perform the 9 suns, 99 swords each day. You cannot possibly lose out. Promise me, and I shall give you the vial." Princess Qiong Yao fixed her penetrating gaze on Qin Yu. "Fine, I agree. Take it." After receiving the jade vial, Qin Yu was about to perform the sword technique when Princess Qiong Yao interjected, "Just demonstrate the lesser rush sword." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Unsure why she made such a request, but he was too lazy to ponder it further and began the demonstration. Swoosh, 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 waves of sword qi, as tangible as substance, howled forth, slicing through the air towards the heavens. Princess Qiong Yao watched intently, absorbing every minute detail. After performing a dozen strokes, Qin Yu grew somewhat bored and decided to treat it as practical training, incorporating the Lingbo Weibu as well in an instant. His figure filled the courtyard, appearing and disappearing at will, moving with an unpredictable grace, his speed akin to lightning. Princess Li Qiong Yao, initially focused on the swordplay, was taken aback by Qin Yu's agility. Her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Qin Yu's speed had reached a level that even she found alarming. The last time he displayed this technique, he had not been this fast. How could such a remarkable change occur in such a short span of time? Contemplating this, Princess Qiong Yao redirected her attention to perceiving Qin Yu's breath and internal energy flow. To her astonishment, she realized that Qin Yu had indeed ascended to a new small realm. Currently at the intermediate level of a third-rank minor grandmaster, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She distinctly remembered that the last time Qin Yu had acted, he had only just entered the beginner stage of a third-rank minor grandmaster. How could he have progressed so significantly in just a few days? Such talent was truly astounding. Just as she was lost in thought, Qin Yu suddenly halted. "All right, the 99 swords have been unleashed. Come again tomorrow." With that, he pushed open the door and returned to his room. Princess Qiong Yao was left momentarily dazed. Did I ask that all? Regret washed over her. She should not have let her mind wander just then, wasting a rare palace-grade qi gathering pill. However, mindful of her status, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and silently walked towards the back garden. Upon reaching her chamber, Mingyue approached her with a serious expression. Your Highness, the Duke may have caused you some trouble outside. What do you mean by that? Princess Qiangyao inquired, her brows knitting together. The Duke has been investigating a case linked to His Highness the Sixth Prince. Today, he not only confronted the Sixth Prince's guards, but even assaulted the steward, and this matter has spread like wildfire. Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao's face darkened. Elaborate on the specifics, and do not conceal any details. Yes, Your Highness. Understanding her temperament, Mingyue dared not embellish the account, but rather recounted the facts as she had learned them. She concluded, the Sixth Prince has always had a contentious relationship with you. Now that the Duke has disrespected him, it is likely to cause complications. Mingyue expected Princess Qiangyao, typically immersed in her training and indifferent to worldly matters, to become furious and reprimand Qin. However, to her surprise, Princess Qiangyao cast a cold glance at her and retorted, Is the Sixth Prince's dignity of greater worth than my own? Li Qiangyao. Chapter 29. Expelled from the Qin residence, Your Highness. Mingyue was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a response from Qiangyao, which starkly contrasted with her previously understated approach to matters. That I am aware of this situation. You may leave. Princess Qiangyao's gaze flickered as she waved her hand. Her arrangement for Qin Yu to serve as a lowly constable at the Dali Temple was not merely to occupy him with trivial tasks that be while lowering her status. Her intention was to leverage Qin Yu's identity as Duke to create an opportunity to stir the waters of the imperial capital, paving her way to the throne. However, she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, disrupting her plans. Now that the Sixth Prince was involved and the forces behind the scenes began to vie for power, she realized it was time to stoke the flames. Furthermore, the humiliation Qin Yu faced ignited her anger, not due to any burgeoning feelings, but because, regardless of circumstances, he was her nominal husband. Previously, it was tolerable for people to gossip behind his back and look down upon him. Now, even those within her own household were brazenly insulting him. A slight she could not swallow at an inappropriate moment. She would have to reveal her claws. Otherwise, she would be dismissed as inconsequential, with a plan forming in her mind. She resolved to confront the Sixth Prince's residence the following morning. Shortly after Qin Yu returned to his room, Su Qiao entered, carrying 2 large food boxes, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. Weren't you instructed to refrain from meddling in minor matters and focus on cultivating the easy muscle classic? Qin Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. He was in urgent need of Su Qiao's growth, having previously urged her to devote herself to her training. With utmost seriousness, Su Qiao replied, Serving the young master is of utmost importance to me. Moreover, my training has not suffered. Attending to the young master does not take up much time. Qin Yu forced a smile. Very well, do as you wish. How has your training in the easy muscle classic progressed? Upon mentioning this, Su Qiao appeared somewhat animated. That I cannot say for certain how effective my training has been, but I can distinctly feel changes in my body. I am much stronger than before, and my strength has increased significantly. Qin Yu nodded inwardly, pleased with the results of the easy muscle classic. He advised, continue your training diligently. I will provide you with a higher grade cultivation technique in the future. Realizing that Su Qiao had only just begun her training, it was clearly premature to impart her advanced techniques. Rest assured, young master, I will strive to train hard, Su Qiao promised. Afterward, she unpacked the food boxes, revealing an array of 8 dishes, a soup, and a jug of wine. Quite a sumptuous feast that Qin Yu could not possibly consume such a quantity alone. He invited Su Qiao to join him. Reluctantly, she accepted. To encounter a master like you is truly a blessing from my past life. Su Qiao expressed with a hint of emotion, grateful that Qin Yu treated her with the same kindness as in the past, which had never changed. All right, let us eat quickly. Qin Yu dug in heartily, eager to cultivate after acquiring 9 palace-grade qi gathering pills from Princess Qiangyao. Once satiated, however, Su Qiao showed no intention of leaving. Fidgeting in her chair, her pretty face inexplicably flushed. What is the matter? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Young master, Su Qiao stammered, seemingly at a loss for words, which only deepened Qin Yu's confusion. Just speak your mind. Su Qiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and spoke softly. The princess has instructed me to take the initiative in attending to you, Your Highness. Upon uttering these words, Su Qiao nearly buried her face in her bosom, her ears aflame, and her delicate hands clenched together, uncertain of where to place them. Ever since Princess Qiong Yao had suggested that she should be more proactive, she had been contemplating the matter, yet had not dared to voice it until today. Mustering all her courage to finally speak, Qin Yu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Qiao would broach such a subject, let alone that it was at the behest of Princess Qiong Yao. What on earth was this woman thinking? While he pondered this, Su Qiao cautiously lifted her gaze to sneak a glance at him, only to hurriedly avert her eyes again. Qin Yu found it somewhat amusing. "So, do you wish to?" "Yes," came Su Qiao's barely audible reply. Qin Yu glanced at her form, which was just beginning to develop, and forcibly suppressed the stirring of emotions within him. It was not yet the time for such indulgences. One must wait until the fruit is ripe to savor its sweetness. Enough of these foolish thoughts. You should focus on your training, he said with a wave of his hand and a smile. At his words, Su Qiao's head shot up. "Young master, do you not like Qiao? I ask for no status, only to serve you well." With that, tears welled in her eyes. Qin Yu sighed. "You are overthinking it. The time is not right." Seeing her still wear a sorrowful expression, he added, "You will eventually belong to me, and only to me that if you truly wish to serve me well, then concentrate on your training." "Will you? Really?" Su Qiao wiped her tears away. "That of course. Would I deceive you?" "Understood. Qiao will." With that, Su Qiao departed, her spirits lifted. What a foolish girl. Qin Yu chuckled to himself as he seated himself cross-legged on the bed and took the gathering essence pill given by Princess Qiong Yao. Truly, this royal-grade pill surpassed anything awarded by the Dali Temple. It dissolved upon entering his mouth, and an overwhelming surge of energy rushed through his limbs like a tidal wave that in an instant. Qin Yu felt his meridians filled to capacity, even experiencing a slight sensation of swelling, that he hastily began to circulate his cultivation technique to absorb and refine the energy into pure inner strength, filling his dantian, which then surged through his limbs, organs, bones, and skin, enhancing his physical form comprehensively, that he could distinctly sense his stagnant cultivation rapidly advancing, drawing nearer to the advanced level of a third-grade minor master. After consuming 3 gathering essence pills, Qin Yu successfully elevated his cultivation to the advanced level of a third-grade minor master. Without pausing, he continued his training, refining and absorbing the remaining 6 pills until he finally broke through to the initial level of a second-grade master. With a long exhale of turbid air, Qin Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled with determination. This should be sufficient to impress Princess Qiong Yao, he mused, recalling the words of Emperor Qinwu on that day in the Chengtian Hall. Since the emperor had spoken thus, there was no need for him to hold back. He was not a creature that thought solely with his lower body. He had no particular interest in Princess Qiong Yao's physical form. His singular aim was to defeat her, compelling her to submit, and to make it clear that within the Qin family, he was the one in control. At that point, the back garden would no longer be a forbidden area, and the audacious Mingyue would be expelled from the Qin residence. The next morning, Qin Yu rose early, and after breakfast, he hurried to the Dali Temple, intending to bring more people to create a formidable presence before visiting the residence of the 6th prince. The previous day, he had placed a heavy accusation upon the 6th prince, Li Shou, and today, regardless of how arrogant the prince might be, he would have to provide an explanation. Otherwise, it would truly grant other princes the justification to attack him. As long as he could meet someone, even if it were merely the steward, Qin Yu could uncover the whereabouts of Chen Hongwen. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, Princess Qiong Yao, accompanied by Mingyue, was making her way to the 6th prince's residence in a carriage. Having resided in the depths of the palace before her marriage and subsequently training in the back garden of the Qin residence, she had seldom ventured out. Today, her outing was exceedingly low-key, devoid of any ostentation. The newly assigned guards were oblivious to her identity. They only knew that this ethereal beauty was the most exquisite woman they had ever encountered, leaving them utterly mesmerized. Noticing their stares, Princess Qiong Yao's expression darkened. Mingyue rebuked loudly, "You wretched servants, where are your eyes? The princess has arrived, and you do not hasten to kneel and pay your respects." The 2 guards, startled, immediately knelt and bowed in reverence. Princess Qiong Yao paid them no mind and stepped forward. One of the guards, summoning his courage, spoke, "Please, your highness, allow me to inform the others." Princess Qiong Yao halted, a cold smile gracing her lips. Such audacity! With that, she stepped forward, her white gown billowing slightly as an overwhelming force surged forth. The guard screamed, propelled backward, crashing through the heavy wooden door and landing heavily on the ground. Unconscious or worse. Inside, chaos erupted as the internal guards brandished various weapons, rushing toward her. Princess Cheong Yao remained composed, standing elegantly amidst the turmoil, although she had not disclosed her intentions to Mingyue prior to their departure. Mingyue, having served her loyally for many years, quickly grasped Princess Cheong Yao's intent. Though somewhat perplexed, she dutifully fulfilled her role, charging ahead with fervor. "How dare you? The princess has arrived, and you come armed. Do you seek rebellion?" Mingyue's voice rang out forcefully. The internal guards faltered, halting in their tracks, their expressions a mixture of confusion and uncertainty as they regarded Princess Cheong Yao. With a calm demeanor, Princess Cheong Yao advanced towards them. Unperturbed by their weapons, the guards, at a loss, could only retreat in haste. Seeing this, Mingyue's anger flared, and she pointed at them, scolding fiercely, "Dare you point weapons at Her Highness? You wretched servants deserve to die." At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. "What are you all lingering for? Withdraw at once." The guard sighed in relief and promptly retreated. The speaker was none other than the steward of the sixth prince's residence. His face bruised from Qin Yu's earlier encounter, yet he approached with an ingratiating smile. Kneeling before Princess Cheong Yao, "I pay my respects to Your Highness." "And who might you be?" "Replying to Your Highness. I am the steward of the sixth prince's residence that I was present when you married, and I have served the sixth prince since then," he said, his face alight with obsequiousness. After all, Princess Cheong Yao was the most cherished daughter of Emperor Qinwu, a true royal bloodline, incomparable to a mere consort like Qin Yu. Furthermore, he surmised that Princess Cheong Yao had come to seek justice. Hence he dared not exhibit any arrogance, but he thought Princess Cheong Yao would not trouble a humble steward like himself, as the residence's rules were set by the sixth prince, and he was merely an executor of those rules. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a swift sound pierced the air. The steward's head flew into the air, a fountain of blood erupting forth, his ingratiating smile never having the chance to fade. The people in the sixth prince's residence were left in stunned silence, including Mingyue, who looked on in disbelief. Killing a few minor lackeys would not provoke the sixth prince, who would likely feign ignorance even if he felt anger. However, the execution of the sixth prince's steward was an entirely different matter. To attain the position of steward, one must be a trusted confidant. This act was tantamount to trampling upon the sixth prince's dignity, a grievous affront that would earn Princess Cheong Yao the ire of the prince. What could possibly motivate her to act thus? Was it truly for that incompetent consort's sake? "Where is Li Shou? Why has he not come to see me?" Princess Cheong Yao inquired, her expression calm, as if she had merely performed an inconsequential task. Surveying her surroundings, the act of killing the steward had been part of her plan from the outset. Besides reclaiming her royal dignity, her aim was to sever one of the sixth prince's arms. The steward held sway over many of the prince's assets and secrets. His sudden demise would undoubtedly catch the sixth prince off guard, providing other powers with an opportunity to strike. That a trembling servant stepped forward cautiously. "Reporting, Your Highness, the prince has entered the palace." With the principal party absent, Princess Cheong Yao saw no reason to linger any longer and, without uttering another word, departed with a flick of her sleeve. None among the residents dared to impede her, merely watching helplessly as she left in the Dacian imperial palace. Within the Qingtian Hall, Li Shou knelt before Emperor Qinwu, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. "Father, military matters are the foundation of the nation. Even if I possessed boundless audacity, I would never dare to act recklessly." Emperor Qinwu sat high upon the dragon throne, surveying him from above, his expression devoid of emotion, yet imposing an immense pressure upon Li Shou. "Furthermore, father, this Dacian belongs to the Li family. No matter how thoughtless I may be, I would never destroy our own foundation. Why do you not trust me?" A cryptic smile appeared on Emperor Qinwu's face. The world ruled by the Li family. How intriguing that Li Shou, unaware of his father's intentions, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation. Emperor Qinwu stood from the throne, slowly approaching Li Shou, his gaze profound. Rules are rules. Though these rules were established by the Li royal family, one must still present an appearance of adhering to them before the eyes of the world. As the officials of the Dali Temple arrived to investigate the case, and it was none other than your brother-in-law who came to inquire. How could you be so brazen and overbearing, neglecting even the appearance of decorum? What will the world think of the Li royal family? You trample upon the very rules you have established and humiliate the descendants of loyal subjects. If this continues, who would dare to pledge their allegiance to the Li royal family? At this point, Emperor Qinwu had approached Li Shou, looking down at him with eyes full of disappointment. How is it that I have given birth to such an inept son? One who lacks the ability to win hearts and ignores the reputation of our imperial family. Li Shou was drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you for your guidance, Father. I understand my mistakes. Cooperate fully with the investigation, and you may leave. Emperor Qinwu waved his hand, a hint of impatience in his tone. Yes, Father. After Li Shou had withdrawn, Emperor Qinwu turned his gaze towards the old eunuch standing nearby. Have you ascertained who pushed that foolish boy, Qin Yu, into this murky situation? The old eunuch slightly bowed and succinctly replied, It was His Highness the Second Prince. Chapter 31. Emperor Qinwu furrowed his brows, then revealed an enigmatic smile. Interesting. Has this begun already? Truly a fine son of mine. The old eunuch remained silent. Emperor Qinwu inquired further. Has the sixth prince meddled in weapon manufacturing? If your majesty has not commanded it. This old servant has not dared to investigate. Shall we proceed with the inquiry? Emperor Qinwu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Let that boy from the Qin family handle it. I wish to see what results can be uncovered. Even as a prince, facing Emperor Qinwu brought immense pressure, and it wasn't until he exited the Chengtian Hall that Li Shou felt somewhat relieved. Huff! Li Shou exhaled deeply, adjusting his emotions, but could not help but think of Qin Yu, his expression darkening. That lowly creature, wielding a mere feather as a command, truly dares to investigate this prince. How outrageous! And what does that second prince mean by bringing forth such a useless pawn? Does he truly believe he can uncover anything? Li Shou did not dwell on the matter too heavily. He had already made ample arrangements. Unless Emperor Qinwu sent someone personally to investigate, no one would dare to uncover anything. Throughout his journey, he contemplated how to retaliate against the second prince, losing track of time until he arrived at his residence. Your Highness, the coachman reminded him, pulling him back to reality, though he sensed something was amiss in the coachman's tone. He lifted the curtain, instinctively glancing towards the front gate. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming aura of rage erupted from him, causing his accompanying guards and servants to kneel in fear. Before him lay the grand entrance of his opulent residence, now reduced to a pile of rubble, with several servants cleaning up the mess, while a few craftsmen dismantled the remaining door panels. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside, whispering and pointing, unsure of what to say. Swish! Li Shou leaped from the carriage and strode towards the entrance, causing the surrounding citizens and household members to kneel in reverence. What on earth happened? After the crowd had paid their respects, Li Shou coldly inquired. One individual glanced around, seeing no one daring to speak, and mustered the courage to respond. This morning, Princess Qiong Yao arrived and damaged the wooden door. Qiong Yao? Li Shou was taken aback. This royal sister, who had hardly made her presence known since her marriage, returned to demolish her own family's entrance. Is it to stand up for that worthless wretch? But she has always despised him. They haven't even consummated their marriage, have they? Just as he was lost in thought, the person lowered their voice and cautiously continued. Princess Qiong Yao also killed the steward. What? Li Shou bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that swept through the vicinity like a tempest, sending several lower-ranked servants stumbling. He could hardly believe it. That Li Qiong Yao would dismantle the door was one thing, but to audaciously kill his trusted steward was an outright humiliation, a disgrace thrown mercilessly in his face. Could it be for Qin Yu? Taking a deep breath, Li Shou forced down his fury and demanded, What exactly transpired? Speak clearly and without embellishment. Yes, Your Highness. After hearing the entire account, Li Shou's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with malice, even exuding a hint of murderous intent. Princess Qiong Yao had indeed intervened on behalf of Qin Yu. Today's incident would surely make him a laughingstock throughout the imperial capital, a stain on his life. Yet, he found himself powerless against Princess Qiong Yao, for strictly speaking, her actions could be seen as an affront to authority. As a member of the royal bloodline, she had every right to dispose of a few servants that if this escalated to Emperor Qinwu, he would likely reprimand Li Shou for failing to manage his subordinates properly. forcing him to reflect on his own shortcomings. Thus, he was resigned to this bitter pill. That wretched woman! How dare she humiliate me so? Li Shou's heart burned with rage, yet he could not unleash his wrath in such a setting. So he steeled his expression and proceeded into the residence to be why sheer coincidence. Qin Yu arrived with a large entourage of Dali Temple officials, their imposing presence drawing the attention of the gathered crowd and Li Shou alike. He halted in his tracks, locking eyes with the swiftly approaching Qin Yu, the murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Unaware of the circumstances, Qin Yu felt quite puzzled. Was it merely the incident with the two guards from yesterday that led to this? Dismounting, he approached Li Shou and clasped his hands in greeting. Sixth Prince. Before he could finish, Li Shou interrupted, fixing him with a cold stare, and said ominously, Qin Yu, I truly underestimated you before. I never imagined you would so quickly win the favor of Qiong Yao. Congratulations. Qin Yu was taken aback. Before he could inquire further, the Sixth Prince scoffed derisively. Unfortunately, you remain a useless wretch, too cowardly to speak up for yourself, relying on your woman to defend you. You have utterly disgraced the face of manhood. Qin Yu's expression darkened. Given that the Sixth Prince was disrespecting him, he would not hold back either. Li Shou, mind your tongue. Without the backing of your royal status. What are you even worth? What did you say? The Sixth Prince roared, his eyes bulging as his anger surged uncontrollably, that he could hardly believe that Qin Yu would dare to speak so boldly. Did you not hear me clearly? Allow me to repeat myself. Qin Yu sneered, raising his voice a notch. Without the backing of your royal status, what do you think you are? Qin Yu showed no fear. After all, he was still a member of the royal family, Li Shou's brother-in-law. No matter how harshly he was insulted, it remained within the bounds of royal lineage. Even if it reached Emperor Qianwu, he would not fear the repercussions, given that Li Shou had been the one to provoke him first. That as for whether this would upset Emperor Qianwu, that was not his current concern. He could not allow Li Shou to publicly humiliate him. How dare you? With that, Li Shou unleashed a thunderous shout, striking out with a palm imbued with a terrifying force aimed directly at Qin Yu's heart, second-tier martial master. Feeling the pressure of Li Shou's energy, Qin Yu's lips curled into a dismissive smile as he refrained from revealing his own strength. With a slight activation of his agile footwork, he effortlessly dodged the attack. After all, he dared not publicly confront the Emperor's son. Such an act would change the very nature of their conflict. You actually evaded my attack? Li Shou's eyes widened in shock that he had heard of Qin Yu's hidden prowess being uncovered recently, even having the steward investigated. According to the reports, while Qin Yu's agility was impressive, it had not reached this level. Witnessing it today left him astounded. Qin Yu had no desire to engage in a drawn-out conflict. So after evading the attack, he shouted, Li Shou, I am here today on behalf of Dali Temple to investigate. Your actions show a blatant disregard for the law of the Great Qian. Chapter 32. Li Shou certainly did not regard the law of the Great Qian with any seriousness. However, he could not openly admit this in front of so many witnesses, with such a heavy accusation laid upon him. He had no choice but to endure it. The reprimand from Emperor Qianwu echoed in his mind, and he dared not commit any further transgressions, inhaling deeply to suppress his anger. Then let us proceed with your investigation. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Qin Yu smirked. Sixth Prince, this matter requires your cooperation, that I have no time for that. Qin Yu, seeking a compromise, replied. Then I shall have to ask your steward to cooperate instead. Li Shou abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixating on Qin Yu. Are you deliberately insulting me? My steward was beheaded by your woman. Do you truly not comprehend this? Qin Yu was taken aback. You mean to say Princess Qiong Yao beheaded your steward? Humph. The Sixth Prince coldly snorted and strode towards the residence. To prevent him from vanishing from view and losing the chance to deduce further. Qin Yu quickly called out to the system. Simulate what Li Shou has been up to all day. Ding. Simulation initiated. After you left yesterday, Li Shou was awakened by his steward, who informed him of your arrival. Li Shou became furious, hurling insults at you before realizing that someone was secretly stirring the pot, plotting against him, and subsequently instructed his steward to send someone to find Chen Hongwen. Soon, Chen Hongwen was brought back from a place of ice. After Li Shou meticulously inquired and confirmed that no loose ends were left, he intended to eliminate Chen Hongwen, believing that only the silence of the deceased could guarantee absolute secrecy. However, Chen Hongwen was no pushover. He informed Li Shou that, to avoid being discarded like a used tool, he had preserved the evidence and the whereabouts of the funds he had received for manufacturing inferior weapons at Li Shou's behest. Li Shou, fearing the implications of this revelation, had no choice but to detain Chen Hongwen, planning to silence him once he located the incriminating evidence. Unfortunately, Chen Hongwen had concealed it too well, no matter the threats or torture. He remained tight-lipped. Chen Hongwen countered Li Shou's threats, asserting that if he were to die, the evidence would inevitably reach Li Shou's enemies, leaving Li Shou with no option but to compromise that to avoid detection. Li Shou hid Chen Hongwen in the cellar of the Zui Xian Lu this morning. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Qin Yu ceased his reading. The location was confirmed: the cellar of Zui Xian Lu. The current dilemma was how to find a plausible excuse to retrieve Chen Hongwen from this place. Just then, Shui Xiaoming approached, glancing around nervously, and said, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" The other accompanying officials wore similarly troubled expressions. They had merely come to lend an air of authority. Asking them to search the residence of the sixth prince or to confront someone was beyond their courage, unless ordered by the emperor. Having acquired the information he sought, Qin Yu had no intention of lingering with Li Shou, adopting a facade of difficulty instead. After a moment, he sighed. The sixth prince disregards the law and refuses to cooperate with the investigation. There is nothing more I can do but withdraw. The officials breathed a collective sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing as they began to chat and laugh. As lunchtime approached, they decided to eat outside rather than return to the Dali Temple. "What are you thinking? After eating, we still have to return. Do you think the salary is easy to come by?" Hearing their conversation, Qin Yu's mind sparked with an idea that he spoke loudly to the group. "Esteemed colleagues, you have all exerted yourselves today without achieving any results, so let me treat you to lunch. There will be plenty of wine and meat." Upon hearing this, the officials rejoiced, exclaiming, "Your Highness is generous." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qin Yu led the group towards Xian Lu. Meanwhile, Li Shou, who had just calmed down, felt puzzled at Qin Yu's absence. Where is Qin Yu? Wasn't he investigating a case? A servant hurriedly went out to inquire, and soon returned with the news. Reporting cautiously, "Your Highness, the prince has left with his men." "Left?" Li Shou was taken aback, surprised at how easily he had been dismissed. The servant nodded. "Yes, before leaving, he mentioned something that many heard." "What did he say?" The prince said, "The sixth prince disregards the law and refuses to cooperate with the investigation. I have no choice but to withdraw." What insolence! The anger Li Shou had suppressed flared up again. Just that morning, the emperor had summoned him to the palace, advising him not to be overly arrogant and to at least maintain appearances, so as not to tarnish the royal image in essence. He was warned not to give the world a negative impression of the royal family. He had just barely restrained his temper, only to be met with Qin Yu's damning accusation of disregarding the law. Reflecting on his actions, he realized there was no way to justify himself, leaving no room for rebuttal. This was akin to throwing him onto the pyre. Quite remarkable. His brother-in-law is quite remarkable indeed. Li Shou couldn't help but exclaim that at this point he had no choice but to proceed cautiously down on the other side. As Qin Yu led his entourage towards Zui Xian Lu, he recalled Li Shou's words about Princess Qiong Yao beheading Li Shou's steward. This woman, who was usually absorbed in her cultivation and indifferent to worldly affairs, how did she suddenly end up murdering someone at Li Shou's residence? Could it truly be, as Li Shou claimed, that she acted to defend him? Logically, Li Shou had no reason to lie about such matters. Yet the question remained. It was impossible. He was acutely aware of Princess Qiong Yao's attitude toward him. How could she turn against her own kin? Unable to make sense of it, Qin Yu dismissed the thought and focused on the task at hand, turning to Shui Xiaoming. "You are familiar with Zui Xian Lu, correct?" "Not extensively. I've only been there a few times. The food there is quite expensive." "Why do you ask, Your Highness?" Qin Yu pulled him aside, lowering his voice. "That I need you to do me a favor. Find out the exact location of their cellar without raising any suspicions. Once you confirm it, report back to me." "Understood?" Shui Xiaoming was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Qin Yu's visit to Zui Xian Lu was not merely for dining, but had ulterior motives. He was eager to ask for clarification, but seeing the crowd around them, he suppressed his curiosity and nodded. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Upon arriving at Zui Xian Lu, Qin Yu instructed the staff to bring forth fine wine and meat, and the officials erupted in cheers. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Xiaoming slipped away. Not long after, Shui Xiaoming returned. Your Highness, I have discovered the location of the cellar. It is situated within the kitchen to avoid raising suspicions. I knocked out the staff member who was there. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. He then stood up and headed downstairs, where dozens of Dali Temple officials were joyously feasting, without regard for their unfinished meals. Qin Yu called out loudly, Gentlemen, I have received word that a notorious criminal is hiding within this establishment. Please follow me to apprehend him. The crowd stared at Qin Yu in astonishment, taken aback by the sudden turn of events from a festive meal to a manhunt. We can capture the criminal and eat afterward. With that, Qin Yu leaped down, and Shui Xiaoming dashed ahead toward the kitchen, causing chaos to ensue in the main hall of Zhe Xianlu. The officials urged the staff to save the food and followed suit until they reached the kitchen, surrounding it completely. The innkeeper's complexion changed drastically, and he quietly slipped away. Shui Xiaoming entered the kitchen, driving all the cooks out, and arrived at the entrance of the cellar, stopping Qin Yu, who was about to jump down. Your Highness, it's better if you don't go down there. Let me handle it. With that, he leaped down. Qin Yu said nothing more, internally raising his assessment of Shui Xiaoming, planning to reward him with great fortune after a period of testing. Before long, a figure was hoisted up. It was a middle-aged man clad in a scholar's robe, with a handlebar mustache and a hawkish nose, exuding an air of cunning that he appeared disheveled, bound tightly, his robe stained and bloodied, one leg limping, clearly having undergone severe punishment. Nonetheless, his eyes remained calm, and he looked at Qin Yu with surprise. Who are you? Before Qin Yu could respond, Shui Xiaoming, having emerged from the cellar, answered, This is the esteemed Prince Qin Yu. You should quickly pay your respects. The middle-aged man was even more astonished. Prince Qin? It is you? Qin Yu replied coolly, So you are Qin Hongwen. The middle-aged man nodded, still incredulous. I never imagined it would be you to find me. I can't fathom how you tracked me down. Hearing this, Shui Xiaoming glanced at Qin Yu, equally curious, sensing that Qin Yu must have known Qin Hongwen's hiding place after leaving the sixth prince's residence. Naturally, Qin Yu did not elaborate, merely stating, You should focus on how to save your own neck. As he spoke, he walked toward the kitchen, with Shui Xiaoming trailing behind, holding on to Qin Hongwen. All right, everyone, please continue your feasting. Qin Yu commanded. The officials were taken aback, surprised that Qin Yu had managed to capture a criminal, as if everything had been premeditated. However, they were too preoccupied with the prospect of a grand feast to ponder the details. They cheered and resumed their revelry. Qin Yu summoned a waiter for paper and ink, leading Qin Hongwen to a private room on the second floor for questioning. He feared that bringing the suspect to the Dali Temple would invite interference from the sixth prince and other factions, jeopardizing his mission. You are a clever man. I trust you understand my intentions. You know very well how the sixth prince has treated you. Speak. Qin Yu said, his tone indifferent. Qin Hongwen glanced at the food and wine on the table. Shifting slightly, untie me. Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Shui Xiaoming, who understood and proceeded to untie Qin Hongwen, drawing his long knife and positioning himself behind him, ready to strike if necessary. Qin Hongwen, as if oblivious to the situation, forwent chopsticks and instead stood beside the table, grabbing food with his hands, clearly famished. Moments later, he seized the wine jug and gulped down several swigs before finally taking a seat, letting out a satisfied burp and patting his belly. How delightful! This may well be the last sumptuous meal one can savor. It tastes far more delightful than the usual fare. Qin Yu found this individual rather intriguing and chuckled. No worries. I shall arrange a splendid feast for the crown prince at the court of justice soon. Haha, there's no need for that. Anyone associated with me now is bound to meet misfortune. Your Highness, you have been biding your time for so long. There is no need to concern yourself with a doomed person. Qin Hongwen replied cheerfully, displaying no signs of anxiety. Biding your time? What do you mean by that? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Qin Hongwen lifted his teacup and took a sip, gazing at Qin Yu with a smile. After lying dormant for 18 years, labeled as a useless person without ever proving otherwise, it was only upon entering the realm of the Grandmaster that I began to reveal my true potential. And now, the ensuing storm is stirred by your hand. Is it not the very definition of biding your time? Your Highness? Qin Yu was taken aback, but after some contemplation, he realized outsiders might not be entirely wrong in their perceptions. His recent transformation had indeed been monumental. Compared to you, the sixth princely show is truly a fool. How could I have ever supported him? I am a fool myself. Chen Hongwen lamented, letting out a bitter laugh as he took a hearty swig from the wine jug. Xue Xiaoming glanced at Qin Yu, finding merit in Chen Hongwen's words, and felt a flicker of hope for his own future. After setting down the wine jug, Chen Hongwen extended his hand, requesting paper and pen. Do not ask me anything. I shall personally document everything I know, so you can go to your demise unburdened. Chen Hongwen's nonchalance surprised Qin Yu. He was indeed a fascinating individual. Xue Xiaoming handed him the paper and pen, coldly warning, "You had better not write anything to protect your master. We shall verify every detail. Otherwise, you will experience the full extent of the Court of Justice's punishment." Chen Hongwen shot him a glance and scoffed. Such a narrow-minded perspective. The sixth prince has treated me like a discarded pawn, humiliating and tormenting me, even wishing to eliminate me. Why on earth would I protect him with my words? Merely refraining from embellishing the truth would be quite generous. With that, he turned his attention back to the paper, swiftly writing that I am the span of 2 T-lights. Chen Hongwen completed his task, eschewing ink and instead biting his finger to leave a blood seal before handing it to Qin Yu. I am unaware of which prince you have allied with, but since you possess leverage over the sixth prince, strike hard and ensure his downfall. Chen Hongwen declared with intense fervor. Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head. You are mistaken. I have not allied with any faction, that I merely seek to uncover the truth behind this case. Chen Hongwen paused, astonished. Your Highness, have you lost your mind? Why would you involve yourself in such matters without seeking personal gain? Ignoring him, Qin Yu meticulously reviewed the testimony and furrowed his brow. The sixth prince was indeed deserving of his fate, having overreached excessively. However, this was not his concern at that moment. The system had yet to resonate in his mind, indicating that the evidence was insufficient to constitute a death sentence. Mere testimony would not suffice. He needed tangible proof. Please provide the evidence you have collected regarding the sixth prince's actions. Chen Hongwen stared, astounded. How did you know about this? Chapter 34, his opponent. Qin Yu naturally refrained from revealing his deduction system and instead fabricated a response. Your survival indicates that the sixth prince has something on you. Is that not obvious? Brilliant. Chen Hongwen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, then curiously asked, Few are aware that the Zue Xianlu is under the sixth prince's ownership. How did you find out I was imprisoned here? Qin Yu continued his fabrication. Someone has been discreetly relaying information to me. Chen Hongwen's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by hearty laughter. Haha, the sixth prince's inner circle has been infiltrated. Wonderful. Who would genuinely pledge loyalty to such a master? Qin Yu remained patient, allowing Chen Hongwen to vent his emotions. He did not wish to squander the little time he had for deductions on the location of the evidence hidden by Chen Hongwen. After a bout of laughter, Chen Hongwen remarked, Your Highness, do you realize you are being used as a pawn? Qin Yu nonchalantly replied, That matters not. My only concern is whether this case can be resolved. What a remarkable individual. Chen Hongwen praised, then after a moment's hesitation, cautioned, If I am not mistaken, it is the second Prince Li Ji who has pushed you forward that in my view, he lacks the capability to seize the throne. His vision is too limited. Your Highness, be wary of choosing the wrong side. Qin Yu was rapidly losing patience. He nodded and inquired, Can you now present the evidence you possess? Follow me. Chen Hongwen decisively rose and strode toward the door. With Xue Xiaoming closely trailing behind, by this time, Qin Yu's colleagues had nearly finished their meals. After settling the bill, Chen Hongwen led the way, and the group exited in a grand procession as they reached the street corner. They encountered the sixth princely show, riding swiftly on horseback and flanked by nearly 100 guards. Upon spotting Chen Hongwen at the forefront of the group, the sixth prince's expression darkened ominously, though he quickly masked it with a facade of delight. Ha, Mr. Chen, how fortunate I am to have found you at last. Come, let us return to my residence. I have matters to discuss with you. Qin Yu pulled Chen Hongwen behind him, blocking his path as he coldly addressed the prince. Your Highness, Chen Hongwen is a serious offender of the Court of Justice. How could he possibly accompany you back to your residence? With a smile plastered on his face, Chen Hongwen curiously scrutinized the two, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding scene. The two factions, numbering over 100, faced off in the street, attracting the attention of passers-by who paused to observe. The sixth prince's visage turned grim as he coldly regarded Qin Yu. We are family. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? Unable to suppress a laugh, Qin Yu retorted. Now you remember we are family? And in this situation, you dare to threaten me from atop your high horse? How utterly arrogant. He would not indulge the prince, scoffing, Your Highness, I am currently on official duty, that if you have no business here, kindly step aside, that if you leave him behind, you may go, the prince blustered. How absurd. Qin Yu scoffed, if I refuse to let him go, do you intend to commit murder in broad daylight? If you possess such courage, then come at me. With that, Qin Yu provocatively beckoned with his finger. To abduct a serious offender of the court of justice in the open would be a foolish act. Even Emperor Qinwu would have no choice but to act against him, providing the public a satisfactory explanation. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from the sixth prince, locking on to Qin Yu as the sound of his sword resonated ominously. He was clearly on the brink of an explosion. Unfazed, Qin Yu refrained from engaging in further dialogue, bellowing, If you lack the courage to act, then get out of my way. The prince was filled with a mix of fury and anxiety, with so many witnesses present. He lacked the audacity to seize a serious offender of the court of justice, but if Emperor Qinwu learned of this, he would certainly break his legs. Yet if Chen Hongwen divulged information, he should not. He could not escape punishment. Other princes would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation, leaving him with no means to cover it up, but he found himself cornered with no way out, his hopes now resting solely on Chen Hongwen. He turned to him, maintaining a blank expression. Mr. Chen, we have known each other for years, akin to brothers. Rest assured, I will restore your reputation. Please do not speak recklessly. The implication of his words was unmistakable. He was playing the emotional card while simultaneously issuing a threat, aimed at silencing Chen Hongwen. Yet Chen Hongwen had no faith in him, and having already submitted his written testimony to Qin Yu, he saw no path of retreat, that a man devoid of hope has nothing to fear. He raised his finger and shouted, Li Shou. His voice rang clear, capturing the attention of the hundreds around them, all curious to hear what he had to say. The sixth prince felt a wave of panic wash over him. Realizing he was finished, Chen Hongwen had not referred to him as Your Highness, but instead called him by his name, indicating he had resigned himself to his fate and would surely reveal the untold truths. As expected, Chen Hongwen's next words sent shockwaves through the crowd. You, using your royal title, cut corners in manufacturing inferior weapons for the Ministry of War. When Inspector Wang Jingquan discovered this, you applied pressure, causing his son to murder him, eliminating all who were privy to the truth, even intending to kill me. What face do you have to stand in this world, you despicable wretch? Preposterous, you lie, Li Shou bellowed, leaping toward Chen Hongwen in a fit of rage. His eyes were bloodshot, completely devoid of reason. That moment, Qin Yu let out a cold snort and activated his light steps to intercept him. He refrained from using the six meridian sword, instead employing the most basic palm technique to strike at Li Shou's chest, intending to push him back. Perfect, this is all you're doing. And now I'll take care of you first. At this point, Li Shou could no longer afford to consider the consequences. He threw a powerful punch at Qin Yu's neck, intent on killing him. With a resounding crash, their palms collided, unleashing a wave of force that sent shockwaves through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Li Shou staggered back 9 steps before managing to steady himself, feeling as though the bones in his wrist were about to shatter, a searing pain coursing through him. Yet at that moment, he could hardly focus on the pain. A tempest of disbelief swirled within him as his eyes widened, his face contorted in shock. Impossible. This cannot be. Just a few days ago, you were merely a third-rank grandmaster. How have you suddenly become a second-rank grandmaster? He himself was merely a novice at the second-tier master level, yet found himself at a disadvantage in a duel. That it was evident that his opponent was also a master. A reality he struggled to accept. After all, Qin Yu was widely regarded as a known failure. And what of himself? Although he could not be deemed a martial arts prodigy, he had trained from a young age with the finest techniques in the world, utilizing resources that most would not dare to imagine. Moreover, he had a full 5 years of experience over Qin Yu. With such a multitude of advantages, how could it be that he was not a match for him? Chapter 35. I have agreed. Boom. The entire scene erupted in disbelief, as all present displayed expressions of incredulity. Prince Qin was actually a second-tier master? My heavens, just days ago, wasn't he said to be merely a third-tier minor master? Had he been concealing his true abilities? Achieving the second-tier master level at the age of 18 was indeed a rare talent, and it was laughable that people had previously labeled him as a failure. The sixth prince had heard that Qin had attained the second-tier master level for quite some time. Yet he was effortlessly repelled by Prince Qin, indicating that he was formidable even among masters. Aside from their astonishment at Qin Yu's displayed prowess, the crowd was filled with righteous anger directed at the sixth prince Sa Royal. How could he commit such a heartless act? It was utterly disgraceful. The Li family had lost all face due to his actions. Indeed, such a deranged act deserved punishment. Otherwise, where would the law of the great Qian stand? Upon hearing the crowd's denunciations, even if Li Shou harbored deep hatred for Qin Yu, he could only suppress it that if he were to kill Qin Yu and abduct Chen Hongwen, he would be finished. No one could protect him. Not even the emperor of the Qian would spare familial ties. And he would face severe punishment to give the world an explanation. Li Shou took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent, and cast one last lingering glance at Qin Yu before mounting his horse. Let us go for now. He could only return to his residence and prepare for the emperor's wrath. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was led by Chen Hongwen to a butcher's shop, owned by a trusted confidant he had secretly nurtured. The evidence lay concealed beneath a blood-soaked wooden block, exuding a foul odor. With the evidence in hand, Qin Yu returned to the Dali temple. It was at this moment that he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 350 years of simulation time, along with the advanced yellow-grade technique, the star absorption method. The star absorption method, a unique technique that, once cultivated, allows the dantian to remain as empty as a hollow box and as deep as a valley, capable of absorbing the internal energy of others for one's own use. Note: this technique disregards the capacity of one's own dantian and the depth of their skills. Any opponent you subdue, regardless of their cultivation level, can be drained. Special reminder: this technique carries the risk of internal energy backlash. Please use with caution. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Qin Yu was overjoyed, unable to suppress a delighted smile. Yet, he quickly concealed it, feeling even more exhilarated within. Absorbing others' internal energy for personal use was simply a divine method for rapidly enhancing one's strength and breaking through cultivation barriers. As for the risk of internal energy backlash, he was not concerned at all. He could utilize the system to simulate a higher tier, gradually mitigating this risk. Qin Yu was determined. Once simulated to the heavenly tier, how could there still be such risks? Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu declared in his heart system, allocate all 350 years to simulate the star absorption method. Ding! Simulation commenced. You have obtained the advanced yellow-grade technique. The star absorption method, which has filled you with ecstatic realization of its immense value, prompting your decision to simulate it.in the first year, you gained nothing. The second year yielded the same results. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye, yet there remained no progress. The flaws of this technique seemed challenging to resolve. Yet you were unwilling to concede, convinced that there must be a way. Thus you persevered in your simulations. Finally, in the 80th year, you advanced the technique to the initial stage of the mysterious tier, reducing the risk of backlash somewhat. This inspired tremendous confidence, prompting you to continue. By the 200th year, you had reached the middle stage of the mysterious tier. In the blink of an eye, 350 years had elapsed, and you finally elevated the star absorption method to the high stage of the mysterious tier. At this moment, enlightenment struck. You realized this technique could be further perfected. But alas, time was not on your side. 350 years spent, and only achieving the high stage of the mysterious tier left Qin Yu feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet he quickly chuckled at himself. Recognizing his own greed, that Tio possessed such a remarkable technique was already a stroke of fortune. He ought to be grateful. Lacking the necessary tier, he would continue to undertake tasks to acquire simulation time and elevate his level in the future. Now, he pondered whom to test this technique on. To ascertain the speed of energy absorption and how the backlash manifested, he instinctively glanced around, only to realize with astonishment that there were no suitable candidates. It would be utterly absurd to randomly select someone with whom he bore no enmity and drain their internal energy using the star absorption method. Such a heartless act was beyond his capacity. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of regret that it was entirely his fault for being too impulsive. He should have considered more thoroughly that if no one could be absorbed, he should have simulated the easy muscle classic to enhance his aptitude and speed of cultivation. How impulsive of him! Qin Yu sighed inwardly, finding the technique somewhat cumbersome. time flew, and his party arrived at the Dali Temple. He had intended to present the certification and physical evidence to Zhao Qiming, but as soon as he entered the Dali Temple's gates, Zhou Jingyi approached him with an eager expression, his face alight with excitement. "Prince, you truly are remarkably astute, having solved this case so swiftly. It's truly astonishing." Qin Yu's heart stirred, recalling Chen Hongwen's words. Zhou Jingyi must be affiliated with the second prince. He had arrived at the Dali Temple just as Qin Yu did. Clearly having been monitoring his movements closely, fearful that he might hand over the certification and evidence to someone else. This was an opportunity to frame the second prince. Excellent. Very well. Without further ado, Qin Yu handed over Chen Hongwen's testimony and physical evidence. "Lord Zhou, I have fulfilled my duty. I shall not be involved in the ensuing matters." Zhou Jingyi beamed even more brightly. "Splendid. Since you have achieved remarkable success at the Dali Temple without rest, I grant you a 2-day reprieve, and reward shall await your return." Qin Yu was eager for a break, and with a slight bow, he replied, "I thank you, my lord." "Haha. There is no need for formality. Prince, you may return home to rest immediately." After completing the handover, Qin Yu made his way back home. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the 6th princess residence, Li Shou was shouting at a man clad in black, whose gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. "Get rid of Qin Yu for me. As long as you can eliminate him, I shall grant you anything you desire." The man coldly replied, "I demand a ground-tier cultivation technique that if you agree, we will proceed. If not, we will not take the risk." That Li Shou hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine, I agree." Chapter 36. Why can't it be done? The royal family possessed numerous ground-tier techniques. Li Shou practiced even a heavenly-tier technique and had several ground-tier techniques at his disposal. However, the Emperor of Qian had established a rule. Any unauthorized dissemination of heavenly-tier techniques would lead to immediate execution, regardless of the individual's status. While the consequences for leaking ground-tier techniques were not as severe, they still carried heavy penalties, potentially resulting in the complete loss of one's cultivation. The rationale behind such strict measures was simple: to ensure that the techniques mastered by the royal family remained the highest level, keeping the royal descendants perpetually at the pinnacle of this world. This was a matter of principle, and the Emperor of Qian would not show leniency. Li Shou was well aware of this. Hence his hesitation to eliminate Qin Yu without leaving any traces. He dared not employ his own people and instead sought out an assassin organization. Having arranged this matter, Li Shou sat in a chair, his complexion paling as he contemplated the impending wrath of the Emperor of Qian. That godlike man was truly terrifying. That Su Qiao had been practicing the easy muscle classic for some time, significantly enhancing her cultivation aptitude. Qin Yu felt it was time to impart the technique to her so she could commence her training. Among the techniques he currently possessed, the 6th Meridian Divine Sword was undoubtedly the most suitable. When Su Qiao learned that the technique Qin Yu was bestowing upon her was of the high ground tier, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Master, is this truly a high ground tier technique?" In a world that revered martial prowess, everyone understood the value of high ground tier techniques, which were exceptionally rare. Such a technique was beyond her wildest dreams, especially given her status as a servant. Qin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, smiling gently as he said, "This is nothing extraordinary. Remember to practice diligently so that you can assist me in the future. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to practice and will not disappoint you." Su Qiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, resolved to follow Qin Yu for life, unwavering in her loyalty. Qin Yu meticulously explained the intricacies of the 6th Meridian Divine Sword, ensuring that Su Qiao grasped its essential principles. That he patiently demonstrated the technique repeatedly, unwilling to leave until she had fully comprehended it. Just as Su Qiao was on the cusp of mastering the technique, Princess Qionyao suddenly appeared, her expression dark and her fury unmistakable. "Qin Yu, I implore you with great desperation, even offering the royal elixirs of the court, yet you are only willing to demonstrate your sword techniques." As Princess Qionyao pointed towards Su Qiao, "I cannot fathom why you would bestow such profound martial arts upon her, leaving me feeling inferior to a mere servant. This is utterly absurd." Su Qiao, taken aback, immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please forgive me. Rise, I shall transmit my skills to whomever I choose." "What crime have you committed?" Qin Yu pulled Su Qiao to her feet, casting a cold gaze at Princess Qionyao. Though she is but a servant, her sincerity towards me is unparalleled. What issue is there in passing my techniques to her? If you fulfilled your duties as a wife, would it not be permissible for me to share my skills with you? Princess Qiangyao was left speechless. She had long heard of Su Qiaoqiao's kindness, and upon introspection, she realized she could never measure up. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How could a noble princess like herself be outshone by a lowly maid? As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze towards Su Qiaoqiao turned icy, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Qin Yu sensed her malice, and his expression darkened. That Li Qiangyao, I warn you, should you harbor any ill intentions towards Su Qiaoqiao, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Do not doubt my resolve. Your status as a princess means nothing to me. Li Qiangyao seethed with anger. Her teeth clenched, yet words escaped her. Ultimately, she left with a dark expression, abandoning her plans for Su Qiaoqiao for the moment. However, she secretly resolved that once Qin Yu's sword techniques reached their apex and he became less of a threat, she would dispose of Su Qiaoqiao. It was inconceivable for a princess of the Qian to endure such humiliation. Young master, will there be repercussions for treating the princess this way? Perhaps I should refrain from cultivating. Su Qiaoqiao expressed her concerns. To think that Qin Yu would dare to threaten a princess for her sake was beyond her imagination. Her gratitude towards him had reached an immeasurable height. Yet, she felt that his actions were unwarranted, considering the royal status of Princess Qiangyao, which could lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Fear not, cultivate with confidence, do not worry about her. If she dares to make things difficult for you, simply inform me. Qin Yu reassured her before making his way to the back garden. Initially, he intended to conquer Princess Qiangyao after some time, but given the recent events that might complicate matters for Su Qiaoqiao, he hastened his plans. Having already entered the second rank of master, albeit at a novice level, he was still 2 ranks below the advanced Princess Qiangyao. However, with the aid of the Yi Jin Jing and the 6 Meridian sword, he felt confident in overcoming her, or at the very least, retreating unscathed. Upon reaching the entrance to the back garden, 2 gatekeeping maidens barred his way. Prince Consort, without the princess's permission, no one is allowed to step into the back garden. One of them stated expressionlessly. Qin Yu's expression darkened as he coldly replied, step aside. Recalling how he had previously injured Mingyue, both maidens felt a twinge of fear. After a brief exchange of glances, one of the maidens slightly inclined her body and said, please wait a moment, Prince Consort. Allow me to report. This back garden belongs to the Qin family. As its master, I require no permission, Qin Yu retorted. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, I suggest you move aside. With that, he strode past them. The 2 maidens hesitated, then, not daring to obstruct him, quickly stepped aside to avoid reprimand from the princess. One of them called out, the prince consort has arrived. Qin Yu paid them no mind as he entered, soon encountering Mingyue, whose expression was far from pleasant. Prince consort, the back garden is not a place for you to tread. Please, silence. Qin Yu interrupted with a fierce shout, activating his Lingbo Weibu and instantly appearing beside Mingyue, striking her with a resounding slap. Slap. Mingyue fell to the ground, her recently swollen face now bruised anew. A trickle of blood oozing from her lips that an idea sparked in Qin Yu's mind. Considering the star-sucking technique, this insolent maid had shown such disrespect. Why not absorb her martial prowess for his own use? Just as he was about to act, he reconsidered and withdrew. The existence of the star-sucking technique must remain a secret. It could not be discovered by anyone, or it would undoubtedly provoke a storm of bloodshed into Qian. Such a technique was far too defiant. Even the Emperor of Qinwu would be unable to sit idly by if he learned of it. The act of absorbing another's martial arts must be conducted in secrecy, and one must eliminate witnesses afterward. At that moment, Princess Qiangyao arrived, her expression grim, and she scolded, Qin Yu, who permitted you to enter the back garden? Leave at once. Qin Yu laughed in fury. This is the back garden of my Qin family. Why should I not come here? Chapter 37. Eyes brightened. Though Princess Qiangyao was domineering, she was not devoid of reason. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, her tone softened. The entire Qin residence is under your command. I merely seek a quiet corner. Did I ask that too much to ask? Qin Yu had no intention of contesting territory with her, nor did he hold any particular interest in the back garden. He simply revealed his true purpose, that you not wish to practice your sword techniques. Watching my demonstration will yield little benefit. Why not engage in a sparring match instead? Princess Qionyao narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sizing up Qin Yu de oh, you wish to challenge me. You may interpret it that way. She chuckled, her disdain evident. Though she had to acknowledge Qin Yu's martial skills, both in footwork and swordplay, his cultivation level was still 2 ranks below hers. Such a vast divide was not easily bridged at that moment. Mingyue had risen from the ground, clutching her swollen face, casting a venomous glare at Qin Yu. She secretly hoped that Princess Qionyao would accept the challenge and teach Qin Yu a harsh lesson. If she could even eliminate him, that would be even better. Qin Yu had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Princess Qionyao. Summoning the 6 meridian sword, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. Sensing his impending assault, Princess Qionyao slowly drew her long sword, pointing it at Qin Yu. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I shall not hold back that I hope you can endure long enough for me to appreciate the intricacies of your swordplay. Enough of your prattle, behold my sword. Qin Yu exclaimed, his middle finger flicking as a powerful and expansive sword energy erupted forth. This was the rushing sword technique of the 6 meridian sword. Princess Qionyao was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted to one of shock. You have reached the Master Realm? The sword energy Qin Yu unleashed was exponentially stronger than before, and with her seasoned experience, she immediately recognized the power of a second-rank master. How could this be? Just recently, he was a third-rank minor master at the novice level. How had he advanced to the second rank in such a short span? She recalled that it had taken her an entire year of arduous training, supplemented by high-grade elixirs, to make that leap. Was he truly a martial arts prodigy? Though astonished, she swiftly adapted, raising her sword to unleash a fierce sword energy that collided with Qin Yu's. Dissipating in a flash. Coming back to her senses, Princess Qionyao remarked, You have indeed concealed your depths well. Your talent is truly remarkable, and you have the right to be proud. Yet she quickly scoffed. I am already an advanced second-rank master, just a step away from the first-rank grandmaster. What do you have to compare against me? With that, she surged forward, attacking Qin Yu, resolved to teach him a lesson so he would recognize his own limitations. Is that so? Qin Yu replied with a cold smirk, fully activating his Lingbo Weibo, his figure becoming elusive. Princess Qionyao lost sight of her target. She unleashed several sword energies in succession, but Qin Yu effortlessly dodged them. Her expression growing increasingly grave to her astonishment. Qin Yu's footwork was significantly faster than their previous encounter. His attack speed was also escalating, putting her in a precarious position, and she sensed she was gradually falling behind. It seemed she had no choice but to give her all. Princess Qionyao thought to herself. She had only intended to teach Qin Yu a lesson, refraining from using her full strength, but now she could no longer afford to hold back. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, she cautioned, Qin Yu, be careful. I will not be holding back any longer. After several exchanges, Qin Yu's confidence soared, and he nonchalantly responded, You should worry about yourself. With that, he unleashed his full potential, his movements becoming even more elusive, while the speed of the 6 meridian sword intensified. The two figures danced throughout the back garden, entangled in a whirlwind of combat. As time progressed, Princess Qionyao was astonished to find that she could not land a single hit on Qin Yu. His footwork was simply too swift. Each sword energy she unleashed was effortlessly evaded by him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's sword energy, manifested through his fingers, was not only formidable, but matched her own in power, all while being executed with astonishing speed. She began to feel overwhelmed in that moment. She truly realized the extent of Qin Yu's prowess. Unfortunately, it was a bit late. Just then, Qin Yu unleashed a sword energy that disarmed her long sword. And seizing the moment of her distraction, he lunged forward and grasped her throat. You have lost. Qin Yu found himself in unprecedented proximity to Princess Qionyao, enveloped by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers, which was utterly enchanting. The skin on her neck was soft and smooth, yet Princess Qionyao stood utterly stupefied. She had never anticipated such a comprehensive defeat, particularly being grasped by the throat by Qin Yu. Had he harbored the intent to end her life, she would have already been a lifeless corpse. Ming Yu's expression reflected sheer astonishment, with eyes wide open in disbelief at the extraordinary events unfolding before him. To ascend to the second-tier master realm in such a brief span was remarkable enough. Yet he had managed to subdue a high-level second-tier master on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Master realm. Such combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing. According to Emperor Qinwu, Qinyu had effectively conquered Princess Qiong Yao by force. If he desired, he could act with impunity. However, he exhibited no interest in such pursuits. After achieving his objective, he released her and strode toward the exit. Regaining her composure, Princess Qiong Yao hurried after him, her eyes brimming with longing. "Teach me this sword technique, and I will gladly surrender to you my own set of body techniques. Whatever you desire, I shall grant." She was well acquainted with the royal family's premier martial arts, which included various body techniques, yet none could compare to Qin Yu's. She was convinced that if she acquired his true teachings, her power would surely increase, enabling her to engage in battles beyond her current capacity. Qin Yu paused, turning with a smile that held an enigmatic quality, that as long as you cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with me to elevate my prowess. What would prevent me from imparting these two techniques to you? Princess Qiong Yao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Aside from that, I can agree to any other conditions. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Qin Yu, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, turned away. Princess Qiong Yao's beautiful eyes glistened with frost, her heart filled with indignation. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Forced to watch Qin Yu depart at that moment, she realized she could no longer suppress him. She remained rooted in place for a while before retreating to her chamber, where she unearthed the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that Qin Yu had penned for her, her expression shifting continually. Could it be that she truly had to cultivate such a humiliating technique? Yet if she refrained, how could she obtain his martial arts? After much contemplation, she found herself still uncertain. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Hadn't Qin Yu passed the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to Su Qiao? Perhaps she could first acquire the 6 Meridians Divine Sword from her, and the profound body technique could be pursued later at a more leisurely pace. Chapter 38. The perfect woman eager to obtain the martial arts. Princess Qiong Yao swiftly exited the rear garden and made her way to Su Qiao's residence. Su Qiao was diligently practicing the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, but, due to her low cultivation level, could not release even the slightest hint of sword energy. Nevertheless, she could distinctly sense her inner force coursing through her meridians, following the same pathways as Qin Yu's. After practicing for a considerable time, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and she appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet, she showed no signs of stopping, gritting her teeth in determination, her thoughts fixated on swiftly elevating her cultivation level. Only then would she be of assistance to her master. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Princess Qiong Yao entered. Su Qiao was momentarily taken aback before promptly kneeling, bowing her head. "This servant greets Princess Qiong Yao." Raising her head, she gazed at the princess with a mix of trepidation and anxiety. Princess Qiong Yao forced a smile she deemed amiable and personally helped Su Qiao to her feet. "Rise." This was the utmost she could do as a princess. Without further ado, she got straight to the point. "Qiao, will you pass the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to me?" The fear in Su Qiao's eyes dissipated, replaced by wariness as she scrutinized Princess Qiong Yao. "Your Highness, why not seek master instead?" Suppressing her impatience, Princess Qiong Yao replied with a smile, "Finding you is just as effective. Hand over the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and I shall ensure your well-being in the future." Su Qiao shook her head. "That I'm sorry, Your Highness, but without Master's command, I will never pass the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to anyone." She paused, her expression growing resolute. "Moreover, Master will take care of me." Princess Qiong Yao's patience wore thin, her expression darkening. "This is a command from the princess." Su Qiao shook her head firmly. "That I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I will only heed Master's orders." Princess Qiong Yao was enraged, releasing her aura to pressure Su Qiao, her gaze locking onto her with a threatening intensity. "That if you value your life, obediently hand over the technique." Su Qiao's expression bore no trace of fear. "That if you wish to kill me, then do so. But betraying my master is utterly out of the question." "Do you truly fear death?" "Not at all." Princess Qiong Yao found it incomprehensible that a lowly servant would risk everything for Qin Yu. "Not at all." Su Qiao held her head high. Princess Qiong Yao was rendered speechless with rage. She longed to strike Su Qiao down, but such an action would only push Qin Yu further away, diminishing her chances of acquiring the martial arts. Suppressing her fury, she shifted her approach from intimidation to temptation. Yet, no matter how extravagant her offers, Su Qiao remained steadfast. Ultimately, Princess Qiong Yao had no choice but to withdraw in defeat, retreating to the pavilion in the rear garden, staring blankly at the vibrant floral displays. Was she truly destined to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with that scoundrel? Such a course of action felt profoundly humiliating. After much hesitation, she found herself unable to make such a choice. Ultimately resigning herself to meditation and cultivation, done on most days, she could swiftly achieve a tranquil state conducive to cultivation. But today, regardless of her efforts, her mind remained restless, rendering her incapable of focusing. An hour later, Princess Qiong Yao had no choice but to abandon her efforts, her thoughts drifting back to Qin Yu's proposal. After all, they were already husband and wife. What harm could come from him witnessing it? Yet, I do not harbor any affection for him. In truth, he did not seem so intolerable. He was a martial arts genius, was he not? No, compared to me, he hardly qualifies as a genius. Princess Qiong Yao grappled with her internal conflict, unable to reach a resolution. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was engrossed in cultivating the I Jing Jing, determined to devote most of his time to this technique to enhance his qualities as swiftly as possible. As time passed, the hours slipped away, and just before dinner a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Qin Yu assumed it to be Su Qiao, but to his surprise, it was indeed Princess Qiong Yao. "What brings you here?" Qin Yu never expected Princess Qiong Yao to come to his chamber, and her demeanor appeared somewhat unusual. That moment, Princess Qiong Yao's face was flushed, even her ears tinged with crimson. Her gaze lowered as she dared not meet Qin Yu's eyes, a hint of shyness evident on her countenance. Qin Yu was taken aback. Was this truly the haughty and imperious Princess Qiong Yao he knew? It was simply unbelievable. Noticing her silence, Qin Yu inquired, "What do you seek?" Princess Qiong Yao cast a glance at Qin Yu before quickly lowering her head again, her hands fidgeting nervously. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Yu, and his eyes widened in realization. Tentatively, he asked, "You're not here to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with me, are you?" Princess Qiong Yao remained silent for a long while before nodding ever so slightly. "Yes, ha!" Qin Yu could not contain his laughter, nearly doubling over. Initially, he had merely made a flippant comment, never expecting Princess Qiong Yao would genuinely come to him to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Yet surprisingly, this scenario had indeed come to fruition. What a twist of fate! As he laughed, Princess Qiong Yao's pride was roused, and she lifted her chin, fixing him with a cold stare. "What? Are you afraid? Afraid of what?" Qin Yu halted his laughter, speaking loudly. "Very well. Let us commence our training now. Remember what you promised. After we finish, you shall impart the techniques to me." Princess Qiong Yao, now fully liberated, reverted to her former demeanor, appearing quite carefree. Lin Feng interjected, "Let us not get this mixed up that I said that you would cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with me to aid my progression, and only then would I impart the techniques to you." Princess Qiong Yao's delicate brows furrowed. "No, once we finish, you must give me the techniques. If you believe your mere physical form is worth 2 profound techniques just for a glance, feel free to leave." Qin Yu pointed toward the door, scoffing. This woman is truly out of her mind. Princess Qiong Yao was at a loss for words. Yet upon reflection, she had to concede that her demands were indeed somewhat fanciful. After a moment of silence, she thought of a compromise. "How about this? For each session we train, you will impart a portion of the techniques to me. That should suffice, right?" "Agreed." Qin Yu nodded, then summoned his inner strength to close the door. Leaping onto the bed and shedding all his garments. "What are you still dawdling for? Come." Princess Qiong Yao lowered her head, hesitant to approach Qin Yu. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she gritted her teeth and leapt onto the bed, beginning to shed her garments one by one. Initially, Qin Yu displayed little reaction. However, as the layers of clothing diminished, his breath quickened in response. Indeed, she was the most exquisite beauty in the great Qian, her visage resembling that of a celestial being, and her figure devoid of any flaw. Her skin, fair and smooth as milk, exuded a faint floral fragrance. Qin Yu was certain that she was the most perfect woman he had ever encountered in both form and beauty. Chapter 39. Enough. Enough. Some things are beyond control. When Princess Qiong Yao caught sight of Qin Yu's demeanor, she was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "Listen closely. I will impart the techniques of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to you. All right, speak quickly, Princess Qiangyao urged, eager to conclude this awkward method of cultivation. Yet her heart was stirred by strange emotions. After all, she was a normal 18-year-old, susceptible to the feelings of budding romance. This caused her mental state to waver. Qin Yu meticulously recited the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, yet she grasped only fragments, prompting him to explain it a second time. Have you comprehended it now? Qin Yu asked, suppressing the rising heat within. Yes, I understand that we may begin. Princess Qiangyao inhaled deeply, steadied her emotions, and focused entirely on the technique, initiating the circulation of her inner energy according to the principles of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. After a complete cycle, both extended their hands, their palms merely touching, commencing their practice. Their inner energies flowed through one another's bodies, creating a profound sensation. For the first time, Princess Qiangyao felt a peculiar stirring within her heart. Though it was difficult for her to discern, the consequences of losing focus during such esoteric cultivation were grave. Her inner energy began to surge restlessly, violently impacting her meridians and dantian. Observing this, Qin Yu shouted, "Concentrate and calm your spirit. Regulate your internal flow and stabilize your energy." Princess Qiangyao snapped back to reality, but it was too late to regain control that a wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Her vital energies in disarray. Qin Yu, unwilling to allow her to suffer such a fate, especially after her recent visit to the Six Princes' residence to exact revenge upon the steward, sighed heavily and rushed to her side. He placed one palm over her dantian and the other over her heart, urgently activating the I Ching Jing to help her stabilize her internal energy. Soon, her internal energy was brought under control and began to steady. Yet her mind was in complete turmoil. The sensations coursing through her caused her gaze to grow increasingly dazed, and the flames of desire within her became nearly uncontainable at last, as Qin Yu fully regulated her energy. Princess Qiangyao leaped into his arms, exclaiming her intent. Qin Yu, momentarily taken aback, soon reciprocated without reservation. The two, endowed with extraordinary constitutions, found themselves entangled for a span of half an hour. As mealtime approached, Su Qiao knocked on the door. Calling out, "Young master, it is time to dine that I am currently engaged in cultivation. I shall not dine tonight. You should focus on your own training." Oda Su Qiao nodded, about to turn away when she heard strange noises from within, causing her to pause in confusion. What peculiar technique is the young master practicing? This encounter continued until deep into the night, only settling after a prolonged crescendo. Moments later, Princess Qiangyao regained her composure, staring blankly at the ceiling in disbelief at her own actions. However, the sensations were undeniable. Reflecting on this, her cheeks flushed anew, and the two found themselves once again enveloped in their tempestuous encounter. After a considerable time, Princess Qiangyao struggled to rise, her expression complex. Pausing at the door, she stated, "Now I am your woman. Are you satisfied?" Qin Yu remained noncommittal, shifting the subject, "Return to rest. You may seek me for the techniques at any time." With a soft sigh, Princess Qiangyao exited the room. Qin Yu, feeling refreshed, had breakfast before requesting a change of bedding, then buried himself under the covers. Not awakening until the midday meal, in high spirits, Qin Yu ventured to the courtyard to practice the I Ching Jing, finding his progress inexplicably accelerated. Just as he immersed himself in his training, a sudden sense of danger surged within him that he activated the Ling Bo Wei Bu, narrowly evading to the side. Bang! A short arrow whizzed perilously close, embedding itself into the stone-paved ground. "Who dares?" Qin Yu bellowed, glancing toward the direction of the arrow. He spotted a man dressed as a farmer, bewilderment etched across his face. Upon locking eyes, the man sprang into action, sprinting away with remarkable decisiveness. Qin Yu's reflexes surpassed his, and he swiftly pointed his right index finger, unleashing several sharp streams of sword energy, sealing off the man's escape routes, with no means of evasion. The man was forced to halt and confront the impending attack. Qin Yu advanced upon him, launching a relentless barrage. The man, overwhelmed, succumbed to defeat, ultimately subdued by Qin Yu, his powers sealed. "Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate me? Speak, and I may spare your life." The man revealed a hint of disdain, his facial muscles tightening, evidently intent on taking his own life. Qin Yu, sensing this, delivered a punch that dislocated the man's jaw. A second-tier master, reduced to a mere assassin. Truly astonishing. Qin Yu immediately thought of the sixth prince, Li Shou, the only individual he had antagonized in the imperial capital, that moment. A figure arrived, Princess Qiangyao. Having sensed the commotion and come to investigate, she cast a glance at the man with the dislocated jaw, her expression hardening, that he came to assassinate you. Indeed, that Li Shou. Princess Qiangyao ground her teeth, her voice laced with fury. To kill a mere servant is one thing, but to dare send someone to assassinate you is utterly deranged. Leave him to me. You should return to rest. Qin Yu gestured for Princess Qiangyao to depart. Capturing such a rare expert, he was eager to test the efficacy of the star absorption technique, to be cautious. Tomorrow, I shall approach my father to demand an explanation for this affront, perhaps due to having submitted herself to Qin Yu. Princess Qiangyao's fury was palpable, her words nearly a hiss. Qin Yu nodded, thanking her. He then took the assassin back to his room. Princess Qiangyao opened her mouth, initially intending to request the technique, but seeing Qin Yu's somber expression, she held her tongue. Very well, I shall return later for the techniques. Chapter 40. Commencing action upon returning to his room, a sudden chime echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Ding, new task generated. Investigate who commissioned the assassination and bring them to justice. Upon completion, you shall receive a substantial amount of deduction time and a technique as a reward. Qin Yu sighed, feeling a sense of inevitability. Is there any need for investigation? It can only be Li Shou. Uncertain whether the assassin intended to bite his tongue, to commit suicide, or had a toxic pouch in his mouth, Qin Yu realized that if the man was bold enough to poison himself, he would likely not divulge any information. Thus, Qin Yu decided to forego further dialogue and instructed the system, rewind and analyze his actions over the past day. Ding. You have consumed 1 year of time analyzing the actions of the living. Yesterday afternoon, he visited old Zhao's beast meat shop to meet with his superior and receive the task to assassinate the host. Last night, he engaged in intense contemplation, ultimately deciding to undertake this risky endeavor due to the enticing offer presented. This morning, he gathered information about the host, analyzing your characteristics in preparation for the assassination. After lunch, he disguised himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu ceased listening. Although the information was limited, the target was clear. Old Zhao's beast meat shop owner. Not wishing to act immediately, he activated the star absorption technique, placing a palm over the assassin's dantian. A powerful force erupted from his palm, and in the assassin's terrified gaze, Qin Yu felt a surge of pure internal energy flow into his body. In the next moment, he finally grasped one of the technique's flaws. The forcibly absorbed internal energy surged within him, like a wild beast rampaging, threatening to tear apart everything in its path. Qin Yu was immediately struck by intense pain, hastily diminishing the absorption rate as he worked to refine the assassin's energy. He soon recognized another shortcoming of the star absorption technique. He could not fully absorb and refine the internal energy. The vast majority dissipated, that he could only retain roughly 30%. Yet, even with this limitation, it was vastly superior to his methodical training, and Qin Yu could distinctly feel himself drawing closer to the mid-tier of the second-tier master realm. As he drained the assassin's energy, he approached the brink of a breakthrough. You hold no further value. Qin Yu smirked coldly, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the assassin's heart pulse, freezing shock upon his features. Qin Yu summoned individuals to remove the body, instructing them to take it to the Dali Temple and explain the circumstances. It was evident to any discerning eye that it was undoubtedly the work of the sixth prince. The second prince held considerable influence in the Dali Temple and would likely initiate an investigation. Qin Yu would probably find himself at the forefront of this matter, which would serve as a justified reason for his own inquiries. The great Qian Qingtian Hall, Li Shou knelt trembling on the ground, facing the furious Emperor Qianwu. Scoundrel, this is utterly outrageous. Only inferior weapons. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are undermining the very foundation of our great Qian. How could I have given birth to such a fool as you? The Emperor of Qian was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Upon receiving the evidence meticulously compiled by Wang Jingquan, he initially dismissed it, suspecting it to be a fabrication by other princes aimed at framing Li Shou. In matters of such rivalry, he had always chosen to turn a blind eye, believing that only those princes who emerged from conflict could be entrusted with significant responsibilities. much like nurturing a delicate vessel. Yet, he never anticipated that the truth would be so dire. It is crucial to remember that while the great Qian appears immensely powerful, it is not devoid of adversaries. That Li Shou's actions have indeed left the Emperor of Qian feeling disheartened. Understanding the Emperor's temperament, Li Shou knew that the more he denied the facts before him, the greater the Emperor's fury would become. Thus, he dared not be obstinate, bowing his head repeatedly in a state of panic. Pleading desperately, "Father, have mercy on your son this once. I swear I shall never dare to repeat such folly again. It was merely a moment of madness. Every time I reflect on this matter, I am filled with regret. Moreover, I was only responsible for a small portion. The impact is not that significant. The Emperor, of course, would not execute familial justice over such trivial matters. Receive 50 strokes of the rod. Forfeit your salary for 10 years, and pay the Ministry of War the equivalent in silver at market price. Now be gone." The Emperor waved his hand in irritation that Li Shou's face turned ashen, while other punishments might be bearable. 50 strokes of the rod were indeed terrifying. Such a punishment within the palace was designed to prevent the condemned from utilizing their internal energy to resist, rendering the punishment ineffective in such circumstances. Unless one had honed their physical body through rigorous training, an ordinary person would emerge from such a beating half dead, and alas, Li Shou was not one to withstand such trials. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts and could only accept the decree with gratitude as he exited to face his punishment. As evening fell, Princess Qionyao once again graced Qin Yu's chamber with her presence. Though her countenance remained as frigid as ever, a closer inspection would reveal a flicker of warmth in her eyes. A stark contrast to her previous indifference. Women inevitably develop unique sentiments toward the first man who possesses them, and she was no exception. Last night, she had been the one to initiate their encounter, and the mere thought of it made her blush with embarrassment. "You can pass on the 6 meridians divine sword to me now, can't you?" Princess Qionyao said, her gaze averted from Qin Yu. Her voice icy. Having witnessed her fervor the previous night, Qin Yu found himself momentarily distracted, still yearning for more after their last encounter. "Not yet," he replied, shaking his head. "You scoundrel, are you going to break your promise?" Princess Qionyao retorted angrily, her voice sharp. "Did we not thoroughly practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra yesterday? Wherein lies the breach of promise?" Qin Yu responded with a playful smile. "But you said today that you would impart the technique to me," she protested. "Indeed, after tonight's practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, I shall bestow it upon you. You are merely making excuses. You clearly wish to engage in those base acts. And what of it?" Qin Yu chuckled lightly, not denying her accusation. Having endured her humiliations on more than one occasion, he saw this as an opportunity to reclaim some dignity. It was inconceivable for him to treat Princess Qionyao like a fragile flower. Doting upon her, Princess Qionyao was infuriated, ultimately conceding, her gaze shifting to the bed where they had passionately battled the previous night, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. What followed was, of course, a fierce struggle. Princess Qionyao exhibited even more fervor and cooperation, leading Qin Yu to unlock many new skills, delighting in the experience until dawn broke. Rarely, they shared a meal like a typical couple, each attending to their personal routines before departing the estate, Princess Qionyao heading to the royal palace. Following the assassination attempt on Qin Yu, the audacity of the 6th prince demanded an explanation. She could not allow such a breach of decorum to go unchallenged, lest it set a precedent for future indiscretions among the other princes, a scenario she absolutely could not permit. Meanwhile, Qin Yu made his way to the Dali Temple. Though he was scheduled for a day off, the assassination incident and the subsequent system mission compelled him to take action. Chapter 41. You must advocate for me upon arriving at the Dali Temple. Qin Yu headed straight to the office of the chief investigator. Zhao Qiming, upon seeing him, felt overwhelmed. The assassination of the prince consort constituted a grave matter, yet the attendants Qin Yu had dispatched had delivered the body to him. He could not evade responsibility. With Qin Yu having attained the 2nd rank mastery, confronting the 6th princely show, and Princess Qionyao having severed the head of the 6th prince's steward, Zhao Qiming had heard enough to realize Qin Yu was not someone to be trifled with. Prompting him to adopt a lowly posture, "Oh dear, Prince Consort, are you not on leave today? What brings you here? Please take a seat." Zhao Qiming bowed deeply, inviting Qin Yu to sit, ordering tea to be prepared before occupying a lower position himself. I was attacked by an assailant and have come to inquire about the progress of the investigation. Qin Yu asked with an indifferent expression. Prince Consort, you sent a corpse. How could it be so easily investigated? We have yet to verify the identity of the assassin. You might as well return home and await further developments. Qin Yu was not surprised by this, that if they could easily identify a dead man, it would indeed be a miracle. His purpose for being there was to assertively investigate the case himself. Feigning anger, he exclaimed, the audacity of the criminal is unparalleled. If you cannot uncover the truth, then allow me to take over the investigation. Zhao Qiming paused in surprise. Then his expression turned troubled. Prince Consort, your investigative prowess is renowned throughout the Dali Temple, yet due to the principles of avoidance in such cases, as a party involved, you cannot directly investigate. I am powerless to assist you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, realizing he had not anticipated this limitation. However, if he did not investigate, how could he fulfill the system's mission? Seeing his distressed countenance, Zhao Qiming suggested, while the Dali Temple cannot bend the rules to allow you to investigate officially, you may still conduct your own inquiry, as long as you possess solid evidence. It can be accepted. Zhao Qiming continued, moreover, you could collaborate with Xue Xiaoming on this investigation. Officially, he would take the lead, while you would call the shots behind the scenes. No one would question it. Qin Yu inwardly praised Zhao Qiming as a cunning bureaucrat. This was indeed a clever solution. Thank you, my lord. Your words are too kind, Prince Consort, that I shall leave Xue Xiaoming in your capable hands, ensuring you have a reliable assistant. Zhao Qiming said with a hint of flattery. Qin Yu nodded and proceeded to the constable's quarters. Zhou Jingyi had not given Xue Xiaoming a day off, and upon seeing Qin Yu, he quickly bowed. After assessing Qin Yu, he expressed concern. Prince Consort, are you unharmed? Qin Yu shook his head. I am fine. Xue Xiaoming glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. Prince Consort, you should remain cautious. That I have heard that the sixth prince was summoned to the palace and severely punished by his majesty. He must harbor a deep hatred for you and would not hesitate to attempt another assassination. Do you also believe it was the sixth prince's doing? Qin Yu inquired, slightly taken aback. Previously, he had been convinced that the sixth prince was the prime suspect, given his ample motive. However, during his journey, he had reconsidered and realized that others, such as the second Prince Li Ji, could also be involved, even other princes. The reasoning was straightforward. At such a critical juncture, all eyes would naturally fall upon the sixth princely show, much like his own suspicions. Once the Emperor of Qian became aware of the situation, he would undoubtedly be furious, imposing severe penalties upon Li Shou, potentially obliterating any chance he had for a comeback. It was evident that Xue Xiaoming shared this perspective. Who else could it be? You have certainly made an enemy of him, Xue Xiaoming asserted confidently. Qin Yu refrained from divulging his thoughts, instead addressing the matter at hand, stating his intention to investigate personally, as Zhao Qiming had requested his cooperation. Xue Xiaoming appeared troubled. Prince Consort, with a dead man involved, how can we investigate? Qin Yu felt equally challenged, and he understood that he should seek out the assassin's superior, the owner of the meat shop run by Lao Zhao. However, to approach him so recklessly would be illogical and imprudent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu proposed, let us first inquire with the colleagues handling this case to see what they have uncovered. Meanwhile, within the great Qian's Qingtian Hall, the severely beaten Li Shou knelt upon the floor, while Princess Qiangyao stood nearby, vehemently pointing an accusatory finger at him. You heartless scoundrel! You would even kill your own brother-in-law. Are you even human? Is it merely because I took the life of your insolent servant? Princess Qiangyao's face was frosted with anger. Qiangyao, we are family. How could I commit such fratricide? It must be the work of someone else trying to frame me. Li Shou vehemently retorted, his face contorted with rage. Yesterday, upon learning of Qin Yu's assassination and the subsequent delivery of the assassin's body to the Dali Temple, he was incensed, almost spitting blood in frustration. How foolish one must be to dare kill within Qin's residence. After all, it was the Prince Consort's abode where Princess Qiangyao resided. Although the guards were not particularly formidable, there were simply too many of them. Moreover, both Qin Yu and Princess Qiangyao are formidable experts. Should their identities be exposed, it is entirely plausible that the assassin organization could become entangled with him. Consequently, he urgently contacted the liaison of the assassin organization, only to be informed that the perpetrator was not one of theirs, and that they were still investigating the nuances of Qin Yu's daily life. This revelation, Li Shou breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously becoming acutely aware that someone was attempting to frame him. Indeed, before long, Emperor Qinwu sent word for him to enter the palace, where he encountered Princess Qiangyao, who was there to lodge a complaint. At this juncture, he fervently wished to uncover the true mastermind behind this plot to clear his name. Otherwise, he would be unjustly burdened with this blame. Sibling rivalry was a grave taboo for Emperor Qinwu. If the emperor were to perceive him as guilty, evidence would be unnecessary, and his life would be irrevocably ruined. Princess Qiangyao, sensing the gravity of the situation, harbored similar suspicions, yet she did not reveal her thoughts. Maintaining a facade of uncontrollable rage, she was determined to take down each of these brothers one by one, and this opportunity was not to be missed. Who else could it be but you? I cannot even gain entry to your residence. Do you truly consider me and Qin Yu as family? With that, she suddenly knelt before the somber-faced Emperor Qinwu, bowing deeply. Father, you must take charge of this matter. If he dares to kill Qin Yu today, he will dare to kill me tomorrow, or even other brothers. Such a person must be punished. Witnessing her manipulation of the situation nearly drove Li Shou to despair, prompting him to shout at Emperor Qinwu, Father, please send someone to investigate. If I am found guilty, I willingly renounce my status as a prince. You may even kill me if you wish. Enough, Emperor Qinwu replied with an impassive expression, revealing no hint of approval or anger. That Li Shou and Princess Qiangyao fell silent. Qiangyao, rest assured, your father will provide you with an explanation that if it is indeed Shou who is at fault, I will not show him any leniency. After uttering these words, Emperor Qinwu turned his gaze toward Li Shou to Shou. Your suspicion is considerable. Should the Dali Temple uncover anything related to you, ensure you cooperate fully. Understand, Li Shou and Princess Qiangyao could only express their gratitude. Following this, Emperor Qinwu dismissed Li Shou and turned to the visibly enraged Princess Qiangyao, his eyes filled with confusion. Qiangyao, did you not disdain Qin Yu? Why then do you exhibit such fury this time? Princess Qiangyao retorted vehemently, Father, I truly do not care for him, but he is, after all, my husband in name. It is acceptable for those around us to look down upon him, but it must not be displayed openly. At this point, she appeared unable to contain her emotions, her face betraying her sorrow. Moreover, this person is my own brother. While he may scorn Qin Yu, he also belittles me, and even his lowly servant displays an audacity that is intolerable. Upon hearing this, the look of confusion in Emperor Qinwu's eyes began to fade. Just then, tears streamed down Princess Qiangyao's face as she cried out, Father, do my brothers think that once I am married, I am no longer part of the family? Do you believe that a daughter who marries is akin to water that has been spilled? Qiangyao, do not speak such nonsense. You will always be my beloved daughter. Emperor Qinwu sighed, descending from his throne to stand before Princess Qiangyao, gently patting her shoulder. I understand your frustrations, but without evidence. I cannot simply conclude that it was Shou who acted. Who else could it possibly be? While in the capital, aside from offending him, who else have Qin Yu and I wronged? Princess Qiangyao insisted, her face reflecting her defiance. Enough of this commotion. I will certainly provide you with an explanation, Emperor Qinwu said, somewhat helplessly. Princess Qiangyao, realizing she could not persist in her outbursts, nodded obediently like a well-behaved child. I understand, Father. Emperor Qinwu smiled in satisfaction, surveying her before inquiring, I have heard you shared a chamber with Qin Yu. Princess Qiangyao was taken aback. The events of the previous night had reached Emperor Qinwu's ears, indicating that someone within the Qin residence was acting as his spy. Initially intending to conceal certain details, she now felt compelled to speak candidly. Indeed, she affirmed with a nod. Emperor Qinwu, curious, asked, did you not disdain him? What prompted you to consummate the marriage? Princess Qiangyao answered with calm assurance. I encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship and perceived that the opportunity for breakthrough lay within his 6 meridians divine sword. I sought his guidance, and he used this as a bargaining chip. Emperor Qinwu's expression shifted to one of surprise. You agreed to this? Not entirely for that reason. Previously, I was reluctant because I deemed him a waste. But I have since realized he is not so, that he has now ascended to the 2nd rank of master, a man worthy of my hand. Princess Qiangyao stated with conviction. Emperor Qinwu chuckled. Are you certain the techniques he imparted are genuine? Without a doubt. I possess the discernment to ascertain such matters. After a moment's thought, Princess Qiong Yao continued. Yet, there is a possibility of some reservations. Perhaps, father, you could examine it for any discrepancies? Very well, enlighten me. Emperor Qinwu replied, his interest piqued. Following their passionate exchange the previous night, Qinyu had indeed honored his promise and taught Princess Qiong Yao the Six Meridians' divine sword. Yet he had withheld the Lingbo Weibu. Princess Qiong Yao disclosed every detail to Emperor Qinwu without reservation. After listening, Emperor Qinwu expressed his admiration. Truly marvelous, astonishingly profound. This technique is flawless. Remember to practice diligently. Princess Qiong Yao appeared relieved. As long as there are no issues, I can train with peace of mind. To be by the way, what prompted you to assign Qin Yu to the Dali Temple? Emperor Qinwu fixed his gaze on Princess Qiong Yao, his eyes glinting with curiosity. That I wish to demonstrate that he is incapable of even being a constable, to make him recognize his own limitations and remain modest within the residence. As she spoke, Princess Qiong Yao sighed, reflecting. Who knew I had underestimated him? He possesses some skill, albeit he has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Emperor Qinwu laughed. This lad indeed has some talent. He is truly the offspring of Qin Lao Gui. However, as for trouble, I beg to differ. Princess Qiong Yao sighed again. I intend to allow him to return to the estate and live a life of leisure, to prevent further complications. Emperor Qinwu shot her a disapproving look. You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Since this lad possesses talent, let him undertake some responsibilities that if he performs well, I will have reason to promote him. No? Princess Qiong Yao's face lit up with excitement. Really, father? You mustn't deceive me. As the emperor, how could I possibly deceive you? Thank you, father. The two continued to share pleasantries for a while longer before Princess Qiong Yao took her leave. Emperor Qinwu watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh of awe. This child is remarkably sincere. She confides everything to me, far superior to the other princes. The usually reticent old eunuch suddenly interjected. The intricacies of this sword technique far exceed my expectations. The one who imparted it to Qin Yu is indeed a remarkable talent. Yet Emperor Qinwu appeared unfazed. He possesses some ability, but the five-element sword techniques are vastly different. It is better to specialize in one rather than attempt to master many, as significant achievements are unlikely. Seemingly disinterested in this topic, he shifted the conversation. I wonder how long we must rely on those inept individuals at the Dali Temple to conduct their inquiries. You should commence your own investigation, focusing primarily on the second prince. Keep an eye on the others as well. We cannot allow such tendencies to fester, that if they dare to kill the prince today, who is to say they won't target their siblings tomorrow? Understood, Your Majesty, the old eunuch replied with a slight bow. By the way, what is your current assessment of this Qin Yu? Emperor Qinwu inquired suddenly. At present, he appears to possess some talent. I do not believe I have tarnished his father's reputation, that I intend to utilize him. What do you think? As long as he is not given command over troops, that would suffice. The old eunuch's eyes flickered with intrigue. Emperor Qinwu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Once Princess Qiong Yao exited the Qingtian Hall, her previously obedient demeanor vanished, replaced by coldness and a trace of barely suppressed fury. It was Emperor Qinwu who had coerced her into marrying Qin Yu, which only deepened her awareness of the importance of strength. Having now acquired the Six Meridians' divine sword, her next objective was to find a way to obtain the Lingbo Weibu. Yet, the thought of Qin Yu's condition, requiring her to engage in dual cultivation of the Jade Maidenheart Sutra and achieve a breakthrough to the first rank of Grandmaster, made her heart surge with indignation. That scoundrel! How dare he leverage such matters to coerce her? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she realized that she harbored a certain anticipation. Chapter 43. The Dali Temple. Qin Yu took Xue Xiangming to consult with his colleagues. But the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. They had uncovered nothing at all. However, Qin Yu noted that this time, his colleagues were earnestly investigating rather than attempting to placate their superiors, diligently striving to ascertain the identity of the assassin. Their strategy was to confirm the assassin's identity first, and then delve into his social connections to find a breakthrough. This approach mirrored Qin Yu's own quest to find the vendor of beast meat. As long as this individual appeared on the list of social relations, he would have just cause to investigate without arousing suspicion. Thus, Qin Yu opted to wait, returning to the constable's quarters to cultivate the Yi Jing, further enhancing his martial prowess. Meanwhile, Shui Xiaoming busied himself outside, and after some time, he entered with a jade vial. "Your Highness, our colleagues have very few qi gathering pills on hand, having only received 10. Shui Xiaoming remarked with a hint of resignation. "10 is quite sufficient." Qin Yu responded, not feeling particularly disheartened. Such items were exceedingly precious for martial artists, unless one possessed abysmally poor aptitude with no hope of advancement. Most would be reluctant to part with them. Moreover, these qi gathering pills were intended for Su Qiao, and given her current cultivation level, they would suffice. After settling the bill with Shui Xiaoming, Qin Yu continued his training until the Dali Temple closed its doors, and his colleagues had yet to confirm the assassin's identity, let alone analyze his social connections. Qin Yu resolved to wait one more day. If nothing came to light, he would directly seek out the target. Worst case, he would concoct an excuse, claiming to have received guidance from a mysterious figure, allowing them to speculate as they pleased. Upon returning home, Qin Yu headed straight to Su Qiao's chamber, where he found her deeply engrossed in her cultivation. After presenting her with the pills and urging her to practice diligently, he returned to his room, only to find Princess Qiangyao waiting at the door. "Are you so impatient?" Qin Yu teased, although he could not claim to have any affection for Princess Qiangyao at present. Yet, ever since he had thoroughly conquered her on the bed, her allure had diminished his previous disdain. After all, she was now his woman. Furthermore, in the bedroom, Princess Qiangyao had indeed proven to be exceptionally enticing, providing him with a most pleasurable experience. Enough of the banter. Let us discuss serious matters. Princess Qiangyao chided, as she stepped into the room, her familiarity evident. Qin Yu followed her with a smile. "What serious matters?" "First, regardless of how you acquired the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, now that you possess the Six Meridian Sword and the Lingbo Weibu, do not flaunt this technique before others." Qin Yu found it amusing. "Are you worried I might lose control and engage in indiscretions with other women while practicing this technique?" "I'm not so petty," Princess Qiangyao retorted, rolling her eyes. "That it is customary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. My intent is to keep you discreet, that I did not disclose anything when my father inquired today." Her words. Qin Yu's expression grew serious as he cautiously probed. "Are you wary of your father?" "Not him. With his level of cultivation, finding a suitable training partner would be exceedingly difficult," Princess Qiangyao replied, shaking her head. "That I fear the technique falling into the hands of other princes. You wouldn't want them to gain a sudden surge in power, would you?" Qin Yu was puzzled. "Isn't that a good thing? They're your blood relatives." "Blood relatives? Will they not force me to marry you? Will they treat you with respect?" Princess Qiangyao scoffed. "Royalty has no familial bonds. I am yours now, and I must consider your interests." Qin Yu found no counter-argument to her statement, though he only partially believed it, that he did not pursue the topic further and asked, "From your words, does that imply there are second and third points?" "Second, do not ally yourself with any princes in the struggle for succession. Maintaining neutrality will ensure your wealth and safety." "Understood," Qin Yu nodded, having no intention of engaging in such petty squabbles. However, Princess Qiangyao added, "You need not avoid them entirely. After all, your father is still alive, and you must achieve some accomplishments that as long as you remain impartial within your professional realm, all will be well." Qin Yu nodded again, though he remained unconvinced that he cared little for the Emperor Qianwu. As long as he fulfilled the tasks assigned by the system, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to AS for the rest. He had no interest. Lastly, from this moment on, you need not be overly cautious as before. Remember, your title is Prince Consort. You are the husband of Princess Qiangyao. Qin Yu found this amusing and cast a meaningful glance at Princess Qiangyao. "I understand. What are you looking at?" Princess Qiangyao furrowed her brow. "That if you have finished speaking, can we commence our cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra?" "I am not interested today. Do you not wish to quickly acquire the Lingbo Weibu?" Moments later, the two became entangled in a passionate embrace. However, this time, Qin Yu did not lose himself entirely in the indulgence. After a brief bout of pleasure, he earnestly began cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. The results were evident, albeit slightly below Qin Yu's expectations, primarily due to the technique's relatively low grade. Yet for Princess Qiangyao, who had been stagnating at the late stage of the second rank for quite some time, it was an invaluable opportunity that exhilarated her. She sensed a glimmer of breakthrough, which left her enamored with the technique. Had Qin Yu not mentioned his intention to visit the Dali Temple, she might have been reluctant to stop. After breakfast, Qin Yu made his way to the Dali Temple, where Xue Xiaoming informed him that the assassin's identity had been confirmed, and the temple was beginning to sift through his social connections. Qin Yu maintained his patience, instructing Xue Xiaoming to inquire further. An hour later, Xue Xiaoming returned with news. Your Highness, the assassin's identity has finally been established. His name is Zhang Hong, and on the surface, he is a hunter. Those who know him describe him as introverted with few friends. As he spoke, Xue Xiaoming handed over a stack of documents. These are the social connections of the assassin that have been compiled. Some key individuals are already being investigated by the Dali Temple. Qin Yu nodded, accepting the documents and finally spotting the target within, the vendor of beast meat. Have you investigated this meat vendor? No. He was the first to be ruled out by our colleagues, Xue Xiaoming replied, shaking his head. Why? Qin Yu feigned curiosity, because his background is exceptionally clean, and he is merely an ordinary person with no martial cultivation. Possessing only physical strength, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said, the assassin is a hunter, and this vendor sells beast flesh. Perhaps he might provide us with a lead. Let us pay him a visit. Xue Xiaoming felt this was a waste of time, but out of respect for Qin Yu, he refrained from voicing his objections and accompanied him away from the Dali Temple. Chapter 44. Surveillance soon. Qin Yu and Xue Xiaoming arrived at Old Zhao's beast meat shop in the southern part of the city. That it was an unremarkable establishment, with low-roofed buildings, blood-stained counters, and chunks of meat carelessly strewn about, emitting a foul odor. The proprietor was a middle-aged man with a bare torso, his well-defined muscles giving him a rugged appearance. This man was Zhao Xing, the owner of the shop, who had been selling beast meat on this street for nearly a decade. Known affectionately as Old Zhao by familiar patrons, greetings officials, you've come. Please wait a moment. I will fetch some stools for you. Zhao Xing said with a hearty smile, swiftly plunging a cleaver into the counter before retreating to the back to retrieve 2 stools. Zhao Xing, this is Prince Qin. When you answer his questions, be sure to respond appropriately and with no concealment. Xue Xiaoming called out loudly, "Da! It is the esteemed Prince Qin. I have heard of this matter as well. Please feel free to ask anything, and do take a seat, Your Highness." Zhao Xing nodded and bowed profusely. Qin Yu glanced at the stools, stained dark red with blood, and felt no desire to sit. He chose to get straight to the point. What is your relationship with Sun Jiayin? Zhang Hong, the name of the assassin, had been uncovered by the Dali Temple's colleagues. That we are indeed quite familiar. I believe we have known each other for nearly 8 years. Most of the beasts he hunted were sold to me. That he always appeared to be a good person. Who could have guessed he was an assassin? Zhao Xing sighed deeply, his tone tinged with melancholy. Endless questioning would yield results akin to those obtained by the other constables of the Dali Temple. Since they had already confirmed the assassin's identity, Qin Yu saw no point in further trivial conversation. He decided to play a ruse before executing his plan. That in truth, you are aware that Zhang Hong is an assassin because you are his contact. The task to assassinate me was, in fact, arranged by you, was it not? Zhao Xing was momentarily taken aback, then immediately displayed a look of terror, dropping to his knees and bowing his head repeatedly. Your Highness, I am wronged. I am but a straightforward businessman. How could I possibly be the contact for an assassin? His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a commoner oppressed by the powerful, exuding an air of pitiable helplessness. One cannot deny his exceptional acting skills. However, Qin Yu found himself at an impasse with him. The conclusions drawn by the system were known only to him, and ascertaining Zhao Xing's true identity would necessitate concrete evidence. Yet, Qin Yu had no genuine expectation of gleaning any valuable clues from him. His sole intent was to reasonably trace the individual above Zhao Xing. Xue Xiaoming, perceiving Qin Yu's manipulation of Zhao Xing, bellowed, "If you claim otherwise, then produce your evidence." Zhao Xing paused momentarily, then cautiously glanced at Qin Yu and inquired, "Since your Highness asserts that I am Zhang Hong's superior, do you possess any proof?" Immediately, Xue Xiaoming found himself at a loss for words. His gaze fixed menacingly on Zhao Xing. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Elucidate the circumstances of your acquaintances. You are merely a liaison, and there must certainly be someone above you." "Very well, I shall recount it for your Highness," Zhao Xing replied with an air of nonchalance. Embodying the sentiment of one unburdened by guilt, he commenced his narrative, while Xue Xiaoming listened intently, scrutinizing for any suspicious figures among the details. Calculating the timeline, Qin Yu prompted the system to simulate Zhao Xing's activities over the past 2 days. Ding! the simulation commenced. The day before, during midday, Zhao Xing was selling pork when the contact from the unseen assassins, Song Rue, arrived at his butcher shop to relay an assassination directive, with the target being none other than the host. Accepting the task as an unremarkable individual who would not raise suspicions, Zhao Xing hesitated upon learning that the target was the host, threatened by Song Rue with the safety of his family. He felt compelled to fulfill the task and adhere strictly to the confidentiality agreement, forbidding him from disclosing any information to the assassin. Should any anomalies arise, he was to report immediately in the afternoon. Zhang Hong arrived to sell a demon beast, and after much deliberation, Zhao Xing informed him of the mission that at this juncture, it became unnecessary to continue listening, for Song Rue was the pivotal figure. However, what troubled Qin Yu was that, based on the information at hand, this unseen assassin's organization evidently operated through a single line of contact, and he remained unaware if Song Rue was connected to another intermediary. If that were the case would become exceedingly complicated, forcing him to devise more plausible excuses to intercede. The pressing dilemma before him was how to reasonably investigate this Song Rue. He did not expect Zhao Xing to inadvertently reveal knowledge of this individual while detailing his acquaintances that he had anticipated. After a full half hour, Zhao Xing had not mentioned the name Song Rue. Qin Yu resolved to employ alternative methods. Another half hour passed. Zhao Xing concluded his account without once uttering Song Rue's name. Qin Yu feigned a look of irritation. With so many individuals involved, are you deliberately obstructing our investigation and complicating matters? He scolded angrily. I wouldn't dare. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Xing implored, bowing repeatedly, his expression a blend of grievance and trepidation. Humph. I shall investigate each one thoroughly. Qin Yu scoffed coldly, departing with Xue Xiangming, his demeanor suggesting a mixture of anger and humiliation. Once they were gone, Zhao Xing rose, his expression eerily calm, contrasting starkly with his earlier fear and distress. He smirked coldly, then rubbed his face, transforming it into a guise of simplicity in a secluded area. Xue Xiangming inquired, Your Highness, do you suspect this individual? Qin Yu shook his head, replying coolly, I cannot be certain, but I will keep a watchful eye on anyone I deem suspicious. Ultimately, I must uncover the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on my life. Xue Xiangming opened his mouth to suggest that such an approach might be futile and time-consuming, recommending a withdrawal instead, but he swallowed his words. Having aligned himself with Qin Yu, he resolved to follow his directives without question. Your Highness, perhaps you should return to the residence for some rest, that I can keep watch over him and report any developments to you. No, I shall monitor him personally. You may assist me as needed. Qin Yu declined. Being a liaison for an assassin organization, Zhao Xing was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. If Xue Xiangming's surveillance were to be discovered, all would be lost. With his mastery of the wave-gliding step, Qin Yu could swiftly conceal himself, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection. Chapter 45. The chopping board before Zhao Xing still bore plenty of meat, but he exhibited no signs of abnormality, patiently awaiting customers as he had always done. It was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that he finally sold out. He then proceeded to methodically clean his board, wash his hands, and close-up shopped. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But a closer observation would reveal his constant scanning of the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Once finished, he visited a tavern to purchase 2 bowls of aged wine and a dish of appetizers. Leisurely sipping while listening to the storyteller, he appeared quite relaxed as dusk approached. He slowly rose, passing by a fruit stall to buy some fruit before meandering homeward. Throughout the journey, he ambled leisurely, as if browsing a market, subtly observing the people around him. That a hunter's greatest asset is patience. Qin Yu knew Zhao Xing would undoubtedly seek to contact his liaison, and these seemingly mundane yet peculiar actions served as the best evidence of that intent. Thus, he maintained ample patience as the streets dimmed. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Zhao Xing indeed altered his course, quickening his pace considerably. Ultimately, he arrived at a modest courtyard nestled in a secluded alley. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he knocked on the door, executing a specific pattern. 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones, repeated twice as he began the 3rd sequence. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in fine garments, Song Rue. Upon seeing Zhao Xing, Song Rue froze momentarily, then, visibly irritated, demanded, What brings you here? After glancing around, he roughly seized Zhao Xing by the collar and pulled him inside, slamming the door shut behind them. That moment, Qin Yu emerged from the shadows. That he glanced at the courtyard wall and beckoned with his hand. Soon, Shui Xiaoming arrived swiftly. You remain outside. Do not enter without my command. If you spot any suspicious individuals nearby, do not act rashly and risk alarming them, that I will investigate the situation. Having followed for so long, Shui Xiaoming had discerned that Zhao Xing was indeed suspicious. If this were a stronghold for the assassin organization, the implications could be dire. He expressed his concerns. Your Highness, perhaps you should refrain from entering, that I could summon some night watchmen from the Dali Temple to secure this courtyard. Follow orders, Qin Yu replied curtly, leaping over the courtyard wall. After a brief assessment, he descended, confident in his ability to evade even the most formidable opponents thanks to his mastery of the wave gliding step. With the second-tier master, Princess Qiangyao, nearly on the verge of a breakthrough, he was certain he could hold his own against a first-tier master. Alas, Your Highness is truly reckless, Shui Xiaoming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Filled with worry yet feeling powerless, he could only hide in the darkness and wait. Inside the room, Song Rui glared furiously, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Xing. You fool, hasn't the Dali Temple already traced this back to you? You come here seeking an early demise? Zhao Xing looked aggrieved. Did you not instruct me to report any anomalies immediately? Anomaly? What anomaly? Song Rui was taken aback, lowering his voice to inquire. Today, Your Highness visited the butcher shop and directly identified me as a superior. I sensed something was amiss and hurried here to find you. What? How did he learn of this? Song Rui gasped in shock. How would I know? You are aware of His Highness's reputation. I hear he has cracked several cases recently, and it has left me quite anxious. Before Zhao Xing could finish speaking, the door was flung open, and Qin Yu stepped inside. You are indeed guilty. Song Rui, momentarily stunned, his expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to strike Zhao Xing. His visage twisted in malice. Qin Yu had anticipated this and, with a flick of his finger, unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy that shattered Song Rui's hand, blood gushing forth. Song Rui's face turned ashen. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained silent, his expression resolute as he lifted his other hand to strike Zhao Xing. It was clear he intended to eliminate the witness that if Zhao Xing were dead, his nefarious dealings would remain solely his burden, safeguarding the assassin organization. Yet Qin Yu was prepared and would not grant him this opportunity. With the wave gliding step, he appeared beside Song Rui, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head. It was only then that Zhao Xing snapped back to reality, letting out a terrified shriek. Ah, Your Highness, how did you follow me? Song Rui was momentarily startled by Qin Yu's terrifying speed, but he quickly regained his composure. Ignoring the palm strike coming his way, he deftly slipped a dagger from his sleeve, gripping it tightly as he aimed for Qin Yu's chest, revealing his ruthless nature. Qin Yu, impressed, contorted his body at an incredible angle to evade the attack, delivering a powerful strike to Song Rui's ribcage. The sound of snapping bones echoed as Song Rui staggered, nearly falling. Pain finally etched across his face. In that brief encounter, Qin Yu discerned that Song Rui was merely a third-tier minor master. With a swift motion, he struck Song Rui on the head, rendering him unconscious to prevent him from bleeding out. Qin Yu promptly sealed the blood vessels in his arm before casting a stern glance at Zhao Xing, who had retreated to the doorway. If you wish to avoid death, stand still. Zhao Xing trembled in fear, obediently remaining in place. Bang! At that moment, Shui Xiaoming, alerted by the commotion inside, kicked open the door and charged in, wielding a gleaming, standard long blade from the Dali Temple. Your Highness, are you unharmed? I am fine. Bind both of them, Qin Yu replied, having sealed Song Rui's cultivation and standing up. Initially, he intended to utilize the star absorption technique to drain Song Rui's powers. But with Shui Xiaoming's arrival, he abandoned the thought. However, it was of little consequence. Song Rui's meager cultivation offered minimal benefit, unless the technique could be elevated to a higher tier. It's good to hear you are well. Shui Xiaoming exhaled in relief, retrieving ropes made from the tendons of magical beasts to bind the two captives. Your Highness, I am merely a messenger. Please, spare me. Zhao Xing pleaded hoarsely. That depends on your performance. Qin Yu replied coldly. Confess. I will disclose everything I know, as long as you grant me a chance to live. Very well. Qin Yu nodded. Noticing writing materials in the room, he instructed Xue Xiaoming, let him confess first. After uttering this, Qin Yu approached Song Rue, mentally calling out, "System, please simulate his actions over the past 2 days." Ding. Simulation commenced 2 days prior. A representative from the Infernal Assassin Organization, a mysterious figure known as Kappa, visited Song Rue's residence to convey an assassination mission targeting the host. Song Rue displayed considerable reluctance towards this task, recognizing that assassinating royal family members would inevitably provoke the wrath of Emperor Qinwu, with dire consequences awaiting him if exposed. Kappa reprimanded him harshly before promising a substantial reward, which finally compelled Song Rue to accept. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that the assassin organization, daring enough to target royalty, was indeed formidable. Song Rue had a mysterious handler named Kappa, and to uncover the truth behind this, one needed to locate this individual, who the system labeled as a mysterious figure, clearly not easy to find. It was evident that the case would encounter significant obstacles, judging by Song Rue's earlier demeanor. Persuading him to speak seemed nearly impossible. Even if he did divulge information, he might not know Kappa's true identity. The higher the rank of the assassin organization members, the better their self-preservation measures. This mission appeared to be quite challenging. Lacking sufficient time to investigate Song Rue's past actions further, Qin Yu decided to search his residence for any leads. Let us leave this minor character for later interrogation at the Dali Temple. For now, let us search Song Rue's abode. He interrupted Xue Xiaoming's questioning. Xue Xiaoming concurred, deeming it unnecessary to waste time on Song Rue. And together they began their search. Before long, Xue Xiaoming discovered a box hidden in a secret compartment, his excitement palpable as he called out to Qin Yu, "Your Highness, come look. This might contain something valuable." Just as he was about to open it, Lin Feng stopped him. "Wait." Xue Xiaoming looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Ignoring his bewilderment, Qin Yu observed for a moment before advising, "Unlock the latch, then position the knife handle against the back of the box before opening it." Realization dawned on Xue Xiaoming. He cautiously followed Lin Feng's instructions, and as he opened the box, a mechanical sound echoed. Whoosh! 6 short arrows shot out, hurtling in 6 different directions with astonishing speed, embedding themselves into the walls. A faint, rancid odor wafted through the air, indicating the arrows were poisoned. Cold sweat beaded on Xue Xiaoming's forehead as he looked at Qin Yu with profound gratitude. "Your Highness, you saved my life once more." Qin Yu was unsurprised that a member of an assassin organization, always needing to be wary of others. If this box held anything of importance, it would undoubtedly be rigged with traps. Remember to think before acting in the future. Approaching the box, Qin Yu confirmed there were no further traps before retrieving its contents. Inside were 3 jade vials, which he opened to find they contained Imperial Quartz Qi-gathering pills, a staggering 13 in total. Qin Yu had previously used such pills, gifted by Princess Qiangyao, and only those of royal blood were typically entitled to them. Even Qin Yu himself lacked the qualification to use them. Thus, how could a member of an assassin organization, seemingly not of high rank, possess such an abundance? Had he colluded with a powerful prince, or was there another reason? Contemplating the individuals behind this, Qin Yu felt a sense of unease. They dared to attempt an assassination once, and they would likely do so again, with even stronger assassins. Clearly, he needed to enhance his strength expeditiously, in addition to the Qi-gathering pills. The box also contained a substantial amount of silver notes. Approximately 5,000 taels. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This outcome left Qin Yu somewhat disheartened. Achieving the system's task now seemed increasingly challenging. Xue Xiaoming, on the other hand, was ecstatic that he had never encountered Imperial Court Qi-gathering pills before. Rumored to be significantly more effective than the ones they used, and 5,000 taels of silver was beyond his wildest dreams, capable of providing him with a life of luxury. However, since these were ill-gotten gains, he dared not claim them, fearing the consequences if discovered. Perceiving his hesitation, Qin Yu took all the silver notes and thrust them into Xue Xiaoming's hands. "The silver is yours. The Qi-gathering pills belong to me." Xue Xiaoming appeared anxious. "But there's no but. You've never seen this box. Nor have I that if Song Rue speaks of anything, it will surely be fabricated or taken by someone else," Qin Yu stated coolly. Xue Xiaoming's expression shifted to one of excitement, that as long as Qin Yu cooperated, taking the items would pose no issue. No one could challenge them. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Qin Yu. Had Qin Yu been greedy and attempted to hoard the treasures, Xue Xiaoming would have found himself powerless to oppose. Even if the truth came to light later, who would trouble a prince over such trivial matters? To be associated with such a magnanimous master was indeed fortunate. Little did he know, 5,000 taels was trivial for Qin Yu, who now controlled the Qin family. Furthermore, the true value of those 13 imperial court qi gathering pills far exceeded 5,000 taels. They were rare treasures with no price in the market. Continuing to investigate Song Rue held little significance. Qin Yu was now eager to return home and utilize the qi gathering pills for cultivation. After searching for a while, without further discoveries, the two men, along with Zhao Xing and Song Rue, made their way towards the Dali Temple. They needed to safely deliver the two captives to the Dali Temple for further interrogation. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered a squad of soldiers, holding torches and mounted on steeds of magical beast lineage. "Your Highness, is that you?" One armored soldier, seemingly the leader, exclaimed, eyes wide with recognition. "Yes, it's me. What is the matter?" Qin Yu nodded in response to, "Oh my, Your Highness. We have finally found you. The entire capital has been searching for your whereabouts." The soldier shouted, his face filled with emotion. Qin Yu, puzzled, inquired about the situation. It turned out that after dark had fallen with no sign of his return. Princess Qiong Yao grew frantic, fearing for his safety, and had sought assistance from the Wuqing Military Command to locate him. The Wuqing Military Command was responsible for maintaining public order in the imperial capital, and these soldiers were part of that force. This revelation astonished Qin Yu. Did Princess Qiong Yao truly worry for his safety? Could it be that after sharing a room with her, she had come to regard him as her husband? However, Qin Yu soon dismissed this somewhat absurd notion. Though Princess Qiong Yao may have been quite wild in her bedchamber, it is implausible for feelings to develop in such a short span of time. Even if affection were to blossom over time, it would require a considerable duration. The fact that Princess Qiong Yao was so worried about him undoubtedly stemmed from her fear of his demise, depriving her of the opportunity to learn the ethereal steps of Lingbo Weibo. The arrival of the personnel from the Wuqing Bingmasi was fortuitous. Qin Yu requested their assistance in escorting Xue Xiaoming and the two prisoners to the Dali Temple. While he returned to his residence. Chapter 47. A bit of anticipation at the entrance of the mansion. Qin Yu spotted Su Qiao, who stood daintily on the steps, extending her neck to gaze anxiously down the street. Upon seeing Qin Yu, her face lit up with surprise as she hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran towards him. "Young master, you have finally returned." Qiao was nearly beside herself with worry for you. At this, Su Qiao's eyes reddened, tears brimming, presenting a pitiful sight. Qin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. "Is it really that serious? I merely returned a bit later than usual. How could it not be?" "Young master, you are currently being targeted by nefarious individuals. Returning so late, how could Qiao not worry?" All right, so it's my fault then." Qin Yu, in high spirits, took Su Qiao by the hand and led her into the mansion. After a few steps, he recalled something. By the way, how has your training been progressing? The maid has been diligently practicing every day and has already become an ordinary warrior, much stronger than before. Su Qiao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "An ordinary warrior." Qin Yu frowned. While she had indeed made progress, being merely at the entry level in this world teeming with formidable individuals meant she was only slightly superior to the average person. To ensure she possessed a modicum of self-defense and could assist him, she would need to attain at least the level of a third-rank minor master. Speaking of which, Qin Yu suddenly remembered. Didn't Xue Xiaoming collect 10 official qi gathering pills for me today? Those were originally intended for you. He retrieved the jade vial and handed it to Su Qiao. "This is the qi gathering pill I prepared for you. You needn't concern yourself with the tasks performed by the servants any longer. Devote all your time to training." Su Qiao was momentarily taken aback before hastily shaking her head. "Young master, this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. I said it is for you, so take it." Qin Yu insisted, forcibly placing the jade vial in her hand as he quickened his pace towards his room. He still had 13 superior quality qi gathering pills from the imperial court and was eager to return and begin his training. Su Qiao watched his departing figure, her determination resolute. Xiao Qiao will not let young master down. Upon arriving at his room's entrance, Qin Yu found Princess Qiong Yao waiting for him, seemingly in anticipation of his return. "You have finally come back," she sighed with relief, and Qin Yu could distinctly perceive that her expression was no longer as frigid as before. Her tone considerably softer. "Thank you for having the Wuqing Bingmasi look for me," Qin Yu replied. Regardless of the woman's motives, she had indeed taken measures for his safety. However, Qin Yu preferred not to create such a stir. It was better to remain low-key until he had matured. So he gently cautioned her, "There is no need to make such a fuss, that I am quite capable of protecting myself. You would do well not to overestimate yourself." Princess Qiong Yao's demeanor turned serious as she spoke in a grave tone, "That I in the past. I had no need to worry, much like during your visits to the pleasure quarters, but now that you have become embroiled with the princes, the situation is entirely different." Qin Yu did not argue, merely nodding slightly. The saying that a gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall rang true. Reflecting on his actions today, he realized they had indeed been somewhat reckless. Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled something and inquired, "By the way, when you visited the palace today, what did His Majesty say?" Princess Qiong Yao's brows furrowed. "I show adamantly denies any wrongdoing, claiming he has been framed." "And what is your perspective on this?" "There is a significant possibility of that." Qin Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "Who do you think it could be?" At this, Princess Qiong Yao's expression shifted to one of despondency before she regained her composure. "The second prince, Li Ji, is a likely candidate that if the Dali Temple cannot uncover the true culprit, Li Shou will forever remain the public scapegoat, tarnishing his image and potentially inciting the emperor's ire. Which aligns with Li Ji's interests." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Princess Qiong Yao contemplated for a moment before adding, "Of course, it is also possible that other princes orchestrated this to sow discord." Noticing her choice of words, Qin Yu curiously asked, "Aren't they all your brothers? Why do you refer to them as princes?" Princess Qiong Yao shot him a sidelong glance. "When they plotted your demise, they ceased to be my brothers." Qin Yu was taken aback, but he had never anticipated that Princess Qiong Yao would express such sentiments. She appeared somewhat irritated by his reaction and stated sternly, "Regardless of our relationship, we are still family to them. I am merely spilled water. How could I possibly turn my elbow outward?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's impression of her shifted significantly, and he smiled faintly. "I am pleased to hear you say that. Therefore, you must exercise caution during this period, especially at night, that do not wander about indiscriminately. I have already strengthened the mansion's defenses." "Very well. You should return and rest." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Princess Qiong Yao appeared somewhat surprised. "Are you not practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra today?" "Not today. I do not feel like it. Perhaps another time." With that, Qin Yu pushed the door open and entered. Showing no intention of inviting Princess Qiong Yao inside, even shutting the door behind him, Princess Qiong Yao stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. Practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra necessitated a prior intimate encounter, an understanding both had tacitly accepted. Qin Yu had previously exhibited a fascination with her body, persistently requesting more. Why then did he suddenly appear disinterested today? Could it be that he had lost interest in her physique? The thought troubled Princess Qiong Yao, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Should she perhaps try to cooperate better next time? Her mind became disordered, in truth. The reason was not as she feared. Such an exquisite beauty with a captivating figure and smooth skin could hardly be tiring. Qin Yu was merely eager to consume the palace-grade qi gathering pills he had just acquired today to enhance his strength in anticipation of potential risks that may arise in the coming years. Training with this elixir was significantly more efficient than practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Even though he had already reached the brink of breaking through to the intermediate level of the second-rank master, he still required a full 8 pills to finally achieve the breakthrough, but he did not stop there. After consuming the remaining pills and refining them into his cultivation, he finally paused to the second-rank master level. "I dare say, I am likely invincible." Qin Yu mused internally, and one knew that his cultivation had advanced so dramatically in such a short time. This could lead potential adversaries to gravely misjudge his capabilities. Should they send another second-rank master to assassinate him, they would truly be walking into their own demise. That he even felt a tinge of excitement at the prospect of using the stellar absorption technique to absorb inner strength, which would yield even better results than training with the qi gathering pills. Chapter 48. Greater power. The next morning, Qin Yu awoke naturally, Having slept in, and after a hearty meal, he made his way to the Dali Temple. The task assigned by the system remained unfulfilled, and he needed to muster greater effort. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple's entrance, the guards greeted him with deep respect, bowing as they said, "Your Highness. Lord Zhou has instructed that you should seek him out immediately upon your arrival at the Dali Temple." Qin Yu nodded and entered, perplexed. Within the entire Dali Temple, there was only one individual named Zhou Jingyi, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. They had little rapport, merely exchanging pleasantries when they met. Moreover, Zhou Jingyi was likely aligned with the second prince. Qin Yu found it puzzling that he sought him out at this juncture. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yu arrived at Zhou Jingyi's office. "That I pay my respects to your highness." Zhou Jingyi promptly stood to greet him, his demeanor markedly more respectful than before. "Lord Zhou, there is no need for such formalities." Qin Yu gestured for him to rise, then inquired, "What is the purpose of your summons?" "Zhao Qiming has been detained by my authority and is being recommended for dismissal from his position by the Dali Temple. The matter will soon be reported to His Majesty for procedural processing," Zhou Jingyi stated without preamble. Leaving Qin Yu momentarily stunned, he struggled to comprehend Zhou Jingyi's intentions. Why share this information with him? Did he perhaps harbor a grudge against Zhao Qiming for his previous rudeness, seeking an excuse to eliminate him and gain favor with Qin Yu? Or was this simply the second prince's method of eliminating rivals? Both possibilities seemed plausible. Yet, there was a problem. Zhao Qiming was known for his cautious approach. What reason could Zhou Jingyi have to recommend his dismissal? Before Qin Yu could further ponder this, Zhou Jingyi delivered another shocking revelation. The two members of the assassin organization you captured last night were ambushed en route, and both succumbed to their injuries. Zhou Jingyi's expression was one of indignation as he relayed this news, the truth of which remained uncertain. Weren't they escorted by the Wuqing Bingmasi? How could they have been assassinated? Qin Yu, taken aback, inquired. Indeed, the audacity of the assailants is astonishing. They stealthily released 2 crossbow bolts to eliminate them, catching the personnel of the 5 cities' military command completely off guard. They were indeed somewhat lax at that moment, and as a consequence, the soldiers assigned for their protection were reported to have faced disciplinary action. Steeling himself, Qin Yu, filled with curiosity, asked, "What connection does this have with Zhao Qiming's demotion and investigation?" Zhou Jingyi replied coldly, "It is because he allowed your highness to intervene in the investigation of this case, thereby breaching protocol. Furthermore, this could potentially place you in a perilous situation. It is evident that the intention was to eliminate witnesses. Had you been present at that time, you might have become a target yourself." This rationale appeared plausible at first glance. Yet upon deeper contemplation, it seemed somewhat forced that if the assassin organization known as Wujian had not abandoned their mission, they would surely have sought an opportunity to strike regardless of whether he was present. Uninterested in this line of reasoning, Qin Yu chose to bypass the subject and inquired, "Surely, you did not summon me merely to discuss these matters?" "Of course not." Zhou Jingyi nodded, then asked, "May I inquire?" "Your Highness, as Xue Xiangming mentioned, you were the first to infiltrate the scene. Did you uncover any valuable clues?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu responded, "I overheard a man named Song Rue mentioning that their assassin organization is called Wujian, and that a mysterious individual known by the codename Kappa is the one coordinating their assignments. That I in truth." This information was not relayed by Song Rue, but rather derived from Qin Yu's own deductions through the system. Unsure of the actual perpetrator, he decided to pass this inquiry on to Zhou Jingyi, leveraging the power of the Dali Temple for investigation. Should the mastermind behind this be the second Prince Li Ji, Zhou Jingyi would undoubtedly confront him, utilizing the deductions from the system to uncover the murderer and gather evidence to fulfill his mission. That if the instigator were not the second prince, then the likelihood would point towards the 6th prince, as the second prince would undoubtedly exert every effort to compel Zhou Jingyi to investigate this matter. Lin Feng's task was to subtly guide Zhou Jingyi at the opportune moment to unearth clues leading to the resolution of the case. "I understand about the Wujian assassin organization and Kappa now, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to resolve this case and provide you with a satisfactory explanation," Zhou Jingyi declared earnestly. "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed official, that if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Qin Yu replied with a courteous bow and a smile. "Your Highness, please hold for a moment." Zhou Jingyi chuckled, turning to the table to retrieve a tray and approaching Qin Yu. "This is your reward for the previous case resolution." 5 chi gathering pills sanctioned by the court, 500 taels of silver, and a token of a heavenly level constable. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. This reward was significantly greater than the last, and it had elevated his status to that of a heavenly level constable. One step further, and he would attain a rank. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Yu returned to the constable's quarters. Upon seeing him, Shui Xiaoming immediately inquired, "Your Highness, did you meet with Lord Zhou?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "Then you must be aware of the news regarding the assassination of the criminal." The speed of the arrows was astonishing. "I scarcely had time to react. I implore your Highness to forgive my shortcomings." Shui Xiaoming said, his face filled with shame, that he understood that these two individuals were crucial in uncovering the identity of the assailant targeting Qin Yu, and now he felt a sense of guilt over the situation. Qin Yu, however, dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, stating, "It is not your fault," setting aside the fact that no one would expect such an act to occur under the very noses of the 5 cities' military command. Even if you had been prepared, there is no guarantee you could have thwarted the assailant. Upon hearing this, Shui Xiaoming sighed in relief, though he still felt a twinge of self-reproach. "That I thank your Highness for your understanding. It is still my inadequacy. Had my skills been greater, perhaps I could have prevented this." Qin Yu recalled how Shui Xiaoming had rushed in, disregarding his own safety, upon hearing the commotion the previous night. This individual appeared rather reliable. After observing him for a while longer, if he proved trustworthy, then he would be granted an opportunity to change his fate. Not engaging further in the conversation, Qin Yu pondered and finally said, "Your task now is to go out and mingle, sharing the events of last night with your colleagues. Remember, the assassin organization is called Wujian, and the contact for Song Rue is a mysterious individual known as Kappa. With numerous individuals at the Dali Temple, it was likely that various factions were represented. Qin Yu's intention was to stir the waters, compelling them to reveal any slip-ups. Only then could Zhou Jingyi, and indeed he himself, seize the opportunity to uncover the true mastermind behind the scenes." Shui Xiaoming, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasped Qin Yu's intent and nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, you can rest assured. I will attend to this matter immediately." With that, he sprang into action with determination. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Yu began practicing the I Jin Jing, continuing to enhance his cultivation aptitude. Contemplating that after the completion of this task, he should focus on improving the quality of the I Jin Jing, that no matter how advanced the techniques, one must possess a high degree of martial aptitude to cultivate to elevated realms and unleash greater power. Chapter 49. What are you doing as Qin Yu wished? The news swiftly circulated, and various factions received the information, bringing the Wujian assassin organization into the limelight, with Kappa becoming a topic of discussion. Li Shou also caught wind of this news and promptly summoned the contact he had found within the assassin organization, that he was aware that such organizations were shrouded in mystery, and it would take the Dali Temple an eternity to uncover their secrets. To clear his name and to draw out the individual behind the scenes, he decided to assist Qin Yu for the time being, with the intention of finding an opportunity to eliminate the threat later on. "Your Highness, the entire imperial capital, even the emperor himself, is paying close attention to this matter. Our blood river cannot afford to take reckless risks by targeting the prince consort of the Qian at this time." The contact asserted that I did not summon you regarding this matter. "I have some important information to share." Li Shou waved his hand dismissively. "What information?" The contact's tone remained casual, seemingly uninterested. "The Dali Temple has determined that the assassination attempt on Qin Yu was orchestrated by the Wujian assassin organization, and they have exposed a person with the codename Kappa. Do you know him?" Li Shou inquired. "Wujian Kappa?" The contact's interest peaked slightly, yet he shook his head. "The two organizations are rivals. How could I possibly know him? I am only aware that such a person exists. Can you locate this individual?" The contact found it perplexing. "Your Highness, our blood river only kills. We do not seek out individuals, and I fail to comprehend why you would want me to find a rival." "Listen," Li Shou stated earnestly, "precisely because Wujian is your competitor, should you not seize this opportunity to eliminate them?" The contact chuckled. "Your Highness, you underestimate Wujian, that if it were so simple to eliminate them, we would have done so long ago. This time is different. Wujian has targeted royal family members. The imperial family may intervene, and you have the means to eliminate them." Li Shou attempted to persuade. "Your Highness, it remains true that wiping out a killer organization is no easy feat. Moreover, I understand your intentions. You wish to draw out the individual behind Wujian. This does not align with our principles that I can offer a high price. It is not a matter of price. This does not adhere to the rules. Li Shou contemplated, gritting his teeth, a portion of Earth-level techniques. The contact's eyes gleamed with interest. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I need to confer with someone who has authority. With that, the contact swiftly departed. While every assassin organization is steeped in secrecy and highly vigilant against rivals, they invariably take measures to protect their organization's secrets to the utmost degree. However, there exists one vulnerability. Independent assassins not affiliated with any organization are willing to accept tasks from any assassin group. This leads them to potentially possess knowledge of contacts from multiple organizations. Recently, Blood River had absorbed an independent assassin who happened to know the identity of Kappa. Originally uninterested in this task, due to the potential conflict it could ignite between the two organizations, which would not serve their interests, the enticing conditions proposed by Li Shou compelled him to seek approval from higher authorities. Qin Yu had spent an entire day cultivating at the Dali Temple. Yet he had not heard anything from Zhou Jingyi regarding any findings, and he remained unperturbed and returned to his residence after his shift. Thinking of the qi-gathering pills he had given to Su Qiaoqiao, he decided to check on her progress. Upon entering Su Qiaoqiao's quarters, he found her engaged in meditation. She promptly ceased her practice and bowed respectfully. Qiaoqiao pays her respects to the young master. I have told you countless times. You need not be so formal when addressing me. To be by the way, how is your cultivation coming along? Just as he began to speak, Qin Yu's expression darkened as he noticed Su Qiaoqiao's lowered head. Lift your head. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiaoqiao raised her gaze. Her face was swollen, with a clear handprint visible, and one eye was bloodshot. That it was evident that she had suffered a brutal slap. A surge of murderous intent erupted from Qin Yu. Who did this? Su Qiaoqiao appeared somewhat frightened as she replied, Young master, please do not concern yourself. It is all my fault. You may act as if nothing has occurred. Tell me, who did this? Qin Yu's tone intensified as he demanded loudly that it was Princess's personal maid, Mingyue. The situation unfolded as follows. Su Qiaoqiao attempted to explain the entire sequence of events, but Qin Yu had no interest in listening and instead strode toward the garden. Wait here, I shall avenge you. Qin Yu coldly uttered a remark, leaving Su Qiaoqiao astounded. No one understood her better than he did. She would never engage in any behavior so outrageous as to provoke a slap across the face. Even if she inadvertently committed a grievous error, Mingyue, as the personal maid of Princess Qiangyao, did not possess the authority to chastise her. Not even the steward of the Qin residence dared to reprimand Xiaoqiao. For everyone in the Qin household was acutely aware that Xiaoqiao was Qin Yu's closest attendant. Qin Yu had initially believed that after the previous two admonishments, Mingyue would have learned her lesson. Yet, to his astonishment, she had now committed such an offense that he would no longer hold back. Even if Princess Qiangyao were to plead on her behalf, he would show no mercy. Mingyue stepped forward upon entering the garden. Qin Yu bellowed, his murderous intent causing many maids to pale with fear. Mingyue, startled by his voice, hesitated momentarily, but upon remembering her status as Princess Qiangyao's personal maid and feeling justified, she steadied herself and approached. Bowing respectfully, Your Highness, I greet you. You struck Su Qiaoqiao. Qin Yu asked coldly. Indeed, Su Qiaoqiao is disrespectful to those of higher rank, and I was merely carrying out my duties. Your admission suffices. Before she could finish, Qin Yu let out a chilling laugh, activated his swift movement technique, and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Mingyue was sent sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sensing Qin Yu's murderous intent, she quickly begged for mercy. Your Highness, please allow me to explain. It was truly Su Qiaoqiao who smacked. Qin Yu retaliated with another slap, sending Mingyue reeling once more, her face swelling, and she spat out several teeth. Your Highness, I implore you, listen to my explanation. Su Qiaoqiao's incompetence warrants. Mingyue was utterly panicked. She wished to clarify the situation, but Qin Yu offered her no opportunity. After venting his anger with two slaps, he struck her dantian with a palm. Star absorption technique. Qin Yu silently commanded, simultaneously sealing her meridians, rendering her unable to move or speak. The Mingyue's expression shifted to shock as she felt her inner strength draining away like a receding tide. She could easily sense her cultivation plummeting, swiftly descending from the third-tier minor Grandmaster realm. And this was merely the beginning. Soon, her entire inner strength was on the verge of being completely depleted. And her eyes filled with despair. Did I in that moment? She felt regret. But just then, a glimmer of hope appeared. Chinyu, what are you doing? Chapter 50. Injustice, is it not apparent? I am teaching her a lesson. Chinyu snapped, unleashing his inner energy, causing Mingyue's internal organs to shatter instantly, that he had intended to drain Mingyue's power completely before ending her life. But with Princess Qiongyao's sudden arrival, he had no choice but to halt his actions to prevent her from discovering the truth. Mingyue's face wore an expression of unwillingness and regret as she slowly descended to the ground, her eyes wide open, refusing to close. Chinyu, you dare to harm my servant, Princess Qiongyao's voice thundered, her aura surging with fury, appearing ready to confront Chinyu. Yet in truth, she felt a sense of elation. She was well aware of everything that had transpired in the Qin residence, and she suspected that Mingyue was the one who had leaked information. While the Emperor Qinwu kept a watchful eye over the realm, it was disheartening to realize that even his own daughter and son-in-law were not spared. She could not find a justification for personally executing Mingyue. And Qin Yu's actions suited her intentions perfectly. However, she had to maintain an appearance of anger to avoid attracting the Emperor's attention. Unaware of the underlying circumstances and undeterred by Princess Qionggyao, Qin Yu responded coldly. She has insulted me more than once. Now she has audaciously struck my personal maid Xiao Xiao. What of it if I were to kill her? Do you intend to seek vengeance on her behalf? As he spoke, he summoned his inner energy, prepared for battle. Playing the role to the fullest, Princess Qionggyao, realizing the situation had escalated, darkened her expression and said with a hint of annoyance, that wretched maid. Always flaunting her authority. If that is the case, then let her be killed. After uttering those words, Princess Qionggyao noticed the formidable aura emanating from Qin Yu, which was on par with her own and even hinted at being slightly stronger. Her eyes widened in shock. You have broken through? Her aura trembled, clearly shaken by the revelation, her beautiful face reflecting astonishment. Indeed, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. This is impossible. Princess Qiongyao's astonishment only intensified that the intermediate level of the second-tier Grandmaster realm. He had subtly surpassed her, being only a step away from the first-tier Grandmaster realm, that if he were to reach that level, would he not be able to overpower her effortlessly? Such martial talent was simply terrifying. How had he achieved this? Although Qin Yu's impression of Princess Qionggyao had shifted slightly, he was not ready to divulge more of his secrets, that he could not disclose that he had enhanced his martial aptitude through the practice of the easy muscle technique. Instead, he casually remarked, what is so impossible about it? If you diligently practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, you too will soon achieve a breakthrough. Really? Princess Qiongyao's face was painted with skepticism. She had to admit that practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra did indeed enhance her cultivation, even improving her attack speed and mobility. Yet it did not seem feasible that the progress could be so swift. Qin Yu continued his charade. Could there be any falsehood in that? If your progress is slow, it must be due to your insufficient comprehension of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Or perhaps your aptitude is lacking. Upon hearing this, Princess Qionggyao fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, she had not devoted much effort to understanding the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and she had frequently been distracted during her training because of Qin Yu. It was time to treat this technique with the seriousness it deserved. As for Qin Yu's comments about her aptitude, Princess Qionggyao did not take them to heart, believing her talent to exceed that of ordinary geniuses. Being stuck in her current realm was not surprising. After all, the first-tier Grandmaster realm was a significant threshold, and many prodigies struggled their entire lives to surpass it. Since you do not intend to avenge Mingyue, I shall take my leave, Qin Yu said, retracting his inner energy and moving toward the exit. Princess Qionggyao, feeling a sudden impulse, called out to him, since you are here, why not visit my chamber and discuss the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together? As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. Unable to meet Qin Yu's gaze, feeling somewhat apprehensive. This fellow wouldn't refuse me like he did yesterday, would he? Seeing her bashful yet anxious demeanor, Qin Yu felt a surge of interest and laughed heartily as he approached her. Given your delightful invitation, how could I possibly decline? As he spoke, Qin Yu stepped forward, swept her up in his arms, and glanced at the maid standing nearby. Are you not going to lead me to the princess's chamber? The maid promptly took the lead, while Princess Qionggyao feigned a struggle for a moment before naturally leaning against him, enveloped in his embrace. Feeling the masculine energy radiating from Qin Yu, Princess Qionyao experienced a strange sensation. Being held by a man for the first time, that an hour later, Qin Yu lay comfortably on the embroidered bed, feeling quite content. Next came the serious training. The two practiced together until dawn, and Princess Qionyao felt as though she was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Refusing to leave the bed to continue her cultivation, after freshening up and having breakfast, Qin Yu headed to the Dali Temple, only to encounter someone he did not wish to see at the entrance, the sixth prince. Li Shou, naturally, did not wish to see him either. Having already torn their facade and brought matters to the attention of Emperor Qianwu, he decided to drop the pretense and coldly called out, "Qin Yu, come here." "What is it?" Qin Yu stepped forward, calmly meeting his gaze, pondering whether he was the one who had sent assassins after him, just as he hesitated to use the system to deduce the situation. Li Shou spoke again, "Did I know you suspect I sent someone to kill you? Qionyao thinks the same, and it has even reached our father's ears. However, I can assure you that it was not me." As he spoke, Li Shou pointed to a middle-aged man bound tightly by his subordinates, a rag stuffed in his mouth. "That weren't you looking for someone named Kappa? To prove my innocence, I helped you find him. I am now handing him over to you, hoping you can uncover the true culprit behind the scenes." Without waiting for Qin Yu's response, he turned and walked away. His subordinates dragged the man forward, roughly tossing him onto the ground, then presenting a wooden box with both hands. "Your Highness, this contains evidence that proves he is a member of the Assassin's organization. Please accept it." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before accepting the box, then led the middle-aged man into the Dali Temple, his mind filled with confusion. The sixth prince was helping the Dali Temple find the assassin sent after him. The whole situation felt exceedingly suspicious. To prove his innocence and await their investigation seemed excessive. Could it be that the pressure from Emperor Qianwu was too great, or was he truly innocent? There were too many mysteries, and Qin Yu pondered without arriving at a conclusion. He glanced at the bound middle-aged man and removed the rag from his mouth. "You are Kappa." "I am not. This is all the sixth prince's framing. Please, your highness, grant me my innocence," the middle-aged man cried out. Proclaiming his innocence. Chapter 51. The prison guard, is that so? Qin Yu let out a cold smile as he opened the box to inspect its contents. Inside lay a token, one side engraved with the visage of a hellish demon, exuding a bloodthirsty and menacing aura. The opposite side was inscribed with runes that Qin Yu could not decipher, their strokes sharp as blades, imparting a sense of martial vigor. Alongside it was a stack of case files documenting various tasks assigned at specific times and locations, along with the names of those designated to carry them out. Qin Yu found himself unable to ascertain whether the man before him was indeed a Kappa. He surmised that extracting any valuable information would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Unwilling to squander further time, he calculated the duration and called out to the system. "Simulate what this individual has been engaged in over the past 4 days." Ding! The simulation commenced on the first day. From morning until noon, the Kappa diligently practiced martial arts at home, as per his usual routine. In the afternoon, the steward of General Xiao Feihu, named Lai Fu, visited the Kappa, offering a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold for the assassination of a target. The Kappa deemed the task too perilous and, lacking the authority to decide, informed Lai Fu that he was merely a liaison for the interminable assassins organization and needed to consult his superiors. Lai Fu agreed to return later that evening and departed. The Kappa then made his way to a stone beneath a crooked tree opposite a weapons shop in the western part of the city, where he carved a special symbol before heading home. An hour later, a masked figure appeared at his residence, an emissary from the interminable assassins organization. After confirming his identity, the figure offered 20,000 taels of gold before taking his leave. That evening, Lai Fu arrived as promised, and when the Kappa presented his price, Lai Fu accepted without hesitation. At this point, Qin Yu lost interest in continuing the narrative, astonished by the revelation that the mastermind was neither the sixth Prince Li Shou nor the second Prince Li Ji, but rather General Xiao Feihu. He had little recollection of this individual and found himself compelled to meticulously sift through the memories of his predecessor, gradually understanding the situation. General Xiao Feihu had a son named Xiao Bin, who, true to his name, exhibited remarkable talent in martial arts and poetry from a young age and was held in high regard by his father. To hone his son's skills, Xiao Feihu arranged for him to serve as a lieutenant under Qin Jintian. as he himself was stationed at a fortress and unable to provide the necessary training. Qin Jintian valued Xiao Bin greatly and entrusted him with significant responsibilities. Yet Xiao Bin's arrogance and disregard for military orders led to catastrophic delays in battle, resulting in the needless deaths of thousands of elite soldiers from the Deqian Empire. In response to this, Qin Jintian, known for his strict military discipline, executed Xiao Bin to provide an explanation to the troops. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Feihu was enraged and led 3,000 personal guards to confront Qin Jintian, clashing in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Qin Jintian, unable to tolerate the provocation any longer, subdued him decisively. Following this, Xiao Feihu was reprimanded by the emperor of the Qian dynasty and, under imperial mediation, reached a truce with Qin Jintian, after which the two ceased all interactions. Now, though Xiao Feihu had aged, he remained robust, evidently seizing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Yu after the assassination, intending to shift the blame onto either the sixth or second prince. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the Kappa's remarkable restraint. The pressing task now was to coax the Kappa into revealing that the orchestrator of the assassination was indeed Xiao Feihu's steward. However, regardless of his inquiries, the solitary Kappa steadfastly refused to divulge any information, a loss for a solution. Qin Yu decided to have the Kappa escorted to his colleagues responsible for the investigation, while he retreated to the constable's quarters to contemplate alternative strategies. Just as he pondered where to commence his investigation, Shui Xiaoming rushed in from the court, his face aflame with indignation as he relayed a piece of gossip. The steward of General Xiao Feihu is utterly arrogant. He is just a lowly servant, yet he dares to act brazenly in the court. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's mind sparked with intrigue. What was he doing at the court? It seems he was seeking to visit a distant relative who was imprisoned there. After a prisoner died in custody, orders were issued prohibiting visits without the command of the magistrate, and he caused quite a scene. Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. What a coincidence, visiting a distant relative at such a time. Clearly, Lai Fu has ulterior motives, most likely seeking to eliminate the Kappa through a corrupt guard or jailer. Recognizing the pivotal nature of this development, Qin Yu inquired, "Is he still there?" "Yes," Shui Xiaoming nodded. "Though he is merely a dog, he is still the dog of General Xiao Feihu." The newly appointed magistrate wouldn't dare disregard him. "He has already entered. Then let us proceed to the court." Qin Yu rose to his feet. "Your Highness, what is your intent?" Shui Xiaoming queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Qin Yu elucidated his plan, revealing, "I suspect that the individual who hired the assassin to kill me is none other than General Xiao Feihu, and Lai Fu must be aware of this." Shui Xiaoming's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he connected the dots regarding Lai Fu's purpose for being at the court. Upon arriving at the court, Qin Yu found himself barred from entry due to the magistrate's orders. Shui Xiaoming hastily sought permission, and just as he departed, Lai Fu emerged. The steward was a corpulent man with a protruding belly. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he walked with a swagger that exuded arrogance. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu approached and delivered a resounding slap across Lai Fu's face, drawing the attention of those nearby, who would serve as witnesses. The sound echoed sharply as Lai Fu stumbled, nearly losing his footing. After regaining his balance, he erupted in a tirade. Which dog dares to? But upon realizing it was Qin Yu, he swallowed his words in shock. "Your Highness?" His outrage quickly resurfaced. "Even if you are of royal blood, you cannot strike me so freely." Without a moment's pause, Qin Yu delivered another slap, his voice booming with fury. "I suspect that your master, the old scoundrel Xiao Feihu, is behind the assassination plot against me. That it could not possibly be anyone else." Lai Fu panicked and hastily denied the accusation. "Your Highness, you must not make such reckless claims." "Reckless?" Qin Yu scoffed. "Years ago, my father severed the head of your master's most cherished son. After all this time, do you think that old scoundrel hasn't sought to eliminate me? You're talking nonsense. That matter was settled between my master and General Qin long ago. The young master got what he deserved." Before Lai Fu could finish, Qin Yu interrupted. "It was you who ordered the Kappa to kill me. Now that the Kappa has been captured, he fears exposure and intends to bribe someone to eliminate him." He then turned to the jailer. "What are you all waiting for? Go check if the Kappa is still alive." Chapter 52. Elite forces. The jailer, startled, dashed into the prison. Meanwhile, Lai Fu was in a state of utter panic. I have no time for your nonsense. If you have matters to discuss, come to the General's residence. With that, he turned to leave. Qin, you could not allow Lai Fu to escape. If this man were to vanish, he might either hide or be eliminated by Qiao Feihu, rendering the investigation futile. What about the task? Stop right there. Qin Yu bellowed as he pursued him. Your Highness, you must not be excessive. Lai Fu warned, unleashing his mid-level second-rank master's prowess to confront Qin Yu with a palm strike. Impudent, Qin Yu retorted, extending a finger. In an instant, a fierce sword chi surged forth, propelled by an indomitable momentum, aimed directly at Lai Fu's heart. Even the eminent Xiong Yao princess, a high-level second-rank master, would falter against him, let alone Lai Fu. In a flurry of panic, Lai Fu desperately summoned his inner strength to resist, but was still sent flying by the sword chi. This was merely Qin Yu holding back. Otherwise, a single strike would have either killed him or left him gravely wounded. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu advanced swiftly, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique to arrive beside Lai Fu and struck down upon his dantian. Lai Fu vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with seething hatred. Qin Yu, you've unjustly crippled my cultivation. Even if you are a prince, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, my master will not let this matter rest. Qin Yu chuckled derisively. And here you are, still thinking of your master. How loyal of you. Perhaps you should ponder whether you and your family will survive once this matter comes to light. Lai Fu's expression shifted to one of terror, though he quickly regained his composure. I do not understand what you are implying, Your Highness. Just then, the newly appointed magistrate hurried over, startled to see Lai Fu with blood at his mouth. Despite being a mere servant, Lai Fu was backed by powerful military figures, a force not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's display of strength and the protection of Princess Qiong Yao left the magistrate hesitant to intervene. In that moment, the magistrate was at a loss for words, perspiration beading on his forehead. Suddenly, several jailers emerged from within, led by the chief jailer, Gui Yonghuai, who was also sweating profusely upon seeing the magistrate. He immediately knelt and pleaded for forgiveness. Sir, I have failed to maintain order in my jurisdiction. My jailers accepted bribes and attempted to poison the suspect, the Kappa. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, preventing a grave error. Gui Yonghuai was furious. Why did such incidents always happen under his watch at the court? Just moments ago, upon receiving a report from his subordinate regarding what Qin Yu had said, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly gathered his men to investigate the Kappa. To his dismay, they stumbled upon a jailer forcefully prying open the Kappa's mouth to pour water inside. This water was evidently suspicious, and the caught jailer had no choice but to confess. Pleading for Gui Yonghuai's mercy, in a fit of rage, Gui Yonghuai kicked the jailer aside and chased after him. Previously, he had managed to retain his position after a reprimand due to backing from others. But this time, the stakes were much higher. Thus, he sought to redeem himself by capturing the Kappa. Just then, he noticed the new Chief Justice approaching. To his relief, Lai Fu was still present. However, upon hearing Gui Yonghuai's words, Lai Fu's complexion drained of color. Gui Yonghuai pointed at Lai Fu, accusing him of bribing the jailer in a plot to poison the Kappa. The Chief Justice nearly fainted from the shock, and with a strained voice, he shouted, "Arrest him!" Lai Fu had been permitted to enter the court by the Chief Justice himself, that if the Kappa were to die and any connection to Lai Fu were discovered, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, fueling a seething anger within him. Several prison guards pounced on Lai Fu like wolves, restraining him, while Qin Yu stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to jolt him back to reality. At this juncture, do you still intend to remain silent? Lai Fu, realizing his fate was sealed, decided to abandon all restraint. I don't know what you want me to confess. Qiao Fei, who sent you to assassinate me. This is blatantly obvious, yet you still refuse to admit it. How can I confess to something that never happened? Qin Yu regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Do you truly believe the Kappa would remain loyal to the assassin's code and not expose you if he knew you intended to poison him? Lai Fu's expression shifted slightly. Qin Yu continued, do you think that by bearing the brunt of this alone, your entire family will escape unharmed? Lai Fu's face turned ashen. Assassinating a member of the royal family was a crime that warranted the extermination of 9 generations. Even the dogs in their courtyard would not survive. Despite the immense gratitude he felt towards Xiao Fei, he was terrified of betrayal. Qin Yu keenly observed the change in Lai Fu's expression, recognizing that he was at the pivotal moment of breaking through his psychological defenses. Merely threatening him would not suffice. He needed to offer him hope as well. That I bear you no ill will. All of this is undoubtedly a coercion from Xiao Fei, is it not? The capo is still alive, and you have yet to commit an irreparable error that would endanger your family. Do I need to elaborate further on your choices? Lai Fu's psychological defenses crumbled, and in a bid to preserve the lives of himself and his family, he chose to betray Xiao Fei. The prince is right. It was indeed Xiao Fei who forced me into this. Seeking revenge for his deceased son, I was terrified. This is a crime punishable by death. Yet for the sake of my family, I had no choice but to compromise. Fortunately, I did not make a grave mistake. With his resolve laid bare, Lai Fu decided to ensure Xiao Fei whose complete downfall, leaving him with no chance of recovery. Only then could he and his family truly be safe. Xiao Fei, who had also embezzled military funds, withheld provisions for personal profit, and engaged in debauchery with concubines from the previous dynasty. As he recounted these transgressions, the expressions of those surrounding him morphed from shock to disbelief, gradually shifting to astonishment. The heinous nature of Xiao Fei, whose actions was utterly staggering. Simultaneously, they recognized the gravity of the situation. With Xiao Fei, whose status in the military, a significant number of generals would inevitably be implicated, and the Deqian military might soon face a purge. All of this was orchestrated by Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was unconcerned with these developments. He fixed his gaze on Lai Fu's eyes and inquired, "Do you possess concrete evidence? If not, you risk being accused of falsely incriminating a high-ranking official, leading to a dire fate." Qin Yu's greatest fear was the lack of evidence, but fortunately, Lai Fu did not disappoint him. "Yes, I have secretly preserved the details, time, location, individuals involved, relevant items, and evidence, fearing that Xiao Fei, who might eliminate me once his purpose is served." "And what about the evidence regarding Xiao Fei, who threatening you to assassinate this prince?" "Yes, I am the evidence. Additionally, I have secretly kept the note written by Xiao Fei, who requesting funds from the treasury." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to the new Chief Justice, who understood his intent and bellowed, "Summon the elite personnel from the Dali Temple and escort the suspect to retrieve the evidence." Chapter 53. Clearly defined Guiyonghuai felt a lingering sense of unease. Individuals of Xiao Fei, whose caliber were intertwined with too many others, most of whom possessed formidable power, both overtly and covertly. With various means to eliminate him, that in his mind, it was best to remain uninvolved in such matters. Yet, Qin Yu's psychological tactics were relentless. With just a few words, he had compelled a confession before numerous witnesses, leaving Guiyonghuai with no opportunity to muddy the waters. All he could do now was proceed with due diligence. Qin Yu did not accompany them to retrieve the evidence, but Xue Xiangming, being astute, followed his colleagues to ensure that no unforeseen incidents would prevent Qin Yu from grasping the true situation. After approximately half an hour, the Dali Temple personnel returned, bringing Lai Fu and the evidence back to the newly appointed Chief Justice. After glancing at the evidence, the Chief Justice broke into a cold sweat. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated, but he dared not act unilaterally and quickly sought out the Dali Temple's deputy minister. Zhou at this juncture, Qin Yu lost interest, for the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 400 years of simulation time. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the yellow-level high-tier martial art. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. An unparalleled martial art of utmost masculinity, when cultivated to perfection, becomes invincible and indestructible, unleashing a dragon's roar that reverberates through the heavens, exuding an imposing aura." Upon hearing the system's reward of this martial art, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Indestructible, invincible. Such phrases sounded incredibly impressive. The notion of a dragon's roar resonating through the heavens was undoubtedly grand. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Although the martial art was exceptional, its rank was too low. One could not be greedy. It was best to elevate the Six Meridian sword to its zenith before considering anything else. Furthermore, he had developed a liking for the long-range attack style of the Six Meridian sword. Thus, the pressing question arose. Should the system's awarded time be utilized to enhance the Six Meridian Sword or to simulate the I Ching Jing? After a brief contemplation, Qin Yu resolved to first simulate the I Ching Jing. As his realm advanced, the qualifications required for rapid cultivation would only escalate. Elevating his qualifications was paramount. Naturally, he could not exhaust all 400 years. Qin Yu decided to reserve 50 years for emergencies. System. Utilize 350 years for the simulation of I Ching Jing. Ding. Simulation commencing. You have practiced the initial stage of the heavenly level I Ching Jing for a period, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of your cultivation qualifications. Revealing the terrifying potential of this martial art. You pondered the possibilities of pushing this martial art to its utmost limit, envisioning the profound changes it could bring, propelling you to the pinnacle of this world. Thus, you resolved to simulate this martial art. However, the challenges proved to be far greater than anticipated. 120 years pass, and you achieve nothing. You refuse to give up, continuing the simulation, and finally, after 158 years, you elevate I Ching Jing to the intermediate heavenly level. Elated, you find yourself just a step away from the advanced heavenly level, the legendary pinnacle of martial arts. You decide to press on with the simulation. 200 years later, you have achieved nothing. 300 years later, you remain empty-handed. After 330 years, you finally glimpse a flicker of hope, and joy overwhelms you. After 350 years, you sense that you are on the brink of success, but alas, time has run out, forcing you to abandon the endeavor. Upon hearing this outcome, Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Isn't this deliberately teasing me? So close, yet so far. If I don't utilize the remaining simulation time to push a little harder, I might struggle to catch a wink of sleep tonight. Resigned, Qin Yu addressed the system. I will use 30 years to simulate I Ching Jing. This was his limit. He needed to retain some time for his own use. The simulation continued, gritting your teeth. You commenced the simulation once more. And at last, after 369 years, you elevated I Ching Jing to the advanced heavenly level. This is now the most prestigious martial art in the world. Yet you feel that transcending this world represents the true pinnacle, prompting you to continue the simulation. Finally, after 380 years, you have exhausted your time. I Ching Jing shows no signs of improvement. But you unexpectedly discover that there seems to be even higher ranks beyond the heavenly level. Simulation complete. Boom. A torrent of information floods into Qin Yu's mind, enough to drive even the Emperor of Qianwu into a frenzy. Yet, Qin Yu lacks the mental bandwidth to absorb it all. A storm of emotions swells within him. Beyond the heavenly level, there exists an even higher rank. It is simply unbelievable, according to the memories of the past. There exist no martial arts beyond the celestial tier in this world. The terrestrial tier is already exceedingly rare. The celestial tier, as legend has it, is exclusive to the Li royal family, and not everyone is deemed worthy of its cultivation. Ordinary princes may only practice martial arts of the terrestrial level, and above that it is only the emperor and the future crown prince, who is to inherit the throne, that possess the qualifications to cultivate such arts. In essence, it can be stated that, on the surface, the entire Deqian currently has but one individual practicing celestial tier martial arts, Emperor Qianwu. With no crown prince established as of yet, Qin Yu has become the second. As for who else may be secretly practicing celestial tier martial arts, that remains shrouded in mystery. With a long exhale, Qin Yu chose to set aside these thoughts and resolved to diligently cultivate the I Ching Jing, aiming to enhance his innate abilities before all else. With no new cases assigned to him and the system failing to issue new tasks, Qin simply returned home to focus on his training. However, the turmoil he had stirred began to ripple through the imperial capital, causing an immense uproar. The individual who attempted to assassinate the current prince consort, Qin Yu, turned out to be none other than General Qiao Feihu of Wei Yuan. A revelation that took everyone by surprise. The long-forgotten events of the past resurfaced in discussions, with many condemning Xiao Feihu as vile and shameless. Concurrently, a sense of unease began to permeate the populace. For although Xiao Feihu had retreated from the forefront of military command, his influence within the army remained formidable, and two of his sons commanded significant forces outside. Such a scandal, once revealed, would surely spell doom for Xiao Feihu. And his sons would not let the matter rest easily. The Dali Temple also recognized the gravity of the situation. Upon confirming the evidence was irrefutable, the chancellor of the Dali Temple hurried to the imperial palace to pay his respects to Emperor Qianwu. Even with the courage to do so, he dared not confront General Qiao Feihu directly. Just as the chancellor entered, Qiao Feihu appeared at the palace gates, half-naked, bearing a bundle of thorns on his back, and walked to kneel at the entrance. His hair, white as snow, was still vibrant, and his skin bore no wrinkles. His muscles were firm, adorned with countless scars from battles, emanating a fierce aura. May your majesty, considering this old soldier's lifetime of service, grant me one last audience, after which I shall depart this world without regrets. Qiao Feihu shouted towards the Chengtian Hall, his voice robust and resonant, easily reaching the ears of Emperor Qianwu, who was listening to the report from the chancellor of the Dali Temple. Chapter 54. Explanation: This old curmudgeon still wishes to see me. Emperor Qianwu scoffed coldly upon hearing the words. He had personally mediated between Qin Jintian and Qiao Feihu, fully aware of the latter's pent-up frustrations. Thus, while the outcome of the investigation was unexpected, it also aligned with his understanding. What relieved him was that none of his own sons were implicated, averting a potential rift amongst his kin. However, Qiao Feihu's choice to act at this precise moment clearly indicated his intent to shift blame elsewhere, which was what irked Emperor Qianwu the most. Had it not been for the reckless actions of Lai Fu, which led to Qin Yu uncovering the truth, it was highly possible that the sixth prince or the second prince would have borne the brunt of this scandal, influencing the emperor's perception of both princes. Such a misstep was a grave transgression. Thus, Qiao Feihu's fate was sealed, a reality he was undoubtedly aware of. This was why he bore thorns and sought no defense, merely hoping for an audience with Emperor Qianwu to plead for his life, clinging to the hope that the emperor might show him mercy. Yet, Emperor Qianwu had already made his decision. Bring me my sword of destiny. The chancellor of the Dali Temple, Qin Boyong, felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively lowered his head slightly. The aged eunuch beside Emperor Qianwu furrowed his brow and cautioned, Your Majesty, General Qiao still has 2 sons commanding troops outside. It would be wise to summon them before executing him. Emperor Qianwu chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. You do not comprehend military strategy that if they truly dared to rebel, I would welcome the opportunity to rid myself of some old generals and promote new talent, refreshing the ranks of the army. The eunuch nodded slightly, refraining from further comment that a young eunuch emerged, cradling the sword of destiny, and returned shortly thereafter, kneeling while presenting the bloodied blade. Your Majesty, General Qiao called out in regret for his actions, and then took his own life at the palace gates. His remains are to be sent back to the Qiao residence. Emperor Qianwu spoke calmly, Very well. Thus, the once renowned General Qiao Feihu met his end with such nonchalance that my minister, if there are no other matters. You may take your leave, Emperor Qianwu instructed Chancellor Qin Boyong. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Boyong bowed, stating, Your Majesty, as the esteemed prince consort possesses royal blood and exceptional intellect, allowing him to remain at the Dali Temple is indeed a waste. I propose Your Majesty assign him to a different task, lest the pearl be dulled by dust. Qin Yu had arrived at the Dali Temple, starting as a mere junior inspector in a murder case, and had astonishingly unraveled such a significant affair. He was genuinely apprehensive. Although he held a position among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, he was wary of provoking those with terrifying power. After all, it was ostensibly his people who had conducted the investigation. Who could say that the victim would not seek retribution upon him? He now simply wished to rid himself of the disaster that was Qin Yu. Not permitted, was all Emperor Qianwu uttered, his words few yet decisive, gesturing for Qin Boyong to depart. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Boyong bowed deeply in gratitude before leaving, his mind made up to instruct his subordinates to never assign Qin Yu another case, allowing him to treat the Dali Temple as a retirement home instead. Once the chancellor departed, a cryptic smile spread across Emperor Qianwu's face that I never imagined that this lad from the Qin family possessed such remarkable investigative abilities. How did I not notice it before? The aged eunuch nodded in agreement. Indeed, Prince Consort has displayed extraordinary talent in this regard. Not only that, Emperor Qianwu continued, rising to lightly tap the armrest of his dragon throne. He has slain Princess Qiong Yao's personal maid, Mingyue, demonstrating his proficiency at the intermediate level of the 2nd grade master realm. The eunuch's expression shifted to one of surprise that in such a short span of time. He has already made a breakthrough? Such talent is truly astounding. I too find it somewhat incredulous. The so-called mysterious figure he speaks of must have imparted more than just the 6 meridians divine sword. There are likely other techniques involved, Emperor Qinwu remarked, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the eunuch's expression grew serious. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Prince Consort Qin is withholding information from you? Perhaps not just him. It is said that he and Princess Qiong Yao have been cultivating a unique technique together, often spending entire nights in seclusion. Qin Yu's rapid advancement in skill is likely connected to this. Emperor Qinwu noted, a hint of amusement escaping him. Truly, my dear daughter. The eunuch chose not to comment further. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Qinwu instructed, go to the Prince Consort's residence and inquire if that so-called mysterious figure has been in contact with him recently. If so, have him send a message. I wish to meet this individual. Soon, 2 imperial edicts emerged from the palace. The first declared, General Qiao Feihu, recognizing the weight of his sins, bore thorns and penitence. The emperor, moved by his years of service, granted him death by the sword of destiny. The second edict commanded, General Qiao Feihu's sons are to immediately relinquish their military authority and proceed to the imperial capital to mourn and observe filial piety for their father. Those with discerning eyes could see that Emperor Qinwu intended to strip the Qiao family of their power. The Qiao family was destined for ruin. This demonstrated to all the might of the imperial family. Even those who had failed to assassinate a royal would pay a heavy price. Thus, Emperor Qinwu sought to establish the absolute, inviolable status of the royal family, while Qin Yu garnered even more attention. People began to realize that Qin Yu, as a member of the royal family, was not someone who could be trifled with. Yet the highest-ranking nobles and princes seemed to regard Qin Yu with indifference. Ultimately, Emperor Qinwu's actions were merely to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Had it been any other prince consort in such a situation, the outcome would have been no different. Qin Yu remained utterly unconcerned with external affairs, returning home to pursue his cultivation. Not long after, Princess Qiong Yao came knocking. His training interrupted, Qin Yu felt a wave of irritation that I do not wish to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra today. Perhaps another time. While the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was indeed a swifter method of cultivation compared to ordinary practices, it paled in comparison to his upgraded star-absorbing technique, and Qin Yu now felt that enhancing his martial arts aptitude through I Jing Jing was of greater significance. His irritated expression was misinterpreted by Princess Qiong Yao as disdain, and her delicate face fell. This scoundrel. Has he lost interest in me so swiftly? Am I truly so lacking? She couldn't help but reflect on her previous cooperation, questioning whether she had not been sufficiently proactive. Unbeknownst to her, Princess Qiong Yao's wild thoughts led her to consider confronting Qin Yu, though she found the words caught in her throat, ultimately settling for a haughty snort. Do you believe I am so eager to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with you? I have serious matters to discuss. What matters? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled, as he did not perceive any pressing issues between them. Princess Qiong Yao, her demeanor now serious, stated, I suddenly realized a problem. Yesterday, you killed Mingyue in the back garden, revealing your intermediate second-grade master prowess. This will undoubtedly draw your father's attention. You must concoct a reasonable explanation. Chapter 55. Enjoyment. Qin Yu was taken aback by Princess Qiong Yao's words. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Why do I feel as if you are wary of your father? Princess Qiong Yao shook her head, saying, You have posed this question before, and I shall reiterate. It is not a matter of guarding against him, for we could never truly shield ourselves from his presence. Are you aware of how many individuals within this residence serve as his eyes and ears? What do you mean by that? I intended for you to conceal your abilities, so you could surpass the other princes in growth and ascend to greater heights, ensuring your safety in the future. However, that is no longer feasible. Our father will undoubtedly be concerned about the rapid advancement of your power. Princess Qiong Yao spoke with grave seriousness. Qin Yu sensed that her thoughts were more intricate than she expressed. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Devising a strategy to confront Emperor Qinwu was paramount. Historically, royal families have been devoid of familial affection. Emperors are the most prone to suspicion. Henceforth, one must strive to maintain a low profile and develop discreetly until possessing the strength to overpower him, at which point one may act with impunity. Qin Yu had already formulated a plan. Yet he still wore an expression of resignation. What am I to do? You have already bestowed upon him the 6 meridians divine sword. Do you expect me to hand over the Lingbo Weibo as well? We have interacted frequently of late, and you are well aware of how my cultivation has progressed. There are no secrets. After pondering briefly, Princess Cheong Yao said earnestly, I do not believe father has much interest in the Lingbo Weibo. I suggest you present the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra instead. Qin Yu feigned reluctance, hesitated, and then nodded that it must be done to at that moment. A servant outside reported, Your Highness, the princess, Lord Chao has arrived, bearing the emperor's decree. You are summoned to the study to receive it. Princess Cheong Yao and Qin Yu exchanged glances, uttering no further words, and proceeded towards the study. Within the entire palace, there was but one individual qualified to convey imperial edicts bearing the surname Chao. And that was Chao Jingyun, the Emperor Qinwu's trusted eunuch. That it was said that he enjoyed the emperor's utmost confidence, secretly wielding formidable power, and possessed unfathomable cultivation. His personal delivery of the decree surely indicated a special purpose. Before long, Qin Yu and Princess Cheong Yao arrived at the study, where Chao Jingyun observed the proper etiquette, bowing deeply with utmost respect. This humble servant pays his respects to your highness, princess, and to you. Lord, Princess Cheong Yao smiled and replied, There is no need for such formality, Lord Chao. Please rise. Qin Yu offered no response, merely nodding slightly. Chao Jingyun glanced at him, cleared his throat, and raised his voice. Lord, the emperor's proclamation is as follows. The leader of the bandits is dead. You may rest easy. This matter is hereby concluded. That I have heard of your remarkable advancement in cultivation, which I presume is due to the guidance of that mysterious expert. That I hold great admiration for him. Could you introduce us? A pang of anxiety shot through Qin Yu. Indeed, his rapid progress had attracted the attention of Emperor Qinwu. The so-called mysterious expert was but a figment of his imagination. Qin Yu donned an expression of difficulty. Lord Chao, I have not seen him in quite some time. I truly cannot make an introduction. Not seen in quite a while. Chao Jingyun smiled knowingly and replied, Lord, your cultivation has surged recently. Could it not be attributed to the teachings of that esteemed figure? It is not. Qin Yu sighed, feeling rather helpless. That my rapid advancement is due to my recent training with Princess Cheong Yao in a special technique. Oh, what technique is that? Chao Jingyun inquired with curiosity. The matter of cultivation techniques is typically a closely guarded secret. Even the emperor would have no grounds to demand such disclosures, should he appear too indifferent. It would indeed seem rather unusual. Thus, he skillfully conveyed a hint of reluctance, feigning a tone of mild discontent as he said, That esteemed expert cautioned me that the technique must not be divulged. Since His Majesty is interested, I shall offer it to him. Upon saying this, he cast a glance at Princess Cheong Yao. She understood immediately, producing paper and ink, and promptly transcribed the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Chao Jingyun accepted it without glancing at it, slightly bowing as he said, Your devotion is commendable, Lord. I trust His Majesty will be pleased. This humble servant takes his leave. Safe travels, no need for formalities. Qin Yu appeared somewhat vexed, while Princess Cheong Yao regarded him with surprise, personally escorting Chao Jingyun out. Moments later, she returned, exclaiming, Your performance was truly commendable. You struck just the right note. Qin Yu did not acknowledge her compliment. Feeling irritated, I was not acting. I am genuinely displeased. Does your father believe it reasonable to take what belongs to others without a word? Princess Cheong Yao replied calmly. He is the emperor. What recourse do you have against his unreasonable actions? Upon departing the palace and boarding the carriage, Chao Jingyun eagerly retrieved the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, poring over it with intense scrutiny. After a brief interval, his expression transformed into one of awe. Even he wished to practice this profound technique. Despite its lower rank, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was ingeniously unique and exceedingly intricate. Regrettably, due to his physical limitations, he could not cultivate it and could only sigh repeatedly. When he returned to the palace and presented the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to Emperor Qinwu, the emperor examined it closely, his face lighting up with astonishment. What an excellent technique! Truly remarkable! At that moment, he comprehended the reasons behind Qin Yu's swift cultivation. It was indeed due to such an extraordinary technique. Simultaneously, he understood why Princess Cheong Yao had refrained from mentioning it, aside from her reluctance. It was likely a matter of embarrassment, considering the father-daughter relationship that made such discussions awkward. By the way, how did Qin Yu behave when he surrendered this technique? Emperor Qianwu inquired. He exhibited reluctance and a hint of anger. Chao Jingyun responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianwu not only did not express anger, but burst into hearty laughter. Now that is more like it. If he had displayed no emotion at all, that would be truly alarming. Chao Jingyun chose to remain silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After a moment, Emperor Qianwu continued, having taken 2 techniques from that lad, it would be rather unreasonable not to offer him something in return. What do you think I should bestow upon him? Chao Jingyun pondered for a moment and replied, General Qin has left quite a considerable fortune for him. Wealth holds no value for him. Elevating his rank excessively may invite scrutiny, while too little would make you seem stingy. Thus, I believe it more suitable to grant him resources for cultivation. That is a reasonable perspective. Emperor Qianwu nodded. Then let us send him 3 gathering spirit pills. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingyun's eyes widened in surprise. The gathering spirit pills were exclusive to Emperor Qianwu, crafted from countless precious herbs and the essence of demonic beast blood. Not only do they enhance cultivation, but they also bolster the physical body that I in all of Deqian. Only Emperor Qianwu could indulge in such luxuries. Even after years of service, Chao Jingyun had scarcely been afforded a few. He had not anticipated that Emperor Qianwu would bestow such a precious elixir upon Qinyu. While he contemplated this, Emperor Qianwu added, increase the number of personnel assigned to monitor him. I would like to uncover the identity of the mysterious expert behind him. Chapter 56. On the way there, damn that scoundrel. A despicable creature, akin to swine or dog. The 6th prince, Li Shou, raged like an enraged boar, rampaging through his residence. Anything within his sight was shattered into fragments as he vented his fury. The investigation led by the imperial censor, Wang Jingquan, had traced the crafting of substandard weapons back to him. Emperor Qianwu had been furious, sealing his cultivation, administering 50 severe lashes, nearly beating him to death, and imposing a decade-long salary penalty, compelling him to pay the Ministry of War in accordance with market prices. His reputation was in tatters within the imperial capital, though he endured the humiliation. He could not suppress his simmering rage. Subsequently, he had violated Emperor Qianwu's edicts, risking everything to assist Qinyu in uncovering the true assassin behind the attempt on his life by exchanging a mid-tier technique. He hoped to redeem himself in the emperor's eyes while dragging the opposing 2nd prince, Li Ji, down with him. However, it turned out that the assassination of Qinyu had no ties to Li Ji whatsoever. He felt like a complete fool, scurrying about only to gain nothing while suffering considerable losses that he could even envision Li Ji mocking him for his misfortune. All of this chaos had been instigated by Qinyu, and he loathed him to the core. After smashing his courtyard to pieces, he felt a semblance of relief and gradually regained his composure. I cannot allow that wretched spawn to get away unscathed. Li Shou gritted his teeth. His newly appointed steward, Tao Xinghuai, cautiously observed his demeanor and gently advised, Your Highness, it would be wiser to bide your time, that everyone's attention is currently on Qinyu. Acting rashly now could expose you. Do you think you are the only one with a brain? Li Shou suddenly turned his head, glaring at Tao Xinghuai with a fierce gaze, resembling a rabid dog. Tao Xinghuai immediately lowered his head, refraining from uttering a word. Li Shou snorted coldly, contemplating for a moment before asking, I have heard that Qin Yu's despicable spawn killed Xiong Yao's personal maid, Mingyue, for the sake of a certain Su Qiaoqiao. A lowly wench. Tao Xinghuai nodded. Indeed, it has been widely reported that Qin Yu favors that wench even more than the princess. Very well, that I Shou revealed a sinister smile. Capture that wench, but what purpose would it serve to capture a mere wench? Tao Xinghuai asked, puzzled. Slap. Li Shou viciously struck Tao Xinghuai across the face, shouting, I told you to capture her, so do it. Why the excessive questioning? Yes, Your Highness. Tao Xinghuai covered his face and retreated, declaring with a fierce determination, I will make Qin Yu pay dearly. Li Shou ground his teeth in frustration, devising a rather simple plan, to abduct Su Qiaoqiao. But if Qin Yu truly cared for this lowly maid named Su Qiaoqiao, he could set a trap to eliminate him. Even if Qin Yu did not hold her in such high regard, at the very least, he could vent his anger, leaving Qin Yu feeling utterly discontented. This was, at present, the only course of action available to him. With Qin Yu's strength continually on the rise, coupled with his noble lineage, the bounty set by the assassin organization had become exorbitantly high. far beyond Li Shou's means to bear. Not long after the departure of the elderly eunuch Chao Jingyun, another visitor arrived at the palace, a young eunuch bearing a jade vial for Qin Yu, claiming it to be the spirit-gathering pill bestowed by Emperor Qinwu, with a total of 3 pills. Upon learning from Princess Qiangyao that this pill was exclusively for the Emperor's use, a rare treasure awarded only to princes and princesses for its remarkable efficacy in enhancing cultivation, Qin Yu was taken aback. Yet he quickly discerned the underlying motive. The Emperor had acquired his 6 Meridians Divine Sword and Jade Maidenheart Sutra through rather dubious means. And this was merely a means to placate him with pills. With this realization, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This was a favorable exchange. What the Emperor received was merely the low-tier skills he was willing to impart, while the truly advanced techniques existed solely within him. The effects of the spirit-gathering pill were indeed, as Princess Qiangyao described, extraordinarily potent that it dissolved instantly upon ingestion, flooding his limbs and vital organs with a torrent of energy, enhancing the strength of his muscles and internal organs, while his inner strength became even purer and more vigorous. After consuming and refining 2 pills in succession, Qin Yu finally advanced to the higher level of a second-tier grandmaster. Now he stood on equal ground with Princess Qiangyao. Having sensed the immense power of this realm, Qin Yu felt confident that, should they engage in combat now, he could effortlessly suppress Princess Qiangyao with a mere wave of his hand. He did not cease his cultivation, striving to ascend to the first-tier Great Grandmaster level. The Great Grandmaster was the true master of this world, possessing a degree of self-preservation capability. However, it was well known that crossing this threshold was the most arduous challenge. This realm demanded exceptionally high aptitude and comprehension from practitioners, with many spending their entire lives unable to breach this barrier. Princess Qiangyao, in her pursuit to step beyond this threshold, had chosen to compromise and cultivate the Jade Maidenheart Sutra alongside Qin Yu. As Qin Yu swallowed the final spirit-gathering pill, he initially believed that even if he did not experience an immediate breakthrough, he would at least narrow the gap significantly. However, he had underestimated the formidable barrier of this realm. The refining of a single pill merely rendered their inner strength somewhat purer and their physiques marginally stronger. The fleeting opportunity to break through eluded him entirely. His aptitude still fell short, and Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Yet he did not dwell on this concern, for he possessed the celestial-level advanced Yijin Jing that a lack of aptitude was merely indicative of a short training duration. Given a little time to enhance his qualifications, breaking through this realm would not pose any difficulty. Qin Yu commenced his practice of the Yijin Jing, not pausing until the following morning. After having breakfast, he proceeded to the Dali Temple to TO his puzzlement. The system had yet to issue any new tasks. He was not particularly anxious, as there were no new cases assigned to him at the Dali Temple, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation. This state of affairs persisted for several days, until Qin Yu began to sense something amiss. Other constables frequently received assignments, and at times, even Xue Xiangming, who accompanied him, had been summoned on multiple occasions. Yet he himself had received no tasks whatsoever. Xue Xiangming also noticed this anomaly and, after inquiring around, eventually discovered the reason and came to report, "Your Highness." It was Lord Qian Boyong, the Dali Temple minister, who decreed that no one is to assign you tasks, insisting that you take a proper rest. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was taken aback that he speculated that perhaps the turmoil he had caused was too significant, placing immense pressure on the Dali Temple, prompting Qian Boyong to request that he lay low for a while. As he had not received any system tasks, Qin Yu was quite content with this arrangement. Channeling all his energy into cultivation. One day, news spread throughout the imperial capital that one of Qiao Feihu's sons had returned with 100 loyal guards to the imperial capital to pay respects to Emperor Qinwu and surrender a military talisman. Another son of Qiao Feihu was en route. Chapter 57. An audience with the prince consort. Qin Yu learned of this news, but did not dwell on it overly much. Qiao Feihu had endured for so many years. Could his sons possibly be bolder? Especially with the recent tumult surrounding Qiao Feihu's death still fresh in everyone's minds. However, at noon that day, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! System task issued. Rescue Su Qiao and uncover the mastermind behind her abduction. Completing this task will grant you a substantial amount of simulation time and a cultivation technique. Upon receiving this task, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, but soon a blazing fury ignited within him. Whoever had dared to abduct Xiao Qiao would surely pay the price. Su Xiao Qiao was the only woman in this world who had genuinely cared for him, treating him as her everything. She was also the one he valued most and intended to cultivate as a formidable ally. Despite her status as a mere maid, in Qin Yu's heart, she surpassed even Princess Qiangyao. Qin Yu began to analyze potential suspects in Su Qiaoqiao's abduction. The first name that sprang to mind was Princess Qiangyao. Without delay, he left the Dali Temple and rode swiftly back to his residence. After searching in vain for Su Qiaoqiao and confirming her disappearance, he strode with a grim expression toward the back garden, pushing open the door to Princess Qiangyao's chambers. "What brings you here with such fierce intent?" Princess Qiangyao, having felt she was on the brink of a breakthrough during her recent cultivation, was somewhat irked by Qin Yu's abrupt interruption. Without engaging in idle chatter, Qin Yu cut to the chase. "Have you hidden Su Qiaoqiao away?" Princess Qiangyao paused momentarily, then retorted with irritation. "You underestimate me, Li Qiangyao. As a princess, if I wanted to dispose of a maid, I could simply kill her. Why resort to such despicable means as abduction?" Uncertain of her truthfulness, Qin Yu commanded the system to simulate her recent actions. The result was simple. Princess Qiangyao had instructed her servants the day prior that she would be in seclusion for cultivation, forbidding anyone from disturbing her, and had been engaged in her practice since then. Still uneasy, Qin Yu feared that Princess Qiangyao might have planned this even earlier. He thus extended the simulation to the day he had killed Mingyue. And the answer remained the same. She was not involved. "Very well. I believe you," he declared, turning on his heel to seek out Li Shou for clarification. That in his view, Li Shou was also highly suspect. Princess Qiangyao, aware of Su Qiaoqiao's significance in Qin Yu's heart, had initially thought she would need to plead her case extensively for him to believe her. However, she was taken aback when he accepted her denial so readily. Did this mean he now considered her a true family member because she had shared herself with him? A flicker of warmth stirred in her heart. That as Qin Yu stepped out of her chamber, Princess Qiangyao hurried after him. "Where are you going?" "To find Li Shou," Qin Yu replied coldly. Li Qiangyao furrowed her delicate brows. "You suspect him?" She found it hard to believe that Li Shou would engage in such disgraceful behavior, especially in light of the ongoing turmoil following Qiao Feihu's death. "Who else could it be?" "He is the one I have offended most gravely in the capital," Qin Yu remarked as he walked. Princess Qiangyao found no fault in his reasoning and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. "That I will accompany you." "Very well." Qin Yu did not refuse. Having Princess Qiangyao alongside would indeed facilitate matters. "That I must caution you. Even if it is Li Shou, we cannot act unless he admits it. Unless you have evidence, I hope you will refrain from acting impulsively," Princess Qiangyao advised. Qin Yu nodded, remaining silent, but he was not foolish enough to confront a prince directly. His sole aim was to find Li Shou, deduce Xiao Qiao's whereabouts, rescue her, and then settle the score later. Soon, the pair arrived at the residence of the sixth prince, following the incident where Qin Yu had publicly humiliated him. And after Princess Qiangyao had dealt with the previous steward, none of the servants dared to obstruct their path. Before Qin Yu could speak, Princess Qiangyao demanded, "Where is Li Shou? Summon him." One servant immediately bowed. "Your Highness, the sixth prince has just left and is not currently in the residence." "Not in the residence. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this princess?" "The death of the former steward serves as a cautionary tale." Princess Qiangyao thundered, fearing he might be lying. The servant fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing. "Your Highness, every word I speak is the truth. If I speak falsely, I shall accept any punishment." Princess Qiangyao, uncertain of the servant's honesty, hesitated. At that moment, Qin Yu interjected. "Let us go." That he had already simulated the situation and confirmed that Li Shou had indeed left with the newly appointed steward and 2 loyal guards that asked for their destination. It remained unknown, and thus they departed without further ado. With a formidable presence, they arrived, posed a few questions, and departed without yielding any results. Such actions left Princess Qiangyao utterly perplexed. As Qin Yu set off, he explained, "If they insist on concealing the truth, or if Li Shou is unwilling to meet us, what options do we have?" Following closely behind, Princess Qiangyao pondered this reasoning. That it was indeed futile to linger. After all, one could not search Li Shou's residence for answers. Noticing Qin Yu's hurried pace, she inquired, "Where are you headed now?" "To the residence of General Wei Yuan, to find Xiao Feihu's son, Qiao Jun." Qin Yu replied rapidly. Time was of the essence. With Li Shou absent, he had no better course of action than to eliminate another suspect that if Qiao Jun were not the culprit, he would return to seek out Li Shou. In any case, they could not afford to remain idle. Upon hearing this, Princess Qiangyao furrowed her brow. He has just returned to the capital. The likelihood of him being involved in such matters is minimal. Isn't it? Regardless of the odds, I must pursue him. I am determined to rescue Qiao Qiao, Qin Yu declared with unwavering resolve. Observing his earnest demeanor, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Princess Qiangyao. Her husband seemed so deeply concerned for a mere maid. If the missing person were herself, would Qin Yu exhibit such urgency? As she walked, she contemplated whether she ought to elevate her standing with Qin Yu to enhance their relationship. Once, he had been a useless wretch, but now he possessed the strength to subdue her and assist her in advancing her own abilities. Such a man was worthy of her. Before long, they arrived at the residence of General Wei Yuan. To avoid exacerbating tensions and hindering the rescue, Qin Yu restrained his emotions and sent someone to announce their arrival. After all, as the prince consort, and with Princess Qiangyao present, even if Qin Kuan harbored hatred for Qin Yu, he had no choice but to come forth and greet them. Son of a criminal, Qiao Jun, pays his respects to your highness. And to the prince consort. Chapter 58. Please, hold on. Qiao Jun, considerably older than Qin Yu at over 30, presented a strong visage, marked by the hardened features typical of a soldier. His small eyes conveyed a chilling demeanor, and his sparse beard was coarse, reminiscent of steel needles. He performed his bow meticulously, though his expression bore little reverence, appearing rather indifferent. Qin Yu held no expectations for a warm reception. Without uttering a single word, he directed the system to analyze Qiao Jun's activities from the previous day. 18 noon yesterday, Qiao Jun had knelt before the spirit tablet of Qiao Feihu, vowing to avenge his father and brother, who had fallen at the hands of the host. In the afternoon, when his informants returned with news of the host's cultivation level being at mid-second rank, he nearly shattered his teeth in frustration. Being merely at the initial stage of the second rank, he felt deeply aggrieved, lamenting that at over 30, he was outshone by an 18-year-old. In the morning hall, he cried out to the heavens for fairness. He resolved to find a suitable opportunity to surround and kill the host, filled with confidence, as he had only brought 100 loyal guards to the capital, while secretly commanding 10 more formidable and utterly loyal assassins. That evening, he met with the leader of the assassins, who assured him that all was arranged in a safe location beside the Xianya clothing store in the southern part of the city. The subsequent information was of little consequence. It was not until today that a twist occurred. An hour ago, while Qiao Jun was burning offerings in the morning hall, a flying knife struck the ground at his feet, its hilt bound with a note. The letter detailed that someone had kidnapped a woman of great importance to the host, suggesting that she could be used to eliminate him, and requested a meeting. After much hesitation, Qiao Jun went to the back door of the Qiao residence to meet Tao Xinghuai. Tao presented Su Qiao Qiao to him and recounted how the host had killed a maid of Princess Qiangyao for her sake. Qiao Jun decided to take the risk, hoping to leverage Su Qiao Qiao to kill the host, and had her taken away. Qin Yu had little interest in the subsequent events. The situation was already clear. Su Qiao Qiao was in the same courtyard as Qiao Jun's assassins, and the kidnapper was none other than Tao Xinghuai. Considering the timing of the sixth Prince Li Shou's departure from the residence, the identity of the mastermind became evident. Though Qiao Jun was merely at the initial stage of the second rank, it was likely that his assassins' levels did not exceed his own. However, given the urgency of Su Qiao Qiao's safety, Qin Yu felt it unwise to rely solely on himself for the rescue, as he was not going to engage in combat, but rather a rescue mission, which significantly increased the difficulty. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu contemplated his strategy. Princess Qiangyao, noticing his silence and deep thought, decided to probe Qiao Jun herself. General Qiao, I have heard, but she was cut off by Qin Yu. Let us go. There is nothing to discuss with him. Princess Qiangyao was taken aback. After racing here with such fervor, only to leave without inquiry. What did it mean? As Qin Yu turned to leave, she had no choice but to follow, waiting for an appropriate moment to question him. What exactly are you up to? Why leave without asking anything? To avoid revealing the peculiarities of his divine deduction system, Qin Yu had devised a seemingly rational explanation. Do you think that if we directly confront him, even if Qiao Jun is the culprit, he would provide us with the answers we seek? Certainly not, Princess Qiangyao replied without hesitation. In truth, She thought Qin Yu's actions today were quite reckless. Inquiring like this would yield no results. Her following him was merely out of concern that he might stir trouble or encounter danger. Qin Yu had anticipated her reaction and continued, "Thus, I intend to stir the grass to scare the snake, that if he is indeed guilty, he will make arrangements immediately, allowing us to monitor him and potentially locate Su Qiao. This is the only method I can conceive at present." After some contemplation, Princess Qiao had to concede that this was the best course of action in an emergency. Qin Yu was not only brave, but also strategic. "Let us act separately. You keep an eye on the back door of the Qiao residence while I monitor the front, that if any suspicious individuals depart, we will follow them," Qin Yu suggested, though she was irked by being dispatched to rescue a maid. Princess Qiao, being astute, chose not to oppose Qin Yu at this juncture. She nodded. "Very well." With that, she departed. Once she left, Qin Yu felt a headache coming on regarding how to reasonably seek assistance from the Dali Temple. Facing Ten alone, he could not guarantee Su Qiao's safety. Just then, a paper ball suddenly flew towards him, quick-witted. Qin Yu caught it and scanned the area, yet found no suspicious individuals, finding a secluded corner. He opened the paper ball, which contained succinct information. 10 assassins under Qiao Jun, 6 at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, 3 at the intermediate stage, 1 at the advanced stage. Upon reading this, Qin Yu could not help but display a look of astonishment. Were these details true? If so, who possessed such intimate knowledge of Qiao Jun's assassins, and why assist him? If false, it could very well be a trap. Who had orchestrated it? In that moment, Qin Yu felt uncertain about how to proceed, his expression wavering. Just then, another paper ball flew towards him. Catching it, Qin Yu quickly glanced in the direction it came from, only to see the streets bustling with seemingly ordinary passers-by. Unable to identify anyone, he opened the paper ball to find a simple message. "You must choose to trust me." Qin Yu scoffed. To accept this blindly would be utterly foolish. Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Everyone assumed his current cultivation level was mid-2nd rank, but in reality, he had reached the advanced stage. Although the difference was merely a minor realm, the disparity in strength was significant, particularly for him. Thus, the potential adversary schemes were predicated on their erroneous assessment of his capabilities. With that in mind, even if he ventured forth alone, the danger would not be as substantial as he had feared. At that moment, a patrol of the Wuqing Bingmashi passed by, approximately 30 soldiers, admonishing the streets obstructing citizens, which caught Qin Yu's attention. Previously, he had lacked a valid excuse to mobilize troops, but now he had one. Though the mysterious message seemed somewhat unreliable, it ultimately served as a pretext. With this thought, Qin Yu called out to the soldiers of the Wuqing Bingmashi. "Please, hold on." Chapter 59. The foremost soldier, clad in leather armor and wielding a standard long knife, was tall and thin, a low-ranking official of the Wuqing Bingmashi. Upon hearing the call, he turned to see Qin Yu and quickly bowed in respect. "Prince Consort Qin, how may I assist you?" The others also looked on, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Nowadays, Qin Yu was a household name throughout the capital, a long-hidden genius with remarkable case-solving abilities, yet reduced to a mere constable, having been assassinated by Qiao Feihu, the general. "I seek to rescue someone and require your assistance." Qin Yu directly addressed the matter at hand, while the official revealed a somewhat troubled expression. "Your Highness, as a member of the Dali Temple, it is not within my purview as part of the Wuqing military division to follow your orders." Qin Yu understood his concerns. After all, they belonged to different departments that he rephrased. "I am not here on behalf of the Dali Temple, but rather as a private citizen reporting a case to you. The person I seek to rescue is being held captive by 10 death warriors that my endeavor to save them could very well result in your apprehension of the criminals, thus yielding a commendable achievement." Upon hearing this, the official's eyes brightened. "Maintaining public order is indeed the responsibility of the Wuqing military division, that we must act without delay. I implore your Highness to lead the way." Since this was not a case pertaining to the Dali Temple, they, as the Wuqing military division, could justifiably intervene, rescuing the kidnapped individual while apprehending the culprits, which would undeniably be regarded as an accomplishment. Additionally, they might earn a favor from the prince, making it all the more worthwhile. The official rallied his men to follow Qin Yu, and they soon arrived at their destination. Qin Yu cast a glance at the members of the Wuqing military division. "Once I infiltrate, you should find any excuse to knock on the door. aiming to delay as many of them as possible and draw their attention that there's no need for a direct confrontation. Qin Yu had already inquired about their capabilities before coming and had not anticipated their direct involvement in the rescue operation. Their primary role was to divert the Death Warrior's attention, thus affording him a safer opportunity to rescue Su Qiaoqiao. Being seasoned veterans, they grasped Qin Yu's intent immediately, and the official promptly began to make arrangements. Qin Yu found a secluded corner, leaped onto the wall, and surveyed the situation within. The courtyard contained 4 rooms, with 2 guards stationed at one entrance, one sitting cross-legged, practicing martial arts, and the other casually handling a long sword. Their failure to detect Qin Yu's presence atop the wall indicated their martial prowess was significantly inferior to his. The guard's presence suggested that something or someone of importance was inside, raising the likelihood that Su Qiaoqiao was indeed within. Casting a glance at the official awaiting a signal, Qin Yu gave him a nod and then leaped down. The official began to pound on the door vigorously. Bang, 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 he shouted towards the interior. Listen up, we are members of the Wuqing Military Division, and we have received reports of unidentified individuals gathering here. Open the door for an immediate search, or face the consequences. At that moment, the 2 guards at the door stood up, their eyes filled with vigilance as they turned towards the entrance point. 4 individuals emerged from the adjacent room, brandishing long knives and swiftly taking positions on either side of the main gate. That a middle-aged man, dressed as a scribe, also stepped out, signaling for the others to lower their weapons while forcing a somewhat unnatural smile. Here I am, gentlemen. I have arrived. With a couple of shouts, the scribe approached the gate, producing a few gold coins from his sleeve, prepared to appease the situation with a financial offering. The 2 guards at the door sheathed their long knives and moved into the courtyard's center, maintaining a distance to appear less conspicuous, adjusting their expressions to resemble ordinary citizens. At this juncture, 7 individuals had appeared, with the whereabouts of the remaining 3 unknown. Qin Yu could not afford to ponder this further. He activated his light wave steps and dashed towards the room. The scribe-like Death Warrior sensed his approach and suddenly shouted, "Stop him!" However, he was a moment too late. Bang! Qin Yu burst through the door, colliding with an individual head-on. That he raised a hand and unleashed a burst of sword energy, severing the assailant's leg before he could strike. That a piercing scream echoed as Qin Yu scanned the room and noticed another Swede inside, prompting him to rush in the next instant. He halted in his tracks, paralyzed with fear. Inside stood a man wielding a dagger, poised at Su Qiaoqiao's throat. The blade was dark and purplish, clearly laced with poison. Su Qiaoqiao, her mouth gagged with a cloth, emitted muffled sounds, her eyes desperately signaling him to flee. "Do not move, otherwise I will kill her," the Death Warrior barked, his eyes devoid of any panic, only a chilling indifference towards life. Qin Yu's heart sank. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Just then, the sounds of clashing combat erupted from outside, clearly indicating that the Wuqing Military Division's personnel had stormed in. Qin Yu could not help but sigh inwardly that he had specifically instructed them to delay and not engage. Why had they recklessly charged in? At that moment, the 2 guards rushed into the room without uttering a word, raising their long swords to strike at Qin Yu's vitals. Realizing that he could not remain passive and await his demise, Qin Yu grappled with the dilemma. Should he act, knowing Su Qiaoqiao's life was at stake? In the midst of his contemplation, whoosh, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air from the side, aiming straight for the Death Warrior's head, holding Su Qiaoqiao hostage. With a splatter, the Death Warrior, caught off guard by Qin Yu and distracted, met a swift demise as his skull shattered. 2 additional strands of sword energy shot forth, knocking down the Death Warriors who had approached Qin Yu from behind. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "What are you waiting for? Kill them!" Unbeknownst to him, Princess Qiong Yao had stealthily entered, positioning herself beside Su Qiaoqiao. "Thank you," Qin Yu exhaled, feeling a wave of relief, with his worries alleviated. His gaze turned steely as he activated his light wave steps, darting forward. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more bursts of sword energy flew forth, incapacitating the legs of 2 Death Warriors before he rushed toward the exit. Upon witnessing the scene before him, even though Qin Yu had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a jolt of shock. The courtyard was strewn with the bodies of the Wuqing Military Division personnel, with only the tall, thin official still alive, struggling to hold on. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu unleashed a torrent of sword energy, swiftly dispatching 2 more foes, prompting the remaining death warriors to flee in haste. Qin Yu, uninterested in pursuing them, returned to the room, only to find that the 3 death warriors he had previously incapacitated had succumbed to their injuries. The discoloration of their lips confirmed they had taken poison to end their lives. Qin Yu's expression darkened. He hastily exited the room. The 2 cultivators he had previously injured were also dead. The tall, thin official appeared to have lost his sanity, wildly hacking at bodies with his sword and roaring like a beast. Qin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Truly, these death warriors would rather perish than grant him the chance to solve the case and complete his mission. Chapter 60. Did you not know? Qin Yu, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, my brothers would not have perished. You shall pay for their lives. The official, his eyes ablaze with rage, charged at Qin Yu, seemingly driven to madness. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu prepared to subdue him when, suddenly, a strand of sword energy sliced through the air behind him. Puff! The official collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Princess Qiong Yao's icy voice pierced the air. Who do you think you are to treat His Highness with such disrespect? Had it not been for the sacrifice of your colleagues, I would have executed you today. Qin Yu empathized with the official's anguish and spoke patiently. I previously advised you against entering the fray. Your reckless ambition to take credit has led to this dire situation. How can you blame me? Upon hearing this, the official fell to the ground. Weeping into the blood-soaked earth, tears of sorrow mingled with blood streaming from his eyes. Brothers, it was I who led you to your doom. Now that is a man of loyalty and compassion. Princess Qiong Yao remarked, before addressing Qin Yu. Your maid has fainted. Take her back to the manor to rest. Qin Yu turned to see Su Qiao nestled in Princess Qiong Yao's embrace, though unconscious. Traces of fear still lingered on her face. Thank you, Qin Yu said earnestly. Had Princess Qiong Yao not arrived in time, Su Qiao might have lost her life here, but we are all family. No need for thanks. Princess Qiong Yao replied, shaking her head, her expression growing cold. Qiao Jun truly has a tremendous audacity. I shall not let this matter rest. Qin Yu, cradling Su Qiao, inquired, by the way, how did you find your way here? Just as you suspected. The Qiao family is indeed up to no good. That I was watching the back entrance of the Qiao residence when a suspicious figure emerged and I followed them here, Princess Qiong Yao explained. A flicker of realization crossed Qin Yu's mind as he quickly asked, where is this person now? I knocked him out and left him in a corner outside the courtyard. Lead me to him. Recognizing the significance of this individual in cracking the case, Princess Qiong Yao wasted no time in guiding Qin Yu to the location she mentioned. However, her expression darkened as they arrived that he is gone. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before stating, let us return to the manor. The situation had taken an unfavorable turn, and breaking through Qiao Jun's defenses seemed increasingly challenging. Yet he remained undeterred. As the system had predicted a key figure named Tao Xinghuai, he could surmise that this individual was associated with the 6th prince. As long as he could locate him, even if it were merely a corpse, Qin Yu would be able to follow the trail to complete his mission. With the Wuqing Military Division's official providing an account of the scene, Qin Yu and Princess Qiong Yao returned to the manor with Su Qiao in tow. On the way, Princess Qiong Yao asked, how did you manage to find this place before me? Originally, this question might have posed a challenge to answer, but now it was no longer an issue. Qin Yu handed the note he had received to Princess Qiong Yao. Someone is assisting me from the shadows. Princess Qiong Yao was filled with bewilderment as she glanced at the note she had received, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Who could possess such intimate knowledge of Qiao Jun's assassins? I am uncertain, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head, but he then offered Princess Qiong Yao a line of thought. It ultimately depends on who stands to gain the most from identifying the true culprit. If we assume that this incident was orchestrated by the 6th prince, then the beneficiary is likely one of your brothers. Princess Qiong Yao's countenance darkened. The Emperor Qianwu, despite his advanced years, remained robust in health, and the prospect of his abdication seemed distant. Was the struggle for power already so fierce? A cold smile flickered across her mind as she contemplated this. Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous, the better. That if they squander their energy and time on such matters, she could quietly cultivate her strength. One day, she would crush all the princes with absolute power and pull down that lofty figure, ascending to a place of authority herself. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and intrigues would be rendered farcical. Once she reached the pinnacle of a first-tier grandmaster, she would be able to cultivate techniques even the Emperor Qianwu was unaware of. Surpassing those he practiced, and of course, prior to that, she would need Qin Yu's methods to expedite her training and lay a solid foundation for her strength. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Princess Qiong Yao collected herself and refocused on the pressing matter at hand. The second prince, Li Ji, was a significant suspect, while the culpability of others remained uncertain. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. He shared the sentiment that it was highly plausible other princes sought to muddle the waters for their own gain. Upon returning to her residence, Princess Qiong Yao changed into a different outfit and made her way directly to the palace. Given the events of the day, whether it was the Dali Temple or the five-city military command, the likelihood of them uncovering the truth seemed exceedingly slim. Thus, it was best to rouse the Emperor Qianwu to take action, decisively dismantling the sixth prince and opening the floodgates for the imperial prince's struggle for succession. When she met with Emperor Qianwu, Princess Qiong Yao did not hold back, laying everything bare, including her and Qin Yu's suspicions regarding the sixth prince. "Father," she exclaimed, her face etched with sorrow, "it must be the sixth brother. Who else could it be? He surely intends to use Qiao Jun's assassins to eliminate Qin Yu." "Do not make accusations without evidence," Emperor Qianwu replied, seemingly disinterested in the matter. "You say Qin Yu received a note from a mysterious person that led him to the hiding place of those assassins?" "Indeed," Princess Qiong Yao said, producing 2 slips of paper to present to the emperor. "Father, please take a look." Emperor Qianwu took the notes, glanced at them with a furrowed brow, and then tossed them to the elderly eunuch, Chao Jingyun, beside him. "Qiong Yao, you may return that I will send someone to investigate this matter and will ensure you and Qin Yu receive a proper explanation." His tone, calm yet somewhat dismissive, left much to be desired. Princess Qiong Yao's expression shifted to one of agitation as she spoke impulsively. "Father, I am not oblivious. I do not care how my brothers fight amongst themselves, that I simply wish for us to live in peace." Her words laid bare the contention among the princes. Emperor Qianwu's visage darkened. "Choose your words wisely." With a bitter smile, Princess Qiong Yao responded, "If that is the case, father, then you must decide for yourself." Without bowing, she turned on her heel and walked away, clearly agitated. Seeing this, Emperor Qianwu's face clouded with displeasure, yet he sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness. "This girl must harbor some resentment toward me that I end the past. I wronged her mother, which led to her tragic demise, and I subsequently compelled her to marry that Qin lad. After painstakingly coming to terms with him, she is now subjected to repeated attacks. She must blame me for this." Eunuch Chao Jingyun slightly inclined his head. "That it has always been said that rulers often experience profound solitude. Does your majesty not realize this?" Chapter 61. "Capture him for me, you old eunuch." Emperor Qianwu scolded Chao Jingyun before his expression shifted to one of gravity. "Who do you think sent the message to Qin Yu?" "Hard to say," Chao Jingyun replied, shaking his head. "That is it truly difficult to say. Or are you simply reluctant to speak?" Emperor Qianwu probed, his tone laden with meaning. Chao Jingyun maintained a serene demeanor as he stated, "Since your majesty has inquired, I shall be forthright. The most likely candidate is myself, as my duty is to assist your majesty in monitoring the realm, though my people are mostly in plain sight. Next would be your majesty's shadow department. No one possesses greater infiltration capabilities than they do. So it would not be surprising if there were moles among Qiao Jun's assassins. Lastly, any of the princes could be involved. It is only natural for them to start laying plans early. Given that military leaders are the true foundation of the realm, while the civil officials are largely ineffectual, that is for who bears the greatest suspicion, that is for your majesty to determine." Emperor Qianwu's expression normalized. "I tasked you with keeping an eye on Qin Yu. Have you discovered any anomalies?" "None. Why is it that all these events seem to revolve around him, gradually implicating the princes? Someone is working behind the scenes to propel him." "Who?" "Without evidence, I dare not speculate. You are pardoned for your indiscretion." "The second prince, Li Ji, done on what grounds?" "Zhou Jingyi, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, has been seen in close association with him, and he attempted to have the impartial Zhao Qiming dismissed and investigated." Emperor Qianwu chuckled. "Interesting. My sons are indeed plotting for the long term." Chao Jingyun fell silent, refraining from further comment. Emperor Qianwu continued with a smile, "Since they have elevated the Qin lad to the forefront, then I shall lend them a hand." Upon returning to her residence, Princess Qiong Yao sought out Qin Yu, that I do not know what father thinks, but even if he suspects the sixth prince, it is of no consequence. To penalize him, we must present evidence. Thus, do not harbor too much hope. Qin Yu remained non-committal, contemplating how to approach the sixth prince and locate someone named Tao Xingwei. Noticing his silence, Princess Qiong Yao assumed he felt discontent and furrowed her brows in concern. You need not expend your energy on such trivial matters. Focus on your cultivation. Once you achieve the status of a first-tier grandmaster, or even reach that legendary realm, no one will be able to touch you. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Let us begin cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Princess Qiong Yao hesitated, but Su Qiaoqiao has not yet awakened. With Su Qiaoqiao's condition still unresolved, Qin Yu felt no inclination to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and shook his head. Let it be for now. We can try another day. Princess Qiong Yao grew anxious. You said we would cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together. Once your cultivation advances and you pass on the Lingbo Weibu to me, when will I receive it if you do not practice now? I can impart it to you now. Qin Yu replied that it was only thanks to Princess Qiong Yao's timely appearance that Su Qiaoqiao's life was spared, and given her commendable behavior of late, Qin Yu felt it unnecessary to leverage this matter against her. Moreover, the version of Lingbo Weibu she would receive would be a lower-tier one, so there was no harm in teaching it to her sooner. Princess Qiong Yao was taken aback. You truly wish to share it with me, so easily. Qin Yu smiled that if you were still the person you once were, you would not be so fortunate. With that, he took up brush and paper to begin writing. As he finished, a servant arrived to report that Su Qiaoqiao had awakened. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried over. Upon finding Su Qiaoqiao, she was softly weeping. A picture of vulnerability. Qiaoqiao. Qin Yu called gently as he approached. Wah! Su Qiaoqiao rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably that I thought I would never see you again. Young master. I was so terrified, I felt utterly helpless. My powers too weak to even comprehend what was happening before I was captured. They said they would set a trap to kill you, and I almost caused your demise. Qin Yu felt the warmth of her trembling form in his embrace and tenderly patted her back, soothingly murmuring, It is all right, it is all right. From this day forth, I will train with all my might, and I shall never again be a burden to you, young master. Su Qiaoqiao declared with unprecedented determination. Qin Yu nodded, pleased by her resolve. Just as he calmed Su Qiaoqiao's emotions, another servant arrived with a message that Emperor Qinwu had sent a decree. Qin Yu proceeded to his study to receive the command. By decree of His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Qian, let the son-in-law Qin Yu cooperate with the Dali Temple's Constable Xue Xiangming in investigating the abduction of Su Qiaoqiao. So ordered. Upon hearing the content of this edict, Qin Yu was taken aback that he was to collaborate with Xue Xiangming in investigating a case that directly involved him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu gradually comprehended that the Emperor Qianwu intended for him to personally investigate this case. However, due to the principle of avoiding direct involvement of those associated with the investigation, it was evidently inappropriate for him to do so directly. Thus, a compromise had to be reached. Everyone was aware that Xue Xiangming was his subordinate. Having Xue Xiangming conduct the investigation was effectively the same as having Qin Yu do it himself. The only difference lay in the nominal aspect of being dispatched by Xue Xiangming, which was not particularly flattering. Nevertheless, Qin Yu was indifferent to this. The completion of his system task was his primary concern. Not long after the eunuch delivered the imperial edict, a servant arrived to report that a person named Xue Xiangming sought an audience, accompanied by a group of individuals. Understanding the situation, Qin Yu promptly left the residence to meet him. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Xue Xiangming hurriedly knelt and paid his respects, his demeanor even more deferential than before. Your Highness, having received the Emperor's command, I am to investigate the abduction of Su Qiaoqiao. You are far more familiar with this case than I. I shall heed your guidance on how to proceed. Pleased with Xue Xiangming's display of respect, Qin Yu issued a direct command. Accompany me to the residence of the sixth prince. Xue Xiangming was taken aback. Clearly, Qiao Jun was the prime suspect, so why were they heading to the sixth prince's residence? However, he refrained from questioning further and chose to execute the order, leading a contingent drawn from the Dali Temple to the residence of the sixth prince. The rationale behind Qin Yu's actions was straightforward. Since this mysterious entity had sent him messages twice, why could it not do so a third time? He could simply place the blame on this enigmatic presence. Soon, they arrived at the sixth prince's residence. The guards, noticing Qin Yu's large entourage, appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Your Highness, you cannot bring so many people inside." Qin Yu's expression darkened. "Step aside if you wish to live." The guards, startled, were momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the courtyard. "You all may withdraw. Allow His Highness to enter. It matters not how many accompany him. Do not obstruct him." As the words were spoken, a middle-aged man approached, someone Qin Yu had never encountered before. "Who are you?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. "I am Tao Xinghua, the newly appointed steward of the sixth prince's residence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's spirits lifted, and he commanded, "Arrest him." The entourage from the Dali temple was momentarily stunned. This was the steward of the sixth prince. Not an ordinary citizen. How could one simply detain him? Even if he had indeed committed an offense, substantial evidence was required. Even for a mere inquiry into the case, detaining him would be an affront to the sixth prince. While Qin Yu, being of royal lineage, might not fear repercussions, they were well aware that such actions could lead to dire consequences for themselves. Thus, no one dared to make a move, except for Xue Xiongming, who had already been marked as one of Qin Yu's own and had pledged his loyalty, naturally refusing to cower at such a moment. "What are you all dawdling for? Follow me." With that, Xue Xiongming charged toward Tao Xinghua. However, no one else from the Dali temple moved, all appearing somewhat bewildered. Noticing this, Qin Yu's expression grew stern, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, as he was not their superior and held no authority over them. Tao Xinghua, caught off guard by the situation, also wore a grim expression. "Your Highness, what crime have I committed that warrants my arrest?" As he spoke, he gestured to the inner guards surrounding him, who positioned themselves protectively at his sides. Hands resting on their blades, glaring at Xue Xiongming, prepared to act at a moment's notice that a single command from them would suffice to draw their weapons. Qin Yu and his group would undoubtedly hesitate to act. And even the sixth prince, Li Shou, would not dare to openly strike. However, Xue Xiongming, being merely a constable, was not regarded with the same level of concern. Left with no choice, Xue Xiongming halted and looked to Qin Yu for guidance. At that moment, Qin Yu had instructed the system to commence its simulation. This morning, Tao Xinghua had received news of Qiao Jun's return to the capital and deemed it significant enough to report directly to the sixth prince. Li Shou, upon receiving this information, Li Shou saw it as an opportunity to eliminate Qin Yu without consequence. Thus he, accompanied by 2 loyal guards along with Tao Xinghua, proceeded to the residence of General Wei Yuan, where Tao Xinghua penned a letter and shot it into the ancestral hall on a throwing knife that he soon met with Qiao Jun, and the two conspired together. Reaching this point in the simulation, Qin Yu chose not to delve further, as the information gleaned thus far was sufficient. "What crime have I committed?" Qin Yu scoffed. "You have abducted my personal maid, Su Qiao, and still dare to claim innocence." Tao Xinghua was momentarily taken aback. The abduction had been orchestrated with utmost secrecy, known only to the 2 guards involved and himself, along with the sixth prince, Li Shou. They would never divulge such information to Qin Yu. The only potential source of information could be Qiao Jun, however. Qiao Jun employed 10 assassins for the task, and from what he had gathered, Qin Yu and the soldiers from the 5 cities had not captured a single living soul. How could he possibly know of this affair? Was it possible that Qiao Jun had informed him? That seemed implausible, given that his father, Qiao Feihu, had met a tragic end for similar actions. Analyzing the situation, Tao Xinghua scoffed. "Your Highness, one may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. You allege that I am responsible for this, but do you possess any evidence?" Anticipating this retort, Qin Yu coldly replied. "The confidant of Qiao Jun has confessed that a letter was tied to a throwing knife and shot into the Qiao ancestral hall, and that person is you." Upon hearing this, Tao Xinghua's pupils constricted, and a hint of panic surged within him, though he maintained a facade of anger. "You speak falsely. I have never committed such an act. This is slander. Slander." Qin Yu chuckled derisively. "You personally met with Qiao Jun after your clandestine discussions and delivered Su Qiao to his associates. Do you dare to claim you were uninvolved?" "I did not." He insisted. "Produce evidence." Tao Xinghua's face was a mask of rage and grievance, resembling one wronged. Yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Such details were beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual, known only to Xiao Jun and the confidant he had mentioned that if they had indeed confessed, his fate would be sealed. Emperor Qinwu would surely not execute his own son, but would push him forward as a scapegoat to uphold the dignity of the royal family. He could vividly envision the tragic outcome awaiting him. Lacking tangible evidence, Qinyu merely fabricated an excuse. The individual in question is currently being interrogated. You shall soon see him. I am aware you will claim a single account is not credible. I have no desire to wrongfully accuse an innocent. Thus, I offer you a chance to prove your innocence. What opportunity? Tao Xinghua inquired hastily. From this morning onwards, where have you been? What have you done? And who can vouch for you? As long as you can eliminate my suspicions, I, the prince, shall apologize to you. Qinyu stated coldly. This pronouncement, cold sweat broke out on Tao Xinghuai's forehead. His actions today had been shrouded in secrecy. Apart from the guards at the gate who could attest to his departure, there was no other proof. Any fabricated narrative, without preparation, would be easily dismantled. Tio wished for others to remain unaware. One must first refrain from wrongdoing. The gaps in his alibi were insurmountable. Noticing his distressed demeanor, Qinyu barked, "Why do you not surrender promptly?" Tao Xinghua jumped at the command, and Xue Xiaoming stepped forward, shouting at the inner guards. "Are you attempting to rebel by obstructing the Dali Temple from carrying out its duties?" With such a grave accusation, the inner guards were thrown into disarray. Having executed sufficient psychological pressure, the next step was to take him to the Dali Temple and apply further coercion, at which point Tao Xinghua would likely capitulate. Thus, Qinyu ceased his idle chatter and approached Tao Xinghua, casting a glance at the guards beside him, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Those who obstruct me shall die." As he spoke, he summoned his inner strength, a fierce energy surging like a tidal wave, his formidable presence overwhelming the guards, who became increasingly flustered. Just then a cold voice interjected, "Who dares to be so audacious as to come to my residence and seize someone?" Following the voice, Qinyu turned to see the sixth prince, Li Shou, striding forward, his expression dark as water, flanked by two loyal guards that I wondered who it was. "It turns out to be my brother-in-law." Li Shou approached, positioning himself in front of Tao Xinghua. A deceptive smile plastered on his face, his eyes filled with malice and fury. Qinyu had no desire to engage in further conversation. He spoke directly. "Li Shou, cease your pretense. Xiao Jun's confidant has already confessed. You are the mastermind behind this plot, intending to use Su Qiao to eliminate me." "Xiao Jun's confidant? I do not know him," Li Shou retorted coldly, turning to glance at Tao Xinghua. "Do you recognize him?" Tao Xinghua, realizing that Li Shou was attempting to shield him, felt a weight lift from his heart and vigorously shook his head. "I do not know him. Moreover, he appears neither early nor late, but precisely when the situation is on the brink of spiraling out of control. It is evident that he was already aware of Qin Yu's arrival. He has merely been observing in the shadows, biding his time. This is not something that can be dismissed with a simple claim of unfamiliarity." Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, internally prompting the system to begin deducing the actions undertaken by Li Shou that day. In the morning, Tao Xinghua came to report the news of Xiao Jun's return to the capital, perceiving this as a prime opportunity to eliminate Qin Yu without implicating himself. The preceding details aligned with the deductions made by the system regarding Tao Xinghua until the narrative shifted upon their return to the estate. Li Shou was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the news of Qin Yu's demise. However, the tidings he received were that Qin Yu, accompanied by the personnel from the five-city military command, had vanquished Xiao Jun's assassins. This infuriated him to the extent that he vented his wrath upon Tao Xinghua, striking him in a fit of rage. Realizing that the situation could potentially spiral out of control, he discreetly arranged for the elimination of the two guards who had accompanied him. Binding their bodies with stones and submerging them in the pond of the back garden, be prudent. He contemplated silencing Tao Xinghua as well, yet considering that many were aware of his new steward, eliminating him at such a critical juncture could arouse the suspicions of Emperor Qinwu. After all, Tao Xinghua's presence was far more conspicuous than that of the two guards. Thus he opted for temporary restraint, choosing to observe the unfolding situation before seeking another opportunity. Upon reaching this point in the deduction, Qinyu no longer felt the need to continue, as he had already grasped the means to utterly dismantle Tao Xinghua's psychological defenses. The sixth prince, oblivious to these machinations, persisted in his obstinacy. Enough with your ramblings. If you can produce solid evidence, then I have nothing to say about taking Tao Xinghua away that if you lack proof. Then my men are not to be trifled with. If you dare, feel free to try. Upon concluding his statement, Li Shou bellowed at the inner guards, "Listen closely. Anyone who dares to attempt seizing Steward Tao will face my wrath. I will bear the consequences, regardless of what may ensue." With such a grand declaration, the inner guards, who had previously felt the heavy weight of Xue Xiangming's accusations, found their resolve solidified. Their gazes turned menacing as they looked at Qin Yu, Xue Xiangming, and the officials from the Dali Temple. The Dali Temple representatives suddenly found themselves in a state of panic, while Xue Xiangming appeared utterly bewildered, glancing at Qin Yu. Tao Xinghua, witnessing the sixth prince's staunch defense, finally felt a sense of relief. He raised his chin dismissively towards Qin Yu, saying, "Your Highness, as I've stated, I did not commit the deeds you accuse me of. Please, take your leave." "Ha!" Qin Yu suddenly erupted into laughter without warning, leaving Li Shou, Tao Xinghua, Xue Xiangming, and everyone present in a state of utter astonishment. "Oh, Tao Xinghua, my personal maid, Qiao Qiao, is very much alive. Had you been forthcoming, you might have preserved your life. Instead, your insistence on protecting Li Shou is nothing short of seeking your own demise." Li Shou furrowed his brow, while Tao Xinghua scoffed, "Your Highness, you jest that I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." "Yes, that's so." Qin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. "Allow me to remind you, where are the guards who accompanied you today alongside Li Shou?" At this, Tao Xinghua's heart stirred, glancing towards Li Shou that he currently had 2 guards at his side, yet they were not the same ones from the morning, leading him to display an expression of suspicion. "You are correct in your assumptions. Li Shou has already silenced those 2. You lie." The moment Qin Yu finished speaking, Li Shou erupted in a furious denial. At that moment, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. He had disposed of the 2 guards with utmost secrecy, and not even Tao Xinghua was privy to the details. How could Qin Yu possibly know? His gaze darted to the 2 guards presently beside him, who were complicit in the secret execution of the earlier pair. Could one of them be a mole? Li Shou's heart sank, that if that were the case, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. Tao Xinghua's gaze towards Li Shou grew more scrutinizing. Having followed Li Shou for many years, he was well aware of his character. Ruthless and unprincipled, especially since his ascension to the position of steward, where he often resorted to violence and tirades. Eliminating 2 knowledgeable individuals was entirely within his modus operandi. It was equally plausible that he would eliminate Tao Xinghua himself afterward, that a flicker of belief in Qin Yu's words began to take root within him. Li Shou, perceiving the doubt in Tao Xinghua's expression, felt a twinge of panic and barked, "You dim-witted fool! You actually believe such a divisive ploy?" As his words hung in the air, Qin Yu interjected sharply, "Li Shou, since you claim it to be a divisive tactic, why not allow me to venture to your back garden's pond to retrieve the bodies of your 2 guards?" Upon hearing this, Li Shou's pupils constricted sharply. "Why you?" He nearly blurted out, "How do you know?" but caught himself, altering his response to, "How dare you speak such nonsense?" Despite his desperate attempts at concealment, a hint of panic was unmistakably evident in his eyes, which Qin Yu keenly noted. Tao Xinghua, a servant skilled in reading the room, could discern the growing unease in Li Shou, igniting a sense of resentment within him. What loyalty could he possibly owe such a treacherous master? In that moment, his resolve began to waver. Seeing this, Li Shou felt a surge of anxiety and quickly denied, "That is not the case." Tao Xinghua, no longer trusting him, offered, "Since you assert that it is not true, why not let His Highness retrieve the bodies? That would suffice to prove our innocence regarding the abduction of his maid." Upon hearing this, Li Shou's fury ignited like a wildfire. How dare this lowly servant speak so brazenly? At that moment, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. In that instant, he realized that ever since Qin Yu entered the estate, the rhythm of their conversations had been entirely dictated by him, leading them all by the nose. Determined to reclaim control, he resolved to expel Qin Yu first, subsequently eliminate Tao Xinghua and the 2 guards at hand, and then initiate a thorough investigation for moles throughout the estate. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one slip away. As long as all involved parties were eradicated, even if Qiao Jun confessed everything, as long as he maintained his denial. What could Qin Yu do? With clarity on the critical points, Li Shou fixed his icy gaze upon Qin Yu, his eyes as frigid as the depths of winter. What you claim is mere conjecture. Even if you possess substantial evidence, my residence is not to be searched without the emperor's decree. Now, I command you all to leave this prince's estate at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Chapter 64. The terrifying intent to kill Qin. You chose not to engage with him directly, that I in that case. I shall depart to interrogate Xiao Jun's confidant. Once he confesses, Xiao Jun will have no choice but to follow suit. I shall be keen to see whether Xiao Jun will protect you. Having said this, Qin Yu turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused momentarily, glancing sideways at Tao Xinghuai. Consider this. If I leave, how long do you think you will survive? Tao Xinghuai, casting a wary glance at the cold-eyed Li Shou, felt a chill rising from his heels to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder. Only by going to the Dali Temple could he hope to survive, as the crime of abduction would not warrant a death sentence. Remaining behind, his chances of survival were bleak, for Li Shou would undoubtedly eliminate him. The decision required no further contemplation. In an instant, he had made up his mind. Your Highness, I shall accompany you to the Dali Temple. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already rushing towards Qin Yu. Li Shou, infuriated, barked, "What audacity!" As he spoke, he unleashed his inner strength, charging forward like a bolt of lightning, brandishing a dagger aimed at Tao Xinghuai's neck. Qin Yu had anticipated this move, activating his agile footwork to position himself before Li Shou in an instant. Swiftly seizing his wrist, such astonishing speed startled Li Shou, who then revealed a frenzied expression, shouting at the inner guards, "What are you waiting for? Kill them, spare not a single one." In response, the inner guards, led by Xue Xiangming, surged forth to attack the Dali Temple officials. Even if they were reluctant to offend Li Shou, when their lives were at stake, they could no longer afford such considerations. Drawing their weapons to engage in battle. Tao Xinghuai fully grasped the extent of Li Shou's madness to that moment. He had relinquished all hope, understanding that his only chance of survival lay in breaking free from the sixth prince's estate. With that resolve, he charged towards his former subordinates with his blade drawn, that in an instant, the two factions clashed, with Xue Xiangming and Tao Xinghuai displaying particular valor. Observing the chaos unfold, Qin Yu could not help but inwardly chuckle with satisfaction. Excellent. This uproar will surely escalate matters to a point where even Emperor Qianwu, despite his affection for Li Shou, will have no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, it would be impossible to provide an adequate explanation to the world. Qin Yu, you have forced my hand. Li Shou recognized the inevitable consequences of this incident reaching Emperor Qianwu, which sent him into a complete frenzy. As he spoke, the dagger slipped into his other hand, and he unleashed his full inner strength, attacking Qin Yu's neck with all his might. What a self-deluded fool! Qin Yu thought to himself, amused. Even now, Li Shou failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His attack was effortlessly thwarted, yet he still dared to attempt to harm him. Did he truly believe that being a prince afforded him immunity? In a flash, Qin Yu leaned back to evade the strike, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Li Shou's complexion turned pale in an instant, and simultaneously, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being resembling a tattered sack being hurled through the air. He rolled on the ground several times before finally steadying himself, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. You vile wretch, dare to strike me?" Upon hearing the term vile wretch, a terrifying murderous intent erupted in Qin Yu's gaze. Even his middle finger subtly exuded a fluctuating sword aura. With but a flick, Li Shou would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. Yet he restrained himself with great difficulty. The sin of slaying a royal prince was a burden he could not bear. Even though he was a meritorious subject and the husband of Princess Qiangyao, his fate would be sealed. For now, he could only endure, patiently awaiting another opportunity. Witnessing Qin Yu's restraint, Li Shou grew even more arrogant. Bursting into laughter, "That if you have the capability, come and kill me. A vile wretch remains a vile wretch. Do you truly believe that by clinging to that wretched Li Qiangyao, you've transformed into a phoenix perched upon a branch? Let me tell you, you are still but a vile wretch. This world will forever belong to the Li family. You shall always be fit only to serve as a dog." Unable to overpower Qin Yu, he resorted to verbal insults. Qin Yu buried this hatred deep within his heart, ignoring Li Shou's taunts, and his figure flickered like a ghost among the crowd. One by one, Li Shou's personal guards fell. To avoid incurring the wrath of Emperor Qianwu, he maintained restraint, opting instead to incapacitate them by destroying their dantians, rendering them utterly powerless in mere moments. Over 20 guards lay defeated. The remaining guards, pale with fear, dared not act further, regardless of Li Shou's scornful commands. "Let us depart." Qin Yu gestured grandly, leading the group away. Soon, they returned to the Dali Temple. At this point, Tao Xinghua had no reservations left and recounted the entire sequence of events. Finally, a voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 450 years of deduction time. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Huang level high-tier skill. Huagu Mianzhang. Huagu Mianzhang. This palm technique harnesses internal strength while appearing soft externally. The recipient initially feels nothing, but after 2 hours, the palm's power manifests, causing their bones to shatter as if they were soft as cotton, their organs ruptured, beyond rescue, even by deities, upon seeing this skill rewarded by the system. Qin Yu's heart soared with delight. With just a gentle touch, his enemies would succumb to the palm, dying inexplicably. That it was an unparalleled technique for eliminating foes while evading suspicion. Qin Yu's thoughts turned to Li Shou, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he resolved, "Since you persist in provoking me, today I shall send you to the afterlife." Finding an opportunity to slay Li Shou would not be difficult. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had injured Li Shou, thus tarnishing the royal family's reputation. This could serve as a perfect pretext for a visit of apology, allowing him not only to eliminate Li Shou, but also to present his actions favorably to Emperor Qianwu. Truly a twofold gain. However, the current tier of Huagu Mianzhang was somewhat low. The higher the tier, the greater the likelihood of successfully killing Li Shou with a single strike, given Li Shou's own formidable strength. With this in mind, Qin Yu decisively called out to the system, "I shall spend 400 years to deduce Huagu Mianzhang." Ding, deduction initiated. Although Huagu Mianzhang was merely a Huang-level high-tier skill, its significance to you was immense. For it would allow your enemies to die without understanding the cause, with no suspicion cast upon you. Thus, you resolved to deduce this arcane art. Drawing from previous experiences, the speed of your deduction improved significantly, reaching the Xian-level initial tier after 30 years. Not content, you continued to deduce, achieving the Xian-level high tier by the 100th year. With unwavering determination, you expended 400 years, ultimately elevating Huagu Mianzhang to the Tian level. Boom! The contents of the Tian level Huagu Mianzhang filled Qin Yu's mind, its essence becoming instantly clear without the need for contemplation. As he assimilated this knowledge, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 65. You are unworthy. This incident stirred the Dali Temple's minister, Qian Boyang. Upon learning of the situation, he promptly sealed the information, issuing strict orders that no one was to leak it. He understood that such measures were futile. With so many witnesses, the news would inevitably spread. However, he had no choice but to act, for this matter was too disgraceful, involving the royal family's dignity. He had to maintain appearances. As this case also implicated Xiao Jun, he immediately dispatched elite personnel from the Dali Temple to apprehend him. However, they found that Xiao Jun had already fled with a few trusted aides, and they could only issue a wanted notice to commence the manhunt. Qin Yu quickly learned of the situation, but paid it little mind. The Qiao family had effectively met their end. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Princess Qiong Yao was diligently practicing, striving to break through to become a first-tier grandmaster. Following these events, Su Qiao also began fervently training, unwilling to become a burden to Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Qin Yu practiced Huagu Mianzhang at home, preparing to eliminate Li Shou without leaving a trace. The ripples caused by this incident were only just beginning to spread throughout the capital, as Li Shou became the subject of ridicule, with everyone mocking his despicable behavior. The following morning, Qian Boyang, armed with meticulously gathered evidence, sought an audience with Emperor Qianwu. Upon arriving at the Chengtian Hall, he was startled to find Li Shou had arrived even earlier. Kneeling on the ground, his face ashen, Emperor Qianwu sat high upon his dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. Qian Boyang knelt in greeting. "Your humble minister pays respects to your majesty, and to his highness. The sixth prince, rise, my loyal minister." Emperor Qianwu gestured for Qian Boyang to stand, then inquired, "What you hold in your hand, is it the disgraceful evidence of my wayward offspring's misdeeds?" Cold sweat beaded on Qian Boyang's forehead as he grappled with how to respond. To acknowledge it would imply that Prince Li Shou was indeed wayward. What would that make the father, Emperor Qianwu? Conversely, denying it would amount to deceiving the emperor, as the evidence clearly implicated Li Shou's crimes. Being a seasoned bureaucrat, Qian Boyong quickly devised a strategy, bowing deeply and earnestly stating, "Your Majesty jest." Each of the princes is astute and virtuous, occasionally committing indiscretions due to the instigation of nefarious individuals. Indeed, my minister speaks wisely that we must thoroughly investigate that steward. Emperor Qianwu nodded in satisfaction, placing the blame on Tao Xinghuai to preserve some semblance of royal dignity. Qian Boyong understood immediately. Rest assured. Your Majesty, that he then raised the evidence high. Please examine, Your Majesty. Emperor Qianwu turned to Li Shou. You may take a look yourself and see how disgracefully you have acted. Li Shou silently accepted the evidence and began to peruse it. Qian Boyong reported, Your Majesty, the accomplice Qiao Jun is missing. I have already issued a nationwide wanted notice. Very well. Emperor Qianwu nodded. You may leave now. Qian Boyong hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Your Majesty, the son-in-law is exceptionally talented. It is a true disservice for him to remain in the Dali Temple. Perhaps Your Majesty could arrange for him to be utilized elsewhere, but he genuinely feared Qin Yu's propensity for causing trouble for the Dali Temple, as his actions often implicated the royal family, and mismanagement could lead to offense. Although he held a high rank among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, he wielded little actual power and wished to avoid entanglement in such chaotic matters. However, Emperor Qianwu denied him this opportunity, waving his hand dismissively. Since he excels at solving cases, let him remain in the Dali Temple. Qian Boyong found it difficult to discern Emperor Qianwu's attitude towards Qin Yu, especially considering Qin Yu had injured Li Shou that he hesitated before asking. Though the son-in-law has repeatedly solved major cases, he can be somewhat reckless. Should he be rewarded or reprimanded? Emperor Qianwu's expression soured. Simply handle it according to the rules. Is this trivial matter worthy of my counsel? Qian Boyong displayed a troubled countenance. Emperor Qianwu, now impatient, waved his hand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. With a weary expression, Qian Boyong exited. Once he left the Chengtian Hall, Emperor Qianwu turned his gaze to Li Shou. You worthless scoundrel, do you still wish to quibble? Li Shou dropped the evidence. Letting out a long sigh, and with a hint of dejection, confessed, at this point, there is no point in quibbling. I simply wanted to eliminate Qin Yu. Disappointment flickered in Emperor Qianwu's eyes. Qin Yu is a descendant of founding heroes. He poses no threat to you, yet you repeatedly target him. This reveals your exceedingly narrow-mindedness that father's words are indeed true. Li Shou bowed in acceptance, offering no rebuttal. Qiong Yao is your own sister, yet you seek to kill her husband? You disregard familial bonds. How can you be so merciless? Li Shou felt a twinge of injustice. He was well aware of how Li Qiong Yao had initially treated Qin Yu. However, at this moment, countering Emperor Qianwu was unnecessary. He nodded in acknowledgement. Father's admonishments are well taken. Most importantly, your actions are riddled with flaws, repeatedly exposing you to scrutiny. Your ability to navigate public sentiment and manage situations is woefully inadequate. The Emperor Qianwu raised his voice slightly and remarked, This is precisely where my disappointment lies, that I in this world rife with deceit. The royal family appears to stand above all, yet they tread on thin ice. One must ensure absolute dominance in both military might and intellect to enjoy this glory and wealth for generations to come. This. Li Shou felt a surge of defiance. He lifted his head. A look of unwillingness etched on his face as he retorted, Father, I acknowledge that I should not have conspired against Qin Yu, but for him to uncover this matter clearly indicates that someone is guiding him from behind. How else would he know that I had disposed of 2 of my guards? The thought sent a chill down Li Shou's spine. The realization that someone could infiltrate his circle so silently was utterly terrifying. If it were any other prince, he would undoubtedly be far from a match for him. Emperor Qianwu coldly replied, If you had truly mastered the hearts of your steward and secured his unwavering loyalty, would he dare to betray you? This left Li Shou utterly speechless. The emperor's expression hardened as he continued, I hereby impose a 10-year house arrest upon you. You shall not leave the estate without my decree. Use this time to cultivate and reflect. Thank you, father, Li Shou replied, his face etched with bitterness. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he felt utterly powerless that a decade of house arrest equated to a prison sentence, severing all ties with the outside world, making it exceedingly difficult to develop his power. Yet hope was not entirely extinguished. While the emperor had shackled his feet, he had not bound the feet of his subordinates. He could still maneuver from the shadows. Contemplating the situation that had arisen because of Qin Yu, Li Shou simmered with a deep-seated grudge and gritted his teeth, stating, "Father, that scoundrel Qin Yu had the audacity to injure me publicly. This is a blatant affront to the royal family. I implore you to deal with him severely." The emperor snorted, "You were wielding a blade against him. What right do you have to complain when he retaliates?" At this point, disappointment marred the emperor's features further, and he laid bare his thoughts as a prince, encountering such recklessness, lacking strategy, and failing to master the art of manipulation, relying solely on brute force while aspiring to seize the throne. Let me be clear, abandon this delusion. You are unworthy. Chapter 66. The arrival of the second princely show was consumed by despair. He did not engage in self-reflection, instead attributing all misfortune to Qin Yu, leaving the Qingtian hall with a heart full of resentment. With no hope of inheriting the throne, he felt no further trepidation that he resolved that once the current storm had passed, he would spare no expense in eliminating Qin Yu. After Li Shou's departure, Emperor Qinwu glanced at the silent Chao Jingyun standing beside the dragon chair, expressing a hint of melancholy. Who could that person be, to have infiltrated Shou'er's household to such an extent? Chao Jingyun bowed and replied, "It certainly cannot be Qin Yu. Speaking of that young man, he was indeed quite audacious to have dared to strike his son." Emperor Qinwu scoffed, visibly displeased. "Why not issue a decree for punishment? If I were to do so, would it not invite ridicule from the realm?" The emperor found Chao Jingyun's suggestion rather foolish and remarked, "Now we shall see whether this young man possesses the wisdom to navigate such a situation." Qin Yu did not attend the Dali Temple today. The previous day, Qian Boyong had given him a day off and indicated that he could visit the Dali Temple at his leisure, without the need to attend daily duties like others. This suited Qin Yu perfectly, as he intended to confront Li Shou today. However, he felt that going alone would not be appropriate. He needed to bring more people to amplify the spectacle. Ensuring that the royal family would save face, that to avoid missing Li Shou, Qin Yu thought it wise to bring along Li Qiangyao. After all, she was Li Shou's royal sister, regardless of Li Shou's reluctance. He would have to make an appearance out of courtesy. Upon arriving at the back garden, Qin Yu unexpectedly encountered Princess Qiangyao emerging from her quarters, causing him to pause momentarily. Today, she appeared different from her usual self, radiating a newfound vitality and exuding a powerful aura of confidence. "What brings you here?" Princess Qiangyao inquired, her tone neutral. Qin Yu found her demeanor curious. Upon focusing his perception, he detected a slight turbulence in her energy, fluctuating between concealment and surging strength. This was typical of someone who had recently broken through a cultivation barrier and had yet to fully master their newfound power. To his surprise, he asked, "Have you broken through to the first-grade Grandmaster level?" Princess Qiangyao raised her chin, a hint of pride in her voice. Indeed, that at her age, achieving the first-grade Grandmaster realm was a remarkable feat, a rarity throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. All her accomplishments stemmed from the teachings of Qin Yu, including the Six Meridian Sword and the practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which filled her with a quiet gratitude towards him. Simultaneously, her pride kindled the desire to reassert her dominance over Qin Yu. The disparity in their cultivation levels was a vast chasm. She felt confident in her ability to defeat him. Thus, she boldly challenged, "Come, let me test your skills and offer you some pointers." Qin Yu, amused by her intentions, recognized that while his cultivation might not match hers, his strength was not to be underestimated. Suppressing him, impossible, he also wished to gauge the depth of Princess Qiangyao's newfound strength, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. That he shook his head. "Let us set that aside for now. Meet Sai. Accompany me to the residence of the sixth prince." "Why are you going there?" Princess Qiangyao's brows furrowed slightly. After returning from her escapade in the palace, she had learned the Lingbo Weibu technique and had been diligently training until her recent breakthrough. Thus, she was unaware of the events that had transpired later. Qin Yu patiently explained his concerns and expressed his intention to visit Li Shou. Princess Qiangyao nodded in agreement, readily consenting. "Your considerations are quite thorough. A visit would incur no loss and could avert some troubles. That I shall accompany you." Sighing, Qin Yu remarked, "To be honest, I am rather reluctant to go, that he will undoubtedly put on a sour face, and may even make things difficult for us." Princess Qiangyao smirked coldly. "Visiting him is merely for appearances, to placate the emperor, but if he dares to scowl at us, we shall not indulge him. Otherwise, it would give others the impression that I, Li Qiangyao, am easily bullied." At this, Li Qiangyao paused, gripping the hilt of her sword. "If he dares to use some lowly minion to trouble us, let him see whether my blade is sharp." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile knowingly. This woman was increasingly aligning herself with him. Qin Yu gathered a few servants, selected some inexpensive items from the treasury, loaded them onto a cart, and set off for the residence of the sixth prince. Along the way, they attracted considerable attention, with some curious onlookers even trailing behind, eager to discern whom Qin Yu and Princess Qiangyao were visiting with gifts upon their arrival at the sixth prince's residence. The crowd buzzed with conversation. So they are here to present gifts to His Highness the sixth prince. This is truly perplexing. What is so perplexing about it? No matter how justified the Qin Duke is, he is still just a duke. How can he compare to a prince? Indeed, now that the emperor has dealt with the sixth prince, his visit can be seen as fulfilling royal etiquette. That's right. Assaulting a prince is no trivial matter. Even if the emperor does not openly express discontent, he must be feeling uneasy in his heart. The duke is demonstrating his ability to be both humble and assertive. Conversely, the duke's predicament was indeed unfortunate. A mere investigation had embroiled him with the petty grievances of the sixth prince. Those within Li Shou's household were all too familiar with Qin Yu. Upon spotting him and Princess Qiangyao approaching from a distance, they hurriedly sent someone to report inside. They did not dare to obstruct Qin Yu and Princess Qiangyao, ushering them into the reception hall and serving them tea and snacks with utmost deference. They understood all too well that those who dared to slight these two would meet with dire consequences. That a moment later, a servant, visibly anxious, approached to deliver a message. "Princess Duke, His Highness has instructed that the gifts be taken away, and that you should refrain from future visits to tea." These words, Princess Qiangyao's expression darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table. What audacity! He is in the wrong, and being struck was well deserved. That my husband and I came with good intentions to visit, and he dares to speak such ungrateful words. With that, she abruptly stood, declaring, "If that is the case, we shall take our leave." Qin Yu could only nod in resignation, since Li Shou refused to see him. He could hardly force his way in. The only feasible option to eliminate Li Shou would likely involve stealthily infiltrating his residence for an assassination, an endeavor fraught with peril. Any misstep could leave a trace, and should the emperor discover it, he would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. "The second prince has arrived." Chapter 67. "I believe in you. Is it the second Prince Li Ji?" Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Li Ji would come to the residence of Li Shou. It is worth noting that when he was pushed forward for an investigation into Li Shou by the people of the Dali Temple, it was highly likely that Li Ji had been secretly orchestrating events behind the scenes, that he even harbored suspicions that the person who had sent him the message was arranged by Li Ji, with the intention of using him to bring down Li Shou. However, the question now was, with Li Shou already fallen, what business did Li Ji have in coming here? Was he seeking reproach? In the midst of his thoughts, a man in a splendid robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and appearing to be in his 30s, entered the room. But he possessed a square face, and his features bore some resemblance to Emperor Qianwu. Yet his aura was entirely different, lacking any hint of harshness or dominance, instead appearing approachable. "Qiangyao, it has been far too long. You have truly grown more beautiful," Li Ji exclaimed warmly as he approached, his eyes brimming with affection. Resembling a doting elder brother, Li Qiangyao managed a faint smile and slightly inclined her body. "Second brother, it has been a while since I last visited you. It feels a bit distant." Li Ji sighed deeply, a trace of guilt evident on his face. "From now on, I shall frequently come to visit you, to strengthen our bond." Only then did Li Ji turn his gaze towards Qin Yu, a look of contemplation crossing his features. "My good brother-in-law, you have concealed your talents quite well. I must admit, I misjudged you before. With the martial prowess you are now displaying, you are indeed worthy of my royal sister." This remark revealed Li Ji's inherent belief that those of royal lineage were inherently superior, a notion that was somewhat unsettling to hear. However, It was not uncommon for royalty to hold such views. And Qin Yu did not take offense. With a smile, he shook his head. "Your Highness, you jest that I have not concealed my abilities. It is merely a moment of enlightenment, a moment of enlightenment. You say?" Li Ji chuckled lightly. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, he shifted the conversation. "It seems you are about to depart." Qin Yu smiled wryly. "Your Highness, you are aware that I have some misunderstandings with Li Shou. I specifically came with Qiong Yao to offer apologies, but alas, he does not wish to see us, so we must take our leave." How outrageous! Upon hearing this, Li Ji's expression darkened, and he bellowed at the servants stationed by the door. "Go inform Li Shou that his second brother, ninth sister, and brother-in-law have arrived, that if he does not come out to meet us, do not blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice colder than ice resonated from outside. "I would like to see how you intend to be impolite. The deal you plan to eliminate me." Everyone turned to see Li Shou approaching, his face clouded with resentment, his displeasure unmistakable. Qin Yu's heart quickened. The opportunity had finally arrived. All he needed was a chance for physical contact, and he could discreetly channel the power of his bone-melting palm into him. Then Li Shou would meet his demise within his own home. Seeing Li Shou's expression, the second prince Li Ji sighed heavily, his face a mask of sorrow. "Li Shou, you should not treat Qiong Yao and her husband in such a manner. Qin Yu has never targeted you. It was merely a matter of circumstance." That Li Shou scoffed coldly, dismissing this notion. Initially, the death of Wang Jingquan had indeed been coincidental, but subsequently, Qin Yu had clearly feigned ignorance and allowed matters to unfold without intervention. In his view, this was nothing short of a personal attack, that he glared at Li Ji, saying, "Very well. Even if Qin Yu was not acting with intent, what of you? Do you dare claim he has not been relentless in his pursuit of me? Without your instigation, I have not." Li Ji shook his head and stepped closer to Li Shou, lowering his voice. "Father despises sibling strife above all else, and there are countless eyes watching us. You must recognize that you still have opportunities to rise again. It would be wise to at least maintain appearances." To at these words, Li Shou furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Li Ji's statement. However, he could not deny that there was wisdom in his advice. Given that Qin Yu and Li Qiong Yao had come to offer apologies, should he refuse to accept them, it would only serve to reinforce Emperor Qinwu's belief that he was narrow-minded. "Very well, let bygones be bygones," Li Shou begrudgingly stated, turning to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's heart leapt. He stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Excellent. We are still family." Li Shou cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yu, hesitating before extending his hand. The moment their palms met, Qin Yu discreetly channeled the power of his bone-melting palm into Li Shou's body without him being aware. After a brief handshake, Li Shou released Qin Yu's hand, impatiently saying, "I won't keep you for a meal." Li Qiong Yao's expression soured. "Li Shou, you are truly ungrateful. Remember, your current plight is of your own making." With that, she took Qin Yu's hand and headed for the door. "Let us go. From now on, consider me devoid of this brother." On the surface, Qin Yu appeared furious, yet internally, he was elated. Li Shou had not sensed that he had just received the power of the bone-melting palm. His demise was all but assured. Now, a peculiar situation arose with the sudden appearance of the second prince. It was evident that he had matters to discuss with Li Shou, if their conversation lasted long enough for the power of the bone-melting palm to manifest. Then Li Shou would meet his end before Li Ji. Qin Yu found himself filled with anticipation. After Qin Yu and Princess Qiong Yao departed, Li Shou, visibly irritated, demanded, "Speak quickly, if you have something to say. Do not waste my time." Li Ji's eyes flashed with anger before he forced a laugh. "Have your people leave us?" Li Shou waved his hand, dismissing the surrounding servants, and only then did Li Ji speak. "I admit, it was I who instigated the Dali Temple to investigate you. You have lost, and thoroughly, so that Li Shou's countenance darkened further. "So you have come to humiliate me?" Li Ji, with a knowing expression, replied, "No, I am here to offer you a chance to rise again." "And how do you propose I do that?" "By aligning yourself with me." Li Shou paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What a naive suggestion. My current situation is entirely due to you and Qin Yu. You think I would consider siding with you?" "Huh." Li Ji observed Li Shou's laughter quietly, and only when he ceased did he adopt a grave expression. "The person who provided signals to Qin Yu is not me. Any potential spies around you are unrelated to me. Your current miserable state is not my doing." Upon hearing this, Li Shou fell into contemplation. He had considered this possibility. If Li Ji had the capability, he would have acted against him long ago. So, it stands to reason that there is a truly formidable individual targeting you from the shadows. You have failed, so why not hand over all the resources you have cultivated to me? Should I achieve my ambitions, you could once again rise, one step below the emperor, but above all others. Li Ji suggested, laced with persuasion. Yet Li Shou was not so easily swayed. Why should I trust you? You have no choice, Li Ji sneered. With a decade of house arrest ahead of you, you will never have the hope of turning things around. Do you think those you have nurtured will remain loyal when they see no prospects? Li Shou pondered deeply. Indeed, if those individuals saw no hope, they would surely turn to others. Aligning with another prince could potentially yield greater opportunities if that prince ascended to the throne. Even if things went poorly, they would likely fare better than they currently did. After all, as a ruler, one must at least maintain an appearance of stability to reassure those who have pledged their loyalty, preventing them from losing faith and avoiding any treachery. However, he did not consider Li Ji a viable option, as there were other princes with even greater power. Lig, reading the expressions that flickered across Li Shou's face, noted some signs of hesitation, that he had come prepared and had a strategy in mind. Among the princes, my influence may not be the strongest, but you must understand that aligning with me is akin to receiving aid in times of need. While siding with others merely embellishes your situation, I believe the choice is clear, that Li Shou could not deny that this reasoning held merit. And after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, I shall take a gamble. Subsequently, Li Shou began to detail the resources he controlled both overtly and covertly, as well as the situations of those under his command and the leverage he held. Just as the two were engaged in a lively discussion, suddenly, Li Shou's face turned as pale as a sheet, and he clutched his chest, coughing violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. His eyes losing their luster, an expression of disbelief frozen on his face. Lig's eyes widened in shock. He quickly placed his fingers before Li Shou's nose, feeling no breath. In an instant, turmoil surged within him. Dead? No, he cannot die. Li Shou must not die. He hastily pressed his palm against Li Shou's chest, channeling his inner energy, only to find his expression shifting to one of terror, that Li Shou's bones and meridians were shattered, and even his internal organs were reduced to a pulp. It was important to note that he had been with Li Shou the entire time, and Li Shou had not suffered any attacks. How could this occur? He struggled to comprehend. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The most critical issue was that they were in a secret chamber discussing matters, and Li Shou had suddenly collapsed while he remained unscathed. Anyone would suspect him. Even if he had a mouth, he would find it impossible to explain. Li Ji is indeed a formidable character. Amidst the flash of electric sparks, a brilliant idea struck him, with a resounding crash. He first shattered the window of the secret chamber with a mighty slap, then bit his teeth and forcefully struck his palm against his own chest, that a spray of bright red blood erupted forth. Subsequently, he bellowed towards the outside. Assassin, capture the assassin! Quickly, someone help! After Qin Yu and Princess Qiong Yao returned to the residence, the princess did not retreat to her own garden chamber, but followed Qin Yu to his small courtyard. Come, let me see how adept you are now, Princess Qiong Yao said, raising her chin with a hint of provocation. Qin Yu, while inwardly calculating the precise moment to unleash the hidden force of his bone-melting palm, returned to the present and chuckled. Have you broken through a major realm and feel invincible now? The first-grade Grand Master realm is vastly different from ordinary realms. The chasm of power is so great that it's beyond your imagination, as you still linger in the mid-level of the second-grade Grand Master realm. With a proud expression, Princess Qiong Yao retorted, Is that so? Qin Yu lightly laughed, channeling his inner strength, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon Princess Qiong Yao. In an instant, a whirlwind swept through the small courtyard. The princess's complexion changed dramatically, her eyes wide with disbelief that you've already broken through to the high level of the second-grade Grand Master realm so quickly. How did you accomplish that? Qin Yu retracted his imposing aura, casually replying, It's merely the result of normal cultivation. The breakthrough occurred naturally. Such martial arts talent is indeed astonishing, Princess Qiong Yao exclaimed, then quickly regained her proud demeanor. However, I am still slightly superior. I am at a higher major realm than you, and I have mastered both the Six Meridians Divine Sword and the Lingbo Weibo. Defeating you would be effortless. So what if you have learned them? The techniques may be the same, but it ultimately depends on who wields them. Qin Yu replied dismissively that do not rely on mere words. Let us see the true skill beneath your hands. Be prepared, Princess Qiong Yao called out sharply, her index finger lightly tapping, sending a sword energy howling straight towards Qin Yu's chest. Simultaneously, she activated the Lingbo Weibo to change her position, avoiding Qin Yu's potential counterattack. Qin Yu slightly sidestepped, evading the strike, then observed Princess Qiong Yao's speed with the Lingbo Weibo, a smirk of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Showing off your skills before the master. He chuckled lightly, activating the Lingbo Weibo himself, charging towards Princess Qiong Yao at an even swifter pace, his figure flickering like a ghost. Your speed is even faster than mine? Princess Qiong Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It is important to note that she was currently at the first-grade Grandmaster level, her inner strength far surpassing that of a second-grade Grandmaster. Under normal circumstances, her use of the Lingbo Weibo should have been quicker. That is because your cultivation is still lacking. Qin Yu replied with a light laugh, having closed the distance to Princess Qiong Yao in no time. Panic surged within her, and she desperately unleashed the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Waves of sword energy howling forth, sealing off every direction from which Qin Yu approached. Yet, in her despair, she discovered that Qin Yu could effortlessly evade her strikes at seemingly impossible angles, approaching her as if taking a leisurely stroll. You have lost by the time Princess Qiong Yao regained her senses. She found Qin Yu's fingertip aimed at her brow, the sword light flickering ominously. Should he wish, she would instantly become a lifeless corpse. The Lingbo Weibo you taught me was a sham, wasn't it? Princess Qiong Yao inquired, suspicion clouding her expression. Qin Yu withdrew his finger, chuckling lightly. Can you not discern its authenticity? The same technique, when wielded by individuals of differing talents, will yield varying degrees of power. Is further explanation truly necessary? Upon hearing this, Princess Qiong Yao's countenance darkened with unwillingness. Qin Yu's words essentially implied her inadequacy. Yet soon she recollected herself, gradually regaining her confidence. I have only practiced the Lingbo Weibo for a mere day. How could I possibly be compared to you? Given time, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Then I shall await that day, Qin Yu replied, finding the situation somewhat amusing. The version of Lingbo Weibo that Qiong Yao practiced was of a lower grade. How could it possibly compare to his own training? There was no chance she could surpass him in speed in this lifetime. Qiong Yao, being a decisive individual, promptly turned to leave. That I shall go train now. However, she was halted by Qin Yu, who wore a knowing smile. Princess, it is time to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Before Princess Qiong Yao could protest, she was swept up in Qin Yu's arms, carried toward the room. Chapter 69. You are misleading me. Moments later, the room was filled with a tempestuous wind. The sounds of phoenix cries and dragon roars echoing joyfully. Meanwhile, the entire imperial capital was engulfed in a sense of foreboding, as heavily armed imperial guards flooded the streets, searching for suspicious individuals. Even the city defense forces had closed the city gates, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting without a decree from Emperor Qianwu. Such a scene had never occurred since the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty. Leaving the citizens in shock and eager to learn the cause of the commotion, they soon received the shocking news that the sixth prince, Li Shou, had been murdered in his residence by an intruder, while the second prince, Li Ji, had also sustained severe injuries. Regardless of status, whether noble or commoner, everyone fervently discussed the matter. Heavens, who possesses such audacity to dare assassinate a prince? Is he tired of living? Indeed, it is perplexing. Wasn't the sixth prince already in decline, confined by his majesty? How could anyone still wish to kill him? In my view, he must have committed too many misdeeds, prompting someone to disregard his status and eliminate him. Do you think the second prince might be behind this? Otherwise, why would the assassin spare him? That seems unlikely. Such a move would be too conspicuous. How could the second prince, Li Ji, be so foolish? Your thought process is astute. What appears illogical may easily allow the second prince to evade suspicion. Many began to doubt Li Ji, yet no one suspected Qin Yu. The primary reason being that Li Shou had died abruptly long after Qin Yu had departed. Furthermore, when the sixth prince, Li Shou, was attacked, only the second prince, Li Ji, was present at the scene, Making him the prime suspect that I in the Qingtian Hall, Li Ji knelt on the ground, pale-faced, beside the lifeless body of Li Shou, whose eyes remained unclosed in death. Emperor Qinwu's face was ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury as he crouched down to inspect Li Shou's corpse. Standing nearby was Chao Jingyun, his expression grave. The palace maids and eunuchs in attendance held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, their heads bowed in trepidation under the emperor's scrutinizing gaze. After a moment, Emperor Qinwu slowly rose. "Look here." With that, he strode towards the dragon throne. Chao Jingyun leaned down to examine for a moment, then rose to bow at Emperor Qinwu, speaking with a heavy tone. The assailant utilized hidden energy, unleashing it in an instant, shattering the sixth prince's bones and internal organs. The perpetrator must possess profound martial prowess. He paused, a hesitant look crossing his face. "However, speak." Emperor Qinwu's voice was cold as he commanded, "I absolve you of guilt." "Yes, your majesty." Chao Jingyun clasped his hands together and continued his analysis. According to the second prince's description, the assailant broke in through the window to strike. The sixth prince had ample time to react and resist, especially with the second prince's assistance. It is improbable he would be caught unscathed and die from a single blow. This is the first point of suspicion that this statement. Li Ji's complexion drained of color, and he opened his mouth to refute, only to be silenced by Emperor Qinwu's sharp command. "Silence. You shall not speak without my decree." After this, Emperor Qinwu turned his gaze back to Chao Jingyun. "Proceed." "Yes, your majesty." Chao Jingyun inclined slightly, continuing his analysis. The expression on the sixth prince's face was one of disbelief, indicating he did not anticipate the attack from the assailant, suggesting that the perpetrator is likely someone familiar to him. This is the second point of suspicion. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qinwu cast a cold glance at Li Ji, who trembled in fear, wishing to say something but refraining. Chao Jingyun continued, "From the cause of the sixth prince's death, it can be inferred that the assailant practiced a certain form of hidden energy technique. The second prince was also attacked, yet he was not injured by hidden energy." This is the third point of suspicion that this point. Li Ji could no longer contain his composure and almost shouted at Chao Jingyun, "Old eunuch, do not speak nonsense." He was panicking, utterly panicking. Although Chao Jingyun's analysis did not directly accuse him, the implication was clear. If this line of reasoning continued, he would be unable to absolve himself of the suspicion of having killed his own brother. "Silence. Speak again, and I shall have you executed." Emperor Qinwu's voice was I see why Li Ji shuddered, his mouth opening and closing, yet he dared not utter a single word. Chao Jingyun pressed on with his analysis. Moreover, immediately after Princess Qiong Yao and Duke Qin left, the sixth prince met with misfortune. The timing is suspicious, and we cannot rule out the possibility that they were probing for information to this. Chao Jingyun bowed to Emperor Qinwu. "Your Majesty, I have completed my analysis." Emperor Qinwu did not respond, his cold gaze fixed upon Li Ji. "What does the assailant look like?" Li Ji was engulfed in a sense of trepidation and unease that to weave one line necessitates the fabrication of countless others. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and continue his elaborate deception. Clad in black garments and wearing a veil, his identity remained concealed. What was the level of the assailant's prowess? It appeared that he was likely a first-rate grandmaster. Did the assailant wield any weapons? None. Emperor Qinwu's piercing gaze, fierce as that of a tiger, was fixed intently on Li Ji as he coldly inquired, "Why did the murderer spare your life?" Chao Jingyun's analysis was remarkably dispassionate. And Emperor Qinwu likely had similar thoughts. He could not help but acknowledge that Li Ji was the prime suspect, suspecting that the so-called expert was merely a figment of his imagination. Li Ji's expression betrayed his innocence and confusion. "Father, I truly do not know. Why were you alone with Shou'er in the secret chamber?" Emperor Qinwu pressed further, to dispel the emperor's suspicions. Li Ji reluctantly divulged part of the truth. "I went to discuss taking over his influence." Emperor Qinwu scrutinized him for a long moment before impatiently waving his hand. "Leave?" "Yes, father." Li Ji exhaled in relief, hastily fleeing the hall of eternal heaven. A look of sorrow crossed Emperor Qinwu's face as he stared blankly at Li Shou's lifeless body, and no matter how disappointed he was in Li Shou, he was still his son. "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences," Chao Jingyun sighed. Emperor Qianwu collected his thoughts, his expression gradually turning cold, with a murderous intent simmering in his eyes, that Lig likely lacks the audacity to kill Li Shou. In your opinion, aside from him, who else could possibly have the motive? After a moment's contemplation, Chao Jingyan remarked, the prince consort has enmity with the sixth prince. He possesses a motive for wrongdoing. Emperor Qianwu furrowed his brow. Yet you are aware of the 6 meridian sword techniques he practices, which differ from the injuries sustained by Shou. Chao Jingyan replied cryptically, Your Majesty, do not forget that he is backed by a mysterious figure. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianwu narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. After a brief silence, he shook his head. Impossible. The Qin family bears no grudge against our Li royal clan. Qin Jintian's demise was not orchestrated by us. Now that the Qin family is in decline, Qin Yu has no reason to antagonize the royal family, especially since he has never suffered any loss in his encounters with Li Shou. There was no necessity for him to eliminate Li Shou and invite trouble upon himself. With that, Emperor Qianwu's expression darkened. Are you attempting to mislead me? Chao Jingyun's demeanor remained unchanged, that it was your majesty who requested my analysis. Emperor Qianwu scrutinized Chao Jingyun intently. Excluding Qin Yu, who else could it be? Your majesty, all the princes are potential suspects that Li Shou has already fallen from grace. What motive would they have to act against him? This old servant does not know. Emperor Qianwu's brow knitted tightly, perplexed, and he could only sigh in resignation that he then issued an order. You shall personally investigate this matter, perhaps having tasted the pleasures of intimacy. Princess Qiong Yao was particularly fervent upon the bed today. Following a passionate encounter, the two resumed their cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, dedicating all their time to practice except during meals. Thus, by the following day, they were only then informed of Li Shou's sudden demise. Princess Qiong Yao expressed surprise, yet showed no signs of sorrow, while Qin Yu laughed heartily, declaring it a fitting end. Secretly praising the bone-transforming soft palm as a skill that kills without leaving a trace, that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Track down Xiao Jun's whereabouts and bring him to justice. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded with a substantial amount of deduction time and an esoteric technique. Upon receiving the system's mission, Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. Who knew where Xiao Jun had fled? Unraveling his whereabouts and apprehending him seemed an insurmountable challenge. Unless he possessed ample deduction time to analyze everyone Xiao Jun had come into contact with, such an endeavor was evidently unrealistic. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, Qin Yu decided to visit the Dali Temple to see what progress had been made. Upon learning of his purpose, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, Zhou Jingyi, felt a headache coming on. The entire Dali Temple was currently embroiled in this case. After all, Xiao Jun was a defector leading troops, not just an ordinary civil servant, and the implications were significant. Prince Consort, we have truly exerted ourselves, yet we still have no leads, Zhou Jingyi lamented. Qin Yu felt somewhat disheartened but maintained his patience, attempting to extract any clues. Have the members of the Qiao family been interrogated? Are there any suspicious individuals? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jingyi replied, If we are to speak of the suspicious, there is only one, the accountant in charge of the Qiao family's finances. A man named Jiang Quan, who has mysteriously vanished. Vanished? Qin Yu's heart stirred. The timing of this disappearance seemed too coincidental and could very well correlate with Xiao Jun's escape. Zhou Jingyi, perceiving his expression, continued, dispatch people to search his home and question his family, but they have no idea of his whereabouts, nor whether he is alive or dead. His words reminded Qin Yu that the Dali Temple's inquiries yielding no results did not preclude him from pursuing his own leads. He merely needed to ascertain who was most likely to possess knowledge, and then utilize the system to deduce the whereabouts of Jiang Quan. With this thought, Qin Yu addressed Zhou Jingyi. Since you have been unable to uncover anything, I shall investigate personally. Zhou Jingyi nodded in agreement. It is a fact that Xiao Jun has fled to avoid punishment. The principle of evasion does not apply in this instance. Prince Consort, you may proceed with your investigation at will. With this, Qin Yu had the authority to act freely, that he summoned Xue Xiangming, inquiring about Jiang Quan's residence before hastily mounting a swift horse to set off to Tio Qin Yu's surprise, although Jiang Quan was merely an accountant. His residence was situated in a bustling area of the imperial capital, lavishly appointed. It seemed he had not been short of wealth. The Jiang family was merely an ordinary household. No one among them had held an official position. Upon learning of Qin Yu's arrival, their eldest son promptly came to greet him. "I am Jiangzhua, here to pay my respects to the prince consort. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Qin Yu ignored him, directly instructing the system to deduce Jiang Quan's activities over the past day. The previous afternoon, Jiangzhou had been interrogated by the Dali Temple's constables, only to learn of the calamity that had befallen the Qiao family. In a state of panic, fearing for his father's involvement, he had rushed to the Qiao residence to seek answers, but had found nothing from the deductions made within the past 2 days. Qin Yu discerned that Jiangzhou had no knowledge of his father's whereabouts. Just as he was about to inquire about other matters, such as Jiang Quan's social connections, the system's next deduction captured his attention. Jiangzhou, in a state of anxiety and restlessness, returned home only to be scolded by his mother, Lu Shi, who urged him to remain steadfast, assuring him that good people are often watched over by fate. Lu Shi's calm demeanor instilled a significant degree of composure in him, prompting him to decide to await further news. Lu Shi was Jiang Quan's wife. In a time of turmoil, a woman displayed an extraordinary level of calmness, which Qin Yu found hard to believe was without significance. "That we have come in search of your father. I now require an understanding of his social connections. Gather all your immediate relatives. I wish to question them one by one," Qin Yu commanded. Jiangzhou dared not delay, promptly summoning his family. Qin Yu then instructed Xue Xiaoming, "You will conduct the questioning. I will analyze the responses." "Understood, Prince Consort." Soon, Jiangzhou gathered all immediate relatives and introduced them to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's attention was immediately drawn to Lu Shi, prompting him to initiate a deduction through the system. The previous afternoon, Lieutenant Zhao Su visited the residence to inquire about Jiang Quan. Lu Shi personally received him. During this time, Lieutenant Zhao found an excuse to dismiss the serving maid and informed Lu Shi that Jiang Quan was unharmed. Lu Shi handed Lieutenant Zhao a key, and he cautioned her not to disclose the existence of this key, assuring her that Jiang Quan would remain safe elsewhere before departing the residence. Upon reaching this point in the deduction, Qin Yu ceased further exploration, as the crucial figure had emerged, Lieutenant Zhao Su. This revelation left Qin Yu with a headache. Had he finally stumbled into the realm of the military? He was reluctant to provoke such individuals, knowing that the great Qian dynasty had not been established for long. And any general who had survived until now was undoubtedly a ruthless figure forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Yet he had no alternative to fulfill his mission. He set aside his reservations, feigned attentiveness during the analysis until Xue Xiaoming had finished questioning Lu Shi and prepared to move on to another family member. Qin Yu raised his hand to interrupt. His gaze locked on a Lu Shi as he coldly spoke. "Why did you neglect to mention Lieutenant Zhao Su among so many others? I distinctly heard someone say he had visited you." Lu Shi feigned a moment of realization, slapping her forehead. "Ditto, how could I forget? Lord Zhao did come to see me. Then provide me with a plausible explanation. Your husband is merely a commoner. How could he possibly know a military officer?" Qin Yu pressed loudly. "Because Lord Zhao is a former subordinate of the Grand General of Wei Yuan and frequently visits the Grand General's residence to pay his respects. Thus they became acquainted over time." Lu Shi replied, somewhat flustered. "What an absurdity! What qualifications or opportunities would your husband have to meet a lieutenant at the Grand General's residence? There must be more to this," Qin Yu exclaimed. Qin Yu let out a scornful laugh, asserting that he now had a legitimate reason to investigate the Zhonglong General Zhao Su. Chapter 71. Interruption. Having said this, Qin Yu rose and departed, exiting the Jiang family estate. Xue Xiaoming, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Your Highness, do you suspect that Zhonglong General Zhao Su is involved in something nefarious?" "Undoubtedly, there is something amiss. The Zhonglong General is a man of considerable power, while Jiang Quan is merely a servant in the Wei Yuan General's household. What merit does he possess to befriend Zhao Su?" Qin Yu replied disdainfully. "This world operates on a hierarchy, unless they have some mutual interests or are both confidants of a particular individual. There is no possibility for them to become friends under normal circumstances." Xue Xiaoming pondered this for a moment and nodded, though his face betrayed his concern. "Your Highness, should we summon more people from the Dali Temple? We are here to investigate a case, not to apprehend anyone. What purpose would a multitude serve?" Qin Yu responded, somewhat perplexed that it was only after Xue Xiaoming's explanation that Qin Yu understood. Zhao Su was notorious for his volatile temper and ruthless methods. Having been recalled to the capital due to his propensity to strike and berate soldiers, causing unrest, Shui Xiaoming was apprehensive, fearing that if Zhao Su were indeed in league with Xiao Jun, their investigation might lead to unforeseen peril to this. Qin Yu dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, his fury and ruthlessness are directed towards his subordinates. This is the capital, not a military camp, that he cannot be so foolish as to engage in reckless behavior here, especially with his family still residing in the city. Upon hearing this, Shui Xiaoming finally relaxed. He was unaware that ever since Qin Yu had crossed paths with Princess Qiangyao, he had gained a newfound confidence. Setting aside other considerations, even if Zhao Su had a first-class grandmaster in his household, Qin Yu believed he could contend with him, at least managing to escape unscathed. Soon, the two arrived at Zhao Su's residence. Shui Xiaoming knocked forcefully on the door, loudly proclaiming their identities. The doorman, upon hearing, hurried inside to report, his mind filled with questions about why Qin Yu would come calling. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in leather armor approached swiftly, bowing deeply. "This humble one is Zhao Su, paying respects to your highness." Qin Yu scrutinized the man. His fierce eyes, prominent nose, and thick beard gave him an intimidating presence, suggesting he was a battle-hardened warrior. Anyone who met his gaze would likely feel a sense of dread, including Shui Xiaoming, who appeared noticeably more apprehensive in his presence. Only Qin Yu remained composed. Raising a hand, at ease. "Thank you, your highness," Zhao Su replied, his manners impeccable as he promptly ushered Qin Yu inside, showering him with compliments, his intentions to ingratiate himself blatantly clear. This gradually put Shui Xiaoming at ease, restoring his natural demeanor and instilling a hint of pride within him. What of the Zhonglong general? Would he not flatter the prince visiting from the Dali temple? Qin Yu engaged Zhao Su in casual conversation while discreetly initiating a system simulation. The previous night, Zhao Su had visited Jiang Quan's residence, informing Lu Shi that Jiang Quan was without issue. After obtaining the key to the secret vault, he ventured into the southern part of the city to the Jishur apothecary. In the apothecary's storage, he met Jiang Quan, presenting the list given to him by Xiao Jun, prompting Jiang Quan to unlock the secret vault and verify its contents. After confirming everything was in order, Zhao Su took the key, murdered Jiang Quan, and disposed of him in a dry well before leaving the Jishur apothecary in the dead of night. Xiao Jun suddenly appeared, and Zhao Su reported that the valuables in the secret vault were intact. Handing over the key, Xiao Jun did not take the key, instructing Zhao Su to wait until the uproar from the assassination of the sixth prince had subsided before transporting the valuables out of the capital as funds for their uprising. Zhao Su accepted the orders eagerly, inquiring if Xiao Jun's hiding place was secure, to which Xiao Jun assured him there was no need for concern before departing. Once they settled in the living room, and after Zhao Su had served tea, Qin Yu had already gleaned all the information from the simulation.in summary. First, Jiang Quan was dead, and the secret vault housed a considerable amount of Qiao family's wealth, aligning perfectly with Jiang Quan's role as the Qiao family's accountant. Second, Xiao Jun had not yet left the capital. With the city sealed due to the sixth prince's death, he was undoubtedly still within its confines. Third, the Qiao family was secretly hoarding wealth, and given Xiao Feihu's significant influence in the military, their ambitions were likely considerable. Most importantly, based on the information derived from the simulation, Qin Yu could not ascertain whether Zhao Su had any means of contacting Xiao Jun. As he contemplated, Zhao Su, after some pleasantries, finally broached the subject. "Your Highness, your visit to my humble abode must be for a specific purpose." Having formulated a strategy and acquired the key information, Qin Yu feigned confusion. "The accountant Jiang Quan from the Weiyuan general's household has mysteriously vanished, and you visited his residence to see Lu Shi. I am curious how a Zhonglong general such as yourself could form an acquaintance with a mere servant like him." "Ah," Zhao Su sighed deeply. "Your Highness, you are unaware of the history that I was once a lowly soldier under the Weiyuan general, and due to my valor in battle, I received numerous rewards, all dispensed by Jiang Quan. Thus, we became familiar with one another. Who could have anticipated his sudden disappearance? Do you not know where he has gone?" Qin Yu pressed further. "That I do not," Zhao Su replied with a bitter smile. "I suspect Jiang Quan may have colluded with Xiao Jun. I hope that if you possess any knowledge, you will disclose it honestly, for you are aware of the consequences otherwise." Qin Yu spoke with a hint of menace. Zhao Su quickly asserted, "Your Highness, you must see clearly. I have no ties to the Qiao family in this matter. I can discern right from wrong. that is for the best. The performance was somewhat clumsy. Yet the objective had largely been achieved. Qin Yu deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and departed with Xue Xiangming, who accompanied him to the gate. "Your Highness, what shall we do now?" Xue Xiangming inquired. "That I suspect Zhao Su is not being truthful, that if he is involved, he will undoubtedly reach out to someone to make some moves. You should keep watch in the vicinity," Qin Yu instructed earnestly. Xue Xiaoming's abilities were well known to Qin Yu. If he were to stake out nearby, Zhao Su would likely notice and take precautions, thus seeking to contact Xiao Jun once Zhao Su made a move. He would inevitably reveal a flaw. Even if Xue Xiangming failed to detect it, Qin Yu could ascertain the information through simulation. Moreover, Xiao Jun, without a thorough understanding of how many people were watching him, would be hesitant to act. This provided Qin Yu with the opportunity to investigate the Qiao family's secret vault and seize the valuables within. Such a lucrative opportunity would not be missed. After arranging matters with Xue Xiangming, Qin Yu departed alone, returning home ostentatiously before entering his private chamber to cultivate, instructing everyone not to disturb him. Creating the facade of practicing at home, he then disguised himself and stealthily exited the estate, making his way to the Jishur apothecary. Chapter 72. A Crushing Advance. The Jishur apothecary was not large. The building was dilapidated, and the sign was cracked, with few patrons seeking medical help, indicating poor business. Anyone passing by would hardly associate it with the Qiao family's secret vault, a cleverly concealed ruse. The apothecary's physician and staff were undoubtedly affiliated with the Qiao family. Qin Yu did not rush inside. After observing for a considerable time without noticing any unusual activity, he finally utilized the Lingbo Weibu technique to slip in. The apothecary's storeroom was not difficult to locate. The scent of medicinal herbs indicated its position. And with no obstacles in his path, Qin Yu entered that up until this point, everything had progressed smoothly. However, after searching for quite some time, he was astonished to find that he could not locate the entrance to the secret vault. The system simulation was undoubtedly accurate, indicating that the vault was hidden exceptionally well. Just as Qin Yu prepared to search more meticulously, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He quickly leapt up, concealing himself behind a suspended medicine bag hanging from the rafters. Creaked that a young man pushed the door open, warily scanning the surroundings before securing the door and approaching the medicine cabinet. Qin Yu recognized this individual. He was a worker from the Jishur apothecary whom Qin Yu had observed earlier. The young man pulled out several boxes of medicinal ingredients and then heard a series of creaks from within the cabinet. Suddenly, a gap opened in the middle of the cabinet, revealing an iron door leading downwards, secured by a lock. Clearly, this was the Qiao family's secret vault. Qin Yu watched intently as the young man, according to the system simulation results, should not be able to access the vault since the key was in Zhao Su's possession. How was this young man able to unlock the vault? If his cultivation was sufficient, he could potentially break the lock, but Qin Yu felt confident that such an act would create a significant commotion, drawing attention from others in the apothecary. Was the young man not afraid? Just as Qin Yu pondered this, the young man produced a large keychain from his waist and began to try each key in the lock. Qin Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated this clumsy approach. Just then, bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and a man dressed in a blue short shirt, resembling a farmer, strode in. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man as one of Xiao Jun's death warriors, the very individual who had narrowly escaped his grasp on that fateful day. That it was certainly a sign of Xiao Jun's utmost trust in him. Appearing here right after Qin Yu had just visited Zhao Su, which felt decidedly suspicious. Qin Yu suppressed his murderous impulse, opting instead to observe the situation. "What are you doing?" the death warrior hissed, brandishing a dagger that he flung with force. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, whistling as it aimed for the young man's neck, its blade dark and purple, clearly poisoned. The young man executed a rolling maneuver to evade the dagger, his expression darkening. "Humph! Xiao Jun's death warrior. I never expected you to still be alive." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, sending a multitude of nearly invisible silver needles flying towards the warrior, resembling a dense rain. "Why, you are one of the third prince's men?" the warrior exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to dodge, but was still a moment too late, getting struck by the silver needles. The needles were evidently toxic. As they pierced his body, his complexion rapidly turned a shade of deep blue, before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. From his vantage point above, Qin Yu was astounded. How had this situation become entangled with the third prince? How did the third prince come to know of this secret vault? How did the Death Warrior discern that this young man was affiliated with the third prince? Did the Chiao family harbor a grudge against him? Just as these questions swirled in his mind, the door was once again pushed open, and two men rushed in, one resembling a physician and the other a servant. "Xiao Hu, what is the situation?" The man dressed as a physician asked, casting a wary glance at the body on the ground while fixated on the young man. Without uttering a word, the young man flung another set of silver needles, which the two men could not evade in time, resulting in their demise that he then continued attempting to unlock the door. Meanwhile, Qin Yu watched intently, instructing the system to initiate a simulation. The previous day, Wei, who had received a message at the pharmacy via a flying arrow, indicating that someone wanted him to keep a close watch on the Chiao family's secret vault. Later that night, Zhao Su had come to investigate the vault, and afterward, he killed Chiao family's accountant, Jiang Quan. This morning, while dining out, he discreetly relayed the information. Just moments ago, he received a confidential report stating that the situation could change unexpectedly, urging him to retrieve important assets from the Chiao family's secret vault. However, this simulation did not satisfy Qin Yu, as it failed to directly indicate that he was indeed associated with the third prince. To validate this hypothesis, he would need to delve further back in time, but Qin Yu was reluctant to waste precious simulation time. The identity of the individual behind him was of little consequence. Acquiring the treasures within the vault and uncovering Xiao Jun's whereabouts were paramount. He glanced at Wei, who was still preoccupied with unlocking the door, then fixed his gaze on the fallen Death Warrior. System: simulate the events of his past day. The warrior had been working at the residence of a wealthy family in the southern part of the city the entire previous day and had also spent the night there. Today, he was engaged in labor as usual when he received an ominous message directing him to the secret vault to seize as many valuable items as possible and then conceal them. The information derived from the simulation yielded only these 2 points. From the timeline, it was evident that these events unfolded after he had visited Zhao Su, confirming that his plan to stir the grass and scare the snake had succeeded. Unfortunately, he still could not ascertain Xiao Jun's location. Qin Yu sighed inwardly to at that moment. With a creaking sound, the lock on the iron door of the vault was opened by Wei, who Qin Yu refocused his attention. Just as Wei, who prepared to enter, with a flick of his finger, a sword chi whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the back of Wei, whose head, that I knew there would be more visitors. Wei, who sneered, abruptly pivoting with a speed that far surpassed that displayed during his earlier battle with the Death Warrior. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. This individual had been concealing his true abilities. Indeed, upon turning, Wei Hu unleashed a surge of energy, striking out with a punch enveloped in internal force, boldly confronting Qin Yu's sword chi head-on. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, and a tempest erupted within the pharmacy, causing Qin Yu's mask to fall away. Wei Hu staggered back 3 steps, astonishment etched on his face. Qin Yu too was taken aback. Wei Hu's cultivation level was unexpectedly that of a high-ranking second-grade master. Such an adept had been lurking as a mere servant in a pharmacy. The third prince's influence was evidently far-reaching. When Wei Hu recognized Qin Yu's visage, his surprise morphed into sheer shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Qin Fuma, how did you find this place? Was it that waste of a Zhao Su who revealed it?" Qin Yu chose not to respond, instead curiously inquired, "You are a high-ranking second-grade master. Why would you willingly serve as an undercover agent?" "Umph. Dead men need not know so much that I had no intention of killing you. You brought this upon yourself." With that, Wei Hu swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of silver needles that surged towards Qin Yu like an impenetrable wall. Chapter 73. Only then can I have my way. Faced with such a scenario, even Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing he had underestimated the prowess of the world's experts, that he had not anticipated that after deploying his needle rain, Wei Hu would still possess such a multitude of needles. Moreover, the speed and force of these needles had clearly increased significantly compared to before. Though he was equipped with a system and practicing the most elite martial arts, he could not claim immunity to the lethal poison that he could use his internal force to repel the needles. But he could not guarantee that none would slip through, for they were exceedingly small. Should even one needle penetrate his body, he feared it would be his end. This marked the first time since his arrival in this world that he found himself in such a perilous situation. At that moment, He realized that his overconfidence had led him into a dangerous predicament. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Without the luxury of further contemplation, he frantically activated his Lingbo Weibo. Darting behind a pillar in the center of the pharmacy, narrowly dodging the onslaught, he concealed himself behind the pillar. The needles, powerful as they were, pierced through the pillar, continuing to shoot towards Qin Yu. But their force had diminished considerably. Qin Yu let out a low shout, channeling his internal energy to deflect the flying needles, finally allowing his racing heart to settle. However, his expression soured. His earlier carelessness had cost him the initiative. Granting Wei Hu the chance to employ such a nefarious weapon, he would not allow him another opportunity. Furthermore, having witnessed Wei Hu's 2 displays of needle rain, the sheer volume was already astonishing. He could hardly believe that Wei Hu still had more in reserve. Just as he suspected, Wei Hu had indeed exhausted his supply of needles. Having witnessed Qin Yu's astonishing speed, he quickly assessed the situation and realized he no longer had a chance to eliminate Qin Yu. The risk of being taken down himself loomed large. Hence, he decisively turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Qin Yu growled, fully activating his Lingbo Weibo, his form shifting like a specter, darting unpredictably as he launched the 6 Meridian's divine sword at Wei Hu from a cunning angle. Indeed, he aimed solely to incapacitate, not to kill. Within 3 breaths, Wei Hu's arms were shattered, blood spraying like a fountain. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu subdued Wei Hu, sealing his meridians, and pressed his right palm against his dantian. Star absorption technique, activate. With a low command, Wei Hu's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, as if confronted by a demon. You have cultivated such a terrifying dark art. He could distinctly feel the internal energy he had painstakingly amassed over the years being forcefully siphoned away by Qin Yu. The sensation of watching his body being drained was indescribably despairing, that he understood that his fate was sealed, devoid of any chance for redemption. Recognizing this, Wei Hu erupted into a frenzied laugh. Your cultivation of such dark arts contravenes the heavens. Once discovered, you shall meet a terrible end. You are finished, haha. There are no secrets that can remain hidden in this world. You will inevitably be eliminated. A hint of disdain crept onto Qin Yu's lips as he dismissed Wei Hu's taunts. Channeling his internal energy in an instant, he shattered Wei Hu's dantian and internal organs, causing him to collapse to the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes rolling back. Qin Yu felt a pang of disappointment. The grade of the star absorption technique was still somewhat lacking. The amount of internal energy he could absorb was limited, with much of it wasted. Nevertheless, even a small portion absorbed had propelled him closer to a breakthrough into the first-grade Grandmaster realm. The commotion from the battle had been considerable, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, Qin Yu hurriedly slipped into the secret vault. Upon entering and surveying the scene, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No wonder Qiao Jun had not fled the capital. The wealth contained within was astonishing, almost unfathomable. Before his eyes lay an expansive vault, filled to the brim with silver ingots that stuffed the entire room. A rough estimate revealed no less than 100,000 taels. Yet, that was not all. Qin Yu spotted a wooden box, and upon opening it, he discovered it contained a thick stack of gold notes, each worth 1,000 taels. After counting swiftly, he found a staggering 100 notes. This indicated that the total amount of gold was an impressive 100,000 taels. He had struck it rich. At this moment, it seems that prosperity has truly arrived. To his knowledge, the entire Deqian's military expenditure each year, when converted into gold, amounts to no more than 1 million taels. This implies that he has directly acquired 1/10 of the military budget of the entire Deqian. He finds it utterly incomprehensible how the Qiao family managed to amass such a substantial sum of silver, and what connection they have with the third prince. Qin Yu tucked the banknotes into his bosom and then glanced at an exquisite jade vial. Upon opening it and inhaling its contents, he discerned it was some form of elixir, and there was quite a considerable quantity. With no time to discern its nature, Qin Yu hastily concealed the jade vial in his bosom, ensuring no other valuable items were left behind, before rushing out of the secret treasury. The few taels of silver that he could not carry were utterly insignificant compared to the banknotes he held. Before departing from Jishir Pharmacy, Qin Yu pondered briefly and then set the place ablaze. The silver that could not be taken, regardless of whether it fell into Qiao Jun's hands or the grasp of that formidable third prince, was not a situation he wished to witness. That he had to create a commotion, compelling the court's intervention, allowing Emperor Qianwu to become aware of the matter, thus leading to the exposure of the third prince. Stirring the waters of the imperial capital would serve him greatly without any detriment. Once back at his residence, he shed his disguise, securely stowing away the banknotes and jade vial, and then sauntered out ostentatiously, creating the illusion that he had remained within the estate. Consequently, no matter how tumultuous the events at Jishir Pharmacy became that day, suspicion would never fall upon him. Meanwhile, a great fire at Jishir Pharmacy had erupted, and despite the efforts of neighboring merchants and residents, it was only with great difficulty that they managed to extinguish the flames. That as people searched the scene, they stumbled upon several charred corpses. Yet this did not raise any suspicion that a fire that claimed a few lives was hardly remarkable. When the entrance to the secret treasury was discovered, curious onlookers ventured inside and gasped upon seeing the vast amount of silver. How could such a small pharmacy, not known for its prosperous business, possibly store such a fortune in cash? Just then, the Wuqing Bingmashi arrived belatedly and, upon learning of the incident, rushed to report it to their superiors. This clearly unusual occurrence quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. Hidden away, Qiao Jun received the news, feeling both shocked and furious. It was over. It was over. The Qiao family's chance for a turnaround had vanished. Only the guards and Zhao Su, along with the third prince, were privy to the secret treasury. Who could have leaked this information? Qiao Jun was baffled. His personal guard reminded him, "General, since the secret treasury has been discovered, you must find a way to leave the capital swiftly." Qiao Jun shook his head helplessly. "That I would like nothing more than to leave, but with the sixth prince's sudden death and the entire capital under lockdown, how can I escape?" "General, I can bribe the gate guards and help you slip away discreetly." "No. That would be too risky." Qiao Jun firmly rejected, then gritted his teeth and added, "It is better to remain in the capital for a few more days, seeking an opportunity to eliminate that scoundrel Qinyu. Only then will I feel at ease." Chapter 74. The most unreliable what Qiao Jun did not disclose to his trusted guard was that the reason he chose to risk remaining in the capital was primarily due to the 3 elixirs contained within the secret treasury. The elixirs were known as boundary-breaking pills, designed to assist in transcending one's current level. Those who could reach the first-grade Grandmaster rank were rare talents indeed, as this realm represented the utmost limit achievable by most practitioners. However, it was not the ultimate limit of martial prowess. Above the first-grade Grandmaster, there existed a legendary and mysterious realm known as the innate realm, which promised true transformation. Attaining the innate realm would elevate one's life force and result in a profound metamorphosis, transcending the ordinary. In his lifetime, Qiao Jun knew he would never hope to reach such heights, for his aptitude was woefully inadequate. Even becoming a first-grade Grandmaster seemed nearly impossible. Yet his brother Qiao Xing was different. He was a genuine genius. Before Qiao Feihu's tragic demise, Qiao Xing had sent him a secret message, stating that he had already progressed to the intermediate level of the first-grade Grandmaster and was striving towards the advanced stage, expressing great confidence in his success. Should he reach the advanced level of first-grade Grandmaster and supplement it with a boundary-breaking pill, he would stand a significant chance of attaining the innate realm. If Qiao Xing achieved such a level, even Emperor Qianwu would need to court the Qiao family for their favor. The Qiao family's status into Qian would undoubtedly soar, remaining eternally illustrious. By that time, even if Qiao Xing brazenly eliminated Qinyu, Emperor Qianwu would likely remain indifferent. Thus, Qiao Jun resolved to stay in the capital, determined to find the elixirs by any means necessary. In the Qin residence, Qinyu strolled around before returning to his chamber. That he withdrew the jade vial and poured out its contents, revealing only 3 pills. The elixirs were entirely golden, resembling golden beans, adorned with remarkably unique patterns. That he brought one to his nose, but it was colorless and tasteless. Qinyu racked his brain for quite some time, yet he could not ascertain what sort of elixir it was. Being stored in a secret treasury, and in such limited quantity, it was evidently not an ordinary item. Understanding its nature was not overly difficult. He could simply consult a professional alchemist. However, should the elixirs prove to be exceptionally valuable, their exposure might lead to significant trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Qinyu decided to secure the elixirs for now, planning to acquire more knowledge about them in the future. With that, he resumed his practice of the I Ching Jing to enhance his aptitude. The following morning, Qin Yu arrived early at the Dali Temple, eager to inquire about Xue Xiaoming's observations from the previous day, only to find that he was absent. After questioning several colleagues, he learned none had seen him, causing a knot of anxiety to form in his heart. Could it be that Xue Xiaoming had encountered some misfortune? Perhaps he had been discovered and eliminated by the deranged Zhao Su, or perhaps by Qiao Jun's subordinates. As such thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Yu hurried to Xue Xiaoming's residence. With Xue Xiaoming's parents deceased and having no wife or children, he lived alone. If he were to die at home, no one would report it. Upon arriving at his home, however, he found no trace of him, nor any sign of a body. Qin Yu's heart sank, and he immediately made his way to the residence of the middle general Zhao Su. For if Xue Xiaoming had met with an unfortunate fate, he would be the most likely suspect. If Zhao Su were indeed responsible, he must pay the price for his actions. To Qin Yu's astonishment, as he approached Zhao Su's residence, Xue Xiaoming suddenly emerged from the shadows. "Your Highness." Qin Yu halted in his tracks, taking in Xue Xiaoming's bloodshot eyes, his demeanor appearing exceedingly weary. Qin Yu's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Could it be that this fellow had not slept a wink all night, simply watching from this spot? Xue Xiaoming's subsequent words confirmed Qin Yu's suspicions. "Your Highness, I have been watching since yesterday and have not observed any suspicious individuals leaving Zhao's residence. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that he has conveyed information through other means. As my strength alone is quite limited, that it would be better to gather more people at the Dali Temple." Qin Yu felt a surge of emotion, that he had never anticipated that Xue Xiaoming would vigilantly keep watch through the night, all for the sake of a single remark he had made. If this were true, coupled with Xue Xiaoming's previous consistent performance, he was indeed worthy of trust. That it would be no fault to offer him a bright future. Quietly, Qin Yu called out to the system. "System, please deduce what Xue Xiaoming has done since we parted ways yesterday." Ding, deductions commencing. After separating from the host, Xue Xiaoming found a hidden corner and kept watch at the entrance of Zhao Su's residence. He remained vigilant until nightfall, then ate a meager meal from a nearby stall while continuing his surveillance. But he stayed awake until dawn, having breakfast nearby, before proceeding to wait until the host appeared. Upon receiving confirmation from the system, Qin Yu made a decision. "Let us return to your home. I have matters to discuss with you." "Are we continuing the watch?" Xue Xiaoming questioned, reluctant to abandon his post. This isn't a viable approach. That if Zhao Su is indeed suspicious, he will eventually reveal a flaw. I will reconsider other methods later. For now, let us go to your home. Qin Yu smiled. "Very well." Xue Xiaoming was puzzled as to why Qin Yu wished to go to his home, but refrained from asking further questions in the street. Once they arrived, Xue Xiaoming prepared to boil water for tea, but Qin Yu stopped him. "Xue Xiaoming, do you wish to become a Grand Master, or even reach higher realms of martial prowess?" Xue Xiaoming's expression was one of bitter resignation. "Of course I wish, but my aptitude is lacking. I am merely a beginner 4th-grade martial artist. This is my limit, and I see no possibility of advancing further." "Wishing is enough," Qin Yu replied, his demeanor grave. "I possess a technique that, with diligent practice, can enhance your aptitude. I am willing to impart it to you, but you must guarantee absolute loyalty to me. Can you do that?" Xue Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is there truly such a miraculous technique in this world? To validate his claim, Qin Yu used himself as an example. "If it were not true, how could I transform from a widely recognized waste into a 2nd-grade Grand Master?" At these words, Xue Xiaoming's doubts dissipated, and he knelt down, thrice knocking his head against the ground before raising his gaze to meet Qin Yu's, his eyes filled with longing. "Please, Your Highness, bestow upon me this divine skill. I, Xue Xiaoming, swear before heaven that I shall remain utterly loyal to you. Should I break this vow, may I meet a wretched end," Xue Xiaoming earnestly declared, to which Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and added, "This martial art is exceedingly rare in the world. You must never disclose it. Can you do that?" "Rest assured, Your Highness. Should it be leaked, you may execute me without hesitation." Subsequently, Qin Yu imparted the I Jin Jing to Xue Xiaoming. However, he did not fully trust him solely based on a few oaths. Human hearts are the most unpredictable in this world. Thus, Qin Yu refrained from teaching him the advanced heavenly-level I Jin Jing he had already mastered, opting instead to bestow the earth-level advanced version. For an ordinary constable, who could only cultivate the initial stage of the mysterious level martial arts, this was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Such a technique was not possessed even by many prominent families. Shui Xiaoming was moved to tears, swearing his lifelong loyalty to Qin Yu, declaring that even the words of Emperor Qinwu would not sway him. Qin Yu instructed him to diligently cultivate at home. Contemplating that if Shui Xiaoming truly proved as loyal as he professed, he could later impart other advanced techniques. After all, the primary benefit of the Yi Jin Jing was to enhance one's aptitude. And only with higher-tier combat techniques could one unleash greater power. Qin Yu was not concerned about Shui Xiaoming's potential betrayal. Should he dare, he would be courting his own demise. Upon leaving Shui Xiaoming's residence, Qin Yu considered the necessity of transferring personnel from the Dali Temple, for he would otherwise have no one trustworthy at his side. But on his way to the Dali Temple, he encountered a disheveled man reeking of alcohol, staggering along while carrying a large jar of wine. This man was none other than the clerk from the Wuqing Bingma who had called out to him on the street the other day. After recklessly charging into Qiao Jun's estate, he had been the sole survivor of a massacre. Qin Yu held a favorable impression of this man, recognizing him as a person of deep loyalty, who, overwhelmed by the loss of his colleagues and subordinates, had even lost his reason and attacked him in despair. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the clerk froze for a moment, then recalled their past encounter and could not help but burst into tears. "I regret it so much. If only I had heeded your Highness's advice and not been so reckless. How could such a tragedy have occurred? Now all my brothers are dead, parents have lost their sons, and wives and children have lost their support. How tragic it is! I am a sinner. I am indeed a sinner." Hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but let out a silent sigh. This world is indeed cruel. If one lacks strength, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Just like yesterday, when he nearly perished beneath a hail of flying needles. "May you find peace," he casually remarked, intending to depart, but was halted by the clerk's outstretched hand. "Your Highness, those people were after you. Surely you wish to bring the mastermind Qiao Jun to justice. Now that I have been dismissed from the Wuqing Bingma, I am willing to follow you, hoping for the chance to personally capture those assassins and avenge my brothers." Qin Yu felt a stir of interest at his words. The clerk's strength was comparable to Shui Xiaoming's, while not particularly useful. He could certainly handle minor tasks. Though he had capable servants at home, their loyalty was insufficient, making this man, with his clean background, more advantageous. Yet he could not place complete trust in the clerk's words. Secretly, he instructed the system to analyze the events of his previous day. Ding, analysis commencing. Yesterday, Yang Xiong had spent the entire day drinking at home, collapsing into intoxication at midnight, crying out for vengeance for his brothers, and wishing to kill Qiao Jun. He also exclaimed that the sixth princely show deserved to die, and then slapped himself, lamenting his earlier recklessness in pursuing glory without heeding the host's warnings. Today, upon waking from his drunken stupor, he had ventured out to buy more wine, and it was there that he encountered the host. The system's analysis concluded at this point. From this information, Qin Yu deduced two critical insights. First, Yang Xiong harbored no hatred toward him, attributing the deaths of his brothers entirely to himself. This eliminated the possibility of him being used as an undercover agent to approach Qin Yu. Second, their meeting today was purely coincidental, which further confirmed the first point. Therefore, Yang Xiong was deemed trustworthy. "Yang Xiong, is it, from now on, you will follow me?" Qin Yu stated. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yang Xiong clasped his hands together and inquired, "Has Your Highness discovered the whereabouts of that scoundrel Qiao Jun?" "Not yet, but it will be soon. For now, you shall accompany me to investigate someone who may have information on his whereabouts." Qin Yu replied. The Qiao family's secret treasury was filled with vast riches. Its significance was undeniable. Following the recent incident, it had been completely looted, leaving only a small amount of silver in the hands of the Wuqing Bingma, inevitably raising Qiao Jun's suspicions of an internal traitor. Zhao Su, who was aware of the situation, was among those likely to be contacted by Qiao Jun. This represented a crucial breakthrough for completing the system's mission. Yang Xiong, even more anxious than Qin Yu, urged, "What are we waiting for? Your Highness, please take me there at once." As he spoke, he harnessed his inner strength to dispel the alcohol from his system, instantly appearing spirited and filled with determination. Qin Yu said little, leading him to the residence of Zhonglong Jiang Zhao Su, where they encountered Zhao Su himself. "Your Highness, why have you come again? I truly do not know where Qiao Jun is. I have no connection to him at all. Why must you persistently pursue me? Zhao Su protested with a look of grievance, even displaying traces of anger, his words rife with complaints. Yang Xiong scrutinized him closely, observing every subtle change in his emotions that on their way. Qin Yu had informed him of Zhao Su's numerous suspicious behaviors, which he recognized as a potential breakthrough. Qin Yu scoffed, I have heard that after your return from Jiangquan, you secretly left your residence at night. Tell me where you went that I in truth. He had not heard this from anyone. It was a fabrication devised by the system to bait Zhao Su, while also providing himself with a reasonable pretext for confrontation. At these words, panic flickered in Zhao Su's eyes before he quickly adopted an angry demeanor, shouting, Your Highness, while you may hold a noble title, you cannot speak recklessly. Do you have any evidence that I left my residence at night? I have always treated you with courtesy, and though I may be a mere brute, I am not one to be bullied at will that I hope you will refrain from making unfounded accusations. Qin Yu could not help but smirk inwardly at this outburst that he beginning to lose his composure. He thought, choosing to ignore him, as his focus remained on the system's analysis, after the host departed yesterday. Zhao Su had been in a state of panic. Initially intending to contact Xiao Jun through secret means, he hesitated upon discovering that Xue Xiangming was stationed outside, causing him to refrain from acting rashly. He sent out individuals to probe the situation, realizing that only Xue Xiangming was tailing him, which alleviated his concerns. Under the cover of night, he evaded Xue Xiangming and sent a message to Xiao Jun using his secret method. This morning, Zhao Su received a reply, arranging to meet tonight at the city's West Vegetable Market at the third watch. Having gleaned this critical information, Qin Yu decided not to delve further. As he had already acquired the essential details, the West Vegetable Market was the designated location and time for their meeting, and should Xiao Jun appear there, he would have nowhere to escape. Now that his objective had been achieved, there was no longer any need to linger. Qin Yu stood up and coldly remarked, I have no evidence, but do not fret. I will uncover the truth. With that, he turned and left, and no need to see me off. Zhao Su perfunctorily clasped his hands. How splendid, Yang Xiong remarked. Your Highness, I find Zhao Su exceedingly suspicious. When you tested him earlier, there was a clear moment of panic in his eyes. Upon exiting Zhao's residence, Yang Xiong spoke with grave seriousness. Your powers of observation are commendable, Qin Yu praised, then added, This indicates that my ploy struck a chord, likely throwing him in a disarray that I suspect he may attempt to contact Xiao Jun tonight. Yang Xiong nodded in agreement. Your Highness, you are correct. I share the same sentiment. Thus, this evening you must keep watch over Zhao's residence, ensuring utmost secrecy and avoiding any disturbances. Yang Xiong's expression shifted uneasily. But how can I monitor it alone? I do not wish to trouble your Highness. Perhaps you could summon more people from the Dali Temple. That is not advisable, Qin Yu countered, shaking his head. The personnel from the Dali Temple may not be reliable, that I have a colleague named Xue Xiangming. You will observe both the front and rear entrances with him. Report any discoveries to me tomorrow. If nothing is found, do not be concerned. We will devise another plan. That he doubted Yang Xiong's ability to remain undetected, especially since Zhao Su had easily spotted Xue Xiangming's surveillance. The reason for assigning Yang Xiong this task was to lend a sense of logic to the situation. It would arouse no suspicion if he continued to monitor after having done so yesterday. This would allow Zhao Su to feel more secure in his meeting with Xiao Jun, while Qin Yu concealed himself at the vegetable market, intending to capture them. However, after nearly being killed by Wei Hu's flying needles in the past, Qin Yu found himself uncertain about whether to take this risk again, that he had no desire to encounter such a cunning and formidable opponent once more. Better safe than sorry, he mused. Once this task was completed, he must refine the Lingbo Weibo to its utmost limit, attaining greater evasion speed. That as he contemplated his next steps, Qin Yu returned to his residence, where a servant hurriedly approached him. Your Highness, the esteemed chief eunuch Chao has arrived from the palace, requesting to speak with you about several matters, and is currently waiting in your study to at this news. Qin Yu's heart stirred. The deeply influential chief eunuch Chao Jingyun was rumored to be inscrutable. Why had he come again? As he ambled towards the study, he pondered the potential purpose of his visit. Remaining at a loss even upon encountering Chao Jingyun, this humble servant pays his respects to his Highness, Chao Jingyun said, adhering strictly to the protocols of etiquette, bowing deeply without a hint of arrogance despite being a close eunuch to Emperor Qinwu. Such an old wretch is indeed the most formidable, Qin Yu thought, displaying no airs and a beaming smile. "There is no need for excessive formality, Chao Gonggong," he replied. Princess Qionyao was also present in the study. Her visage radiant as she added, "Chao Gonggong, there are no outsiders here. There is no need to be bound by the constraints of etiquette. Etiquette must not be discarded," Chao Jingyun replied mildly, then turned to Qin Yu. "Your Highness, the Emperor has heard of the princess's breakthrough to the first-rank Grandmaster and has sent this humble servant to offer congratulations, as well as to inquire about certain matters from you." Qin Yu raised his hand and smiled. "Please ask away." Chao Gonggong, that on the day you and the princess visited the residence of His Highness the Sixth Prince, did you happen to notice anything unusual about His Highness the Second Prince or those around him? Chao Jingyun inquired, his tone calm and unhurried. That a flicker of realization passed through Qin Yu. He understood that Chao Jingyun was here to investigate the cause of the Sixth Prince's death. That it was evident that suspicion would not fall upon him, as the bone-softening palm technique was known only to him. Thus, Qin Yu remained composed. He furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation, while secretly instructing the system to conduct a simulation regarding Chao Jingyun for the entirety of the previous day. Chao Jingyun had been occupied with the investigation into the Sixth Prince's demise. Regrettably finding no valuable clues, he reported his findings to Emperor Qianwu, who, in a fit of rage, berated him as useless. This morning, Emperor Qianwu summoned him to the Chengtian Hall, deciding to expand the scope of the investigation and including Qin Yu as a suspect. The Emperor noted that the individual who imparted the techniques to Qin Yu possessed the silent ability to strike down the Sixth Prince with that unique palm technique. Although the likelihood was slim, Emperor Qianwu still instructed him to inquire further, also asking who had conveyed the message to him. At this point, Qin Yu felt a chill within him. The Emperor had indeed set his sights on him. However, he felt no concern. Rather, he saw an opportunity to resolve his current predicament. Why not utilize the Emperor's men to lay a trap tonight, waiting for Chao Jun to take the bait? "Your Highness?" Chao Jingyun interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. Having already formulated a plan, Qin Yu anticipated Chao Jingyun's inquiry regarding the matter, so he refrained from bringing it up himself. Responding, "I have pondered thoroughly and found no issues with His Highness the Second Prince or anyone around him." Chao Jingyun appeared unfazed by his response, swiftly shifting the conversation. "Your Highness, has that mysterious person who imparted techniques to you made an appearance recently?" "Not recently," Qin Yu replied. "Your Highness, has that individual who conveyed messages and provided clues about the case contacted you lately?" Qin Yu had been waiting for this question. As soon as Chao Jingyun finished speaking, he nodded gravely. "Indeed, just moments ago on my way back to the residence." Chao Jingyun's expression shifted slightly, his tone and pace quickening. "What news did they convey?" "The villain Xiao Jun has yet to leave the city. He is hiding within the imperial capital and plans to meet with Lieutenant Zhao Su tonight at Kaishiku." "Is that true?" Chao Jingyun's voice rose further, his expression revealing a hint of surprise mixed with joy. Qin Yu understood. Who would have thought that Xiao Jun would audaciously remain in the capital? Furthermore, as he was already entangled with the Sixth Prince, he was also a suspect. Capturing him might lead to new revelations. Indeed, it is true. Qin Yu half-lied, detailing his suspicions regarding Lieutenant Zhao Su, the instructions given to Xue Xiangming to keep watch, and how he had visited Zhao Su's residence that very day. The timing of receiving the note coincided with his journey here. After he finished speaking, Chao Jingyun inquired, "Where is the note?" "I discarded it," Qin Yu replied. Chao Jingyun's gaze sharpened slightly. "Why did you discard it?" Qin Yu countered, "Why should I keep it?" Chao Jingyun regarded Qin Yu with a penetrating stare, choosing not to pursue that line of questioning any further. He then redirected the conversation. "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" Qin Yu clasped his hands together. "Chao Gonggong, I dare not venture alone. It would be prudent for you to send a few skilled individuals to ambush alongside me, ensuring we capture Chao Jun in one fell swoop." Chao Jingyun shook his head, adopting an authoritative tone. "Your Highness's safety is paramount. This matter shall be entrusted to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. This old fellow was excluding himself from the fray. How could he complete the system's task? Yet, unable to find a compelling reason to argue, he could only nod. "Very well." Chapter 77. Assassinating oneself. Chao Jingyun departed with decisive efficiency. Qin Yu found his behavior somewhat peculiar. He had evidently come to inquire on behalf of Emperor Qianwu, yet each question was merely superficial, lacking depth, giving the impression of perfunctory inquiry. But he was a staunch loyalist of Emperor Qianwu. It seemed illogical for him to act this way. Did he truly believe that Qin Yu posed no issues? Was his visit to the Qin residence merely a cursory probe? Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled a peculiar detail. Chao Jingyun had congratulated Princess Qiangyao on her breakthrough to the first-rank Grandmaster. Yet he had not mentioned Qin Yu's ascension to the high second-rank Grandmaster. The only person aware of her advancement to this level was none other than Princess Qiangyao, who had fought against him. "Did you report your breakthrough to the first-rank Grandmaster?" Qin Yu inquired. "Yes," she replied. "Did you not inform them that my cultivation level has also advanced?" "No," she affirmed with a nod, her expression serious. "I have been stuck at the high second-rank Grandmaster for quite some time. My breakthrough is not particularly astonishing. Reporting it will draw my father's attention to me, but your rapid rise is too conspicuous and should not attract excessive scrutiny." Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Princess Qiangyao would consider his interests, even at the cost of concealing matters from her father, that he was merely curious about the rationale behind such decisions. "Why?" he asked. Princess Qiangyao fixed him with a gaze full of significance, slowly responding. "If you shine too brightly, what if father wishes to meet that mysterious person behind you? What if that mysterious person appears? What if he refuses to be subdued? How will you navigate that situation?" Upon hearing this series of rhetorical questions, Qin Yu's heart stirred with realization. He had to concede that Princess Qiangyao's considerations were indeed comprehensive. Should his displayed prowess not align with the techniques he had offered, it would indeed draw Emperor Qinwu's attention and suspicion. Thus, it would be wise to keep a low profile, to feign ignorance, and allow for gradual development. However, Qin Yu was not one to cower or endure meekly. If one day Emperor Qinwu truly harbored suspicions about him, he would not be without means to counter them. Princess Qiangyao remained preoccupied with her previous defeat at Qin Yu's hands, declaring her intent to train diligently until she could subdue him. Qin Yu smiled faintly, dismissing the matter from his mind as he contemplated the impending meeting between Zhao Su and Xiao Jun at Kaishiku that night. After much deliberation, to fulfill the system's task, Qin Yu resolved to defy Chao Jingyun's admonitions and investigate the matter himself. He began his training, not concluding until the late hours of the night, at which point he donned a dark attire and stealthily slipped out of the Qin residence. Kaishiku was not difficult to locate. Qin Yu swiftly arrived and concealed himself in a discreet corner. He believed he had hidden himself well, even moderating his breathing to avoid detection. Yet, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Your Highness, I have warned you not to come. Why do you not heed my counsel?" A jolt of panic surged through Qin Yu, and he activated the Lingbo Weibu technique, darting a distance of several feet before daring to halt, but a glance revealed Chao Jingyun standing beside the very spot he had just occupied. His expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Qin Yu was utterly astonished. When a Chao Jingyun appeared beside him without his notice, this underscored the terrifying prowess of Chao Jingyun that he assessed the situation. Had Chao Jingyun intended to strike him down just moments ago, he would have stood no chance of survival. This realization deepened Qin Yu's understanding of the capital's treacherous depths and the formidable nature of Emperor Qinwu. "Chao Gonggong," Qin Yu chuckled nervously, feeling no trepidation as Chao Jingyun evidently bore him no malice. "Come, let us remain concealed," Chao Jingyun instructed. Approaching his side, Qin Yu curiously inquired, "Chao Gonggong, your cultivation is truly impressive. May I ask what realm you have attained?" Chao Jingyun appeared disinterested in this topic, seemingly ignoring the question as he countered. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Qin Yu refrained from pressing further, allowing a hint of animosity to surface in his expression that I nearly lost my life at the hands of Xiao Jun's assassins. I cannot rest until I personally eliminate him to quell my wrath. Chao Jingyun cast a profound glance at him without uttering another word, his gaze shifting to the distance, his eyes narrowing. Simultaneously, he retreated, completely enveloped by the darkness, rendering even his breath imperceptible. Qin Yu understood that someone must have arrived, and he too took a step back, holding his breath to conceal himself. Indeed, moments later, a man clad in dark attire and wearing a mask appeared, moving with the agility of a stealthy leopard, arriving at a spot not far from them. From his physique and gait, Qin Yu could ascertain that this individual was Zhao Su. The man emitted a series of nightingale calls. 3 short and 2 long, repeated thrice. After waiting for what seemed an eternity, a figure materialized, exchanging a knowing glance with the first man. and then they swiftly darted away, one in front of the other. Clearly, this was merely a rendezvous point, not a place for discourse. Your Highness, it is best you return do not accompany us this time. Should any mishap occur, I would have no explanation to offer to His Majesty or the princess. Chao Jingyun stated before pausing momentarily, blending seamlessly into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him that he truly could not pursue further if he angered this old eunuch. He could only imagine the troubles that would ensue. Yet, what of the system's mission? He pondered whether failing the task would incur any penalties or if it would leave him stranded without new missions to undertake. For now, he had no choice but to return to the estate. With a sense of dejection, Qin Yu made his way back to the Qin residence that he had scaled the wall to avoid complications. And naturally, he would have to climb back over. However, upon reaching the other side, he spotted a suspicious figure cloaked in black, and his heart sank. Could it be that someone intended to assassinate him? With this troubling thought, Qin Yu stealthily followed the shadowy figure. The man leaped gracefully over the wall into the Qin estate, and Qin Yu trailed behind, soon witnessing the man swiftly approaching the courtyard where he resided. Was this indeed an assassination attempt? A surge of murderous intent surged within Qin Yu. Judging by the speed that rivaled his own enhanced by the Lingbo Weibu technique, he deduced that the assailant's strength was at least equal to, if not superior to, his own. Based on this assessment, Qin Yu refrained from recklessly pursuing him, opting instead to ascertain the identity of this individual and the true purpose of his presence. System, analyze the actions of this individual over the past day. Ding, the analysis begins. Yesterday, Zhang Qin was dispatched by a trusted aide of the third prince to the Jishur apothecary to rendezvous with Wei Hu. But he arrived too late. Upon his arrival, the apothecary had already been engulfed in flames. Stunned by this revelation, Qin Yu was taken aback to discover that it was indeed the third prince involved, that he held no grudge against him. Why then would he be targeted for assassination? Chapter 78. A valuable item. This outcome was something Qin Yu had never anticipated, that he concealed himself further, continuing to observe the system's analysis. Zhang Qin reported this incident to the third princess confidant, and then went to rest. Until not long ago, when the aide sought him out again, providing him with a secret letter to be delivered to the host under the cover of night. Thus concluded the analysis of Zhang Qin's previous day. These were the events he had partaken in.